Outer space above Earth. In the silence that had held the starry sky for countless ages, a rift suddenly tore open. Like a crack in glass, it spread outward from the center, its edges burning with violet-golden flames. The surrounding space debris was drawn in and vaporized in an instant, leaving nothing behind. A hand reached out from the rift. The hand was stained with blood, its bones clearly defined, and a faint golden light glowed at the fingertips. Then an entire arm, a shoulder, a body, one after another, forced their way out of the rift. Ye Qingyun finally stepped through. His white robe was soaked through with blood, his black hair hung messily over his shoulders, and he looked as if he had just crawled out of a pile of corpses. He held tightly in his arms a small white fox. The fox's eyes were shut, a wound deep enough to show bone cut across its belly, and its aura was so faint it could barely be felt. Ye Qingyun lowered his head to look at it, his atoms, apple moving. Xiaojiu, we're home. His voice was hoarse as if he had not drunk water for a long time. Xiaojiu in his arms did not respond, only her tail twitched slightly. Ye Qingyun raised his head, and suddenly fragmented images surged into his mind. At the summit of the immortal emperor, he stood on the highest peak of the cultivation world, 10,000 zhang of immortal light blazing behind him. Countless cultivators knelt at the foot of the mountain, chanting his imperial title. But he did not look at them even once. He looked only ahead, toward home. Then he formed a seal with both hands, and made a decision no one could understand. He cut away half his cultivation by his own hand. Using the blood of an immortal emperor as a catalyst, he forcibly tore open the barrier between dimensions. No one understood why he did it. The throne of immortal emperor honored across myriad worlds. Why abandon everything to return to a lower realm that had long declined? Ye Qingyun offered no explanation. Only Xiaojiu, the nine-tailed celestial fox who had accompanied him for 30,000 years, asked nothing. She burned her own demon emperor origin and poured all her power into him. Wherever master goes, Xiaojiu goes too. Those were her last words before she fell unconscious. Ye Qingyun pulled his thoughts back, feeling the empty dantian inside him. Early immortal lord realm. Less than 1/10 of his peak. Xiaojiu was worse off. 9/10 of her demon emperor origin had burned away, and her cultivation had fallen to a level even he could not sense. But she was still alive. As long as she lived, there was a way. Ye Qingyun closed his eyes. His spiritual sense surged outward like a tide, sweeping over the Pacific, over the Eurasian continent, over city after city. One familiar presence after another collided with his perception. This planet was completely different from the one he had left. More tall buildings, more people, and a chaotic bustle everywhere. But he had no mind for any of it. His spiritual sense swept onward until it locked onto Huaxia Jiangqing. He sensed her. Ye Xiaoyu, his younger sister. She was alive. Her aura was weak, tangled among a sea of unfamiliar auras, but she was alive. The stone that had weighed on Ye Qingyun's heart for 30,000 years finally loosened by a crack. But then his brows drew together again. He swept his spiritual sense over Jiangqing 3 times. There was no trace of his parents. Not a single trace. Ye Qingyun opened his eyes. Something was burning in the depths of his pupils like magma that had been suppressed for 30,000 years, finally finding an outlet. Father, mother. He did not finish. He dared not finish. Holding Xiaojiu tightly with one arm, Ye Qingyun stepped forward. The space around him rippled like water, and the next moment, he stood high above Jiangqing. Beneath his feet were the lights of 10,000 homes. Traffic crawled slowly along the streets. Neon lights dyed the whole city into garish colors. Compared to when he left, this city had completely changed. But he had no mood to admire it. His spiritual sense locked onto that place once more. The slums, an old rental building, 5th floor, the room on the left. Ye Qingyun looked down at the dilapidated buildings, something churning in his eyes. His younger sister lived in a place like this. Xiaoyu. His voice was soft, as if afraid of waking something. Your big brother is back. As the words fell, his figure vanished into the night. In the alleys of the slums, most of the streetlights were broken. A girl in a convenience store uniform carrying a plastic bag walked with her head down through a dim corridor. The sound-activated light had long since stopped working. She climbed with her hand on the railing out of habit. She did not know that from this moment on her entire life was about to change completely. Evening. Ye Xiaoyu dragged her 2 sore legs up to the 5th floor. The plastic bag in her hand contained a discounted bento box she brought back from the convenience store, employee price half off. She opened the door and turned on the light. The room was small but clean. On the living room table stood 2 black and white photos with a few apples and biscuits neatly arranged in front. Ye Xiaoyu walked to the photos and stood for a while. Dad, Mom, I dreamed of Big Brother again today. The couple in the photos smiled warmly. No one answered her. Only a car horn from outside and a child crying downstairs. Ye Xiaoyu was used to this. She turned to heat up the bento but had only taken 2 steps when a knock sounded at the door. It was not the loud banging of a neighbor's knock, but a light, steady one, as if it feared startling someone. Ye Xiaoyu paused, walked to the door, and looked through the peephole. Outside stood a man. His white robe was stained with blood, his hair messy, and he held a white fox in his arms. He looked as if he had just crawled out of a battlefield. But his eyes were bright, so bright that Ye Xiaoyu's heart gave a sudden clench. Those eyes, she had seen them before, in memories from many years ago. Ye Xiaoyu's hands trembled. She pulled the door open wide. The man outside looked at her, his throat moved. Xiaoyu, it's me. The bento slipped from Ye Xiaoyu's hand and crashed on the floor. She threw herself into his arms and burst into loud tears. 8 years. 8 long years. She thought she would never see him again. Brother. Is it really you? Really you? Ye Qingyun held her and gently patted her back. He didn't say anything, just nodded forcefully. Ye Xiaoyu cried for a long time. 8 years of grievances, fear, and loneliness all broke the dam at this moment. She cried until her voice was hoarse and her body was weak. Only then did she gradually stop. Then she noticed the white fox in Ye Qingyun's arms. Brother, this is. Her name is Xiaojiu, Ye Qingyun said, looking down. She is my family. The little fox weakly opened its eyes. Amber pupils looked at Ye Xiaoyu and gave a soft cry. Ye Xiaoyu carefully reached out and touched its head. Xiaojiu brushed against her palm. Ye Qingyun watched, and something in his heart loosened. Xiaojiu accepted Xiaoyu. Brother. Ye Xiaoyu looked up, her eyes red again. Dad and Mom. I know, Ye Qingyun said in a low voice. Tell me who did it. Ye Xiaoyu's tears overflowed again. 3 years ago. Her parents were crossing the road when a sports car ran a red light and slammed directly into them. The driver was Zhao Tianhao, the only son of the richest family in Jiangxing. Drunk driving, speeding, no brake at all. The victims died on the spot. The Zhao family began to work behind the scenes that very night. Law enforcers were bribed, lawyers bought, and the forensic agency produced a false report. The final verdict was pedestrians illegally crossed the road, and her parents were ruled entirely responsible. Ye Xiaoyu refused to accept it. She petitioned, but was blocked at her door and threatened by the Zhao family. She called the police, but the answer was always under investigation. She tried to reach the media, but the Zhao family's lawyer's letter arrived faster than her email. In the end, the Zhao family mercifully paid her 2,000 yuan in humanitarian compensation. The condition was that she had to sign a letter of forgiveness. She signed it. She was afraid that one day she too would have an accident on the road. But no sooner had the 2,000 yuan arrived than her uncle's family showed up. We'll keep it safe for our niece. After that, she never saw the money again. After Ye Xiaoyu finished speaking, she lowered her head, not daring to look at her brother's expression. Ye Qingyun said nothing. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. The air seemed to freeze. Then Ye Qingyun spoke. His voice was very calm enough to send a chill down one's spine. Xiaoyu, write down their names for me one by one. Ye Xiaoyu found paper and a pen, bent over the table, and wrote one name after another. Zhao Tianhao. Old Master Zhao. The Zhao family lawyer. The one who faked the appraisal. The law enforcement captain. The judge. And her uncle and aunt. She wrote for a long time, covering the entire sheet. Ye Qingyun took it and glanced at it. He folded it and put it inside his robe. He stood up and ruffled Ye Xiaoyu's hair. Hungry? I'll take you out for dinner. Ye Xiaoyu was startled. Brother, aren't you going to ask anything else? Eat first, said Ye Qingyun. Leave everything else to me. On his shoulder, Xiaojiu opened her eyes, amber pupils reflecting the night deepening outside the window. The most luxurious villa district in Jiangxing, the Zhao family manor. Tonight was old Master Zhao's 70th birthday, and the entire manor blazed with light. Cars stretched 2 blocks from the entrance. All luxury vehicles, with even the cheapest worth in ordinary person's lifetime earnings. Guests in formal attire streamed inside, their gifts piled into small mountains. The Zhao family had operated in Jiangxing for 3 generations. Real estate, construction, materials, entertainment, every profitable venture bore their mark. Calling them the wealthiest in Jiangxing would be an understatement. In both the legitimate world and the underworld, no one dared to refuse the Zhao family. Zhao Tianhao mingled through the grand hall, a glass of wine in hand, surrounded by a circle of dissolute young heirs. Brother, how I heard you got a new car. That limited edition Bugatti. Zhao Tianhao sipped his wine, face beaming with smug pride, just a trifle, merely playing around. After several drinks, his tongue grew looser. As his excitement built, his voice rose several octaves. I have to say, you probably won't believe this. 3 years ago, I knocked down 2 poverty-stricken wretches, and absolutely nothing happened. The others exchanged glances, offering sycophantic smiles. Zhao Tianhao grew even more animated. That family tried to sue me. They should have done their homework. In Jiangxing, the Zhao family is the law. A chorus of agreement followed. Someone raised a toast, someone else clapped, all while no one dared voice even half objection. In a corner, an elderly servant lowered his head, his hand trembling as he held the serving tray. But he said nothing. At the entrance to the banquet hall, 3 figures stood there. Ye Qingyun wore simple black clothing, his aura concealed so thoroughly he appeared ordinary. His left hand held Ye Xiaoyu's, while Xiaojiu perched lazily on his right shoulder, amber eyes sweeping dismissively across the hall, full of finery and lights. Ye Xiaoyu's eyes were still red-rimmed, but standing beside her brother, her spine remained perfectly straight. A security guard approached, reaching out to block them. Please present your invitation. Ye Qingyun glanced at him. Just one glance. The guard's body suddenly went rigid, as if gripped by an invisible force around his throat. His face turned cyanotic and purple in an instant. Then, the entire person dissolved into a cloud of blood mist, leaving not even a trace of bone. The blood mist dispersed, splashing across the polished marble floor before evaporating clean in moments. Complete silence descended upon the entire hall. Everyone froze mid-action. The music continued playing, but no one dared move. Hundreds of eyes turned in unison toward the entrance. Ye Qingyun led his sister walking step by step toward the center of the grand hall. Several bodyguards rushed forward, but before they could get within 3 meters of him, their bodies detonated one after another. Clouds of blood mist erupted continuously, staining the surrounding guests' clothes with scattered droplets. The crowd began retreating. Someone pulled out their phone to call the police, but the screen showed only static. Someone else tried to flee toward the exit, only to discover the entire hall had been sealed by an invisible force. The doors wouldn't budge, the windows wouldn't break. Ye Qingyun halted his steps. His gaze swept across everyone present, his voice not loud, yet perfectly clear to each ear. Members of the Zhao family stepped forward. Zhao Tianhao, protected by several bodyguards, forced his way through the crowd. He caught sight of Ye Xiaoyu first and froze momentarily. Then recognition dawned. You, that poverty-stricken girl from back then. He scrutinized Ye Xiaoyu from head to toe, noting how she'd grown since 3 years ago, a nakedly greedy glint flickering across his gaze. Then he turned to Ye Qingyun. Who are you to her? Do you even know what place this is? Ye Qingyun remained silent. Thinking him intimidated, Zhao Tianhao's arrogance swelled. I didn't kill you back, then yet here you deliver yourself to my door. Perfect timing, young master. His sentence never finished. Ye Qingyun raised a single finger. Crack. Zhao Tianhao's right arm snapped off at the shoulder bone, fragments piercing flesh as blood sprayed across the floor. Crack. The left arm. Crack. Crack. Both legs. Zhao Tianhao collapsed like a heap of rotten mud on the ground. For limbs completely shattered, yet he remained alive. His mouth gaped open, shrieking like a pig being slaughtered, all his former arrogance twisted into pure terror. Ye Qingyun gazed down at him. You just claimed that in Jiangxing the Zhao family is the law. Zhao Tianhao was in too much agony to speak, shaking his head desperately. His pants were already soaked through. Ye Qingyun raised his head, looking toward old master Zhao, trembling in the crowd. Today I shall teach you what true law actually means. Xiaoju leaped from his shoulder, transforming into a white blur that blocked every exit. That seemingly harmless little fox now radiated an aura that made everyone's legs turn to jelly. Ye Qingyun spoke to his sister Xiaoyu. Close your eyes. Xiaoyu shook her head. Brother, I'm not afraid. I want to witness this with my own eyes. Ye Qingyun raised his hand. Several figures in the crowd were dragged out by an invisible force and slammed to the center of the hall. Old Master Zhao, the Zhao family's lawyer, the butler, and several core bodyguards who had participated in the assault. All were here. Not a single one was missing. His divine sense had already scoured through everyone's memories. Everyone on the list was here. The remaining guests were segregated on the outskirts, huddled together, trembling with fear. Someone's pants were already wet. Someone had their hand pressed over their mouth, not daring to let out a sound. No one dared to move. Ye Qingyun looked at the group sprawled on the ground, his voice soft. I'll give you one chance. Confess yourself and your death will be quick. No one spoke. The Zhao family's lawyer lay collapsed on the ground, teeth chattering. The butler kept his head bowed, his entire body trembling like a sieve. Ye Qingyun didn't waste another word. He raised his hand and swept it across. The air rippled, and a curtain of light unfolded above them. The light screen displayed memory footage extracted from these people's minds. Crystal clear, not a single frame missing. Zhao Tianhao walking out of a bar, arm around a woman slipping into a sports car. The engine roared. He ran 3 red lights in succession. A middle-aged couple was crossing the street when the sports car slammed into them. Both bodies were hurled over 10 meters through the air. Dead on the spot. The scene shifted. Old Master Zhao sat in his study, picked up his phone, and made a call. Old Zhou, there's a small matter I need you to handle. Tianhao was careless and struck 2 people. Yes, just pin it on them. I'll treat you to dinner another day. Another cut. The lawyer sat in his office, glanced at the appraisal report a few times, then tore it up and threw it into the shredder. He opened his computer and typed up a new one. It read, pedestrian violated traffic regulations by crossing illegally, motor vehicle traveled normally. The head of the appraisal agency accepted a thick envelope, nodding. The butler led several bodyguards, cornering Ye Xiaoyu in her rental apartment. They smashed her desk, shattered her phone, grabbed her by the hair, and slammed her face against the wall. If you dare petition again, next time it won't just be destroying things. Scene after scene unfolded. Someone among the guests bent over and vomited. Someone lowered their head, not daring to look anymore. Ye Xiaoyu clutched her brother's sleeve tightly. Tears slid silently down her face, but her eyes remained fixed on the light screen, never wavering. Ye Qingyun walked toward the collapsed Zhao Tianhao. All 4 of Zhao Tianhao's limbs were shattered. He writhed on the ground like a worm. Feces and urine mixed together in his pants, the stench overwhelming. When he saw Ye Qingyun approaching, he scrambled backward desperately. I'll give you money. Any amount. Please don't kill me. My father has money. The entire Zhao family can be yours. Ye Qingyun squatted down. He looked into Zhao Tianhao's eyes, his voice very calm. You had money so you could kill people without consequences. You had power so you could bully a defenseless girl. But before me, he paused. Your money and power are worth nothing. He pressed a finger to Zhao Tianhao's brow. This was not simply killing. Ye Qingyun shattered his meridians, destroyed his soul, trapping his consciousness within his body as he clearly felt his life drain away bit by bit from his fingertips. In pain yet unable to scream. Terrified yet unable to move. Zhao Tianhao slowly stopped breathing in extreme agony. Next came old Master Zhao. The old man lay collapsed on the ground, tears streaming down his face. He looked up, voice hoarse. Touch me, and the Wang family in the provincial capital won't let you off. Old Master Wang and I have 30 years of friendship. Bring them. Ye Qingyun cut him off, striking down with his palm. The Zhao family lawyer knelt on the ground, banging his head frantically until blood flowed from his forehead. I was just following orders. The Zhao family made me do this. Please spare my life. Committing evil while following orders is still evil. Another palm strike. The butler seized the chaos to scramble up and run toward the door like a madman. A white shadow flashed. Xiaojiu swatted him back to the center of the hall, with one claw, his spine completely shattered. The core bodyguards, those who had threatened and assaulted Ye Xiaoyu, fell one after another. Each person met a different fate. The lawyer had his throat crushed, the same method he had once used to smother the truth. The butler had his limbs trampled, broken, lying on the ground, slowly choking to death. The one who had forged the false appraisal, Ye Qingyun, destroyed his hands, leaving him to die in agony. Throughout the entire process, Ye Qingyun showed not a trace of hesitation. Ye Xiaoyu stood behind him, watching from beginning to end. Her tears never stopped, but she never closed her eyes. The reckoning was complete. Ye Qingyun turned around to look at the guests trembling in the corners. You all saw it. Everyone nodded desperately. Then spread a message for me. Ye Qingyun's voice was not loud, but every word lodged itself like a nail into the minds of everyone present. From today, Jiangqing belongs to Yi. If anyone disagrees, the Zhao family is their fate. He raised his hand and swept it across. The blockade lifted. The gates burst open and fresh air rushed in. The guests scrambled and crawled out. Someone fell and was trampled over, but didn't dare make a sound. No one dared to look back. Ye Qingyun took his sister's hand. Let's go. Ye Xiaoyu turned her head, taking one last look at the Zhao family villa. Ye Qingyun didn't look back. He flicked his finger, and a strand of immortal fire landed at the center of the banquet hall. Flames spread, instantly devouring the entire villa. The firelight illuminated half the sky. In the distance, fire engine sirens wailed. But by the time they arrived, only ashes would remain. Ye Xiaoyu raised her head, her voice somewhat hoarse. Brother, will Mom and Dad know? Ye Qingyun was silent for a moment. Yes, he said. Tomorrow we'll go see them. The next day, another upscale residential complex in Jiangqing. Zhang Desheng lounged on the living room sofa, feet propped up on the coffee table, a football match playing on the television. A 3-bedroom apartment furnished in resplendent opulence. A single crystal chandelier in the living room had cost over 30,000 yuan. From the kitchen came the sounds of stir-frying, as Li Tsuhua shouted at the top of her lungs, Old Zhang, we're out of soy sauce. Go buy a bottle downstairs. Send Xiaoming. He's playing games. Zhang Desheng clicked his tongue in annoyance, rising reluctantly to his feet. This apartment, all the furniture within it, this entire household. Everything had been purchased with Ye Xiaoyu's 200,000 yuan in compensation money. Yet Zhang Desheng never once felt anything was wrong. He would even brag to his wife, back then if I hadn't been quick-witted, this money would never have come to us. Li Tsuehua would always chime in agreement. Exactly. What does that little girl understand? We're doing her a favor by keeping it safe for her. The couple played off each other perfectly, living their days with complete peace of mind. A knock came at the door. Li Tsuehua wiped her hands and went to open it. The moment the door swung open, the first thing she saw was Ye Xiaoyu, her expression souring instantly. Back again for money. Have you no shame? If we hadn't taken you in when your parents died, you'd have been living on the streets. We raised you for years. Why shouldn't we spend some of your money? Halfway through her tirade, she noticed the person standing behind Ye Xiaoyu. A young man in simple black clothing, his facial features bearing a faint resemblance to someone she knew. Li Tsuehua's mouth hung open. You're. Ye Qingyun ignored her entirely, walking straight into the house. Zhang Desheng was getting up from the sofa when he caught sight of Ye Qingyun, freezing in surprise. Then a broad smile spread across his face. Oh, isn't this Qingyun? Where have you been all these years? You've come back at just the right time. Your sister has suffered so much these years, your uncle and I have worried ourselves sick. Where is the money? Ye Qingyun cut him off. The smile on Zhang Desheng's face froze. What money? Ye Xiaoyu clenched her fists tightly. My parents' compensation. 200,000 yuan. You said you were keeping it safe for me. Li Tsuehua stormed in from the doorway shrieking, "What do you mean keeping it safe? That was rightfully ours. Do you think supporting your food and shelter all these years costs nothing? The little bit of living expenses you handed over each month, what was that even for?" Ye Xiaoyu trembled with rage. "I paid you living expenses every single month. Not a single cent was ever short." Zhang Ming poked his head out from his room, a game controller still clutched in his hand, his expression full of irritation. "All this noise over what? It's just 200,000. Is it really worth making a fuss?" Ye Qingyun raised his hand. Zhang Duxing dropped to his knees immediately. It wasn't that he wanted to kneel. An invisible force pressed down on his shoulders like a mountain. He couldn't even catch his breath, his legs creaking as his knees slammed against the floor. Ye Qingyun pressed a single finger to Zhang Duxing's forehead. The soul-searching technique activated. The light screen unfurled once more. This time it displayed Zhang Duxing's memories. He had received a phone call informing him that his sister and her husband had been in a car accident. His first reaction wasn't grief, but, "How much can we get?" He proactively sought out the lawyer representing the Zhao family. The man with gold-rimmed glasses asked him, "Are you family to the deceased?" "I'm her biological brother. I can make the decisions regarding compensation." The lawyer smiled. The two shook hands. The day the compensation was deposited, he took Li Tsuehua to the bank and transferred the 200,000 to his own account. That very afternoon, they went house hunting. He had never bought Ye Xiaoyu a single piece of new clothing, had never paid a single tuition fee for her. Ye Xiaoyu's school fees were earned from her own part-time work. The same went for living expenses. He had even discussed with Li Tsuehua, "Once that girl graduates from university, we'll find her a wealthy husband and collect another handsome bride price. We need to find someone generous. With less than 500,000 in bride price, we won't marry her off." The two laughed and clinked their glasses together. The playback ended. Zhang Duxing lay crumpled on the floor, his face utterly bloodless. Li Tsuehua's lips trembled, then she suddenly shrieked, "This is all fake. What kind of sorcery did you use? I'm calling the police." Ye Qingyun ignored her. He gazed at Zhang Duxing. "You were my mother's own younger brother." Zhang Duxing seized upon this like a drowning man grasping at driftwood, nodding frantically, "Yes, yes, yes. I'm your uncle. We're family. Blood is thicker than water, Qingyun. Therefore I won't kill you." Zhang Duxing felt a surge of relief. The next instant Ye Qingyun struck. Two streams of qi pierced into the limbs of both Zhang Duxing and Li Tsuehua. A series of bone-crunching sounds echoed through the room. The two collapsed to the ground like marionettes with severed strings, their arms and legs completely paralyzed. "But from now on you'll have to live like my sister once did, dependent on the charity of others." Zhang Ming's game controller clattered to the floor as terror struck him and he spun to flee. Ye Qingyun pointed from across the room, destroying his spiritual root potential. For the rest of his life, he would never even brush against the threshold of cultivation. "Let's go." Ye Qingyun took his sister's hand and turned toward the door. Behind them came the wails and curses of Zhang Duxing's family. Li Tsuehua shrieked her abuse loud enough for the entire building to hear. Zhang Duxing lay writhing on the floor like a worm, his mouth ceaselessly crying out, "Call the police and get a lawyer." Ye Xiaoyu did not look back. They stepped out of the residential compound into the warm sunlight. She stood there in the sunshine for a moment, then suddenly said, "Brother, I'm not sad anymore." Ye Qingyun looked at her. "Because they're not worth it," Ye Xiaoyu said. "They don't deserve to be my family." Ye Qingyun ruffled her hair. "Let's go. There's still one more group of people." Inside the car, Ye Qingyun unfolded that piece of paper. The Zhao family had been annihilated, his uncle crippled, 3 names remained on the paper. Law Enforcement Captain Lu Changshan. He took 300,000 from the Zhao family and classified the hit and run as pedestrian violation. Appraiser Sun Qiming. He issued a false appraisal report claiming Zhao Tianhao's speed was only 40 miles per hour. Presiding Judge Zhou Wenbin. His verdict was absolute. He sentenced the parents to full liability and rejected all appeals. These 3 men were 3 nails driven deep into the entire chain of justice. Ye Qingyun folded the paper carefully. "Today we settle all of it." Lu Changshan was sipping tea in his office. He had already been promoted to captain with his own private office now. The purple clay teapot on his desk was a gift from the Zhao family, supposedly handcrafted by a master, 1 teapot worth half his annual salary. He sat with his legs crossed, plotting where to go drinking after work. The air in the office suddenly froze. Lu Changshan looked up to see a young man standing at the door. Black clothes, a white fox perched on his shoulder. "Who are you? Who told you to come in?" The man said nothing. 3 seconds later, only a pool of blood remained in the office. The purple clay teapot crashed to the floor and shattered. Sun Qiming was driving along the mountain road. He had just left a dinner party, had a bit to drink, but it didn't matter. He could drive this road with his eyes closed. The car stereo played old songs, and he hummed along. There was a sharp curve ahead. He stepped on the brake. The brake pedal went all the way to the floor with absolutely no resistance. The car, like a runaway horse, charged straight through the guardrail. In Sun Qiming's final vision was the approaching ground of the valley. The autopsy report would write, drunk driving caused operational error. Perfectly reasonable. Ye Qingyun did not torment them. They were merely tools. The true mastermind's surname was Zhao, and he was already dead. But those who deserve to die must not survive. Provincial capital. The drunken immortal pavilion, heavenly sweet private room. Zhou Wenbin sat at the head of the table, face flushed with prosperity. He had just been appointed vice president of the provincial high court, and today, he was specially entertaining several old colleagues. Mutai graced the table. The dishes were the house specialties. One meal cost an ordinary person half a year's wages. President Zhou, I heard you handled a rather brilliant case when you were in Jiangcity. The question came from his former subordinate at the intermediate court. Zhou Wenbin held his wine glass and pondered. You mean that pedestrian violation case? Yes, that's the one. It caused quite a stir back, then didn't it? Zhou Wenbin took a sip of wine and smiled. A trivial matter. The Zhao family knew how to behave, and I was happy to do them a favor. That family only has a little girl left. What waves could she possibly make? Everyone present chuckled knowingly. President Zhou truly has ways and means. Come, let's toast President Zhou. Wine glasses clinked together with a crisp sound. Just then the window of the private room exploded. Not cracked. The entire window frame and glass shattered into pieces, flying outward. Cold wind rushed in, knocking over the wine glasses on the table, spilling mitai everywhere. Ye Qingyun stepped in through the window. Xiao Jiu on his shoulder shook the glass shards from his fur. Zhou Wenbin leapt to his feet. Who are you? What do you want? Ye Qingyun gazed at him. 3 years ago you sentenced that pair of violating pedestrians. They were my parents. Zhou Wenbin's face went pale as snow, but he had been a judge for 20 years. What major scenes hadn't he witnessed? He quickly regained composure, straightened his collar, and assumed that authoritative tone he had wielded countless times in court. I am the vice president of the provincial high court. If you dare touch me, you make enemies of the entire judicial system. A nationwide manhunt, and you won't escape, even with wings. Ye Qingyun regarded him. Then he smiled. Making enemies of the entire judicial system. He took a step forward. I think you might have misunderstood something. Ye Qingyun raised his hand. Zhou Wenbin's entire body was lifted into the air by some invisible force. His hands clawed desperately at his throat, but there was nothing there. His legs kicked wildly in the air, one shoe flung off. Ye Qingyun watched him. Did you think that when you put on that robe you represented the law? Zhou Wenbin's face shifted from white to red, from red to purple. Did you think that sitting in that seat gave you the right to turn black into white? His eyes began to roll back, tongue protruding grotesquely. Did you think the rules of this world could protect a parasite like you? Ye Qingyun pressed a finger to his forehead. Not to kill, but to refine his soul. Zhou Wenbin's spiritual soul was forcefully extracted from his body. That translucent shadow twisted and writhed at Ye Qingyun's fingertips, struggling, distorting, screaming in silence. Ye Qingyun sealed it into a soul pearl. Inside the soul pearl, Zhou Wenbin's soul was trapped in endless darkness. He would experience over and over again the pain he had inflicted upon others, never to be reborn. Ye Qingyun pocketed the soul pearl. This is the law. My law. He turned and stepped out through the shattered window. In the private room, the remaining judges collapsed to the floor. Someone's pants were already soaked through, someone else was dry heaving on all fours. No one dared look up. For the rest of their lives they would never dare to abuse their power for personal gain or pervert justice. Because today they witnessed it themselves. Beyond the law there is still the law. Ye Qingyun walked out of the drunken immortal pavilion. The sky had begun to drizzle. Raindrops fell upon his face, dripping from his chin. One could not tell if it was rain or something else. On his shoulder, Xiao Jiu gently nuzzled his cheek. Soft fur pressed against his skin, carrying a hint of warmth. Ye Qingyun stood there for a moment. Xiao Jiu. The little fox pricked up his ears. The next morning at Jiangcity Cemetery, Ye Qingyun and Ye Xiaoyu stood before their parents' graves. The photographs on the tombstone had faded somewhat, but the couple's smiles remained exactly as Ye Qingyun remembered them. Father smiled with his characteristic restraint, mother smiled radiantly, exactly as they appeared in Ye Qingyun's memories. Ye Xiaoyu placed fresh flowers before the grave, then crouched down, wiping the dust from the photograph with her fingertips. Dad, Mom, brother has returned. Her voice was soft, as if afraid of waking the dead. Ye Qingyun knelt down, taking items from his chest one by one. Zhao Tianhao's urn, palm-sized dark brown. Zhou Wenbin's soul orb, translucent, containing a curled mass of gray mist within. That law enforcement captain's police badge. The appraiser's qualification certificate. The Zhao family lawyer's bar license. The housekeeper's lighter. And that safekeeping agreement Uncle Zhang Desheng had signed years ago, complete with a red thumbprint. Arranged in a row before the grave like offerings. Ye Qingyun knelt, his forehead touching the ground. In 30,000 years he had bowed to his master, to heaven and earth, to immortal emperors, but never once had it felt this heavy. Dad, Mom, your son has been unfilial. His voice was trapped in his throat, muffled. When your son vanished all those years ago, it caused you both such worry. Your son has returned, yet failed to see you one last time. He raised his head, eyes slightly reddened, but no tears fell. 30,000 years of cultivation had taught him to seal his emotions deep within his dantian, never to surface. But some things could not be contained like a piece of searing iron lodged in his chest. However, you need not worry. Those who harmed you, your son has not spared a single one. He glanced at the row of offerings. I will take care of Xiaoyu. From this day forward no injustice shall touch her again. He bowed his head once more, forehead pressed against the cold ground. Rest in peace now. Ye Qingyun finished and stepped aside. Ye Xiaoyu remained standing in place, head bowed, both hands clutching the hem of her garment. Silence stretched on for a long time. Then she fell to her knees. Not the restrained bow Ye Qingyun had offered, but a complete collapse. The sound of her knees striking the stone slab echoed dully. She buried her face in her arms and wept aloud. Not the suppressed crying from before. This was total collapse. 3 years of grievances, 3 years of terror, 3 years of loneliness. All burst forth at this moment. She sobbed until her entire body trembled, her voice breaking like a child who had suffered immeasurable wrong and finally found someone to turn to. Dad? Mom, I miss you so much. I was so scared. I was truly so scared. They smashed my house, said they would run me over too. I didn't dare tell anyone, didn't dare speak to anyone. Ye Qingyun knelt beside her, pulling her into his embrace. He did not say don't cry. He simply patted her back gently. Xiaojiu hopped down from his shoulder, padding forward on delicate steps to stand before the gravestone. She lowered her head and gently swept the dust from the photograph with her fur-covered tail, once twice like wiping clean. Her amber eyes gazed at the couple in the photograph, her ears pressed slightly back. Ye Qingyun understood what she meant without a single word spoken. I will protect them for you. When her tears finally subsided, Ye Xiaoyu grew quiet. Her eyes were swollen like walnuts, her voice hoarse. Ye Qingyun helped her stand, brushing the dust from her knees. At that moment, Ye Qingyun's brow furrowed slightly. His divine sense had detected a presence. On the distant hillside someone was watching. The observer concealed themselves while suppressing their aura until it was nearly indistinguishable from the wind. But before an immortal sovereign's divine sense, it was like carrying a torch through midnight, impossible to hide. Ye Qingyun did not turn his head. A blade of qi burst from his fingertips, slicing silently through the air. On the hillside, a black-clad figure was just rising from the grass, preparing to retreat. The qi blade had already arrived. The assassin's pupils contracted for just an instant before a hole appeared between his brows. His body crumpled softly, not a single sound escaping. Ye Qingyun did not bother to see who it was. There was no need to know. Whatever force came, he would face it. He would face any divine being or ghost that dared approach. As they walked out of the cemetery, a gap opened in the clouds above. Sunlight poured through, warming them both. Ye Xiaoyu's eyes were still swollen, but the tension had drained from her shoulders. As if a burden she had carried for 3 years had finally been set down. Ye Qingyun glanced at her. Are you hungry? Ye Xiaoyu nodded. What would you like to eat? Ye Xiaoyu thought for a moment. Then she said, the noodle shop where Mom used to take us. It's still there. Ye Qingyun paused. His lips curved slowly into a smile. Let's go. The siblings walked side by side through the streets of Jiangcity. Xiaojiu lay on Ye Qingyun's shoulder, eyes half closed in the sunshine, her tail swaying lazily behind her. This was the first time in 8 years that Ye Xiaoyu felt safe. This was the first time in 30,000 years that Ye Qingyun felt. Finally he had come home. Jiangcity Yending Villa. This was the most expensive residential area in all of Jiangcity. As Ye Qingyun walked into the sales office with Ye Xiaoyu, several saleswomen at the front desk were huddled together chatting. One of them glanced up at them briefly. The man wore an unbranded black outfit, and the woman's jacket was so washed it had faded to near white. The saleswoman looked away and continued her conversation. This unit is our flagship layout, 320 square meters with a private garden. A manager-type man approached, his demeanor quite pleasant. However the price might. Ye Qingyun reached into his pocket and placed a stone on the table. The size of a fist, emerald green throughout, with what appeared to be a swirling mass of light sealed inside. The manager's words caught in his throat. He picked up the stone and his hands began to tremble. This? What is this? Spirit stone, said Ye Qingyun. Is it enough? The manager had never seen a spirit stone, but he had seen jade and various precious stones. He had worked in this industry for 20 years, and with a single glance he could tell that if this thing were sold it could buy the entire sales office. His waist bent to a near 90-degree angle. Sir, please wait. I'll fetch the contract right away. Pick any unit you like. The saleswoman's smile froze on her face. That afternoon, all procedures were completed. Full payment, direct transfer. The best villa in Yending Villa. Most secluded, quietest location, largest courtyard. Ye Xiaoyu stood in the living room looking up at the crystal chandelier hanging from the second floor. The floors were so polished they reflected their figures, and beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows lay a neatly trimmed garden. She stood there for a long time, then turned her head, her voice barely above a whisper. Brother, am I dreaming? Ye Qingyun ruffled her hair. Not a dream. From now on this is our home. Ye Xiaoyu's eyes reddened again. But this time she cried with a smile. That evening, Ye Qingyun set up a simple spirit-gathering formation in the courtyard. Spirit stones were embedded into the formation nodes, and the surrounding spiritual energy slowly converged, making the air feel noticeably fresher. Ye Xiaoyu curled up on the sofa with Xiao Jiao in her arms, petting the fox while watching TV. Xiao Jiao suddenly leaped from her embrace. The tiny white fox stood in the center of the living room, a soft glow emanating from its body. The light grew brighter and brighter, casting the entire living room in a pale golden hue. Ye Xiaoyu's mouth fell open. Ye Qingyun also set down the formation disc he was holding and turned to look. The light dissipated. A little girl of about 7 or 8 years old stood in the center of the living room. Silver-white hair cascaded down to her waist, and amber eyes shimmered like drops of honey. A pair of fluffy fox ears stood upright atop her head. She tilted her head toward Ye Xiaoyu and called out in a childish voice, "Sister." Ye Xiaoyu practically bounced off the sofa and pulled the little girl into a tight embrace. "Oh my god, Xiao Jiao, you're so adorable." The little girl's face was buried in the hug, her tail wagging wildly behind her. Ye Qingyun leaned against the wall, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Xiao Jiao is a nine-tailed heavenly fox. Shaping a human form is merely a basic ability. She was severely injured before and has only recovered enough now to transform. Ye Xiaoyu held Xiao Jiao tightly, unwilling to let go. Xiao Jiao did not struggle, resting obediently on her shoulder, tail swaying gently. After playing for a while, Xiao Jiao suddenly poked her head out from Ye Xiaoyu's embrace and stared at her for a long moment. "Sister, there's light on you." "What light?" Ye Xiaoyu looked down at herself. Ye Qingyun set down his teacup and extended his divine sense toward his sister's body. After a few breaths, his hand paused. Innate spiritual physique. A peerless constitution found in only 1 in 10,000 across the cultivation world. Those blessed with such a physique cultivated at rates several times faster than ordinary people, with almost no bottlenecks. He carefully re-examined her once more and confirmed he had not misjudged. "No wonder," Ye Qingyun murmured. "No wonder those from the Zhao family could torment you, yet you still endured." The innate spiritual physique carried its own fortune protection. It could not directly repel enemies, but it could preserve a sliver of hope in desperate situations. The Zhao family, her uncle, and all who had sought to crush her over those 3 years were unable to truly destroy her. Because this body was destined to tread the immortal path from the very beginning. Ye Qingyun looked at his sister. "Xiaoyu, do you want to cultivate?" Ye Xiaoyu paused. She thought of the days when she was trapped in their rental, too afraid to step outside. She thought of her brother standing in front of her as a shield. She thought of the row of offerings before the grave. She nodded firmly. "I want to. I don't want to hold brother back anymore. I want to stand beside him." Ye Qingyun looked at her. Her eyes were bright, exactly as they had been back then when she used to chase after him, calling brother. "The path of cultivation is arduous," he said. "Harder than anything you've suffered these past 3 years. I'm not afraid." Ye Qingyun smiled. "Good. In a couple of days I'll personally guide you through foundation establishment." Moonlight flowed like water through the windows, spilling across their newly rebuilt little home. Xiao Jiao had reverted to her fox form, curled up on Ye Xiaoyu's lap, with her tail swaying gently. Ye Xiaoyu looked down, stroking Xiao Jiao's fur, a smile playing on her lips. For the first time in 8 years, she had anticipation for tomorrow. The official conclusion regarding the Zhao family's extermination was gas explosion. But those with reliable sources all knew the truth. The guests who fled from the Zhao villa that night dared not utter a single word to outsiders, yet privately, they spread the news throughout all the upper circles of Jiangqing. A young man leading a girl by the hand with a white fox perched on his shoulder. In a single night, the richest family in Jiangqing was utterly annihilated. No one knew where he came from nor what methods he employed. Yet everyone remembered one sentence. From today onward, Jiangqing belongs to the Yi family. Beneath Jiangqing's surface lay 3 major underworld powers. The Qinglong Society controlled more than half of Jiangqing's entertainment establishments. Its chairman Chun Tianxiong was an earth-level martial artist, cautious, by nature never engaging in unprofitable dealings. The Tiansha Alliance specialized in gray market enterprises. Its leader Zhang Xiaolin was at the yellow-level pinnacle, not the most powerful in cultivation, yet utterly ruthless and willing to sacrifice anything to achieve his goals. The Bloodblade sect held the longest history, rumored to possess ancient martial arts lineage. Its sect master Zhao Wuji was an earth-level martial artist and had another identity. He was a distant relative of the Zhao family. The 3 major powers had maintained a delicate equilibrium, each holding the others in check. With the Zhao family's destruction, that balance shattered. The Zhao family was the Bloodblade sect's largest patron, their annual contributions accounting for 40% of the sect's income. What mattered more was that everyone knew the Zhao family stood behind the Bloodblade sect. Now that the Zhao family had been wiped out and the Bloodblade sect hadn't made a single sound, where did that leave their face? At the Qinglong Society headquarters, Chun Tianxiong sat in the main seat, his fingers slowly drumming against the table. Below him, someone proposed seizing the Zhao family's territory while the opportunity presented itself. Chen Tianxiong shook his head. The Zhao family doesn't matter. What matters is the person who annihilated them. He raised one finger. To destroy the entire Zhao family silently in one night. This requires at least Grandmaster level. Perhaps even a legendary innate martial artist. Silence fell over the conference room. An innate martial artist. None could be found in all of Jiangqing. Chen Tianxiong reached a decision. First we probe. Do not act rashly. He dispatched someone to deliver an invitation to Ye Qingyun requesting his presence at a banquet. Over at the Tiansha Alliance, Zhang Xiaolin had also received the news. He dismissed it with contempt. Grandmaster, my foot. I think he just used some underhanded tricks putting on a show to intimidate. The Zhao family was rich, yes, but still just ordinary people. Hire a few desperate outlaws to set a fire. Anyone could do that. What he had his eyes on was the Zhao family's legacy. 3 generations of operations in Jiangqing. Their properties, restaurants, and entertainment venues combined into an enormous prize. Since old fox, Chen Tianxiong, didn't dare make a move, he would. Zhang Xiaolin summoned his trusted lieutenant. Go make contact with that Ye fellow. Let's see what he's really made of. At the Bloodblade sect. Zhao Wuji sat in his study, his expression dark with fury. The Zhao family were his distant relatives, and more importantly, his most crucial source of funding. With the Zhao family destroyed, what he had lost was not just money but face. The entire Jiangqing underworld was now laughing at his expense. But Zhao Wuji was far more cautious than Zhang Xiaolin. While the Qinglong Society held its position and the Tiansha Alliance grew restless, he chose to wait and observe the outcomes of these two factions. If Ye Qingyun truly possessed power, he would not hesitate to lower his head. If it was merely a bluff, he could strike whenever he pleased. 3 factions, 3 attitudes, probing, underestimating, and watching. And at this very moment, Ye Qingyun was in the Yunding Villa's living room, sharing a hot pot meal with his sister and Xiaojiu. The broth was prepared by Ye Xiaoyu, explosively spicy, filling the entire house with the fragrance of Sichuan peppercorns and chili. Experiencing human food for the first time, Xiaojiu imitated Ye Xiaoyu's movements, picking up a slice of tripe and stuffing it into her mouth. After chewing twice, the entire fox went rigid. Her tongue lolled out desperately, tears streaming from her eyes as she scrambled around the room, searching for water. Ye Xiaoyu laughed so hard she could barely stand, quickly pouring a glass of cool boiled water and handing it over. Xiaojiu clutched the glass and guzzled down more than half before recovering. Ye Qingyun picked up a slice of meat and placed it in his bowl. His divine sense had already detected those several presences lurking outside the villa. They had been there since dusk, cycling through multiple teams. Outside the window, the night deepened. Someone watched in the shadows, observing this brightly lit villa. After drinking the water, Xiaojiu's ears twitched. She glanced up at Ye Qingyun. He was placing perfectly cooked meat into his sister's bowl, not even lifting an eyelid. So Xiaojiu settled down, as well continuing to tackle that piece of tripe that had reduced her to tears. Ye Qingyun had said, let the flies buzz for a while. The next morning, people from the Qinglong Society arrived. A black Mercedes pulled up at the entrance of Yunding Villa, and 3 men stepped out. The leader was a middle-aged man dressed in traditional Chinese attire with early Earth stage cultivation, a notable figure within the Qinglong Society. Behind him followed 2 subordinates carrying gift boxes in their hands. The door was opened by Ye Xiaoyu. The middle-aged man eyed her up and down, his gaze carrying undisguised contempt. Are you Ye Qingyun's sister? Tell your brother that the Qinglong Society is here to pay a visit. Ye Xiaoyu said nothing, turned, and walked back inside. Ye Qingyun descended from the upstairs, a teacup in hand. He glanced toward the door, then walked over and sat on the sofa. The middle-aged man walked into the living room uninvited, his 2 subordinates following closely behind. Mr. Ye. The middle-aged man drew an invitation from his chest and extended it. President Chun of our society cordially invites you. In 3 days at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, we shall host a welcome banquet in your honor. The words were polite, but the tone carried an air of superiority. In Jiang City, being invited to a banquet by the Qinglong Society was an honor. Countless merchants lined up just for a chance to share a meal with Chen Tianxiong, yet never managed to secure an invitation. A newcomer like this boy receiving a personal invitation from President Chun was already giving him face. Ye Qingyun took the invitation, didn't even glance at it, and casually set it on the coffee table. The smile on the middle-aged man's face faded noticeably. Mr. Ye, our President Chun is giving you face. In Jiang City, no one dares to refuse the Qinglong Society. Ye Qingyun finally raised his eyes to look at the man. He said nothing, made no move. Yet a wave of oppressive pressure descended. In Ye Qingyun's own estimation, he had released only a trace of his aura, nothing close to a genuine attack. But to an Earth-stage martial artist, that faint aura felt like the weight of Mount Tai pressing down. The middle-aged man's face instantly drained of all color, and his legs began to tremble uncontrollably. He struggled desperately to stand firm, but his knees seemed pressed down by an invisible hand. Thud! He fell to his knees. The 2 subordinates behind him fared even worse, collapsing flat on the floor with their faces pressed against the ground, lacking even the strength to lift their heads. Ye Qingyun raised his teacup and took a slow sip. The living room fell into absolute silence, broken only by the middle-aged man's heavy, ragged breathing. After about a minute, Ye Qingyun set down his cup. The oppressive pressure eased somewhat, yet the middle-aged man remained kneeling on the ground, his traditional Chinese attire soaked through with cold sweat, looking as if he had been fished out of water. Ye Qingyun spoke. His voice was calm, each word clear and distinct. First, I don't seek trouble, but I don't fear it either. Second, from this day forward, Jiang City is under my command. Third, tell your president that if he wishes to see me, he must come in person. The oppressive pressure vanished entirely. The middle-aged man, as if freed from invisible bonds, collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air. Several seconds passed before he managed to stagger to his feet. Scrambling and crawling, he rushed toward the door. The two subordinates supported each other as they followed behind, too terrified to even glance back at the fallen gift boxes. Outside the villa, the middle-aged man braced himself against the car door, standing there for a long while. His hand still trembled. He had never in his life felt such a presence. It was neither the internal energy of a martial artist nor the imposing aura of a grandmaster. It was a form of pressure utterly beyond comprehension, like an ant facing the entire sky. Once he had composed himself, he pulled open the car door. Returned to headquarters. At the Qinglong Society headquarters, Chun Tianxiong sat in the main seat, the tea before him already cold. The middle-aged man knelt on the floor and recounted everything that had happened in full detail. When he reached the part about himself falling to his knees, his voice still quivered. Chun Tianxiong listened in profound silence. His face was ashen, but beneath that lay a deeper sense of lingering fear. He considered himself fortunate that he had only sent an invitation rather than dispatching assassins like Jiang Xiaolin had. Just a trace of his aura, and an earth-stage martial artist was forced to kneel. Chun Tianxiong murmured to himself, repeating the words. What kind of realm is this? He rose to his feet. Prepare the car. I will visit Mr. Yi in person. Meanwhile, at the rival organization, the Tianxia League, Jiang Xiaolin sat in his office, twirling a dagger between his fingers. The surveillance team had just sent word Chun Tianxiong's envoy had crawled out of the villa, so terrified, he nearly wet himself. Jiang Xiaolin scoffed dismissively. Chun Tianxiong's men are just useless trash. They can't even handle a greenhorn kid with a few Earth stage fighters. He drove the dagger into the desk. Send Lao Lu with a few men. Don't hold back. Let's see exactly how capable he is. If he dies, I'll take full responsibility. 2 a.m. Cloud Summit Villa. Two black-clad figures vaulted over the courtyard wall, landing soundlessly. With cultivation at the peak of the yellow stage, they were considered elite operatives in Jiangxing's underworld. The Tianxia Alliance paid handsomely to maintain them, dedicated to handling matters too inconvenient to resolve in daylight. The two pressed against the wall's base, creeping toward the villa. Just as they rounded the flower bed, a small white fox crouched before them, head tilted, amber eyes gleaming faintly in the darkness, blocking their path directly. Where did this fox come from? One of them scoffed, reaching out to shoo it away. Xiao Zhou's tail flicked gently. An invisible force swept across, and both men's bodies froze simultaneously. Starting from their feet, inch by inch upward, flesh, bone, skin, all dissolved into a fine mist of blood, dispersing silently. No screams, no struggle, not even a single drop of blood stained the ground. A few seconds later, the two men had vanished entirely, leaving only two sets of empty black night clothing crumpled on the grass. Xiao Zhou licked her paw, turned, and trotted back toward the villa. Yi Xiaoyu's door stood slightly ajar. Xiao Zhou slipped inside, hopped onto the bed, curled into a ball, her tail resting on Yi Xiaoyu's hand. The girl shifted in her sleep, instinctively stroking her fur. Xiao Zhou yawned and closed her eyes. In the master bedroom, Ye Qingyun opened his eyes. He had awakened the moment the assassins scaled the wall. Xiao Zhou had handled things so cleanly that he wouldn't have needed to rise at all. Yet from the assassin's lingering aura, he detected a trace of spiritual sense imprint. The Tianxia Alliance's unique tracking technique. Used against anyone else, it might have been discreet, but before Ye Qingyun, it was no different than holding a torch in darkness. He rose, took a single step, and vanished from the bedroom. Tianxia Alliance headquarters, a derelict factory with a logistics company sign out front, its interior converted into a hidden stronghold. Jiang Xiaolin sat in his office, turning over the dagger that never left his side, awaiting word. The clock on the wall pointed to 2:40 a.m. By his calculations, Lao Lu should have results by now. He picked up his phone, no missed calls. He set it down again. An inexplicable restlessness gnawed at him, as if something heavy pressed against his chest. The next instant, the air before him warped. A figure materialized from nothing, clothed in black, dark-haired, shoulders bare. Jiang Xiaolin lurched to his feet, his dagger nearly slipping from his grasp. How did you get in? Ye Qingyun offered no answer, only asking, those two assassins, were they yours? A muscle twitched in Jiang Xiaolin's face. He knew concealment was futile, that begging would avail him nothing. He decided to bare his teeth. So what if they were mine? Don't think you've accomplished something by taking down the Zhao family, Yi. The Zhao family were just wealthy mortals. Behind our Tianxia Alliance stands The words died unfinished. Ye Qingyun raised a single finger. Zhang Xiaolan's body detonated. Not a collapse, an explosion from within a mist of blood that left no trace of human form. His dagger clattered to the floor with a clear, sharp sound. Ye Qingyun's spiritual sense surged forth like a tide washing over the entire factory. Among the Tiansha Alliance's 100-odd members who had blood on their hands, and who merely ran errands on the periphery, beneath his divine sense everything lay bare. All core members, those reeking of blood, dissolved into crimson mist in perfect unison. The peripheral operatives hadn't even grasped what transpired. They merely watched as their superiors vanished into thin air garments piled where bodies had been. In a single night, the Tiansha Alliance's upper echelons were annihilated. By the following day, the news had spread throughout Jiangxing's underworld. Chen Tianxiong was sipping his tea when his subordinate burst in with the report. The teacup slipped from his grasp, shattering on the floor. Shards scattered across his trouser legs. He stared downward for several seconds before it fully registered. Yesterday, when the messenger he'd sent with the invitation knelt before him, describing that overwhelming pressure, a flicker of doubt had lingered in his heart, wondering if the account had been embellished. Now the Tiansha Alliance was gone. Zhang Xiaolan was gone. Overnight, everything had vanished. Prepare the car. He rose, his voice somewhat hoarse. We're going to Cloud Summit Villa immediately. I'll pay Ye Master a personal visit. Bloodblade Sect. Zhao Wuji stood at the window listening as his trusted aide finished recounting the Tiansha Alliance's destruction. Silence stretched between them for a long while. He certainly possesses formidable strength. His voice dropped low. That fool Zhang Xiaolan had to thrust himself to the forefront. Deserved what he got. But he also understood the Qinglong Society had already submitted. The Tiansha Alliance was no more, and soon it would be his turn. Zhao Wuji turned, a sharp gleam flickering in his gaze. Cannot confront him head on. Must find another approach. Go inventory those items in the warehouse. I'm making a personal visit. Cloud Summit Villa. Ye Qingyun sat upon the stone bench in the courtyard, teaching Ye Xiaoyu the art of breath cultivation. She sat cross-legged, eyes closed, breathing in the rhythm he dictated. At first she couldn't grasp it. Halfway through each breath, she'd lose the pattern, restarting countless times before finally catching on. Ye Qingyun showed no impatience, correcting her rhythm over and over again. Xiao Jiu sprawled on the lawn beside them, basking in the sunlight. Her tail swayed leisurely from side to side, the very tip still carrying an extremely faint trace of blood. A gentle breeze swept past, and it dispersed entirely. Bloodblade Sect, Zhao Wuji's private study. Zhao Wuji sat alone in the armchair, eyes closed. News of the Tiansha Alliance's destruction had already spread throughout Jiang City's underground world. Zhang Xiaolan had not even been left a whole corpse. Chen Tianxiong of the Qinglong Society personally called on Ye Qingyun, his posture exceedingly humble. With 2 of the 3 major forces eliminated, if Bloodblade Sect failed to respond, they would be the next to fall. But Zhao Wuji was no Zhang Xiaolan. He would not be fool enough to send assassins after someone who had annihilated the Tiansha Alliance in a single night. He opened his eyes and summoned his trusted confidant. Prepare generous gifts. Bring that 300-year-old ginseng and the pair of jade lions. I shall personally pay a visit to Mr. Yi. That very afternoon, Zhao Wuji arrived at Cloudtop Villa with several disciples. He cradled the gift box in both hands himself, while his disciples followed behind, carrying the remaining presents. In stark contrast to the Qinglong Society messenger's arrogance, Zhao Wuji's posture was exceedingly humbled to the dust. The door opened. Ye Qingyun sat on the living room sofa. Zhao Wuji entered and bowed deeply, his waist bent extremely low. Mr. Yi Zhao has long admired your reputation. Today I have come especially to pay my respects. Ye Qingyun merely nodded. Zhao Wuji was not the least bit offended. He personally set the gift box on the table and opened the lid, revealing within a wild mountain ginseng of exceptional quality. A small token of my esteem, nothing worthy of your acceptance. The Bloodblade Sect is willing to serve Mr. Yi as Lord of Jiang City, following your every command. His tone was sincere, his expression genuine. Even Ye Xiaoyu felt this man was quite decent, going so far as to pour Zhao Wuji a cup of tea. Ye Qingyun gazed at Zhao Wuji, saying nothing. His divine sense could clearly perceive the hostility seething in the man's heart, burning like coals buried beneath ash, invisible on the surface, but searing underneath. But Zhao Wuji concealed it masterfully, so well that not a single fluctuation in his breathing rhythm betrayed him. Ye Qingyun did not expose him. He wished to see what this fox intended to do. Master Zhao is most thoughtful. He spoke casually. Since you are willing to submit, then perform your duties well. Zhao Wuji repeatedly assented, bowed deeply once more, and departed with his disciples in tow. Once past the villa gates, the smile on his face remained unchanged, the curve of his lips still that familiar curve. But a swift, icy glint flickered through his eyes, the blade turning in the sunlight. Back at Bloodblade Sect, Zhao Wuji finally shed his smile. He summoned his confidant and closed the door. Go to the provincial capital. Find the Wu family. The Wu family, a prominent clan of the provincial capital with assets in the billions, their enterprises spanning real estate, energy, and finance. But none of that was most important. What mattered most was that the Wu family harbored true martial arts masters. It was said they had a Xian realm peak martial artist in their service, and rumors spoke of an even more powerful existence who never acted lightly. Zhao Wuji's calculations were meticulous. Use the Wu family's blade to kill Ye Qingyun. If successful, Zhao Wuji would be the guiding hand, and Bloodblade sect would not only survive, but would seize the territories of both the Qinglong Society and the Tiansha Alliance. If he failed, he lost nothing. From beginning to end, he had appeared obedient, sent gifts, declared his loyalty. Ye Qingyun would have no reason to move against him. The confidant departed on his errand, leaving that very night. At Cloudtop Villa, Ye Xiaoyu stored the wild ginseng Zhao Wuji had gifted. Brother, that Master Zhao is quite a decent person. Much more polite than those who came before. Ye Qingyun smiled faintly. Those who bring gifts do not necessarily harbor good intentions. Xiaoyu, remember, the hardest thing to guard against in this world is the smiling tiger. The more sincerely he smiles, the more you must look into his eyes. Ye Xiaoyu considered this. Did you look into his eyes, eh? I did. What did you see? A blade. Ye Xiaoyu was stunned. Ye Qingyun did not elaborate further. He had not stopped Zhao Wuji because there was no need to. No matter who Zhao Wuji brought back, masters from the provincial capital or forces even more powerful, the result would be the same. He even hoped Zhao Wuji would bring more people. Whether experts from the capital or stronger factions, better to resolve everything in one go and spare future trouble. Xiao Jiu crouched on the windowsill, gazing toward the direction of Zhao Wuji's departure. Its tail flicked gently, amber eyes reflecting the setting sun sinking slowly below the horizon. Late at night, the Wu family estate in the provincial capital. The Bloodblade sect's confidant stood in the study, reporting everything that had transpired in Jiang City over these past days. The Zhao family destroyed the Tiansha Alliance, destroyed the Qinglong Society, humbled. A man named Ye Qingyun had risen like a meteor, and now the entire underground world of Jiang City bore his name. Wu Jiangwo listened, leaning back in his chair, his fingers tapping slowly against the armrest. Destroyed the Zhao family, destroyed the Tiansha Alliance. What formidable prowess! His eyes narrowed. Return and tell Zhao Wuji in 3 days I shall personally go to Jiang City to meet this Mr. Ye. The confidant was overjoyed and hastened back to Jiang City that very night to deliver the message. What he did not know was that from the moment he departed Bloodblade sect, every step he took and every word he spoke had been within the monitoring range of Ye Qingyun's divine sense. In the courtyard of Cloudtop Villa, Ye Qingyun withdrew his divine sense. Xiao Jiu raised its head and glanced at him. Ye Qingyun did not speak, merely continuing to guide Ye Xiaoyu through the next breathing rhythm. Ye Xiaoyu could now circulate a complete small heavenly cycle on her own, spiritual energy flowing slowly through her meridians, like a newborn beast learning to walk, stumbling, but never straying from the correct direction. In 3 days the people from the provincial capital would arrive. How many would come, who they would be? He already knew all of it. He waited. 3 days later at the Bloodblade sect's main hall, Zhao Wuji had made quite a spectacle of things. The entire hall was decorated with lanterns and colored silk red ribbons stretching from the entrance all the way to the main hall. All the disciples had changed into new robes and stood in formation on either side. The occasion was ostensibly to celebrate Mr. Ye becoming Lord of Jiangxing, but Ye Qingyun needed only one glance to know this banquet was far from simple. Ye Xiaoyu had stayed home protected by formations. Ye Qingyun brought Xiao Jiu to the banquet. Zhao Wuji personally greeted him at the entrance, bowing even lower than before. Mr. Ye's presence honors the humble Bloodblade sect. Ye Qingyun glanced at him without a word and strode into the main hall. Xiao Jiu perched on his shoulder, her tail lazily draped over his neck, amber eyes sweeping across the hall's decorations. The banquet began. Zhao Wuji toasted repeatedly, his words filled with nothing but flattery. Mr. Ye is young and accomplished. Mr. Ye's depth is unfathomable. Under Mr. Ye's leadership, Jiangxing is destined to flourish. Ye Qingyun accepted every toast, drinking cup after cup, his expression eternally nonchalant, betraying neither pleasure nor anger. After several rounds of wine, Zhao Wuji set down his cup. Mr. Ye, there is something Zhao wishes to understand. Ye Qingyun didn't lift his eyes. Speak. Mr. Ye's strength is extraordinary. Zhao truly admires this. Zhao Wuji's tone remained as deferential as before, but the cadence slowed. But I wonder what realm has Mr. Ye reached? Grandmaster. Innate. Or higher? As the words fell, 3 figures emerged from behind the screen. All 3 were Xian-tier martial artists. The leader was solidly built with thick knuckles, clearly a fist practitioner. The second had a sword at his waist, its sheath adorned with gems. The third was slender with long fingers, nails gleaming with an eerie blue light. The 3 released their aura simultaneously, and the hall's temperature plummeted by several degrees. The leader studied Ye Qingyun up and down and sneered. Sect Master Zhao, this is the so-called Mr. Ye you spoke of. Seems rather ordinary. Zhao Wuji stepped back several paces. The respectful smile vanished from his face, replaced by a cold smirk. He stopped beside the screen, as if afraid of getting splattered with blood. Mr. Ye, these three are masters dispatched by the Wu family of the provincial capital. The Wu family has stated that as long as you are willing to submit, all past grievances will be forgotten. Otherwise, he left the rest unsaid, the implication abundantly clear. Ye Qingyun set down his cup. He glanced at the three men before him. That's it. The faces of all three Xiantier martial artists shifted simultaneously. The fist practitioner struck first. He lunged forward, his right fist shrouded in gang energy, the very air compressing with a thunderous crack. The swordsman flanked from the side, blade light, like a white silk ribbon slicing, toward Ye Qingyun's throat. The hidden weapons master thrust both hands forward, a rain of poison needles sealing every escape route. A three-way assault. Their coordination was flawless, clearly not their first time killing together. Ye Qingyun remained seated, utterly motionless. Not even an eyelid lifted. All three attacks converged upon the space within 3 feet of him. A faint golden glow materialized, as delicate as an eggshell, yet as unyielding as celestial metal. The fist energy collided with it, and the fighter's right arm exploded inch by inch from the fist onward, bones shattering to fragments, flesh disintegrating into mist. The man was hurled backward, slamming into a pillar with devastating force. The blade energy rebounded, piercing through the swordsman's chest with his own attack, a fist-sized hole passing clean through from front to back. The poison needles reversed direction, turning the hidden weapons master into a pincushion of his own darts. The eerie blue toxin instantly spread across his entire body, his face turning from livid to deathly pallor within moments. All three corpses fell almost simultaneously. From strike to finish, barely a single breath. The hall fell into deathly silence. The Bloodblade sect disciples stood frozen, some with wine pots shattered on the ground, too terrified to even retrieve them. The cold smirk on Zhao Wuji's face froze in place. He had imagined Ye Qingyun was strong, had considered that perhaps 3 Xiantier masters working together might be necessary to subdue him, had even contemplated how to salvage the situation if they couldn't win. But never had he envisioned this. 3 Xiantier masters, individuals who could dominate the provincial capital, could not even breach Ye Qingyun's protective chi. The disparity was so vast that even straining one's neck revealed no ceiling. Thud. Zhao Wuji knelt. This time truly kneeling, his knees crashing onto the floor tiles, forehead striking the ground in submission. Mr. Ye, spare my life. I was coerced. It was the Wu family. The Wu family forced me to do this. Ye Qingyun finally met his gaze directly. I gave you a chance. Zhao Wuji shuddered violently, knocking his forehead even harder against the ground. I am willing to serve as your ox or horse. I am willing to be your slave. Please spare my life, Mr. Ye. Bloodstains already marked the floor tiles from his desperate prostrations. Ye Qingyun remained silent for several breaths. Ox or horse? Very well. He raised his hand, imprinting a restriction into Zhao Wuji's body. Zhao Wuji felt something pierce into his dantian like a red-hot iron wire, searing him until his entire body curled up in agony. This is the Solok seal. From this day forward, your life and death rest on a single thought of mine. Serve faithfully, and you may live. Entertain any treacherous notions, and you will suffer worse than death. Zhao Wuji felt as though granted divine mercy, prostrating himself completely on the ground in utter submission. Infinite thanks to my master for sparing my life. Infinite thanks to my master. Ye Qingyun rose to his feet. Xiaoju leaped from the chair back to his shoulder, her tail brushing the hair by his ear. Ye Qingyun walked toward the door, pausing briefly when passing the 3 corpses. Tell the Wu family they needn't wait for me. In a few days I'll go to the provincial capital and find them myself. Zhao Wuji knelt on the ground, forehead pressed against the cold floor tiles, not daring to lift his head for a long moment. Only his heavy breathing and the scent of blood lingered in the hall. The Bloodblade sect disciples knelt in rows upon the ground, none daring to move. From that moment, the Bloodblade sect truly submitted. Not mere surface deference, but the kind of surrender earned when one's very bones are crushed to powder and then reassembled through unimaginable suffering. The Heaven's Wrath Alliance has been annihilated, the Bloodblade sect has submitted, and among the 3 major powers of Jiangqing's underworld, only the Qinglong Society remained standing. Chun Tianxiong had planted informants within the Bloodblade sect's headquarters. When the news arrived that Zhao Wuji had knelt and pledged himself as a servant, Chen sat in his study in complete silence for a full quarter of an hour. He then rose, ordered a car prepared, took the Qinglong Society's registry and complete inventory of assets, and went to pay a personal visit. Ye Qingyun sat in the drawing room. Chun Tianxiong extended the registry and inventory with both hands, his waist bowed extremely low. Mr. Ye, the Qinglong Society wishes to pledge allegiance to you as the Lord of Jiangqing. All assets, personnel, and accounts are here for your inspection. Ye Qingyun did not take them. I have no interest in money. Chun Tianxiong's hands froze in midair. Through his long life, this was the first time he had heard anyone claim to have no interest in money. He stood there uncertain whether to withdraw his hands or continue holding them aloft. I have only one demand. Ye Qingyun fixed his gaze on him. Protect my sister well. If a single hair on her head is harmed, not a single soul in the Qinglong society will be spared. Chen Tianxiong's back was instantly soaked with cold sweat. He understood. This was not a threat but a statement of fact. A statement as matter of fact as saying, the sun rises in the east. Rest assured, Mr. Yi. From this day forward, Chen's life belongs to Miss Yi. The next day, Ye Qingyun summoned the leaders of the three major powers to Cloud Top Manor. Zhao Wuji knelt in the center of the drawing room, while Chen Tianxiong stood at the side. The few surviving minor chiefs of the Heaven's Wrath Alliance cowered in the corners, not daring to breathe audibly. From today, the three major powers merge into one. We shall be called the Qingyun Guard. Ye Qingyun cut straight to the point. Zhao Wuji serves as Commander, Chen Tianxiong as Deputy Commander. Your duties are only to protect the Yi family and maintain order in Jiangcity. He raised his hand and sent 3 streams of qi into the bodies of Zhao Wuji and Chen Tianxiong. Both men shuddered simultaneously, feeling something fundamentally different awakened within their dantian. This is a simplified cultivation method. Practice it, and the internal force within you will gradually transform into spiritual energy. Once the transformation is complete, your strength will at least triple. Zhao Wuji and Chen Tianxiong knelt simultaneously. We thank our Lord. We thank Mr. Yi. Ye Qingyun then laid down 3 rules. Do not oppress the common people. Do not engage in internal strife. Those who violate these shall be killed. Simple, direct, with no room for negotiation. Zhao Wuji and Chen Tianxiong responded in unison. Word of the Qingyun Guard's establishment spread throughout Jiangcity. Street thugs vanished overnight. Shops were no longer extorted for protection fees, and market vendors discovered that those who came to collect management fees had disappeared. The common people did not understand what had happened, only that Jiangcity seemed to have changed under a different sky. In tea houses, people whispered that the new Mr. Yi had destroyed the Zhao family, annihilated the Heaven's Wrath Alliance, and now both the Bloodblade sect and the Qinglong society answered to him. When Ye Xiaoyu went to school, she found that the girls who used to bully her now skirted far away at the sight of her. In the cafeteria, people in line ahead voluntarily made way for her. The seat she always occupied in the library was kept deliberately empty by others. Unaccustomed to this, she mentioned it to Ye Qingyun when she returned home. You'll get used to it. From now on, no one can bully you. Ye Xiaoyu considered this. Then can I bully others? Ye Qingyun glanced at her. Ye Xiaoyu stuck out her tongue. I'm just kidding. In the evening, Ye Qingyun summoned Zhao Wuji and Chen Tianxiong to his study. Jiangcity is too small. The two exchanged a glance, but dared not respond. Ye Qingyun gazed out the window toward the provincial capital. Its lights were far denser than Jiangcity's, casting a dim, hazy glow across the night sky. Once the Wu family is dealt with, the banners of the Qingyun Guard shall fly across all of southern Jiang province. Zhao Wuji and Chen Tianxiong raised their heads simultaneously. At last they understood. This man had never set his sights on Jiangcity from the beginning. He wanted the entire southern Jiang province. Fire ignited in both their eyes, the heat of ambition being sparked to life. Following this man, not even southern Jiang province would be beyond reach, nor would even greater realms. Late at night at Cloud Top Manor, Ye Xiaoyu sat cross-legged at the center of the gathering spirit array, now capable of smoothly circulating 3 complete major cycles. The speed of spiritual energy flowing through her meridians had increased compared to days prior, and her breathing rhythm had stabilized considerably. Xiao Jiu lay beside her, tail swaying gently, amber eyes half closed. Ye Qingyun stood alone on the balcony. The lights of Jiangcity below sparkled like scattered stars, now entirely different from his memories of 30,000 years ago when he first departed. He had ruled countless star domains in the cultivation world. A single planet was no more than a speck of dust in his eyes. But standing on this speck, now gazing at those countless lights below, something within him suddenly grew still. This is home. What he intended to protect was not merely his sister, but all those worthy of safeguarding on this land. In the night wind, an extremely faint aura was approaching from the direction of Jiangcity. Not a martial artist, not a demonic beast. Rather a fluctuation he knew intimately, yet had not sensed in a very long time. Ye Qingyun raised his eyes. Xiao Jiu's ears perked up as well. The storm is coming. Jiangcity University. As usual, Ye Xiaoyu walked into the classroom and placed her school bag on the window seat. She had been in excellent spirits these past few days. Her cultivation had progressed to the point where she could smoothly circulate her qi through a minor, heavenly cycle, and the sensation of spiritual energy flowing through her meridians was deeply pleasurable. However, one thing had been troubling her. That boy named Wu Ming. Wu Ming had transferred from the provincial capital this semester. His family was in real estate, and it was said that the Wu family owned half of the new districts in the provincial capital. Relying on his family's wealth, he ran wild throughout the school. He had set his sights on Ye Xiaoyu. After she rejected him 3 times, he only grew more aggressive, ambushing her after school every single day. That day after school, as Ye Xiaoyu stepped out of the teaching building, Wu Ming appeared with several lackeys blocking her path once again. Ye Xiaoyu, don't push your luck, Wu Ming said, hands stuffed in his pockets. Have a meal with me, and we'll call it even. Ye Xiaoyu regarded him coldly. Move. Wu Ming's expression darkened. He stepped forward, lowering his voice. Do you even know who my father is? The Wu family of the provincial capital. Here in a backwater like Jiangcity, one phone call from my father could make your entire family disappear. Upon hearing this, Ye Xiaoyu paused for a moment. Then she smiled. Disappear? Her brother had just made the entire Zhao family disappear. Not even bones or residue remained. Her laughter unsettled Wu Ming to his core. What are you laughing at? Ye Xiaoyu offered no answer. Thinking she was afraid, Wu Ming reached out to grab her arm. Ye Xiaoyu sidestepped with ease. Though her cultivation had not yet formally entered the qi refining stage, her body had been tempered by spiritual energy over this period. Her reaction speed and strength far exceeded ordinary people. Wu Ming's hand grasped at empty air, and his entire body lurched forward half a step. Then Ye Xiaoyu spun around and slapped him across the face. Smack! The crisp sound rang through the entire corridor. Wu Ming stood there in a daze, hand covering his reddened cheek, eyes wide with disbelief. Several lackeys charged forward, only to be dispatched by Ye Xiaoyu in just a few moves. One was kicked behind the knee and forced to kneel, another was driven into the wall by an elbow strike, and a third tripped over his own feet and crashed face first onto the ground. Every student nearby stood frozen in astonishment. Was this really the same Ye Xiaoyu, frail and timid, who had cowered silently when the Zhao family's men cornered her in that rented room? Ye Xiaoyu dusted off her hands and glanced at Wu Ming, whose hands still covered his swollen face. Next time it won't just be a slap. She turned and walked away. The students in the corridor parted instinctively to let her through. Wu Ming crouched on the ground, his face grotesquely swollen, the corner of his mouth split and bleeding. Never in his life had he been struck across the face, let alone by a woman. His few remaining lackeys picked themselves up off the ground, not daring to utter a single word. He fished out his phone and dialed his father's number. Dad, I've been beaten. It's a woman. On the other end of the line, Wu Jiangwo was pacing restlessly in his study. His mood had been terrible these past few days. The 3 Xinjiang martial artists he had sent to Jiangcheng had gone silent, and he couldn't reach Zhao Wuji either. The entire city of Jiangcheng seemed to have been swallowed by something. No news could get out. Upon hearing that his son had been beaten, rage blazed within him. Useless. Can't even handle a single woman. But after all, he was his own flesh and blood. Wu Jiangwo suppressed his fury. Who did it? What's her name? Surname, Ye Xiaoyu. Her brother is something like Ye Qingyun. Wu Ming clutched his swollen cheek. Dad, you've got to help me get revenge. Silence fell on the other end of the call. Wu Jiangwo's grip on the phone tightened. Ye Qingyun, the current master of Jiangqing, who had annihilated the Zhao family and the Tianxia League in a single night. Even the 3 Xinjiang martial artists he had dispatched had vanished without a trace. He had been fretting over how to find an excuse to personally investigate Jiangqing, and now his son's beating had handed him a perfect pretext. All right, I understand, Wu Jiangwo said in a low, dangerous voice. Don't you dare touch her yet. I'll send some people over, and I'll make a trip to Jiangqing myself. I want to see for myself just how formidable this Ye Qingyun really is. After hanging up, Wu Jiangwo summoned his steward. Prepare the car. Call old Zhou and his disciples. We're leaving for Jiangqing first thing tomorrow morning. Yending Villa. Ye Xiaoyu recounted the day's events, even demonstrating the motion of slapping Wu Ming across the face. Finishing her story, she felt somewhat embarrassed. Go, was I being too impulsive? After listening, Ye Qingyun did not get angry. Instead, he smiled. Well done. Ye Xiaoyu blinked in surprise. Really? If you can handle it yourself, then handle it yourself. Ye Qingyun said. If you can't, your brother is here. He paused. What's the surname of that person? Wu. He said his father is from the Wu family of the provincial capital. A cold glint flashed across Ye Qingyun's eyes. The Wu family. They had sent 3 Xinjiang experts to test him. Before he even had the chance to settle accounts with them, the Wu family's son had fallen right into his lap. Perfect. Saves me the trouble of going to find them. The next day, Wu Ming did not come to school. However, his remaining lackeys spread word everywhere that young Master Wu had called in reinforcements from the provincial capital, warning Ye Xiaoyu to wait. This time, they wouldn't just deal with her, but her brother too. Ye Xiaoyu paid it no mind, attending her classes as usual. The Qingyun guards had already deployed covertly around the school. Zhao Wuji personally took position, settling into a chair in the tea house across from the school gates. He sipped tea from dawn until dusk. Any suspicious figure entering the campus would not escape his watchful gaze. The soul-locking seal within him pulsed with faint heat, a reminder of the consequences should he fail. Meanwhile, Ye Qingyun sat at home waiting for the Wu family to arrive, waiting for them to bring every ounce of their provincial power to Jiangqing. There was no need for him to track them down one by one. The enemy was coming to him of their own accord. Xiao Jiu lay sprawled across his lap, her tail swaying gently, her amber eyes reflecting the sunlight streaming through the window. She seemed to be anticipating something. She enjoyed it when trouble came knocking, for then she could stretch her limbs and have some fun. 2 days later, Ye Xiaoyu had just finished school and stepped out of the gate when a group of people blocked her path. Wu Ming had brought 7 or 8 bodyguards, each broad-shouldered and powerfully built, completely blocking the school entrance. There was still a bandage on his own face, half of it swollen terribly. 2 men with distinctly different auras stood on either side of him, their gazes sinister, knuckles thick and prominent. These were martial artists. They were martial artists cultivated by the Wu family at the early Yellow Realm. That's her. Wu Ming pointed at Ye Xiaoyu. Grab her. The Qingyun guards stationed at the school gate were about to rush forward when a figure had already appeared in front of Ye Xiaoyu. No one saw how he arrived, as if he had simply materialized from thin air. Ye Qingyun. He glanced down at Ye Xiaoyu, confirming she was unharmed, then raised his eyes to scan the crowd before him. When his gaze swept across the 2 Yellow Realm martial artists, an inexplicable chill ran down their backs. Wu Ming took a step back under his stare, then remembered he had 7 or 8 bodyguards and 2 martial artists on his side, and regained his bravado. So you're this bitch's brother? Perfect timing. Let's deal with both of you. Ye Qingyun ignored him. He lowered his head and asked Ye Xiaoyu him. Ye Xiaoyu nodded. Ye Qingyun raised his eyes, his gaze falling on Wu Ming. Without any warning, he raised his hand. From several meters away, an invisible slap through the air. Slap. The sound wasn't loud like clapping hands. But Wu Ming's face instantly contorted. Not swollen and red, but his entire face was twisted for an instant by an invisible force. His lips flipped up, every single tooth in his mouth shattered into pieces. White fragments mixed with bloody foam spurted out from his mouth. His entire body flew sideways, crashing into the iron railing of the school gate, bouncing back and hitting the ground, rendering him unconscious instantly. The bodyguards froze for a second, then swarmed forward. Ye Qingyun didn't even move. His protective immortal energy burst outward. 7 or 8 bodyguards had barely rushed within 3 feet of him when they collided with an invisible wall, all sent flying backward. Some crashed into flower beds, some hit lampposts, some directly fell onto the curb. The 2 Yellow Realm martial artists met the same fate, not even touching the corner of Ye Qingyun's robe before being repelled into the distance, unable to stand when they landed. A deathly silence fell over the school gate. Parents collecting their children, students leaving school, the security guard at the entrance, all stood frozen in place. Ye Qingyun walked up to Wu Ming. Wu Ming had already painfully regained consciousness, his mouth filled with blood, not a single tooth remaining, his tongue cut in several places by the broken teeth. He couldn't even make a sound to cry. Ye Qingyun squatted down. I won't kill you. A glimmer of relief flickered in Wu Ming's eyes, which had swelled into narrow slits. Because you're still useful. Ye Qingyun stood up. Go back and tell your father. Within 3 days, Wu Jiangwo personally comes to Jiangxing to kneel and apologize. Otherwise, the Wu family will be destroyed. With that, he turned around, took Ye Xiaoyu's hand, and left. The students and parents around them automatically made way. Someone secretly held up their phone, recording the entire scene from beginning to end. That very night, the video spread through Jiangxing's local WeChat groups, then was shared to larger platforms. The headlines grew more and more outrageous. A mysterious man slaps 7 or 8 people flying at the school gate. Jiangxing's new overlord appears, Wu family's young master beaten to a pig's head. The hype kept escalating until even the provincial capital took notice. Back home, Ye Xiaoyu sat on the sofa, while Xiao Jiu hopped onto her lap, licking her hand. She stroked Xiao Jiu's fur, then looked up at Ye Qingyun. Brother, will the Wu family? Don't worry. Ye Qingyun cut her off. A small Wu family can't make any waves. Ye Xiaoyu remembered the flames at the Zhao family villa that night, and the 3 Xian realm martial artists' corpses in the Bloodblade sect's main hall. She relaxed. Ye Qingyun stood by the window, his divine sense already locked onto the direction of the provincial capital. The location of the Wu family villa, how many people were inside, the highest cultivation realm among them. Everything was crystal clear under his divine perception. 1 Xian realm peak, 3 Xian realm initial stage, over a dozen Yellow realm martial artists. Plus a few ordinary people, presumably the Wu family's core members. He was waiting for Wu Jiangwo to come kneel an apology, or waiting for the Wu family to launch a full-scale assault. Either would do. Xiao Jiu hopped off Ye Xiaoyu's lap, padding over to the window, then leaping onto the windowsill to lie down. Her amber eyes also gazed toward the provincial capital, her tail swaying gently. She was anticipating those foolish people to come quickly. She hadn't been able to stretch her limbs in several days. Provincial capital, Wu family villa. Wu Jiangwo stood by the hospital bed, gazing at his toothless son. Wu Ming's entire face was swollen like a risen steamed bun, his lips turned outward, revealing only a dark hollow in his mouth. Not a single tooth remained. The doctor had said he would have to survive on liquid food for the rest of his life. The butler stood nearby, reporting the investigation's findings in meticulous detail. Ye Qingyun. That was the Mr. Yi. who had recently risen to prominence in Jiangxing. The Zhao family had been annihilated by him, and so had the Tiansha alliance. The 3 Earth-level martial artists dispatched to Jiangxing had all lost contact, and Zhao Wuji of the Bloodblade sect had submitted in surrender. Wu Jiangwo drew a deep breath, his fingers cracking as they tightened. Some nobody who popped up from who knows where dares to demand I kneel and apologize. He turned to look at an elderly man beside him. Elder son, a patron of the Wu family, a peak mystic-level martial artist who had served the Wu household for 20 years without ever failing a single mission. Elder son, what is your assessment? Elder son stroked his beard, speaking with measured calm. A peak Earth-level martial artist is indeed considered a master in the provincial capital. But before true powerhouses, such status amounts to nothing. Master, rest assured, this old one shall personally make the journey. Wu Jiangwo did not send elder son alone. He spent a fortune to recruit 2 additional peak mystic-level martial artists. One surnamed Ma, the other surnamed Liu, both notorious and ruthless figures in the provincial capital's underground world. The combined strength of these 3 could challenge the heavenly level. Together with the Wu family's own guard detachment, dozens of men strong, Wu Jiangwo led the expedition personally. He intended to teach Ye Qingyun a lesson, that the provincial Wu family was in no way comparable to those provincial bumpkins from Jiangxing. By the time the convoy arrived at Yunding Villa, dusk had already fallen. Wu Jiangwo did not strike immediately. Instead, he sent a formal visiting card. The message was courteously worded. Having long admired Mr. Ye's reputation, he had come specially to pay respects, hoping to receive an audience. Yet the tone was supremely confident, signed simply as Wu Jiangwo of the Wu family provincial capital. Ye Qingyun glanced at the card, then tossed it carelessly onto the tea table. Send them in. Wu Jiangwo strode into the villa's main hall with the 3 mystic-level martial artists in tow. Ye Qingyun sat upon the sofa while little Ju lounged on the armrest, her tail draped lazily over the edge, her amber eyes sweeping across the visitors before closing once more. Wu Jiangwo studied Ye Qingyun with narrowed eyes. He was far too young enough that half of Wu Jiangwo's earlier caution melted away. How much prowess could someone so young possibly possess? Those earlier rumors were likely nothing but exaggerations. Mr. Yi, I have long admired your reputation. Wu Jiangwo clasped his hands in a formal bow. My foolish son acted rashly and offended your sister. I come to offer apologies on his behalf. Ye Qingyun said nothing, not even deigning to glance at him. Wu Jiangwo's expression stiffened for a moment, but he quickly suppressed his irritation. However, did Mr. Ye's hand perhaps strike a bit too hard? Every single one of my son's teeth has been shattered. The doctor says he will have to live on liquid food for the rest of his days. At last Ye Qingyun raised his eyes. Too hard. I think it was still too light. Wu Jiangwo's face darkened completely. Elder son stepped forward, releasing the aura of a peak mystic-level martial artist. The temperature in the parlor dropped several degrees. Young man, do not be so arrogant. The 3 of us are peak mystic level. You alone. He never finished the sentence. Ye Qingyun turned his gaze upon him. With merely a single glance, elder son was struck as if by a heavy blow, his entire body recoiling 3 steps before crashing into the wall behind him. Only then did he stop. A thin trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, dripping down his chin onto his collar. The other 2 mystic-level martial artists' expressions shifted dramatically. They released their auras, simultaneously flanking Wu Jiangwo protectively on left and right. Ye Qingyun rose to his feet. His movements were unhurried, as casual as someone merely stretching after a long sit on the sofa. Yet all 3 peak mystic-level martial artists retreated half a step in unison. Peak mystic level. Ye Qingyun gazed at them and smiled faintly. In my eyes, there is no difference between you and ants. Wu Jiangwo's complexion turned ashen. He finally grasped the terrible truth. He had likely provoked the wrong person. A man who could make a peak mystic-level martial artist unable to withstand even a single glance was absolutely not someone within his reach to offend. But the arrow had already left the bow. The 3 mystic-level martial artists he brought had already taken their stances, and the entire face of the Wu family was staked on this venture. Attack together. Elder son gritted his teeth, wiping the blood from his lips. All 3 struck simultaneously. Fists, palm strikes, and leg shadows converged from 3 directions, sealing off every possible escape route. The full power assault of 3 peak mystic-level martial artists compressed the air itself, producing explosive bursts of sound. Ye Qingyun did not move an inch. He did not even raise a hand. Little Jo opened her eyes. The 3 old men struck simultaneously. Fist, force, palm, wind, leg, shadow. From 3 directions, 3 killing moves, sealing off all escape routes. This was a coordinated attack they had perfected over years, one that had slain experts at the early heavenly realm. Ye Qingyun raised his hand. Not any particular technique, merely a casual palm strike. As the wind of his palms swept across, the 3 men's attacks dissolved simultaneously, like paper being torn apart. Immediately after, the 3 men's bodies were struck by an invisible sledgehammer, sent flying backward simultaneously. Old Sun crashed into the wall. The martial artist with the surname Ma shattered the tea table, and the martial artist with the surname Lu was launched through the living room, falling in the courtyard. By the time they hit the ground, all three had lost their life breath. Their chests bore a palm-shaped indentation, with all internal organs completely shattered. One palm strike, three peak Dark Realm experts completely annihilated. Wu Jiangwo's legs buckled, and he dropped directly to his knees. He finally realized what kind of person he had offended. This was no ordinary martial artist. A martial artist could not annihilate three peak Dark Realm experts with a single palm strike. This was an immortal, a cultivator from legend. After living for over 50 years, he had discovered for the first time that cultivators, existing only in folklore, were truly real. And Mr. Yi, spare my life. Wu Jiangwo's voice trembled as his knees struck the floor tiles. I was blind. I was wrong. I was completely wrong. Ye Qingyun walked to his side, gazing down with contempt. Wu Jiangwo's head slammed repeatedly against the floor tiles, his forehead split open, blood staining the smooth stone surface. I told you to come kneel and apologize within 3 days. Wu Jiangwo knocked his head even more forcefully. I apologize. I apologize. Please spare my life. All of the Wu family's assets are yours. Any amount of money. When your son laid hands on my sister, why didn't you stop him? Wu Jiangwo's body froze, his forehead pressed against the cold floor tiles, unable to utter a single word. Rather than acting personally, Ye Qingyun retrieved his phone and dialed Zhao Wuji's number. The Wu family, hand it over to you to manage. You know what must be done. On the other end of the line, Zhao Wuji's voice brimmed with reverence, as if receiving an imperial decree. Rest assured, master, this servant shall execute it flawlessly. That very evening, Zhao Wuji led his forces into the provincial capital. The elite of the Qingyun Guard mobilized entirely, with disciples from the Bloodblade sect leading the advance. The Wu family's assets underwent a complete takeover. Real estate developments, shopping centers, office buildings, all shifted ownership overnight. Core members were ferreted out one by one for reckoning. Those who had participated in the Wu family's shadowy dealings, those whose hands were stained with blood, none escaped. Wu Jiangwo and his son were crippled, their limbs shattered and abandoned at the entrance of the province's most bustling pedestrian street. Both lay paralyzed on the ground, their limbs as limp as marionettes with severed strings. Unable to move, unable to crawl, capable only of craning their necks to await charity. A cardboard sign stood beside them, its surface marked with bold strokes from a marker. Those who harm the Yi family shall meet this fate. Passers-by gathered in a circle, some snapping photographs, others murmuring amongst themselves. No one dared approach to help, nor did anyone risk removing the sign. The news of the Wu family's downfall spread with wings, circulating throughout the entire provincial capital by morning. Various factions scrambled to uncover Ye Qingyun's true identity. Some claimed he was a disciple from a reclusive sect, others suggested he was a wandering heir of an ancient martial family, while a few insisted he was no martial artist at all, but a true cultivator. The rumors grew increasingly outlandish, yet consensus emerged on one point. From this day forward, the power dynamics of southern Jiang province would fundamentally shift. Yet Ye Qingyun remained utterly indifferent to such speculation. He was seated in the family courtyard, instructing Ye Xiaoyu in a new technique. The circulation of spiritual energy through her meridians had doubled in speed compared to just days prior. Ye Qingyun guided her to gather spiritual energy at her fingertips and release it outward. After several attempts, a thin stream of vital energy shot from Ye Xiaoyu's fingertips, striking the osmanthus tree in the courtyard and scattering a few leaves. She spun toward Ye Qingyun with excitement. Brother, I did it. Ye Qingyun gave a small nod. Keep practicing. When you can pierce through a leaf, then we'll move to the next technique. Ye Xiaoyu turned back to the osmanthus tree, launching strike after strike. Leaves carpeted the ground. By evening, after her practice concluded, she settled onto a stone bench in the courtyard, working her fingers. Her fingertips had reddened from the afternoon's exertion. Ye Qingyun handed her a cup of warm water. Brother, will we always stay in Jiangxing? No, Ye Qingyun replied. Jiangxing is too small, and even the provincial capital is too small. Then where will we go? Ye Qingyun gazed out the window. In the night, distant lights glimmered like scattered stars, and beyond them stretched an endless chain of mountains. We will go wherever we need to. But before that, you must grow stronger. Ye Xiaoyu nodded resolutely. Clutching her warm cup, she too gazed toward the window. Xiaojiu leapt onto the windowsill and settled down, amber eyes reflecting the starlit sky as her tail swayed gently. She too was anticipating the next chapter of their journey. After the Wu family's matters were completely settled, Ye Xiaoyu sought out Ye Qingyun on her own initiative. Brother, teach me cultivation. Real cultivation. She stood before Ye Qingyun, her two hands clutching the hem of her clothes, but her gaze did not waver. She had replayed countless times in her mind the scene of her brother standing before her, slapping away every last one of them, when Wu Ming brought people to corner her. She no longer wanted to be the one under protection. Ye Qingyun gazed into her earnest eyes and nodded. All right, He had Ye Xiaoyu sit cross-legged in the center of the spirit-gathering formation while he seated himself across from her. The meaning of cultivation is not to oppress others. It is to protect yourself, to protect those you cherish. It is not about achieving immortality, but about living more steadfastly within the finite span of life. Ye Xiaoyu listened intently, committing every word to heart. The path of cultivation once embarked upon admits no retreat. Ye Qingyun looked at her. Are you certain? I'm certain. Ye Qingyun retrieved items from his storage ring. A 1,000-year-old Lingji mushroom, entirely crimson red with a layer of pale golden dew condensed on its cap. The bone-cleansing flower, its petals semi-transparent, the veins within pulsing gently like blood vessels. The spirit-gathering fruit the size of a fist, its skin naturally inscribed with dense spiritual patterns. Xiao Jiu crouched to one side, her eyes following Ye Qingyun's every movement. Each time he withdrew something, her ears would twitch. She had encountered these spiritual medicines in the cultivation world and knew each one was invaluable. The master had emptied his entire reserves for his sister. Ye Qingyun prepared the medicine himself, slicing the lingji, extracting petals from the bone-cleansing flower, juicing the spirit-gathering fruit, mixing them in precise proportions. He conjured a wisp of true fire at his fingertip, gently roasting the medicinal liquid beneath. The temperature of the true fire was controlled with extraordinary precision. Any higher, and the medicinal properties would burn away; any lower, and the essence would not dissolve. Xiao Jiu leaned in as well, emitting a wisp of demon power from her mouth that merged into the medicinal liquid. The demon power acted like a gentle hand, smoothing out the overly aggressive components within the liquid one by one. 3 days and 3 nights. Ye Qingyun remained beside the alchemy furnace without leaving, while Xiao Jiu lay at his feet, channeling demon power into the liquid every few hours. On the 4th morning, the medicine was finally complete. The emerald green liquid rested in a jade bowl, its surface shimmering with a faint luminous glow like liquid jade. Ye Qingyun lifted the jade bowl and probed the medicinal properties with his divine sense, nodding in satisfaction. This is the innate foundation establishment liquid. Tomorrow morning, we begin foundation establishment properly. That night, Ye Xiaoyu lay in bed, unable to sleep. She stared at the ceiling, her thoughts consumed by tomorrow's foundation establishment. She didn't know what foundation establishment would feel like, didn't know if it would hurt, didn't know if she could endure it. The door was pushed open a crack. A small white figure slipped inside, leaping onto the bed and burrowing under the covers. Xiao Jiu nuzzled Ye Xiaoyu's chin with her fluffy head. Sister, don't be afraid. Xiao Jiu will protect you. Her voice was soft and childish, yet utterly sincere. Ye Xiaoyu embraced her tightly, pressing her face into the soft fur, feeling the knot of anxiety slowly unwind. Outside the window, Ye Qingyun sat alone on the balcony. Tomorrow his sister would officially step onto the path of cultivation, and he wondered where this road would ultimately lead her. An immortal emperor, an immortal sovereign, or perhaps even higher, to realms he had never reached, or further still beyond what his eyes could see. But no matter how far she traveled, he would always stand behind her, watching over her until the day she no longer needed his protection. Stars twinkled one by one in the night sky. Xiao Jiu curled up in Ye Xiaoyu's arms, her tail gently brushing across her hand. Ye Xiaoyu had already fallen asleep, her breathing steady and even. Ye Qingyun withdrew his gaze and leaned back against the chair, closing his eyes. Tomorrow there was still much to be done. The next morning, the underground cultivation chamber of Cloud Summit Manor. Ye Qingyun had arranged the spirit-gathering array in advance. Spirit stones were embedded at the array's key points, and spiritual energy gathered from all directions, forming a thin mist within the sealed chamber. With each breath, her lungs were filled with coolness. Ye Xiaoyu sat cross-legged at the array's center, before her a jade bowl containing emerald green foundation establishment liquid. A layer of pale golden light floated upon the liquid's surface like liquid jade, Xiao Jiu's demonic power still circulating gently within. Ye Qingyun lifted the jade bowl and handed it to her. The process will be agonizingly painful, but you must remain conscious. Once you lose awareness, the medicine cannot be guided. At best, all your efforts will be wasted. At worst, your meridians will be damaged. Ye Xiaoyu accepted the jade bowl. She took a deep breath, tilted her head back, and drank the foundation establishment liquid in one gulp. I'm ready. The moment the medicine entered her throat, Ye Xiaoyu's body tensed violently. At first there was warmth, like drinking a bowl of ginger soup, the comfort spreading from her stomach to her limbs. Then the temperature began to climb. Warmth became scalding, scalding became searing, like a fire serpent boring into her meridians, slithering along blood vessels and channels throughout her entire body. The medicine seeped through her pores, permeated her meridians, squeezed through every gap it could find, tearing open the meridians that had been blocked for 20 years, inch by agonizing inch. When the first wave of excruciating agony struck, Ye Xiaoyu clenched her teeth tight. The veins on her forehead bulged, and the sweat that had just emerged was instantly vaporized into white mist by her body temperature. Her fingernails dug deep into her palms. Her entire body ached like a fully drawn bow ready to snap at any moment. Yet she made not a single sound. Ye Qingyun sat cross-legged across from her, his divine sense enveloping Ye Xiaoyu's entire body, monitoring the medicine's progression speed through every meridian. If it moved too quickly, he would push the medicine's power back. If too slowly, he would give it a gentle nudge from behind. Xiao Jiu lay at the pool's edge, amber eyes fixed intently on Ye Xiaoyu's face, her tail sweeping lightly across the back of Ye Xiaoyu's hand. Every so often she would expel a wisp of demonic power from her mouth into Ye Xiaoyu's body, protecting her heart meridian so the medicine wouldn't rage too fiercely. The most difficult hurdle was approaching. When the medicine reached the confluence of the Ren and Du meridians, it struck like a flood against a dam. Ye Xiaoyu's body began to tremble violently, a strand of blood seeping from the corner of her mouth, dripping down her chin onto her collar. Ye Qingyun's voice rang in her consciousness. Xiaoyu, hold on. You are stronger than this pain. Ye Xiaoyu's awareness had already grown somewhat hazy. The agony crashed over her, wave after wave, battering her reason until it swayed precariously. She gripped that slender thread with all her might, refusing to let herself sink. She thought of these 3 years. Speaking to photographs of her parents in that rented room with no one to answer. Standing for over 10 hours at the convenience store, her legs heavy as if filled with lead. The Zhao family's people blocking the door, smashing things. She curled in the corner, hands covering her ears. When her uncle's family took that 200,000, her aunt said, "Have you no shame?" Scene after scene carved through her mind like knives. Then she remembered the day her brother returned. The door opened, and he stood outside, his white robes stained completely with blood, cradling a little white fox in his arms. He said, "Xiaoyu, it's me." She bit through her tongue. The taste of iron spread through her mouth, and the pain was like a needle stabbing into her fading consciousness, jolting her back to wakefulness. "I cannot fall." A soft sound echoed within her body. Boom! The Ren and Du meridians opened. The medicine surged forth like a dam, bursting, rushing joyfully through her unblocked meridians toward every corner of her body. Her 4 limbs and 100 bones, 5 zong organs, and 6 fu organs. Every tiny meridian channel was filled with the medicine's power. Ye Xiaoyu's body began to expel impurities, the worldly turbidity accumulated over 20 years, transforming into dark, gray, viscous liquids seeping from her pores. The foundation establishment liquid's color shifted from emerald green to turbid, from turbid to deep gray, finally turning completely black. A smile spread across Ye Qingyun's face. Success. Ye Xiaoyu rose from the pool. She glanced down at her hands, then lifted her gaze to survey her surroundings. The entire world had transformed. There were scents in the air she could never have detected before. The sweetness of osmanthus, the earthy musk of soil, the aroma of rice porridge drifting from the distant kitchen. 2 sparrows on the window ledge were bickering, each chirp distinct and clear, as if happening right beside her ear. Sunlight streamed through the window, falling upon the back of her hand. She could sense the most delicate thread of warmth within those rays. Most importantly, a warm current of energy was flowing gently within her body. It departed from her dantian, traveled a full circle along her meridians, then returned to the dantian once more. Like a young beast just learning to walk, stumbling and faltering, but the direction was correct. That was spiritual power. Ye Qingyun handed her a set of clean clothes. Congratulations. You have officially stepped into the qi refining stage. Ye Xiaoyu accepted the garments. She lowered her head, pressing her face into the clothes. Her shoulders began to tremble. Then suddenly she threw herself into Ye Qingyun's embrace, tears streaming down her cheeks. Not because of the pain, because she had succeeded. "Brother, I did it." Ye Qingyun gently patted her back. "Yes, you did." The day after her marrow cleansing succeeded, Ye Xiaoyu formally stepped into the qi refining stage. Ye Qingyun taught her inner vision. She closed her eyes and, following his instructions, sank her consciousness into her dantian. At first she could see nothing but a chaotic darkness. She patiently probed deeper, inch by inch. Then she saw it. A faint glow, like a firefly trapped in a glass bottle, drifting slowly within her dantian. The wisp of light traveled upward along a slender meridian, passing through her chest, her shoulders, flowing down her arm to her fingertips, before slowly receding. "Brother, I see the light. There's really light." She opened her eyes, her voice pitched half an octave higher with excitement. Ye Qingyun nodded with a gentle smile. Ye Qingyun channeled the first layer of the Qingyun art directly into her sea of consciousness through his divine sense. Ye Xiaoyu suddenly felt a large passage of text and images appear in her mind, crystal clear, as if carved directly into her consciousness. The cultivation pathway, breathing rhythm, every aperture of spiritual energy circulation, it was all there. She closed her eyes and began guiding her spiritual energy according to the technique. The first attempt was still clumsy, and her spiritual energy got stuck at her chest. She retreated and started over. The second attempt was smoother, only dispersing at her shoulders. The third attempt completed the entire minor heavenly circuit in one go. The spiritual energy departed from the dantian, ascended along the conception vessel, passed through the 12 spinal stations, then returned to the dantian via the governing vessel. A complete cycle. Ye Qingyun nodded secretly in approval. The innate spiritual physique was indeed extraordinary. Ordinary people would get stuck dozens of times on their first minor circuit, yet she completed it in just 3 attempts. Xiaojiu also came over. Sister, let Xiaojiu teach you a few little demon clan techniques. She taught Ye Xiaoyu how to coat her spiritual energy on the skin's surface. It wasn't for attacking, but for perception. After Ye Xiaoyu tried it, she could sense the delicate currents in the air. The breeze seeping through window cracks, the warmth radiating from a teacup on the table, even the faint air currents stirred by Xiaojiu's wagging tail. All became unmistakably clear. Let me teach sister how to conceal her presence. Xiaojiu demonstrated again, and Ye Xiaoyu followed suit, pulling her externally dispersing spiritual energy back piece by piece and compressing it into her dantian. Xiaojiu circled around her and sniffed. Emma much fainter than before. Practice for a few more days, and even foundation establishment cultivators won't be able to detect you. The girl and the fox chattered away the entire afternoon, filling the cultivation room with their voices. Once practice concluded, Ye Qingyun personally headed to the kitchen. For 30,000 years he had long transcended the need for mortal sustenance, and could survive without eating a single bite of ordinary food. But cooking for his sister was an entirely different matter. Braised pork ribs, stir-fried seasonal vegetables, and a bowl of tomato egg soup. These were all dishes their mother used to make often. He recreated each one according to the flavors from his memory. Ye Xiaoyu savored every bite, her cheeks stuffed full. Xiaojiu lay sprawled across the table, clutching a spiritual fruit and gnawing away. Its juice dripped down its paws, leaving dark stains on the tablecloth. Brother, will you always stay with me from now on? Ye Qingyun's chopsticks froze. Yes. No matter what happens, brother won't leave you again. Ye Xiaoyu smiled. Her eyes were slightly red, but she smiled beautifully. She picked up the last piece of rib from her bowl and chewed it slowly for a long while. Night deepened. Ye Xiaoyu retired to rest, falling asleep the moment her head touched the pillow. Today was the most important day of her life, and also the most peaceful she had slept in 8 years. Ye Qingyun sat on the balcony with Xiaojiu sprawled across his lap. Owner sister's talent exceeds what I initially thought, Xiaojiu transmitted through divine sense. An innate spiritual physique, cultivating the Qingyun art. She'll definitely become formidable one day. Ye Qingyun nodded. Indeed. Perhaps one day she may venture even further. Further than owner. Ye Qingyun offered no response. He gazed at the night sky where the stars shone brightly one by one. For 30,000 years he had been chasing greater power. Immortal sovereign, immortal king, immortal emperor, step by step ascending to the apex of the cultivation world. But now he only wished to guard this small home. To ensure his sister could cultivate peacefully, to guard that Xiaojiu had spiritual fruits to nibble on each day, to guard the osmanthus tree in the courtyard, so it would bloom every year. Xiaojiu did not ask further, curling up and resting its chin on his knee. Its tail swayed, gently brushing across the back of his hand. The camera pulls back from Jiangcity, pushing continuously northwest until it reaches an ancient forest deep in the mountains where human footsteps rarely tread. This is a region even the forest rangers seldom enter. Trees grow wild and rampant, vines covering the ground so thickly that not a patch of soil is visible. The sky hangs heavy and overcast, dark clouds pressing down, so low they seem ready to fall. But between the clouds and the treetops, a crack invisible to the naked eye slowly begins to widen. The space along the crack's edge twists and warps like crumpled plastic film, distorting and deforming. Occasional arcs of purple-black lightning flash within, crackling and snapping the surrounding air. This is the scar left behind when Ye Qingyun tore through the dimensional barrier upon his return. He used the blood of the immortal emperor to forcefully blast through the barrier between two worlds. He crossed over, but the rift remained. From the depths of the crack, a creature struggles to squeeze its way out. Its shape resembles a wolf, but its body is larger than any wolf on Earth, with shoulder blades jutting up prominently and limbs as thick as tree stumps. Its fur is dark red like congealed blood clots, now covered with dust carried from the chaos of dimensional rifts. Its eyes gleam with ferocious light, mouth slightly open, revealing rows of uneven, jagged teeth, with fragments of some unknown animal's flesh caught between them. A shadow wolf, the lowest tier demon beast of the cultivation world, its spiritual intelligence not even fully developed. In the cultivation realm, it occupies only the very bottom of the food chain. Any cultivator who has achieved foundation establishment could slay it with a single sword strike. But this is Earth. It completely squeezes out from the crack, its forepaws landing on the rocky ground, steadying itself. Then it raises its head, nostrils flaring, scenting the air of this unfamiliar world. No scent of spiritual energy, no trace of natural predators, no cultivators who casually ride swords through the skies. A low guttural whine rolls from its throat, the excitement of a hunter discovering new hunting grounds. The shadow wolf prowls a circle near the crack, memorizing every scent in the surrounding area within its brain. Then it kicks off with its hind legs, transforming into a shadowy figure silently darting deep into the forest. It has no idea what place this is, but instinct tells it there are no natural predators here, and prey is everywhere. Several days later, in the county town closest to that deep mountain region, a piece of news begins spreading within a limited circle. A group of hikers went trekking into the mountains together, originally scheduled to return 3 days later. But on the 4th day, then the 5th, there was still no word. Family members reported them missing. The rescue team entered the mountains and searched for 2 days, finding only some blood-stained clothing and tent fragments. The torn openings on the clothing were not caused by branches. They were ripped clean off, the edges scorched by something bearing a charred black color. A massive claw mark runs through the tent, piercing the waterproof fabric and the support poles inside. The cuts are clean and precise, as if made by a blade. Someone took photos. After the photos were uploaded online, the comments section exploded. This must be a bear claw, right? But the spacing is way too wide. What bear has claws that spread this far? Not a bear. Bear claws aren't this deep. Look at the cuts. Both bark and cambium were slashed through. A bear can't do this. Could it be a tiger? Tiger claw marks are much closer together than this, and tigers wouldn't tear a tent apart like this. One comment was buried deep below with only a handful of likes. The spacing, depth, and scorched edges of these claw marks don't resemble any creature from Earth. The authorities quickly gave their verdict: a wild beast attack, the specific species still being confirmed. The rescue team withdrew. The local area issued a notice warning tourists not to enter undeveloped areas on their own. And just like that, the matter was buried. Yending Villa. Ye Xiaoyu sits cross-legged at the center of the spiritual gathering array, eyes closed, in the middle of the third major, heavenly cycle of circulation. The speed at which spiritual energy flows through her meridians has increased considerably compared to previous days. She can now steadily complete the entire circulation cycle without the energy dispersing midway. Ye Qingyun sits on the sofa scrolling through his phone. When he comes across that news article, his fingers pause. He taps to open it, enlarging the image. The spacing of the claw marks is at least as wide as an adult's open palm. The depth pierced directly through several layers of tent fabric. The fibers at the edges weren't torn apart. They were corroded by something, the broken ends slightly curled and blackened. He enlarges the image further, examining the residual traces at the bottom of the claw marks. A thin layer of faint dark red powder clings to the fibers. Its color resembles congealed blood, but it is not blood. His pupils contract slightly. Shadow Wolf. Shadow wolves' claws secrete a corrosive demonic fluid that helps them tear open their prey's skin and flesh. That demonic fluid leaves behind dark red crystalline powder once dried, identical to what's in the photo. Ye Qingyun sets down his phone. The crack he left when he tore through the dimensional barrier upon his return did not close completely. Something has come through from that side. Today it's one shadow wolf, tomorrow it could be a whole pack. The day after, it might be something he would need to seriously deal with. Ye Xiaoyu senses the change in his aura and opens her eyes. Brother, what's wrong? Something to take care of? Ye Qingyun stands up. Stay home and cultivate properly. Xiao Jiu will stay to protect you. Xiao Jiu leaps down from the sofa, arm padding over to Ye Qingyun's feet, then climbs up along his pant leg and crouches neatly on his shoulder. Ye Qingyun looks down at her. Xiao Jiu shakes her head, ears flattening into an airplane wing shape, claws digging into the fabric of his shoulder, clearly refusing to let go. Ye Qingyun considers this. The shadow wolf's scent is too faint. Scanning hundreds of square kilometers of mountainous terrain with his divine sense would be inefficient. Xiao Jiu's nose is more sensitive than his. All right, then, your nose is sharper than my divine sense. He instructs Ye Xiaoyu not to go outside, to keep the spiritual gathering array running, and not to disrupt the rhythm of spiritual energy circulation. Ye Xiaoyu nods. Ye Qingyun takes Xiao Jiu with him, takes one step, and his figure vanishes from the living room. Ye Qingyun brought Xiao Jiu and descended upon the mountain area where the incident occurred. Police had already set up a cordon, yellow tape, fluttering noisily in the wind. Several officers guarded the entrance, smoking and chatting about what kind of animal could have done this. Ye Qingyun walked past them, yet none detected his presence. He followed the faint trace of demon qi lingering in the air into the depths of the forest. Xiao Jiu leaped from his shoulder, stepping on dried leaves ahead, her nose close to the ground, lifting her head to sniff the air every few steps. The shadow wolf scent was like a faint broken thread scattered by the mountain breeze, but Xiao Jiu's nose would never lose the trail. The man and fox moved swiftly through the woods. Traces multiplied along the way. A pine tree as thick as a bowl had been snapped in half, its jagged stump stained with dark dried blood. Deep paw prints marked the ground larger than an adult's palm, with claw tips sinking 2 finger lengths deep. Blackened blood spatters dotted the stones splashed there by the struggling prey. Ye Qingyun stopped before an old locust tree. A massive claw mark scarred its trunk, slanting from 1 meter above ground down to the roots, the bark torn away to reveal the pale wood beneath. The wood fibers at the claw mark's edge weren't cut. They were corroded, the broken ends slightly curled and blackened. Identical to the marks on the tent in the photograph. The shadow wolf seemed to have no fixed lair. It kept moving, darting from one mountain peak to the next valley, hunting wherever it went. Ye Qingyun frowned. Shadow wolves are pack demons in the cultivation world, usually traveling in groups of 3 to 5. This one being alone meant something might have gone wrong on the other side of the rift. Either it was an exiled lone wolf, or spatial turbulence from the rift had swept its companions elsewhere. Xiaojiu suddenly stopped. Her ears shot upright, the fur on her neck bristling, a low whimper rumbling in her throat. She had found it. Ahead lay a slope of loose stones, and at its base a cave half hidden by shrubs. Bones lay scattered at the cave entrance, wild boars, deers, and a few unidentifiable ones. The tooth marks on the bones were fresh, no more than 3 days old. A strong stench of rot wafted from within the cave. The shadow wolf lay inside, gnawing on a wild boar's hind leg. Its muzzle buried in the boar's abdominal cavity, it tore away long strips of flesh and swallowed them headfirst. The cave reeked of blood and its own demon qi. Sensing someone approach, it jerked its head up. Dark red fur bristled on end, a chunk of flesh still clenched in its jaws, yellow eyes fixed intently on the cave entrance. Then it saw Ye Qingyun and the small white fox at his feet. The shadow wolf's body went rigid. Not from seeing Ye Qingyun, from seeing Xiaojiu. It was a fear inscribed deepest in the bloodline of all low-ranked demons in the cultivation world, the nine-tailed celestial fox. Even though Xiaojiu's cultivation had fallen far below that of a demon sovereign, her aura had not changed. That demon emperor pressure, crushing everything from the very root of the soul, pressed down on the shadow wolf's spine like a mountain. The flesh in its mouth fell away, its limbs went soft, and it collapsed to the ground, a pitiful whine escaping its throat. It tried to turn and flee. Xiaojiu appeared before it in an instant. Not by running, by manifesting directly as if by teleportation. She raised one front paw and casually swatted the shadow wolf's head. The entire beast flipped onto its back like a fly struck by a fly swatter. It lay on the ground, not daring to move, all four legs tucked in, tail pressed beneath its belly, yellow eyes filled with terror. Constant whimpers of submission spilled from its throat, as if begging for mercy. Ye Qingyun stepped forward and crouched down, pressing his hand atop the shadow wolf's head. His divine sense probed inward, rifling through its memories. The shadow wolf's memories were chaotic like ground-up pulp. The spatial turbulence that dragged it from the cultivation world had also scrambled its consciousness. Ye Qingyun caught a few fragmented images from the chaos. Beyond the rift lay a realm of complete chaos. No direction, no up or down, only endless currents and occasional flickers of temporal fragments. It had been swept into that maelstrom, clawed its way out through 9 deaths and 1 life. Before being pulled in, it had seen. There was more than just itself. Other demons had been dragged into the rift too. Some larger than it, some faster, some it wouldn't dare go near. Ye Qingyun withdrew his hand, his expression grave. More than one. He raised his palm and shattered the shadow wolf's skull with a single blow. The corpse crumpled to the ground. He flicked a wisp of true fire onto it. The flames silently consumed the shadow wolf's body, and within moments even the ashes were gone. Only a human-shaped scorch mark remained on the ground. Ye Qingyun stood in the valley, closing his eyes as his divine sense expanded to its maximum range. Like an invisible net spreading from the valley's center in all directions, sweeping over every grove, every stream, every crevice. Within this mountain region, he sensed at least 3 distinct otherworldly auras. One in the eastern river valley, one near the southern cliffs, and one hidden deep within a cave in the mountain's interior. The different auras meant different species. At least 3 more demons had escaped through. Xiaojiu rubbed her head against his leg, then looked up, amber eyes carrying a silent question. As if asking, what now? Hunt them one by one, or go back first? Ye Qingyun bent down, scooped her up, and set her on his shoulder. Let's go back first. This is more serious than I imagined. He needed more information. How had the shadow wolf passed through the spatial turbulence? What was the situation on the other side of the rift? How many more demons had already crossed over or were in the process of doing so? And none of this information could be uncovered by chasing demons through the mountains alone. On Earth, someone might know. Over the next several days, Ye Qingyun led Xiaojiu through this mountainous region again and again, combing every corner. Hidden in the eastern river valley was a young crimson flame tiger, not yet fully grown, but already larger than any tiger on Earth. When Ye Qingyun found it, the creature was gnawing on a goat, crunching through fur and bone alike. Xiaojiu swatted its skull to fragments, and the corpse was incinerated on the spot. On the southern cliff lived an iron-feathered eagle, its wings spanning over 3 meters. When building its nest, it had clawed half the cliff face into collapse. As the eagle dove toward Xiaojiu, Ye Qingyun sent forth a blade of sword qi that split it clean in 2. The body plummeted into the valley below. He flicked a wisp of true fire after it. Not even ash floated up. 2 done. But the third creature's presence flickered in and out like a loach slipping through his fingers. Every time Xiaojiu caught its scent and gave chase, the trail vanished. The creature seemed to be deliberately evading pursuit, its path erratic, threading through the most treacherous terrain. Ye Qingyun frowned. The first two had been low-tier demon beasts operating on pure instinct, wandering aimlessly. But this one was different. It was hiding. That suggested far greater intelligence than the others, possibly a mid-tier or even higher existence. On the third day, Ye Qingyun discovered a temporary nest behind a waterfall. The waterfall's curtain concealed the cave's entrance perfectly. Had Xiaojie not detected a trace of demonic energy seeping through the mist, they would never have found it. Ye Qingyun parted the water curtain and stepped inside. The cave was damp water droplets coating every rock surface. Several shed scales lay scattered on the ground. Fusiform in shape, their edges razor-sharp, dark gray in color with a faint iridescent sheen. Ye Qingyun picked up a scale and turned it between his fingers. A shallow ridge ran along the back with delicate pores lining both sides, organs for sensing air vibrations. He recognized this creature. The Shadow Serpent, a mid-tier demon beast of the cultivation world, master of concealment and ambush, capable of hiding in shadows beyond even the reach of divine sense. Its intelligence bordered on human. It knew when to hide, when to flee. No wonder the pursuit had been so inconsistent. It wasn't wandering aimlessly by instinct, but deliberately and systematically evading them. Ye Qingyun tucked the scale away, about to order Xiaojie to continue the hunt, when his footsteps suddenly halted. Someone stood outside the waterfall. Not an ordinary person, a cultivator. Their energy was well concealed, but it couldn't fool his divine sense. Xiaojie had sensed it too. Ears pricked, tail pressed flat against the body. Ye Qingyun parted the water curtain and stepped out. 5 or 6 people stood outside, dressed in identical dark robes with cloud patterns embroidered on the sleeves. The leader was an elderly man with a white beard, thin and gaunt, his cultivation around the golden core stage. The disciples behind him were all at Foundation establishment. They had spotted Ye Qingyun as well. Both parties froze simultaneously. The old man studied Ye Qingyun. His gaze swept from the young man's face to the creature on his shoulder, then back again, eyes filled with scrutiny. He could not fathom this young man's cultivation level. Either he was immortal or his power far exceeded his own. Silence stretched for several breaths. Does the honored guest also seek this demon beast? The old man spoke first. Ye Qingyun nodded. This old man is Murong Bo from the Murong clan of the Southern Vein. May I ask where the honored guest received your teachings? None. I belong to no sect or clan. Murong Bo clearly didn't believe him. A solitary cultivator with no sect or clan, able to track the Shadow Serpent to its lair alone. But he didn't press further. Meeting by chance, asking too much, only invited trouble. He proposed they join forces to hunt the Shadow Serpent. Its concealment was masterful. Alone it would be nearly impossible to pin down. More people meant better odds. Ye Qingyun agreed. Not because he needed the help, but because he needed to learn about Earth's cultivation world from these people. He had been gone for 8 years, spending 30,000 years in the cultivation world. He knew nothing of Earth's current state. Who the hidden families were, what the highest cultivation level reached. He needed to know all of it. The two parties formed a temporary alliance and continued tracking the Shadow Serpent's residual aura deeper into the mountains. Along the way, Murong Bo let slip various pieces of information. They were hidden cultivation families, guardians of their territories for generations, never meddling in mortal affairs. This demon beast incident had alarmed the Murong clan, prompting them to send the elder with disciples to investigate. Similar incidents had occurred throughout history, once every few centuries, but the scale was always small. At most 1 or 2 low-tier beasts would appear, and after handling them, things returned to normal. This time was different. The numbers were notably higher, and the variety far more diverse. Ye Qingyun listened without expression, asking nothing, offering no opinions. But in his mind, he had formed a preliminary picture of Earth's cultivation world. Hidden families, territorial guardians, ancestral lineages. Murong Bo, a golden core cultivator, was likely a core figure within his clan. 8 years ago, when Ye Qingyun had left Earth, he was still an ordinary person with no access to this world. Now he saw that while Earth's cultivation had declined, the lineages persisted, though cultivation levels remained generally low. Xiaojie crouched on his shoulder, eyes half closed, as it studied Murong Bo and his disciples. Its tail swayed gently, ears occasionally twitching, listening perhaps, or perhaps not. Ye Qingyun and Murong Bo's group continued to track the hidden snake's lingering aura deeper into the mountains. The several disciples Murong Bo had brought were all at the Foundation establishment stage, young in age, with a distinctive pride in their eyes typical of reclusive family descendants. Their gazes at Ye Qingyun carried a hint of scrutiny. Without a sect or faction, what real ability could a wandering cultivator possibly possess? They figured he had simply stumbled upon the hidden snake's lair by pure luck. Ye Qingyun paid no attention to any of this. His focus rested entirely on the hidden snake, his divine sense spreading outward to capture the faint, elusive, demonic aura in the air. Xiaojie perched on his shoulder, her amber eyes sweeping across those Murong disciples, her ears pressed slightly backward. She deliberately released a wisp of her aura, faint yet heavy enough to burden Foundation establishment cultivators. The disciples simultaneously struggled to breathe, as if a stone pressed against their chests, their faces turning ashen. The one leading nearly lost his footing, steadying himself only by gripping a tree trunk. Morongbo sharply turned his head, shouting a halt. The disciples bowed their heads, not daring to speak. Morongbo glanced at the white fox dozing on Ye Qingyun's shoulder, and his assessment of Ye Qingyun rose considerably. Someone capable of raising such a spiritual beast could never be an ordinary wandering cultivator. During a rest stop, Morongbo proactively sat beside Ye Qingyun and offered him a water skin. Ye Qingyun took a sip, remaining silent. Morongbo began probing, asking about his master, his origins, and where he cultivated. Ye Qingyun's response was flawless, claiming only to be a wandering cultivator who had accidentally stumbled onto the path of cultivation without sect or family. Morongbo remained unconvinced. Could a wandering cultivator truly have reached a level beyond his perception? Could a spiritual beast's mere aura so completely overwhelm his disciples? Yet he dared not pursue the matter further. The seemingly harmless white fox lay on a nearby blue stone, tail gently swaying, amber eyes half closed, as if sunbathing, yet watching him intently. That faint lingering aura alone made his heart race despite being a golden core cultivator. Wisely he ceased probing Ye Qingyun's origins and instead began explaining the structure of the reclusive families. The Morong family of the southern lineage, the Dongfang family of the east, the Shimin family of the west, and the Xianyuan family of the north. These four lineages together preserved the Taoist heritage of Earth. The Morong family ranked among the weakest of the southern lineage, with their most powerful elder merely at the early nascent soul stage. Among the four lineages, the Xianyuan family of the northern lineage held the greatest strength, reportedly guarded by an elder of the transmutation god stage. Ye Qingyun listened intently. This was crucial information he would need after being away for 8 years. Earth's cultivation heritage persisted, yet had decayed beyond recognition. At dusk, Xiaojio suddenly perked up her ears. Her amber eyes fixed intently on an ancient tree's crown in the distance, a low growl rumbling in her throat. Ye Qingyun vanished instantly. The next moment, he already stood atop that ancient tree's crown 100 meters away. The hidden snake coiled upon a thick branch. Its scales perfectly matched the bark's hue, its body flattened like a natural tree burl. Yet its vertical pupils reflected Ye Qingyun's form. The moment it realized it had been discovered, it immediately launched itself, transforming into a dark shadow darting into the forest's depths. Ye Qingyun struck with his palm. His palm force sliced through layers of leaves and branches, striking the hidden snake's mid-torso precisely, sending it hurtling from the air to crash heavily onto the rocky ground at Morongbo's feet. The hidden snake convulsed, scales scattered in a large patch, revealing the dark crimson flesh beneath, but it was not yet dead. Morongbo and his disciples finally arrived. They gazed down at the critically injured snake on the ground, inhaling sharply. The hidden snake, a mid-tier demon beast, possessed strength comparable to late Foundation establishment cultivators, excelling in concealment and ambush tactics. Those of similar rank would almost certainly suffer significant losses when encountering it. This young man had rendered it half dead with a single palm strike. The hidden snake, still struggling to flee, had arched its body and launched only half a meter before a white paw pressed down on its head, driving its entire skull into the broken stones. Xiaojio's paw pad was soft, yet the hidden snake's head remained completely immobilized, its tail futilely thrashing against the ground. Ye Qingyun stepped forward, crouched down, and pressed his hand onto the snake's crown. His divine sense probed inward, rifling through its memories. The hidden snake's recollections proved far more lucid than the shadow wolf's had been. It had slipped through the rift deliberately and with purpose. Beyond that rift, more demon beasts had gathered: shadow wolves, flame tigers, iron-feathered eagles, and even higher-tier beings it dared not approach. They were waiting for the rift to stabilize and cease its random tearing apart of everything that entered, then they would surge through together. It simply could not wait any longer and crawled through ahead of time. Ye Qingyun withdrew his hand, his expression grave. He crushed the hidden snake's skull with one palm strike. Morongbo asked, "What did you see?" Ye Qingyun did not conceal anything. "There are more on the other side of the rift." This was merely the vanguard. Morongbo's face changed dramatically. A single hidden snake had consumed their pursuit for days. If there were more and even higher-tier demon beasts than the hidden snake were gathering beyond the rift, it would be a disaster. He fell silent for a moment, then raised his head and formally clasped his hands toward Ye Qingyun. "Sir, I earnestly implore you to accompany me to the Morong family residence. This matter is most grave and requires consultation with the elders of our clan to discuss countermeasures." Ye Qingyun considered it and agreed. He needed to learn more. The Morong family, with 1,000 years of heritage, should have records concerning the spatial rift. He also needed to harness the strength of Earth's cultivation realm to face the impending crisis. But he knew in his heart that only he himself could truly resolve the problem. Earth's cultivation civilization's decline had become an established fact. Golden core and nascent soul cultivators could be called patriarchs, while transmutation god was merely legend. and the demon beasts gathering beyond the rift might even force him to take serious precautions. The Murong clan's residence lay hidden deep within the mountains. Following Murong Bo through an invisible barrier, Ye Qingyun watched as the scenery before him transformed abruptly. Where ordinary mountain slopes had once appeared a path paved with blue stones now emerged flanked by ancient trees towering toward the heavens. The spiritual energy here was several times richer than in the outside world. At the end of the mountain path stretched a complex of buildings constructed along the mountainside with upturned eaves and glazed tiles against white walls. The scale was modest, yet the layout possessed a rigorous precision. Concealed by formations, ordinary people would never detect it even if they stood right before it. As Murong Bo led the way, he provided introductions. The Murong clan had been passed down for over 1,000 years with approximately 100 disciples in the family, most at the foundation establishment and golden core stages. The one with the highest cultivation was the ancestor currently in seclusion at the early nascent soul stage. Ye Qingyun displayed no emotional response. Early nascent soul. In the cultivation world, one could not even qualify as an outer sect elder. But this was Earth, where spiritual energy was so meager that the transformation god stage had become merely legend. For the Murong clan to have sustained their lineage on this land for 1,000 years was already no small feat. Murong Bo led Ye Qingyun to the reception hall and had him seated serving spirit tea. Fellow Taoist Ye, this old man observes that your cultivation is extraordinary. I wonder how much you understand about the current landscape of the cultivation world. Ye Qingyun lifted his teacup. Not much. I would be delighted to hear the details. Murong Bo stroked his beard and began from the beginning. Earth's cultivation world was divided into 4 branches, east, west, south, and north, with hidden family clans passing down their heritage through generations having no contact with the mortal world. The southern branch contained the Murong Gongsuan and Yuchi families among others, with the Murong clan being merely among the weaker ones. The eastern branch was led by the Dongfang family, while the western branch's Shimin family possessed the most complete Sword Dao inheritance. Among the 4 branches, the most powerful was the northern branch's Xian Yuan family, rumored to have an ancestor at the transformation god stage. Additionally, there were some independent cultivators outside the 4 branches, mostly secluding themselves in famous mountains and great rivers to cultivate alone. Earth's spiritual energy was growing increasingly scarce, cultivation resources more and more depleted, and the quantity and quality of cultivators were continuing to decline. For nearly 1,000 years now, no one had been able to break through to the transformation god stage. Each family's inheritance was also constantly being lost, with many techniques remaining only as fragments. Ye Qingyun set down his teacup. When he left Earth 8 years ago, he had been an ordinary person, completely unable to access this level of existence. Now, hearing Murong Bo's explanation, he had formed a clear judgment about the current state of Earth's cultivation world. Its inheritance remained, but it had declined beyond recognition. Murong Bo convened several elders of the clan to discuss the demon beast situation with Ye Qingyun in the council hall. Ye Qingyun did not conceal anything, revealing all the information he had gleaned from the Shadow Snake's memories. More demon beasts were gathering on the other side of the rift: shadow wolves, red flame tigers, iron feather eagles, and even higher-ranked existences that the Shadow Snake had not dared approach. They were waiting for the rift to stabilize, then would surge through together. The faces of several elders changed simultaneously. A white-haired elder said solemnly, "If a large number of demon beasts truly pour through with our Murong clan's strength, even self-preservation would be difficult." Another elder proposed they should immediately notify the other 3 branches, gathering the strength of the entire cultivation world to respond together. Someone else offered a different opinion. Why were the demon beasts gathering precisely at this time? Why did the rift appear at precisely this location? Could there be some force manipulating things from behind the scenes? Ye Qingyun listened quietly, offering no opinions. Once the discussion had wound down, he finally spoke. "I can set up a seal near the rift to temporarily prevent the demon beasts from pouring through." Silence fell over the council hall for a moment. The several elders turned to look at him simultaneously, their eyes filled with shock. Sealing a spatial rift? What level of cultivation would that require? A golden core cultivator could not do it. Even nascent soul stage was insufficient. Not even transformation god stage could necessarily accomplish it. Ye Qingyun did not explain his own cultivation. He only said, "But the seal is not a permanent solution. The real solution is to close the rift from the other side." This meant someone would need to pass through the rift to that place where numerous demon beasts were gathering and spatial turbulence was still churning, to seal the rift at its source. A long silence settled over the council hall. Crossing the rift meant 9 deaths and 1 hope. When the meeting ended, no resolution had been reached. As Ye Qingyun walked out of the council hall, Murong Bo chased after him from behind. He pulled Ye Qingyun to a secluded corner and bowed deeply. "Can you truly seal the rift?" Ye Qingyun nodded. "Then I trouble you, sir." Murong Bo's waist bent very low. "The Murong clan owes you an enormous debt of gratitude." Ye Qingyun neither refused nor took the opportunity to demand any conditions. He did not do these things for the debt of gratitude. His parents were buried beneath this land, his sister grew up on this land, and he himself was born here. When he left 8 years ago, he had been unable to protect anything. Now he had returned. This was his homeland. When Ye Qingyun returned to Cloud Top Villa, Ye Xiaoyu was sitting cross-legged within the spirit-gathering array, cycling her cultivation technique. He stood at the doorway without speaking, scanning her meridians with his divine sense. The flow of spiritual energy had quickened considerably compared to the past few days. It departed from the Dantian, ascended along the Ren meridian, passed through the 12 revolving chambers, then returned via the Du meridian. A complete circuit executed with steady precision, not a trace of dispersion along the way. The mass of qi in her dantian had also grown substantially more solid over the past few days, its color shifting from pale white to milky white. She had firmly established herself at the 3rd level of qi refining. The cultivation speed of a congenital spiritual body was indeed astonishing. An ordinary person would require at least half a year to progress from initiation to the 3rd level of qi refining. Ye Xiaoyu sensed his presence and opened her eyes. "Brother, you're back." She hopped out of the spirit-gathering array, not even pausing to put on her shoes, as she rushed over. Ye Qingyun gave a slight nod. "Remarkable progress." Ye Xiaoyu looked up at him, her eyes bright and sparkling. Ye Qingyun settled onto the sofa and briefly recounted his experiences over the past few days. The Shadow Wolf incident, the pursuit of the hidden serpent, the encounter with Murong Bo's group, and the fact that even more demonic beasts were gathering near the rift. Ye Xiaoyu listened spellbound, her eyes widening to saucers when he reached the part about the hidden serpent. That snake can truly become invisible. Even divine sense struggles to detect it. It's not invisibility, it's camouflage. Its scales can change color to match the environment, and with qi-suppressed cultivators of the same realm genuinely find it difficult to perceive with their spiritual sense. Then how did Xiaozhou manage to find it? Xiaozhou was sprawled across the sofa armrest. Upon hearing her name mentioned, she perked up her ears, her tail swishing proudly a couple of times. She's a 9-tailed celestial fox, the progenitor of all demonic beasts. Ye Xiaoyu reached out to stroke Xiaozhou's head. Xiaozhou narrowed her eyes contentedly, her chin resting on her front paws, looking utterly blissful. Ye Xiaoyu withdrew her hand and turned to look at Ye Qingyun. "Brother, next time you go deal with demonic beasts, can you take me along?" Ye Qingyun frowned. "It's far too dangerous." "I'll be careful." Ye Xiaoyu gazed at him, her expression serious. Not the sort of pleading a child makes when wanting sweets, but the resolute look of someone who had thought things through before speaking. "Besides, I can't hide behind you forever. You taught me cultivation so I could have the ability to protect myself, right? If I never take action, I'll never know how well I've actually trained. What's the point of training if I never use it?" Ye Qingyun studied his sister. Her expression mirrored the one she'd worn during the bone-washing ceremony. That same look when she'd gritted her teeth and endured in silence. He nodded. "Very well. But you must obey my commands. Absolutely no independent action. When I tell you to retreat, you retreat. When I tell you to hide, you hide. No showing off." Ye Xiaoyu threw her arms around him in a tight embrace. "Thank you, brother." Several days later, Murong Bo came calling again. He had discovered new traces of demonic beasts in the nearby mountains, slightly lower in rank than the hidden serpent. A litter of newly hatched red flame tiger cubs accompanied by the mother tiger with her 3 offspring. The cubs had not yet been weaned, yet the mother's ferocity surpassed even that of a fully grown male tiger. She had already killed several mountain villagers who had ventured into the forest to gather herbs. The Murong family had dispatched several disciples, but the mother tiger's combat strength was equivalent to late Foundation establishment. The several early Foundation establishment disciples were unable to subdue her and required an expert to oversee the operation. Ye Qingyun agreed, mentioning in passing that he wished to bring his sister along. Murong Bo glanced at Ye Xiaoyu. Not even at Foundation establishment yet, just a young cultivator at the qi refining stage. What use could she possibly be? However, he refrained from making any objections and simply nodded in consent. He was curious to see what was so special about this sister of Ye Qingyun's, whom he held in such high regard. For someone to warrant being personally taken along for field training couldn't possibly be just some burden requiring protection. Before departure, Ye Qingyun retrieved several items from his storage ring and arranged them in a line on the coffee table. A protective spirit garment woven from ice silkworm silk from the cultivation world. Lightweight and soft, one could barely feel its presence when worn. He had inscribed 3 defensive array patterns onto the garment capable of withstanding a full-strength strike from a Foundation establishment cultivator. A defensive jade talisman, thumb-size, strung on a red cord. It contained a strand of his primordial essence. In a critical moment, shattering the talisman would instantly deploy a protective barrier impervious to any attack below the transformation god stage. And a spirit sword, slender blade, lightweight, with simple spirit-gathering patterns carved into the hilt. Grip it, and it would automatically absorb ambient spiritual energy onto the blade, perfect for a beginner. Ye Xiaoyu donned the protective garment beneath her outer coat, tucked the jade talisman around her neck into her collar, and gripped the spirit sword, swinging it twice. The blade sliced through the air with a soft hum. It fit her hand beautifully. Xiaojiu hopped down from the sofa and padded over to Ye Xiaoyu on delicate steps. She lowered her head and plucked a single strand of fur from the tip of her tail. The silver-white fox hair gleamed briefly in her paw's grasp, then automatically braided itself into a delicate bracelet wrapping around Ye Xiaoyu's wrist with an exquisite knot at the closure. Sister, this is my life-bound fox hair. Xiaojiu raised her head to look at her. In critical moments, it can save your life. Ye Xiaoyu crouched down and buried her face in Xiaojiu's soft fur. Xiaojiu's fur carried a faint milky scent, warm and comforting. Thank you, Xiaojiu. The next morning at dawn, the group set out. Ye Qingyun walked at the front, Xiaojiu perched on his shoulder. Ye Xiaoyu clutched her spirit sword and followed behind her brother, while Murong brought up the rear with several disciples. Their destination was the Red Flame Tiger's lair deep in the mountains. According to intelligence gathered by the Murong family's disciples, the mother tiger had hidden with her 3 cubs in a naturally formed cave, narrow at the entrance but spacious within, offering excellent defensive advantage. Ye Xiaoyu's palm grew slightly damp around her sword hilt. Not from fear, from exhilaration. Starting today, she was no longer the one standing behind her brother protected. The group ventured deep into the mountains, and Xiaojiu was the first to discover their quarry. She leaped from Ye Qingyun's shoulder, scampering forward over the loose stones, her ears pricked upright, a low growl rumbling in her throat. Ahead lay a jagged valley of scattered rocks, and at its base, half concealed by shrubbery, gaped a natural cavern. Bones gnawed clean and dried droppings littered the entrance, filling the air with a pungent, rank stench. Heavy breathing and the scratch of claws against stone echoed from within the depths. Murong lowered his voice. 3 shadow wolves, 1 alpha, 2 ordinary. I'll keep the alpha occupied. The disciples will handle the other 2. Fellow Taoist, you'll guard the rear. Ye Qingyun shook his head. Xiaoyu, you pick one. The hand gripping her sword tightened. Ye Xiaoyu gazed toward the cave entrance for several breaths, studying the 3 shadow wolves intently. The alpha was the largest, its shoulder blades jutting prominently upward, deep gray, fur bristling as it crouched at the entrance, scanning the outside world with wary vigilance. The other 2 were somewhat smaller, one pacing back and forth inside the cave, the other curled in a corner dozing. Ye Xiaoyu pointed to the wolf curled in the corner, the smallest of the 3 and seemingly the most docile. Ye Qingyun nodded. Good. Xiaojiu will take the other 2. The white fox's tail wagged excitedly twice, her amber eyes fixed intently on the cave entrance as her paws lightly scraped against the gravel below. Murong's disciples exchanged uncertain glances. Sending an untrained girl to face a monster alone, while this white fox would fight too. Their master wouldn't even lift a finger. What kind of battle strategy was this? The battle commenced. Xiaojiu burst forward first, her form blazing like a streak of white light as she vanished into the cave in an instant. The wolf dozing in the corner hadn't even registered her presence before she struck, one paw slamming into its skull and sending the entire creature flying into the rocky wall. The wolf that had been pacing opened its jaws to bite, but Xiaojiu's tail swept across its face, sending it spinning in place. Both shadow wolves lay pinned beneath her, struggling to rise only to be pressed down again, rising and falling repeatedly, much like a cat toying with 2 hapless mice. Ye Xiaoyu gripped her spiritual sword, drew a deep breath, and locked onto her chosen prey. The smallest shadow wolf had risen from the corner, glanced at Xiaojiu, and decisively chose to flee toward the cave entrance. It had barely cleared the entrance when a spiritual sword hacked downward. The wolf dodged by twisting sideways, then launched itself at Ye Xiaoyu with its haunches pushing off the ground. She slipped aside, thrusting her blade forward, but the sword tip merely grazed the wolf's fur, missing its mark. The wolf whirled and swiped with its claws. Ye Xiaoyu frantically blocked with her sword, sparks flying from the collision. She was hurled backwards several steps, her palms numb, crashing into a pine tree before finally steadying herself. Don't panic. Ye Qingyun's voice rang in her ear. Observe its movements, anticipate its attacks. Before a shadow wolf pounces, its right shoulder dips first. Watch for it. Ye Xiaoyu forced herself to calm down, her gaze fixed intently on the wolf's right shoulder. When the wolf lunged again and its right shoulder dipped, she sidestepped preemptively, and the wolf sailed past her harmlessly. She spun and slashed her blade, sinking 2 inches into the wolf's flank. Dark crimson blood seeped down the sword's edge. A hit. The wolf howled in pain, its attacks growing increasingly frantic. No more probing, no more circling. Every lunge aimed directly for her throat, claws and fangs alternating in savage succession, driving Ye Xiaoyu backward relentlessly. But she didn't panic again. The retreat was her own choice, leading the wolf toward a narrow crevice in the rocks, limiting its freedom of movement. Within the cramped stone gap, the wolf's pounces became cramped and ineffective. Each leap collided with the walls on either side, its rhythm growing increasingly chaotic. Ye Xiaoyu abandoned direct confrontation, circling and evading with her footwork. When the wolf lunged, she retreated. When it fell back, she pressed forward. Her sword carved wound after wound across its body. After the first strike to its flank, she added cuts to its left shoulder, right hind leg, and ribs. The wolf's movements growing sluggish, its breathing heavier with each passing moment. She seized the opening. After its missed pounce, the wolf's front paws skidded on the loose stones, its entire body lurching sideways, its throat completely exposed. Ye Xiaoyu grasped the sword with both hands and thrust with every ounce of her strength. The blade pierced through the shadow wolf's nape and emerged from the other side. The wolf convulsed a few times, its forelegs twitching spastically, then collapsed with a heavy thud. Ye Xiaoyu stood upright, sword in hand, gasping for breath. A split in her palm bled onto the sword's hilt, sticky and warm. Yet her eyes blazed with exhilaration as she gazed down at the shadow wolf she'd slain with her own hands, an irrepressible smile tugging at her lips. Xiao Jiao finished off the other two wolves, simultaneously bouncing back, with her tail held high. Ye Qingyun stepped forward to examine Ye Xiaoyu's condition. A gash split her palm, a bruise blossomed on her back from striking the tree. The rest were merely superficial scrapes. Nothing serious. A rare expression of approval graced his features. Well done. Ye Xiaoyu threw herself into his embrace, too overwhelmed to speak. Her spiritual sword remained clutched tightly in her hand, the wolf's blood still wet upon its blade. Murong Bo and his disciples watched in stunned silence. A girl who had only begun cultivating days ago at the Qi refining third stage had slain a shadow wolf entirely on her own. The combat prowess of a shadow wolf rivaled that of a late-stage Qi refining human cultivator. And throughout the entire battle, Ye Qingyun had offered only a single remark: observe its right shoulder, without so much as lifting a finger. What in the world was the origin of these two siblings? The battle concluded and several disciples of the Murong family began tidying the battlefield. The three shadow wolf corpses were dragged to an open clearing, their bodies opened and disemboweled as demon cores were extracted from near their hearts and placed into specially crafted jade boxes. The shadow wolf's claws, fangs, and fur, every usable material was sorted and collected with meticulous care. The Murong family's 1,000-year legacy had endowed them with a refined system for processing demon beast remains, their movements as practiced as those of master butchers. Murong Bo's attitude toward Ye Qingyun had become far more respectful than before. He had witnessed firsthand the rate of Ye Xiaoyu's growth. A young girl at the Qi refining third stage who had thrust her first sword strike into empty air, yet pierced the shadow wolf's throat with her final thrust, completing this transformation in mere moments less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. That innate talent for rapidly absorbing combat experience. He had lived for over 200 years, yet never encountered anything like it. He had also witnessed the terrifying power of that white fox. The two shadow wolves were like two mice beneath her claws, being toyed with from beginning to end, not even granted the chance to resist. What mattered more was that Ye Qingyun had never truly made a move throughout the entire engagement. He merely stood to the side, occasionally offering a word of guidance, as if observing a teaching exercise that held no concern for him. This person's strength ran far deeper than he had initially estimated. Upon returning to the Murong residence, Murong Bo invited Ye Qingyun into his study, closed the door, and personally poured him a cup of tea. Fellow Taoist Yi, I have an impudent request to make. Setting down the teapot, Murong Bo spoke with grave formality. The Murong family wishes to invite you to serve as an elder guest. The conditions were exceptionally generous. He would enjoy treatment equal to that of the clan elders with a fixed monthly allotment of spirit stones. He could draw upon the Murong family's resources, including intelligence networks, personnel, and materials from the treasury. The sole obligation was to lend assistance should the Murong family face crisis. Ye Qingyun did not immediately agree. He held the teacup, studying Murong Bo for several breaths. Why me? Murong Bo did not beat around the bush. Because your strength, fellow Taoist, is beyond my comprehension. To be honest, in my over 200 years I have encountered several cultivators at the nascent soul stage, yet no one has ever evoked such a feeling in me. He paused momentarily. The Murong family ranks among the lowest in the southern branch. Among the 4 branches we hold no standing. We cannot compete with the Gongsun family for resources, nor match the Yuqi family in influence. If we could obtain your assistance, perhaps we might transform this situation. He spoke with absolute candor. This was no act of charity, no gesture of flattery. It was a transaction. What he valued was Ye Qingyun's strength, while what Ye Qingyun required was the Murong family's platform. Neither would be indebted to the other. Ye Qingyun considered this. 3 conditions. He set down his teacup. First, I retain complete freedom. The Murong family may not interfere with any of my actions. The title of elder guest may not become a restraint. Second, I require access to the Murong family's intelligence network. The distribution of powers within Earth's cultivation world, the details of each faction, wherever secret realms emerge, wherever anomalies arise. All information I must have. Third, should I require assistance in the future, the Murong family must provide full support, not merely stepping in during critical moments. I mean full, unconditional support. Any personnel or resources I need to deploy the Morong family may not stint. Morong Bo nodded without hesitation. We have a deal. In his view, to recruit such a powerful figure, any cost was worthwhile. The more specific Ye Qingyun's conditions, the more serious he was. A serious person was worth betting upon. The agreement was struck. Morong Bo produced an elder guest token, black iron in material bearing the Morong family crest on the front and the character guest engraved on the back. He also presented a jade slip containing detailed records of Earth's cultivation world, the distribution of the 4 branches, powers, rosters of each faction's experts, and chronicles of major events spanning a millennium, all within. Ye Qingyun accepted the token and jade slip, then took his leave with Ye Xiaoyu. Morong Bo escorted them personally to the mountain gate, watching until the 2 figures vanished beyond the formation's barrier. Back at Cloud Top Manor in Jiangcity, Ye Xiaoyu wiped her spirit sword clean and hung it back on the wall, then settled onto the sofa. Brother, do you truly intend to help the Morong family? Merely mutual exploitation. I need their intelligence, they need my strength. Each takes what it requires. Neither owes the other anything. Ye Xiaoyu nodded, her understanding only superficial. Leaning against the sofa, Ye Qingyun extended his divine sense into the jade slip. The intricate web of the 4 branches power distribution sprawled out before him in dense detail. In the southern branch, Morong family, Gongsun family, Yuchi family, all marked as lowest tier. Eastern branch, Fong family, marked as formation legacy. Western branch, Shiman family, marked as sword Dao. His gaze swept across these, falling upon the final page. Northern branch, Xianyuan family, marked as foremost among the 4 branches rumored to have an ancestor at the transformation god stage dwelling within. Transformation god stage. A faint smile curved Ye Qingyun's lips. Earth's cultivation world had been in decline for nearly a millennium. A place where even nascent soul cultivators could be called venerable ancestors. Yet one at the transformation god stage still lingered in hiding. He tucked the jade slip away. Someday he would journey to the northern branch and see for himself. The beast tide incident had temporarily subsided and life returned to tranquility. Ye Xiaoyu cultivated every morning, sitting in the spirit gathering array for hours on end. Her progress was startlingly rapid. Less than 10 days since slaying the shadow wolf, the chi mass in her dantian had condensed further, and the flow of spiritual energy had accelerated considerably. She had firmly established herself at the 4th stage of chi refining, steadily advancing toward the 5th. Meanwhile, Ye Qingyun had pored over the materials Morong Bo had provided, reviewing them repeatedly. The distribution of power among the 4 factions, rosters of prominent cultivators, and chronicles of a millennium, all had been etched into his memory. The landscape of Earth's cultivation world proved far more lucid than he'd anticipated. The 4 major factions each held their territories, maintaining superficial peace, while covert conflicts perpetually simmered beneath the surface. The southern faction remained the weakest, the northern the strongest, while the eastern and western factions each possessed distinct strengths. Independent cultivators drifted on the periphery, lacking influence. Xiaojiu, meanwhile, had settled into a blissful existence of perpetual eating and sleeping. Each morning she'd crouch on the windowsill, basking in sunlight, napping curled on the sofa arm at noon, occasionally offering guidance during Ye Xiaoyu's afternoon cultivation and begging for treats, while sprawled across Ye Qingyun's lap in the evening. Her tail wagged from dawn until dusk, and the little fox had grown noticeably plumper. Everything appeared serene. Yet Ye Qingyun understood. This was merely the calm before the storm. The impacts against the seal grew increasingly frequent. His residual spiritual sense within the barrier detected new collisions daily. 1, 2, 3. Like something relentlessly pounding on a door from the other side. One evening, Ye Xiaoyu's spiritual pressure surged mid-cultivation. Ye Qingyun was reviewing documents in the living room when he sensed the abnormal spiritual fluctuation materializing instantly at the cultivation room's entrance. Ye Xiaoyu sat cross-legged at the array's center, with spiritual energy being forcibly drawn into her dantian, as if pulled by some invisible hand. Her cheeks flushed an unnatural crimson, fine beads of sweat prickled her brow, and her breathing grew ragged and uneven. She was breaking through. The barrier between the 4th and 5th stages of chi refining trembled as she forced her way through. Ye Qingyun raised his hand, channeling several spirit stones into the formation's focal points. The array's rotation accelerated dramatically, doubling the spiritual concentration and firmly supporting the wild energy coursing through Ye Xiaoyu's body. He used his spiritual sense to guide the errant energy through her meridians, methodically unblocking each pathway, like channeling a flooding river. Half an hour later, a soft, muffled sound echoed from within Ye Xiaoyu. The sensation of something shattering. The spiritual energy that had been radiating from her form suddenly withdrew into her dantian, her breathing steadied, and the flush faded from her cheeks. Ye Xiaoyu opened her eyes. Brother, I broke through again. Less than a month since her marrow washing, she had consecutively advanced 4 stages. The terrifying cultivation speed of the innate spirit physique was beginning to manifest. An ordinary cultivator with decent talent would need 1 to 2 years to progress from the first to the fifth stage of qi refining, while those with lesser aptitude required 3 to 5 years. She had accomplished this in under a month. Ye Qingyun smiled and stroked her head. But don't grow complacent. The path ahead remains long. The qi refining stage is merely the entrance, foundation establishment is where cultivation truly begins. Ye Xiaoyu nodded vigorously, unable to suppress the grin spreading across her lips. She gazed down at her hands, spreading and clenching her fingers. The spiritual energy coursing through her palms had more than doubled since her breakthrough. Xiaojiu hopped off the sofa and padded over to Ye Xiaoyu. She lowered her head, plucking a single strand of fur from her tail tip. The silver-white strand gleamed in her claws and spontaneously wove itself into a delicate bracelet joining the previous one around Ye Xiaoyu's wrist. Sister, this bracelet pairs with the last one. Worn together, they can deflect one lethal strike. You must keep it on at all times, even when bathing. Ye Xiaoyu knelt down, burying her face in Xiaojiu's soft fur. Thank you, Xiaojiu. The fox nuzzled her cheek, her ears quivering gently. Because you're Xiaojiu's family sister. Ye Qingyun leaned against the doorframe, watching the scene unfold with a slight curve of his lips. Amid the warmth, Ye Qingyun hadn't forgotten the threat posed by the rift. Late at night, he ventured alone to the seal. His form emerged from the void, hovering before the faint golden barrier. The seal remained temporarily stable. The faint golden membrane he had left remained intact across the rift's surface, its edges free from new fractures, and the purple-black lightning arcs had diminished considerably. Yet he sensed something relentlessly assaulting the barrier on the other side. Not intermittent blows, but sustained rhythmic impacts, like a heartbeat pulsing through the seal, one beat following another. Eventually the seal would shatter. When that day came, Earth would face more than shadow wolves and hidden serpents. Middle and high-tier beasts, perhaps even cultivators, could pour through. The rift connected to the cultivation world, where he had spent 30,000 years accumulating enemies beyond counting. Any one of them pursuing him would be more than Earth's cultivation realm could withstand. Ye Qingyun stood beneath the night sky, his gaze piercing through the seal, as if gazing upon the world he had abandoned 30 millennia past. There waited his enemies, blood-mist ancestor, the demon emperor, and countless others hungry for his life. Yet also waited those few cherished ones he had left behind. Someday he would return, but not yet. First, he had to resolve matters here one by one. Returning to Cloudtop Villa, he found Ye Xiaoyu and Xiaojiu already asleep. She lay on her side, arms wrapped around the fox, her face nestled in soft fur, breathing slow and deep. Xiaojiu curled into a ball, her tail resting over Ye Xiaoyu's wrist, precisely covering both bracelets. The pair slumbered peacefully, a faint smile lingering on Ye Xiaoyu's lips, dreaming of something unknown. Ye Qingyun stood in the doorway, observing them. For 30 millennia, he had walked the cultivation path alone, ascending from mortal to immortal emperor, convinced that home was merely a distant memory forever beyond reach. Yet now he had found home anew, a younger sister, a fox companion, a house, a lamp burning in the window. To safeguard this, he would do anything. Beyond the window, dawn's light crept across the eastern horizon. A new day was about to begin, and with it new challenges approached. Meanwhile, in a provincial city, several figures gathered around a long table in a hidden conference room. Heavy curtains sealed the room, leaving only a dim lamp to cast yellowish light across the table. The Wu family has been annihilated. We've identified the perpetrator, a cultivator named Ye Qingyun. A rogue cultivator. One who could destroy the Wu clan. That's not all. The Zhao family and the Tiansha alliance both fell to him. Jiangqing now belongs to the Yi faction. Zhao Wuji of the Bloodblade sect and Chun Tianxiong of the Qinglong society have submitted to him, with the three forces consolidated into the Qingyun Guard. After a contemplative pause, a weathered voice emerged from the head of the table. Dispatch someone to make contact. Let's see if he qualifies to join our game. A second voice responded with a cold laugh. And if he refuses to cooperate? The elderly voice replied coolly. Then we'll show him who truly governs this southern Jiang province. The camera pulled back, revealing beyond the conference room window the sprawling nightscape of the provincial capital. Neon lights painted the streets in brilliant hues, traffic crept along elevated bridges, and muffled music drifted from bars. Yet beneath this dazzling prosperity, undercurrents were already stirring. 2 weeks had already elapsed. Ye Qingyun made his way to the rift each day to inspect the seal. The seal remained temporarily stable, yet each inspection revealed new impact marks layered one upon another, as if something was tirelessly battering at the gate on the other side. The frequency had increased considerably compared to half a month ago. Xiaojiu informed him that at least 5 otherworldly auras had been detected in the vicinity of Jiang City recently. These did not originate from the rift. They were remnants that had escaped long ago, deeply concealed with faint auras, difficult to detect unless they chose to reveal themselves. Ye Qingyun personally eliminated 3 of them. Each time he cleared one location, another would appear elsewhere, like a game of whack-a-mole, suppressing one only to have another spring up. He recognized a serious problem. Fighting alone, he could not protect everyone. He could arrive the instant a demon beast was discovered, but what about before that moment? Those demon beasts lurking in the shadows would not wait for him. That day the Qingyun Guard delivered news. A demon beast had appeared in the outskirts of Jiang City, with civilian casualties already confirmed. By the time Ye Qingyun arrived, Zhao Wuji had already surrounded and destroyed the demon beast. A massive black-scaled python lay sprawled across the ravine, its body riddled with blade and spear wounds, half its skull blown apart. The Qingyun Guard had also lost 3 men. 3 warriors who traded their lives to slay this beast. Zhao Wuji knelt on the ground, his robes soaked entirely in blood. Impossible to discern whether it belonged to the beast or himself. Master, your servant is incompetent. That demon beast was at least at the Foundation establishment level. The brothers gave their lives to bring it down. Ye Qingyun lowered his gaze to the 3 bodies shrouded in white cloth upon the ground. Most of the Qingyun Guard members Zhao Wuji had brought he could not even call by name. But these 3 had died defending Jiang City, died carrying out Ye Qingyun's orders. A long silence stretched between them. He raised his hand, and a blast of qi incinerated the black-scaled python's corpse to ash. Give them an honorable burial. Distribute compensation to their families at the highest standard. That night, Ye Qingyun stood alone on the balcony. For 30,000 years solitude had been his companion. In the cultivation world, he was the solitary immortal emperor who subjugated countless races single-handedly, requiring no allies, no faction, merely a sword. But on Earth he had found things to cherish. His sister Xiao Ju, the people of the Qingyun Guard who followed him. He could not appear in every place at once, could not protect every single person. The incident where 3 Qingyun Guard members traded their lives for a single Foundation establishment demon beast must never happen again. He needed allies, needed more people to guard this land on his behalf. Xiao Jiu leapt onto the railing, rubbing its head against his hand. Master, what are you contemplating? I'm thinking it's time to establish my own power. A true power. The Qingyun Guard is merely the beginning. Even an army of martial artists cannot withstand demon beasts. I need cultivators, need an organization capable of unifying all forces. Xiao Jiu's ears twitched. Like the sects of the cultivation world. Something similar. But the rules must be rewritten. Those who enter my gate. We ask not of their origins, not of their talents, only 2 things. A heart that seeks the Tao and a will to protect. With these 2, nothing more is required. The following day, Ye Qingyun summoned Zhao Wuji, Chen Tianxiong, and other core members. The Qingyun Guard is merely the beginning. He came straight to the point. I intend to establish a true power, one that can strengthen all who follow and protect this land. We shall call it Qingyun Pavilion. Zhao Wuji and Chen Tianxiong exchanged glances, and fire kindled simultaneously in their eyes. They understood. Their master was ready to officially emerge from seclusion. From this day forward, we welcome all talented individuals under heaven. Anyone with a heart seeking the Tao and a will to protect may join my Qingyun Pavilion. Ye Qingyun turned to Zhao Wuji. Continue leading the Qingyun Guard to maintain order in Jiang City. He then turned to Chen Tianxiong. Expand the intelligence network to the provincial capital. I want to know the movements of every power within southern Jiang province. Both men answered in unison. The decision was made. But Ye Qingyun knew that relying solely on the martial artists of Jiang City would not suffice. The foundation of the Qingyun Guard consisted of remnants from Bloodblade's sect Dragon Gang and Infernal Evil League, all martial artists. Even 1,000 martial artists could handle low-tier demon beasts, but against mid-tier beasts like the Hidden Serpent, they would merely be delivering themselves to death. He needed true cultivators. His gaze fell upon the location of the Murong family on the map. A minor branch of the southern lineage protected by an elder at the early nascent soul stage with over 100 clan disciples, mostly at foundation building and golden core levels. Their strength was insignificant in Earth's cultivation world, yet their inheritance remained complete and their foundation solid. That place would become the true starting point of Qingyun Pavilion. Xiao Jiu perched upon his shoulder, its tail swaying gently. Master, going to find those old men now? Ye Qingyun nodded. Yes. Let them witness what true power truly means. Ye Qingyun brought Xiao Jiu once more to the Murong family estate. Unlike his previous visit as a guest, the moment he crossed the mountain gate this time, he directly released a trace of his aura. Not oppressive pressure, merely an aura. A celestial sovereign-level aura. The entire Murong compound shuddered simultaneously. The formation's luminous barrier flickered violently, and several disciples with the lowest cultivation collapsed where they stood. Murong Bo rushed out from the inner hall, and his expression transformed the instant he beheld Ye Qingyun. Not from anger, but from fear. This aura had grown incomparably stronger since their last parting. Why, ye fellow Taoist, I wish to meet your ancestor. Sweat beaded on Murong Bo's brow. The ancestor is in seclusion. Ye Qingyun cast him a glance. Then summon him from his cultivation. At the Murong family's rear mountain, the stone door of the meditation cave slowly slid open from within. A white-haired elder emerged, his form gaunt, yet his spine unyieldingly straight, his cultivation at the pinnacle of golden core. He was merely one step away from entering nascent soul, yet this step had trapped him for nearly a century. The Murong ancestor studied Ye Qingyun intently. He could see nothing through him. His divine sense probed forward as though reaching into a boundless ocean, its depths unfathomable. Murong Bo swiftly approached the ancestor's side and transmitted the recent events in a whispered voice. The demon beast incident, the sealed rift, and how Ye Qingyun had grievously wounded the hidden serpent with a single palm strike. Upon hearing this, a gleam of sharp light flickered in the Murong ancestor's eyes. Fellow speaks with considerable audacity. To request the Murong family's submission, you should display some genuine ability. Receive my sword. The Murong ancestor activated his full cultivation, releasing the apex golden core aura without the slightest restraint. The vegetation surrounding the meditation cave flattened under the wave of pressure. Should fellow remain unharmed, I shall consider submission. Ye Qingyun nodded. Very well. The Murong ancestor's right hand formed an empty grasp, and a cyan longsword coalesced within his palm. This was the supreme strike of the Murong sword art he had assiduously cultivated for centuries. Sword energy condensed into tangible form, delicate runes flowing across the blade, while the surrounding air was torn asunder, producing an ear-splitting shriek. The Murong disciples held their breath. This very stroke had slain formidable enemies of equal rank. During the Southern Lineage tournament of years past, the ancestor had carved a bloody path through the Gongsun clan's encirclement with this single technique. The sword energy cleaved through the air, striking directly toward Ye Qingyun's throat. Ye Qingyun neither evaded nor struck back. He merely extended his right index finger and gently pressed it against the sword's tip. Time seemed to freeze for an instant. Then the sword energy began shattering from its tip inward, not from being struck down, but from self-disintegration, like ice meeting molten iron. The fragmentation spread from the blade to the hilt until the entire cyan longsword dissolved into countless motes of light, drifting gracefully down like scattered stars. Ye Qingyun's index finger remained unscathed, not even the skin broken. The Murong ancestor's pupils contracted sharply. How is this possible? His preceding strike had employed 10 parts of his strength without the slightest reservation. Not even a single finger. Even a nascent soul stage cultivator of initial rank would not dare to receive the full force strike of the Murong sword art with bare flesh. Ye Qingyun withdrew his finger and spoke calmly. Do you wish to continue? The Murong ancestor fell into a long silence. Then he slowly knelt, not crushed by oppressive pressure, but kneeling of his own accord. The Murong family is willing to submit entirely to fellow. It was not fear alone that moved him, but hope. The Murong family had struggled for a millennium in the Southern Lineage, always remaining among the minor factions. They could not compete with the Gongsun clan for resources, nor could they outweigh the Yuchi clan in influence. But to follow such a formidable cultivator, that future would be limitless. A person capable of crushing his mightiest strike with a single finger could not be found a second time throughout Earth's entire cultivation realm. Witnessing this, Murong Bo and the other clan members also knelt one after another. Ye Qingyun nodded. Rise. From this day forward you are the first inner council members of my Qingyun pavilion. That evening the Murong family held a grand feast. Ye Qingyun sat at the host's seat, receiving toasts from the Murong clan members. Xiao Jiu sprawled across his lap, gnawing on a spirit fruit, with juice dripping everywhere. After the banquet dispersed, the Murong ancestor privately sought an audience with Ye Qingyun. Pavilion Lord, this old one has a question. What cultivation realm have you attained? Ye Qingyun glanced at him and did not answer directly. You only need to understand this: upon this earth there exists no enemy I cannot overcome. The Murong ancestor's heart was shaken, but even more so, he felt a sense of felicity. He had wagered correctly. 3 days later, at the outskirts of Jiangcity, a mansion provided by the Murong family had been freshly decorated with a new plaque above the main gate carved with 3 grand characters, Qingyun Pavilion. All members of the Murong clan, core members of the Jiangcity Qingyun Guard, along with outer disciples, over 200 people in total, gathered at the martial arts arena of the mansion. Ye Qingyun stood upon the elevated platform, with Xiao Jiu perched upon his shoulder. From this day forward, those who enter Qingyun Pavilion are brothers and sisters. His voice was not loud, yet every syllable fell clearly into the ears of everyone present. We do not seek domination, only to protect. To protect our family, to protect this land, to protect everything worthy of protection. Below the platform, over 200 people knelt on one knee in unison. Greetings, Pavilion Master. The thunderous shouts startled a flock of birds outside the mansion into frantic flight. Ye Qingyun raised his hand, and the crowd rose. He began announcing the organizational structure of Qingyun Pavilion. The inner pavilion composed of cultivators responsible for supreme combat strength and core affairs. The outer pavilion composed of martial artists responsible for worldly matters and grassroots defense. Core positions were announced one by one. Pavilion Master Ye Qingyun. Deputy Pavilion Master Morong Ancestor, overseeing the Inner Pavilion's daily affairs. Guardian Beast Xiaojiu. Outer Pavilion Commander Zhao Wuji. Intelligence Hall Master Chen Tianxiong, former president of the Qinglong Society. Additionally established were the Battle Hall, Alchemy Hall, and Artifact Hall. The Battle Hall managed combat, the Alchemy Hall refined pills, and the Artifact Hall forged weapons. The three Hall Master positions were temporarily filled by Murong family disciples to be adjusted if suitable candidates emerged later. Battle Hall Master was concurrently held by Murong Bo, Alchemy Hall Master by Murong Shui, and Artifact Hall Master by Murong Tai. All were core disciples cultivated by the Murong family for many years. Their cultivation levels were not among the strongest, but their foundations in their respective domains were solid. At the ceremony's conclusion, Ye Qingyun announced a decision that stirred everyone present. All core members of Qingyun Pavilion would receive cultivation techniques. Inner Pavilion members would receive complete cultivation manuals, while Outer Pavilion members would receive simplified versions that transformed internal energy into spiritual energy. Though they could not cultivate to profound realms like true cultivators, their combat power would at least triple. He personally performed meridian cleansing for Zhao Wuji and Chen Tianxiong. The two sat cross-legged on the elevated platform, as Ye Qingyun placed his hands upon their heads. Spiritual energy poured inward, meridians were opened inch by inch, and for the first time, energy vortices coalesced within their dantian. Both simultaneously sensed a warm current slowly flowing through their bodies. Not internal energy, but spiritual energy. Zhao Wuji pressed both palms against the ground, his forehead touching the platform's surface, voice trembling. "Thank you, Master." Chen Tianxiong was barely better off, his eyes reddening. He had lived half his life believing that an earth-stage martial artist was his ceiling, never imagining he would one day truly step through the threshold into cultivation. The Murong ancestor watched from the side, his heart struck with awe. He had lived for several centuries and witnessed countless powerhouses, but never had he seen anyone casually cleanse meridians and open meridian passages for others. This was no longer a matter of exceptional skill. This was transforming the mundane into the miraculous. The Pavilion Master's strength far exceeded his earlier estimates, so profound that he could not perceive its depths at all. At the ceremony, Xiaojiu officially debuted as the Guardian Beast. She leapt from Ye Qingyun's shoulder, and the moment her paws touched the ground, transformed into her true form. An elegant white fox, pure white throughout, with 9 tails unfurling behind her like a ceremonial screen. She released a sliver of her demon emperor aura, deliberately suppressed to only the faintest wisp, yet it was enough to make every heart present tremble with dread. The Murong ancestor cried out involuntarily. 9-tailed celestial fox. This is the legendary 9-tailed celestial fox. Only then did those present realize what terrifying existence this little fox, usually cuddling and playing coy upon the Pavilion Master's shoulder, truly was. The 9-tailed celestial fox, a legendary divine beast of the cultivation world. Upon reaching adulthood, it would ascend to the demon emperor realm, capable of crushing immortal kings without effort. Xiaojiu raised her head proudly, her 9 tails swaying elegantly for a few breaths before she transformed back into her diminutive fox form, leaping onto Ye Qingyun's shoulder and curling into a ball, squinting her eyes to resume her nap. The entire sequence flowed like water, as if she had merely displayed something utterly insignificant. The ceremony concluded and Qingyun Pavilion officially began its operations. Ye Qingyun stood at the highest point of the mansion, gazing down at the illuminated pavilions. On the martial arena below, disciples continued their intensified training. Warm furnace light radiated from the windows of the Alchemy Hall. Rhythmic clanging emanated from the Artifact Hall. This was only the beginning. His goal was to see Qingyun Pavilion's banners planted throughout the entire Earth's cultivation world. It was not that he required such vast power. It was that this land required it. The incursions from the rifts grew ever more frequent, and sooner or later the seal would shatter. When that day came, he would need a force capable of defending every city and every street for him. Xiaojiu lay upon his shoulder, her tail gently brushing his neck. "Master, what comes next?" "Expansion. Within 1 month, all territory within 300 li of Jiangxing shall belong to Qingyun Pavilion." Xiaojiu's ears pricked up, her amber eyes reflecting the mountain of lights below. She adored that word. Expansion meant battle. Battle meant monsters to crush and fools to teach proper lessons. She had not thoroughly exercised her limbs in far too long. After the establishment of Qingyun Pavilion, Ye Qingyun formulated a clear expansion strategy. The first step was to recruit martial artists and wandering cultivators around Jiangxing. The second step was to expand outward from Jiangxing as the center, controlling a radius of 300 li. The third step was to establish strongholds and form a defensive network. The core of the strategy had only 2 rules: those who submitted would be granted cultivation techniques, while those who resisted would be eliminated. Brutally simple yet effective. Once the word spread, Zhao Wuji led the elite of Qingyun Guard to sweep the territory. Murong Ancestor held the rear, while Chen Tianxiong's intelligence network pinpointed targets in advance. Within half a month, Qingyun Pavilion's sphere of influence tripled. The Liu family in the northern district. A small martial artist clan with the patriarch Liu Old Master at the early Earth stage commanding over a dozen Yellow stage disciples. When Zhao Wuji arrived with his men, the Old Master initially refused, slamming the table and declaring, "What does Qingyun Pavilion think it is? How dare they attempt to absorb my Liu family?" Murong ancestor stepped out from behind Zhao Wuji, releasing the aura of a golden core cultivator. Old Master Liu immediately knelt, presenting his family genealogy and list of assets with both hands raised above his head. Suaping Mountain in the Western District. A group of wandering cultivators had claimed the mountain as their own. Their leader was a one-eyed man at the early mystic stage commanding roughly 20 men who made their living from robbing travelers on the roads. Zhao Wuji surrounded the mountain and gave them two choices: descend and submit receiving cultivation techniques, or remain on the mountain and leave no survivors. The one-eyed man deliberated for half an incense stick's time before leading his 20-odd men down to surrender. Zhao Wuji immediately taught him the first level's formula of the simplified cultivation technique. An abandoned factory in the southern suburbs. An underground faction had occupied it, engaging in no legitimate business, specializing in eating their own kind. Zhao Wuji sent messengers 3 times, but the faction neither responded nor beat the messengers. Little Nine went personally, manifesting her true form and rending the factory's gates asunder with one claw. Those inside, witnessing that 9-tailed white fox larger than the factory itself, all collapsed to the ground. Complete surrender. Chen Tianxiong's intelligence network also proved its worth. Before every operation, the target's backgrounds, numbers, cultivation levels, and whether they had hidden experts, all were thoroughly investigated. Zhao Wuji led his men and caught everyone with precision. Before news from the provincial capital could even arrive, every obstacle in Jiangcheng had been removed. But some chose to resist. 200 li east of Jiangcheng stood Qingyun Temple. On the surface, a dilapidated Taoist temple, in truth a mid-sized faction possessing 3 mystic stage martial artists. The abbot's surname was Ma, at the peak mystic stage with his 2 junior brothers, both at the early mystic stage. Zhao Wuji sent a messenger with a letter, but Abbot Ma beat the messenger and sent him back declaring, "What does Qingyun Pavilion think it is? A greenhorn who popped up from nowhere daring to demand my submission." Ye Qingyun went personally. As he walked through the gates of Qingyun Temple, the 3 mystic stage masters were seated in the main hall drinking tea. When Abbot Ma saw him enter alone, he coldly smiled. "So you actually dare come?" All at once, the 3 mystic stage masters struck simultaneously. Fist techniques, palm winds, and leg shadows attacked from 3 directions, sealing off every avenue of escape. Abbot Ma's fist was wreathed in a pale cyan energy, his Qingyun fist intent cultivated painstakingly for 30 years, capable of shattering stone monuments from a distance. The 2 junior brothers flanked left and right, one attacking the upper body, the other the lower. Ye Qingyun raised a single palm. Not any specific technique, just an effortless strike. Where the palm wind passed, all 3 attacks crumbled simultaneously. Abbot Ma's Qingyun fist intent was torn apart like paper, and his entire body was hurled backward, shattering the 3 Pure One statues on the altar. The 2 junior brothers fared even worse. One crashed through the hall wall and landed in the courtyard, the other embedded directly into the ceiling. Abbot Ma crawled out from the broken wood and shattered clay, kneeling on the ground and kowtowing desperately. "Lord Pavilion Master, spare my life. I was wrong. I am willing to submit. All of Qingyun Temple's assets shall be dedicated to Qingyun Pavilion." Ye Qingyun looked down at him. "I said those who resist will be eliminated." One palm descended. Abbot Ma's body collapsed, and a spray of blood and mist erupted across the main hall's floor tiles. The 2 junior brothers met the same fate. In a single night, Qingyun Temple was erased from Jiangcheng. When the news spread, those who had been watching rushed to submit voluntarily. Zhao Wuji no longer needed to bring men door to door. Messengers seeking surrender queued at Qingyun Pavilion's mountain gate. Terrified of arriving too late, fearful that they might be the next to be eliminated. When the 1-month deadline arrived, Qingyun Pavilion's banners dotted every corner of the 300 li surrounding Jiangcheng. Every faction either submitted or vanished. There was no third path. Qingyun Pavilion's membership swelled from the initial 200 to nearly 1,000. Over 100 inner pavilion cultivators, 800 outer pavilion martial artists. Ye Qingyun stood before the map. Jiangcheng and its surroundings were now entirely marked with Qingyun Pavilion's symbols. His gaze swept past the controlled territories, falling upon the direction of the provincial capital. Greater challenges awaited him there. In the evening, Yi Xiaoyu emerged from the cultivation chamber, wiping sweat from her brow as she settled onto the sofa. "Brother, when do we go to the provincial capital?" "Soon. But before that, Qingyun Pavilion needs more resources." Ye Qingyun set aside the map. The faction had expanded, but resources had not kept pace. Cultivation required spiritual herbs, pills, and artifacts. The daily consumption of nearly 1,000 people was no small sum. Though the treasures he brought back from the cultivation realm were abundant, they were finite. Consuming them would not sustain them indefinitely. They had to find sustainable sources of resources on Earth. Little Nine lifted her head from the sofa's armrest. Master those shiny stones you have, they can exchange for many things, right? Ye Qingyun nodded. Indeed. Next step, monetization. Meeting room of Qingyun Pavilion. All core members had arrived. Morong Ancestor sat to Ye Qingyun's left, while Zhao Wuji and Chun Tianxiong sat across from him. The heads of the Pill Hall and Artifact Hall were seated at the far end. Morong Ancestor spoke first. Sect Master, among the martial artists who pledged allegiance, there are quite a few promising talents. Their bone quality is excellent and their comprehension is adequate. After switching to the simplified cultivation technique, they've made rapid progress. He paused, but our resources cannot keep up. Spiritual energy on Earth was always sparse to begin with, and spirit herbs are even scarcer. Relying on natural growth alone simply cannot supply a force of nearly 1,000 people. The inner sect disciples are manageable, but those 800 outer sect members consume pills at an alarming rate. Our reserves are nearly depleted. Zhao Wuji picked up the conversation. Master, the brothers in the outer sect practicing the simplified technique progress slowly without pill supplements. Many are stuck at the transition from internal energy to spiritual power. This one has calculated that at the current consumption rate, the pill hall won't be able to produce any pills by next month. After listening, Ye Qingyun tapped twice on the table. We must establish our own resource system. Relying on reserves alone won't sustain us for long. We need to find ways to liquidate assets. He opened his storage ring. Spirit stones, spirit herbs, ores, low-grade artifacts. Item after item emerged, covering most of the conference table. Spirit stones piled into small mountains, fist-sized emerald green crystals refracting soft halos of light under the lamps. Spirit herbs were stored in jade boxes, and the moment the lids opened, medicinal fragrance permeated the entire meeting room. Several low-grade artifacts lay across the table, swords, blades, shields, and armor, each emanating a faint spiritual luminescence. Morong Ancestor drew a sharp breath. He had lived for several hundred years and prided himself on having seen many treasures, but anything taken from this table would be enough to make major families in the cultivation world fight desperately for them. The spirit stones had a purity ranking at least one grade higher than the best spirit mines existing on Earth. Spirit herbs that were centuries old looked like roadside weeds in comparison. Those few low-grade artifacts, when placed beside what the artifact hall had produced, the gap was as vast as Stone Age bone needles compared to modern scalpels. Ye Qingyun selected a smaller portion from these. He picked a few spirit stones with the best appearance, chose some spirit herbs with sufficient age, but not too eye-catching, and took 2 of the most ordinary artifacts. Sell these through Morong family's channels. Exchange them for worldly wealth for cultivation resources on Earth. Sell the spirit stones as top-grade jadeite, distribute the spirit herbs through health supplement channels, and send the artifacts to auction. Handle it discreetly, don't release too much at once. Morong Ancestor accepted the items with both hands, handling them as carefully as if they were his own life. Realization was only the first step. Ye Qingyun decided to cultivate talent within their own sect. He selected several disciples from the inner sect who showed aptitude for pill refining and artifact forging and taught them personally. There was a female disciple from the Morong family named Morong Shui. Her cultivation was not high, only early foundation establishment, but her divine sense was naturally more refined than others. Ye Qingyun demonstrated the refining process of the gathering chi pill, once explaining every step in detail from herb ratios to flame control. After listening, Morong Shui closed her eyes and ran through the process several times in her mind, then lit the furnace. In the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the furnace lid lifted to reveal 3 round gathering chi pills lying inside, their lustrous color and rich medicinal aroma indicating a quality that surpassed what the pill hall had previously produced. Ye Qingyun picked up one pill, examined it, and nodded. From now on, you are the hall master of the pill hall. Morong Shui stood frozen in place. She was merely a branch family disciple of the Morong clan with low cultivation and poor background, always a marginal figure in the clan. Now the sect master was making her the hall master of the pill hall. Half a month later, the first batch of results came through. Morong family's channels sold the spirit stones at astronomical prices. They fetched prices higher than top-grade jadeite, with purity exceeding genuine jadeite, and several knowledgeable buyers nearly came to blows on the spot. Worldly wealth flowed continuously into Qingyun Pavilion's accounts, while in return came a batch of Earth's spirit herbs. Though their age and quality fell far short of those from the cultivation world, they had the advantage of quantity sufficient to supply the outer sect disciples' daily cultivation. The pill hall refined its first batch of gathering chi pills. Morong Shui had mastered the ratios and flame control that Ye Qingyun had taught her with steady precision, and the finished product rate was 30% higher than before. After the pills were distributed, multiple outer sect martial artists broke through their bottlenecks. Zhao Wuji personally tested one pill, and the barrier that had constrained him for so long shattered directly. The artifact hall also produced its first batch of low-grade artifacts. Though crude and made from ordinary materials, they were sufficient against low-tier demonic beasts. Qingyun Pavilion's combat capabilities experienced a qualitative transformation. Ye Qingyun reviewed the report and nodded in satisfaction. The resource problem had been initially resolved and Qingyun Pavilion had entered a virtuous cycle. But he knew this was merely the beginning. The nearly 1,000-strong force burned through resources that barely kept pace, and future expansion would require more talent and greater reserves to address the threats from the rifts. All of this required more resources, more channels, and larger territory. The true challenge lay with the other cultivation families of the Southern Pulse. Qingyun Pavilion's rise could not remain unnoticed forever. All 300 leagues around Jiangcity were already bristling with Qingyun Pavilion banners, and further expansion would encroach upon the territory of the Gongsun and Yuqi families. Those families had operated in the Southern Pulse for centuries, and they would never passively watch a new power consolidate in their midst. The next day, Murong Ancestor hurried into Ye Qingyun's study. His expression was grim. Sect Master, the three major families of the Southern Pulse have formed an alliance and sent envoys. The Gongsun Yuqi and Zhongsun families. The three families of the Southern Pulse, the Gongsun clan, the Yuqi clan, and the Changsun clan. These three families were the traditional powerhouses of the Southern Pulse, jointly controlling the distribution of resources for centuries. From the mining rights of spirit stone veins to the allocation of spots when secret realms opened, even wandering cultivators who wished to carve out a cave dwelling on any mountain peak had to obtain approval from all three families. The rise of Qingyun Pavilion had infringed upon their interests. The area within 300 li of Jiangcity had originally been a buffer zone between the three families' spheres of influence. No one claimed it, no one moved upon it, maintaining tacit understanding by leaving it as a free activity zone for wandering cultivators. Now Qingyun Pavilion had swallowed this entire region, whole banners planted everywhere, essentially driving a nail into the center of the three families' territory. The messenger was an elder from the Gongsun clan at the early Golden Core stage. He wore brocade robes specially made for the Gongsun family, the sleeves embroidered with golden family emblems, followed by two disciples carrying gift boxes behind him. The display was not small. After entering, he did not offer any greeting. Standing in the center of the great hall, his gaze sweeping across Ye Qingyun's face, a thinly veiled contempt curling at the corner of his lips. By order of the Three Family Alliance, I have come especially to inform Qingyun Pavilion. The Southern Pulse has its own rules, and new forces must comply. He drew a scroll of silk from his sleeve, unfurled it, and began to read aloud. Qingyun Pavilion's sphere of influence must not exceed 100 li around Jiangcity. Any existing portions that exceed this must be withdrawn from immediately. Each year, 30% of all revenue must be paid to the Three Family Alliance as protection fees, settled by years and with no delays permitted. The Pavilion Master of Qingyun Pavilion must personally visit the Gongsun family to meet the three family heads and perform the mountain bowing ceremony. Having finished reading, he folded the scroll shut and gazed at Ye Qingyun with arrogance. Pavilion Master Ye, please proceed. Murong Ancestor's face had already turned ashen. This was clearly not a diplomatic visit. It was a takeover, treating Qingyun Pavilion as a subordinate force that could be molded at will. The territory cut by 2/3, 30% of annual revenue handed over, and still requiring the Pavilion Master to personally visit and perform the mountain bowing ceremony. This was no longer a matter of harsh terms. It was humiliation. Ye Qingyun had not spoken throughout, merely stroking Xiaojiu nestled in his arms. Xiaojiu curled upon his lap, her tail draped lazily, amber eyes half-lidded, appearing on the verge of sleep. Show them out. Ye Qingyun finally spoke. Only 2 words. The messenger's expression shifted. Ye Qingyun, don't force me to bring down the hammer instead of offering wine. The strength of the Three Family Alliance is not something a mere Qingyun Pavilion can. The words were unfinished. Xiaojiu hopped down from Ye Qingyun's arms. She strode toward the messenger with elegant steps, her aura growing more powerful with each stride. First step, early Demon Sovereign Realm. Second step, mid-Demon Sovereign Realm. Third step, late Demon Sovereign Realm. By the time she reached the messenger, a thread of Demon Emperor aura had already been released. The messenger's legs turned to jelly, and he dropped to his knees directly. It was not that he wished to kneel. The terror emanating from the depths of his soul had shattered his knees. His early golden core cultivation stood no chance whatsoever against this aura, the spiritual energy in his dantian, freezing solid and immobile. Xiaojiu raised her right front paw and tapped it lightly. The messenger's body rocketed out of the great hall like a cannonball, crashing heavily into the courtyard. The stone-paved ground was dented with a human-shaped depression, most of his teeth, shattered white fragments mixing with bloody foam trickling from the corners of his mouth. The 2 disciples carrying the gift boxes collapsed to the ground in terror, the boxes tumbling open as spirit mushrooms and jade artifacts rolled across the floor. Ye Qingyun walked to the doorway, gazing down at the blood-soaked messenger sprawled in the rubble. Go back and tell your masters. First, Qingyun Pavilion's rules are the Southern Pulse's rules. Second, if they want protection fees, let them come collect it themselves. Third, the three-family alliance must be dissolved within 3 days. Otherwise, I will personally go and help them dissolve. The messenger scrambled away on hands and knees. The two disciples supported each other as they stumbled after him, the gift boxes and spirit mushrooms all abandoned on the ground. No one dared look back to retrieve them. After the messenger departed, Murong ancestor spoke with evident worry. Pavilion Master, the strength of the three-family alliance must not be underestimated. The Gongsun clan has 2 golden core cultivators, Gongsun Lai at the late golden core stage, and his younger brother Gongsun Ming at the early golden core stage. The Yuqi and Changsun families each have 1 golden core cultivator. Ye Qingyun and Changsun Su both at the mid-golden core stage. There is also an ancestor at the early nascent soul stage residing in seclusion deep within the Gongsun family's rear mountains, having been in closed-door cultivation for many years, but should the 3 families face attack, he will inevitably emerge. 5 golden core cultivators, 1 nascent soul. After hearing this, Ye Qingyun replied nonchalantly, 5 golden core cultivators, 1 nascent soul. He glanced down at Xiaoju nestled in his arms. Perfect. We'll settle them all at once. Xiaoju licked her right front paw, meticulously cleaning away the dust that had clung to it when she slapped the messenger, then curled back onto Ye Qingyun's lap, her chin resting on his knee, eyes half closed as she resumed her nap, as if she had merely swatted a fly. Murong ancestor gazed at this man and his fox companion, falling silent for a long while. Then he clasped his hands in salute, turned, and went to arrange defensive preparations. As he walked out of the great hall, he silently mourned for the 3-family alliance in his heart, for 3 breaths' time. The great hall of the Gongsun family. The envoy knelt upon the floor, every tooth knocked from his mouth, words escaping through the gaps with a whistling lisp. He recounted his encounter at Qingyun Pavilion with exaggerated embellishment. How they had humiliated the 3-clan alliance, how Ye Qingyun had spoken with outrageous arrogance, and how the white fox had wantonly attacked and injured people. As he reached the conclusion of his tale, he clutched his toothless mouth, his voice trembling with a plaintive whimper. Master Ye Qingyun declared that if the 3-clan alliance does not dissolve within 3 days, he will personally come and help us disperse. Gongsun Lai sat in the master's seat, his expression as dark and sullen as the sky before a tempest. He was the head of the Gongsun family, a cultivator at the nascent soul initial stage who had wielded absolute authority in the southern branch for centuries. Ye Qingyun of the Yuqi family and Changsun Su of the Changsun family sat on either side, their expressions equally malevolent. A whelp who emerged from nowhere dares to be so insolent. Ye Qingyun slammed his palm against the armrest, and the rosewood chair shattered on impact. Gongsun Lai raised a hand to restrain him. The 3 families had convened in secret, all servants dismissed, leaving only the 3 family heads within the hall. Qingyun Pavilion is expanding far too rapidly. In merely 1 month, the entire 300-li radius around Jiang City has fallen under their control. If this is not checked, they will inevitably become a grave threat. Gongsun Lai's voice remained low and measured. More critically, Ye Qingyun dared to slap the face of the 3-clan alliance in public. The envoy we dispatched had all his teeth shattered and was thrown out. If we fail to punish this transgression severely, the 3 families' prestige throughout the southern branch will be utterly destroyed. From now on, who will ever hold us in regard? Ye Qingyun rose abruptly from his seat, mobilized the troops, and trampled Qingyun Pavilion into dust. Changsun Su was somewhat more composed than his companion. Even a lion spares no effort when battling a rabbit. The fact that Ye Qingyun could grievously wound the hidden serpent with a single palm indicates his strength is at minimum the golden core late stage, perhaps even nascent soul initial stage. Combined with that white fox, their combat prowess cannot be underestimated. If we deploy the full elite forces of all 3 families, 5 golden core cultivators and 1 nascent soul expert, we will create an overwhelming, crushing momentum, leaving him no opportunity whatsoever to turn the tide. Gongsun Lai remained silent for several breaths before rendering his verdict. In 3 days we march upon Qingyun Pavilion. The 3rd day arrived. The 3-clan alliance did not dissolve. A cultivator army commanded by 5 golden core experts and 1 nascent soul cultivator marched in grand procession toward Jiang City. Gongsun Lai personally led the force. Gongsun Ming at golden core initial stage, Ye Qingyun at golden core middle stage, Changsun Su at golden core middle stage, supplemented by 1 foundation establishment, alms-giving cultivator each from the Yuqi and Changsun families. 5 golden core cultivators, 1 nascent soul expert. Within the ranks also traveled dozens of foundation establishment disciples clad in their respective families' unified attire, wielding magical artifacts and flying swords through the air. Sword light streaked across the heavens like a migrating flock of birds, obscuring half the daylight. The news spread, and the entire southern branch was thrown into upheaval. Every faction watched with bated breath. Some wagered that the 3-clan alliance would crush Qingyun Pavilion, while others bet that Qingyun Pavilion could survive this trial. Yet not a single soul dared wager that Qingyun Pavilion would emerge victorious. After all, this was 5 golden core cultivators and 1 nascent soul expert. No second such force could be found throughout the entire southern branch. On Qingyun Pavilion's side, the Murong ancestor hastily strode into Ye Qingyun's study. His face had drained of color. Sect Master, they have truly come. Gongsun Lai leads personally 5 golden core cultivators and dozens of foundation establishment disciples. They have already entered Jiang City's territory and will reach the mountain gate in half an hour. Ye Qingyun was sipping tea. Within the cup was the spiritual tea newly refined by Murong Shui, its liquid verdant green and suffused with swirling spiritual energy. He lifted the cup, drank slowly, then set it down. Splendid timing. Ye Qingyun summoned his core members. Zhao Wujichun, Tianxiong Murong Bo, and Murong Shui all gathered in attendance. All external hall martial artists are to remain stationed at the villa. None shall participate in battle. At this level of combat, they would only go to their deaths. Ye Qingyun's tone was utterly composed, as if arranging routine affairs. The internal hall members led by the Murong ancestor shall be responsible for perimeter vigilance and preventing any opportunistic raids during the chaos. The front lines of battle shall consist only of myself and Little Nine. The Murong ancestor's brow creased into a knot. Sect Master, you alone. That will be sufficient. The 3-clan alliance's army arrived outside the mountain gate of Qingyun Pavilion. Gongsun Lai hovered aloft, his nascent soul stage, spiritual pressure released, without the slightest restraint, pressing down upon every blade of grass and tree surrounding the villa until they lay completely flat. Behind him stood 5 golden core cultivators spread out in a fan formation. Further back still were dozens of foundation establishment disciples, their swords suspended mid-air, blade tips, all pointed uniformly toward the villa's grand gate. Gongsun Lai gazed down at the villa below, his voice thundering like the roar of heaven. Ye Qingyun, come forth and meet your death. The mountain gate swung open. Ye Qingyun strode out leisurely, followed by a small white fox. Its tail swayed with idle grace while its amber eyes swept across the densely packed cultivator army filling the sky. 1 person, 1 fox. Facing the might of an entire army. Ye Qingyun raised his gaze to observe the 6 silhouettes suspended in the heavens. Gongsun Lai at nascent soul initial stage, Yu Qixiong at golden core middle stage, Changsun Su at golden core middle stage, Gongsun Ming at golden core initial stage, plus 2 foundation establishment, almsgiving cultivators. 5 golden core cultivators, 1 nascent soul expert. His voice was not loud, yet every syllable carried with perfect clarity into the ears of all present. Is that all you have? Outside the mountain gate of Qingyun Pavilion, Gongsun Lai looked down upon Ye Qingyun, who stood at the entrance of the mountain villa. 5 golden core cultivators fanned out behind him, while dozens of foundation establishment disciples hovered on their swords, the sword light illuminating the entire villa as bright as day. Ye Qingyun, kneel and beg for mercy. Now surrender Qingyun Pavilion, and I will spare your life. Gongsun Lai's voice carried the oppressive might of a nascent soul cultivator, causing the tiles of the mountain villa to rattle. Ye Qingyun paid him no heed. He turned his head and said to Xiao Jiu behind him, "You just watch." Xiao Jiu crouched obediently on the steps, her tail curled around her front paws, her amber eyes sparkling as she gazed at the sword light in the sky, looking as if she were ready to enjoy a good show. This attitude thoroughly enraged the alliance of the 3 families. Gongsun Lai wasted no more words. He waved his right hand. Seize him. All 5 golden core cultivators struck simultaneously. Gongsun Ming's blazing sun palm sent out a scorching wave of heat, the air itself warping and distorting from the blaze. Yu Qixiong's mountain-crushing fist condensed into the phantom of a descending tiger, exuding the force to crush everything in its path. Zhang Sunsu's mystic ice finger transformed into a streak of deep blue cold light, leaving behind fine ice crystals in the air wherever it passed. The 2 retainers also unleashed their strongest techniques, a cyan wind blade and a crimson fire serpent flanking from both sides. 5 attacks came from different directions, sealing off all avenues of retreat. The Murong ancestor watched from behind, his heart pounding with terror. This single strike could kill any golden core peak cultivator. The combined power of the 5 attacks had already brushed against the threshold of the early nascent soul stage. Ye Qingyun stood still, not even lifting his eyelids. All 5 attacks landed on him, or rather landed 3 feet away from him. A faint golden halo automatically appeared, thin as an eggshell, yet hard as immortal gold. The blazing sun palm struck it, and the flames rebounded. The mountain-crushing fist smashed into it, and the tiger phantom shattered into dust. The mystic ice finger touched it, and the deep blue finger force directly dissolved. The wind blade and fire serpent were repelled before even reaching the edge of the halo. The 5 cultivators' pupils constricted. Impossible. Ye Qingyun finally moved. He raised his right hand, fingers slightly curled, and gently closed his fist. There was no earth-shattering momentum, no dazzling light. Just a casual clench, as if holding a teacup. The bodies of the 5 golden core cultivators froze simultaneously. It was not a mobilization but an invisible force that seized them from soul to flesh at once. Their protective true essence was crushed like paper. The spiritual energy in their meridians stopped flowing, as if frozen, and cracks spread across the surface of the golden cores in their dantians. The next moment the bodies of the five exploded from within, not into chunks of flesh, but into 5 clouds of blood mist fine, as morning dew scattered by the mountain wind. They didn't even have time to scream. A deathly silence fell over the scene. The dozens of Foundation establishment disciples froze midair, barely able to hold onto their swords. Some had wet trousers, others trembled, and wanted to flee, but couldn't move their legs. Gongsun Lai's face turned pale as death. He finally realized he had provoked the wrong person. A single palm strike that annihilated 5 golden core cultivators. No one else in the entire cultivation world of Earth could achieve such a feat. He turned to escape, but before he could take a step, he found his body immobile. It was not a mobilization. The space around him was locked by an invisible force as if sealed inside a piece of amber. Ye Qingyun's gaze fell upon him, and he made a grasping motion in the air. Gongsun Lai was lifted by an invisible hand. The esteemed early nascent soul cultivator, like a chicken caught by the neck, kicked his legs futilely in the air. Early nascent soul. Ye Qingyun's voice was as calm as if he were commenting on the weather. In my eyes it's no different from a golden core. Gongsun Lai struggled desperately, but to no avail. His early nascent soul cultivation could not even stir a ripple against this force. He was finally terrified. Spare me. I am willing to submit. The Gongsun family is willing to submit. All assets, all resources will be offered to Qingyun Pavilion. His voice squeezed out from his constricted throat, hoarse and shrill. Ye Qingyun did not kill him immediately. He loosened his fingers and dropped him to the ground. Gongsun Lai fell onto the gravel, disregarding the pain as he scrambled to kneel upright, smashing his forehead against the stone slab again and again. I was blind. Spare me, Pavilion Lord. Ye Qingyun walked up to him and looked down. I gave you a chance. 3 days to disband the alliance. You did not cherish it. Gongsun Lai kowtowed, even harder, blood streaming from his forehead, gravel embedded in his flesh, yet he dared not stop. Please, Pavilion Lord, give me another chance. The Gongsun family will serve Qingyun Pavilion for generations. Ye Qingyun was silent for a few breaths. I can spare you, but your life from today onward belongs to Qingyun Pavilion. He raised his hand and pressed a soul-sealing seal into Gongsun Lai's body. Gongsun Lai shuddered violently. He felt something burrow into his dantian like a red-hot iron wire, searing him so that he curled up in pain. That thing coiled atop his nascent soul like a snake in hibernation, lying quietly dormant. But he knew that with a single thought from Ye Qingyun, that snake would awaken and devour his nascent soul clean. Dozens of Foundation establishment disciples from the 3 family alliance had already collapsed to the ground, none daring to move. Gongsun Lai was under the control of the soul lock seal. Yu Qi Xiong and Chang Sun Su were dead, and the 3 golden core elders had been reduced to a mist of blood. The 3 family alliance was now leaderless. Dozens of Foundation establishment disciples lay scattered on the rubble-strewn ground outside the sect gate. Their swords had long since fallen from their grips, and none dared to pick them up. Ye Qingyun ascended the high platform. He made no deliberate display of his imposing aura, merely standing there, as his gaze swept across the trembling figures below. You have 2 choices. Submit or die. Without the slightest hesitation, everyone knelt in unison. The sound of knees striking the broken stones fused into one continuous echo. We are willing to submit. Greetings, Pavilion Master. Their voices shook the heavens. Some cried out until their throats tore, terrified that insufficient volume would condemn them to the category of the defiant. Their voices carried fear, yet also a sliver of relief at having survived. 5 golden core cultivators destroyed with a single palm. Gongsun Lai at the nascent soul stage lifted into the air like a chick. For these Foundation establishment disciples, there had never been a second path beyond submission. Ye Qingyun ordered Ancestor Morong to oversee the integration. All existing industries, resources, and connections of the 3 families were to be merged into Qingyun Pavilion. Spirit mines, spirit medicine gardens, scripture halls, shops in the market district. The account books filled half a room. Ancestor Morong, along with several disciples, spent 3 days and 3 nights cataloging everything. When he finally reported the final figure, even he was startled by it. The 3 families had operated in the Southern Pulse for centuries. Their accumulated wealth exceeded several times over what Qingyun Pavilion had possessed in all its previous reserves combined. The 3 golden cores were dead, but among their disciples were no shortage of promising talents. Ye Qingyun personally selected several individuals, granting them complete cultivation manuals and incorporating them into the inner pavilion. Among the disciples of the Gongsun family, a young cultivator named Gongsun Yu, 27 years old, and at the late Foundation establishment stage, with exceptional bone quality, was selected for the battle hall. From the Yu Qi family, a female cultivator named Yu Qi Jing, who showed solid promise in alchemy, was assigned to the alchemy hall as Morong Shui's assistant. Two individuals from the Changsun family were also selected, one entering the artifact hall and another joining the intelligence hall. Although Gongsun Lai remained controlled by the soul lock seal, Ye Qingyun did not strip him of his position. He still managed the Gongsun family's clan members, maintaining his outward status as the Gongsun family head. This strategy of intertwining benevolence with authority made the surrendered cultivators even more convinced of their decision. Kill those who deserved it, utilize those who were capable. No indiscriminate persecution, no settling of old grudges. Those disciples from the three families who had been racked with anxiety saw Gongsun Lai still seated in the family head's position, and their suspended hearts finally settled back into their chests. The news spread throughout the southern pulse, sending shockwaves through all the powers of the region. Qingyun Pavilion had single-handedly annihilated the three-family alliance. 5 golden core cultivators destroyed with a single palm. Gongsun Lai at the early nascent soul stage had knelt and submitted. Those minor forces that had been merely observing dared to hesitate no longer. They came rushing to submit one after another. Messengers delivering tribute letters queued up all the way to Qingyun Pavilion's mountain gate. Some brought spirit medicines, others offered spirit mines, and some arrived with their entire family's registry begging to be incorporated. In merely a few days, Qingyun Pavilion's sphere of influence covered the entire southern pulse. Extending hundreds of miles south from Jiang City, every spirit mountain, mineral vein, and market district bore the banner of Qingyun Pavilion. Ye Qingyun stood before the map, gazing at the southern pulse now covered entirely in markings. He gave a slight nod. The first step was complete. Ye Xiaoyu had been in seclusion, cultivating intensively during this time. She had surged from the 5th stage of qi refining directly to the 7th stage. When she emerged from seclusion, her entire bearing had grown more grounded. Then she learned from Murong Shui about the affair with the three-family alliance. Brother, did you really defeat them all by yourself? She gazed up at Ye Qingyun, her eyes filled with absolute adoration. Ye Qingyun gently patted her head. There was also Xiaojiu. The little creature crouched on a nearby chair, and upon hearing its name proudly lifted its head. Its 9 tails spread behind it before drawing back, displaying itself like a peacock fanning its feathers in a moment of showing off. Ye Xiaoyu gazed at Ye Qingyun with earnest eyes. I want to become stronger too. Strong enough to share the burden with brother. Not standing behind you being protected, but standing beside you shouldering it together. Ye Qingyun looked at her and smiled with deep satisfaction. You will, and soon. The potential of an innate spirit physique extends far beyond the qi refining stage. Once you achieve foundation establishment, your cultivation speed will advance by another level. Ye Xiaoyu nodded with determination. With the southern pulse unified, Qingyun Pavilion entered a period of temporary stability. But Ye Qingyun knew this was merely a beginning. The southern pulse was the weakest among the 4 pulses. Gongsun Lai at the early nascent soul stage had dominated the region, yet he would not even rank in the top 10 if he were in the northern pulse. His gaze lifted beyond the southern pulse, gazing toward the north. There lay more formidable powers, more ancient legacies. The Xianyuan family, it was said, had an ancestor at the transformation god stage. Xiaojiu leapt onto his lap, its tail coiling around his wrist. Master, shall we attack the northern pulse next? Ye Qingyun shook his head. No rush. First, properly digest what we have in the southern pulse. Newly surrendered forces need integration, resources need redistribution, and rules need to be established. If the foundation is unstable, no matter how fast you move, you will still fall. Outside the window, the sunset descended. The banner of Qingyun Pavilion fluttered valiantly in the evening breeze. Embroidered upon its surface was a single cloud of azure. This was a design Murong Shui had crafted with her own hands. Every arc of the cloud pattern was embroidered with silver thread, gleaming with a soft radiance beneath the setting sun. After unifying the southern branch, Ye Qingyun conducted a comprehensive upgrade of Qingyun Pavilion. 4 halls were officially established. The War Hall handled combat, the Pill Hall managed alchemy, the Artifact Hall oversaw artifact refinement, and the Intelligence Hall took charge of information gathering. Gongsun Lai was appointed as the War Hall Master, granted the opportunity to redeem himself through meritorious service while simultaneously serving as a deterrent. The soul lock seal within Gongsun Lai's body constantly reminded him that his life was held in another's hands. With him commanding the War Hall, the disciples from the 3 subordinate families would not dare harbor any rebellious intentions. Murong Shui became the Pill Hall Master, while the position of Artifact Hall Master was taken by Master Yuqi Iron, a legendary artifact refiner from the former Yuqi family. Yuqi Iron had spent most of his life refining artifacts capable of crafting Earth-rank artifacts. Upon seeing the few low-rank artifacts Ye Qingyun had brought back from the cultivation world, he nearly smashed all his own creations. Ye Qingyun gifted him an introductory jade slip on artifact refinement from the cultivation world. The old man locked himself in the artifact hall for 3 days and 3 nights. When he emerged, his eyes were bloodshot. Chun Tianxiong, the former leader of the Qinglong Society, became the Intelligence Hall Master. His cultivation was not particularly high, but his ability to build intelligence networks was unmatched throughout Qingyun Pavilion. The intelligence network during the Jiangqing era was entirely his creation. Now expanded across the entire southern branch, it continued to operate with meticulous order. The vice pavilion master remained Murong Ancestor, overseeing daily affairs. Ye Qingyun disliked handling mundane matters. Murong Ancestor had lived for several centuries and managed clan affairs for most of his life, making him the perfect fit for this role. At the integration assembly, Ye Qingyun announced a decision that surprised everyone. Ye Xiaoyu officially joined Qingyun Pavilion as young pavilion master. A moment of silence fell over the crowd, followed by hushed whispers. A young girl who had only just begun cultivating. Why should she become young pavilion master? Ye Xiaoyu rose from her seat and walked to the front of the platform. She released her cultivation aura on the spot foundation establishment. From marrow washing to this point, less than 2 months foundation establishment. Those who had been whispering fell silent simultaneously. Ye Qingyun's voice was not loud, yet every word reached each person clearly. Her talent is 100 times that of any of you. Her identity is my sister. Does anyone else have objections? Complete silence reigned throughout the hall. 2 months from mortal to foundation establishment. Such cultivation speed none had seen it, let alone heard of it. Ye Qingyun personally formulated Qingyun Pavilion's resource distribution system. The core principle was but a single one distribution according to contribution. More work equals more reward. A contribution point system was established. Completing tasks earned contribution points, providing intelligence earned contribution points, nurturing newcomers earned contribution points, and even raising valuable cultivation questions that were adopted earned contribution points. Contribution points could be exchanged for pills, artifacts, cultivation techniques, and even the personal guidance of Ye Qingyun himself. This final item made everyone restless. The pavilion master's personal guidance. Wasn't that worth more than any pill or artifact? This system was what Ye Qingyun brought back from the cultivation world, tested over 30,000 years, fair and efficient. No one complained about unfair resource distribution anymore, because all acquisitions were clearly marked with their prices on the contribution point exchange list. Want more? Earn it yourself. Ye Qingyun announced another matter. Qingyun Pavilion would regularly hold Dao inquiry assemblies open to all members regardless of inner or outer pavilion, with senior cultivators lecturing. Murong Ancestor would share cultivation insights. Gongsun Lai would teach combat techniques. Murong Shui would explain the basics of alchemy, and Yuqi Iron would cover foundational artifact refinement. He himself would occasionally appear to answer cultivation questions. This news had all the lower-ranking members so excited they nearly jumped from their seats. To receive personal guidance from the pavilion master. What an extraordinary opportunity. Forget about contribution points, they would willingly give up everything they had. The first Dao inquiry assembly was scheduled for 3 days later. Murong Ancestor would speak on the Golden Core, Dao Gongsun Lai would address nascent soul mysteries, and Ye Qingyun would personally oversee the QA session. With the integration complete, Qingyun Pavilion was transformed. From a loose alliance, it had become a truly tight-knit organization. Rules were established, systems were built, and every person's position and path for advancement were crystal clear. Ye Qingyun stood in the newly completed Qingyun Hall, gazing at the massive map on the wall. The southern branch was now covered with Qingyun Pavilion banners extending hundreds of leagues southward from Jiangqing. All spirit mountains, mineral veins, and market districts had been seized. His gaze turned northward once more. Xiaoju lounged on a nearby table, yawning lazily. Master, that family called Xianyuan. They seem quite formidable. But formidable is only formidable on Earth. Xiaoju blinked. Then in Master's eyes. Ye Qingyun offered no answer, merely allowing a slight curve to touch his lips. After joining the Qingyun Pavilion, Ye Xiaoyu cultivated with even greater diligence. Every day, she would enter the cultivation chamber before dawn, emerge only at noon for a hasty meal, then return to practice deep into the night. The spirit stones within the spirit gathering array were replaced batch after batch, and the qi mass in her dantian solidified layer by layer at a visible pace. The advantage of the innate spiritual constitution was fully manifesting, with abundant resources at her disposal. For ordinary people to progress from initial foundation establishment to the middle stage, the gifted would take a year, while the less talented required 2 to 3 years. She accomplished it in merely half a month. Murmuring Ancestor personally examined her cultivation progress. After probing with his divine sense, he fell into a long silence. This old man has lived for over 200 years and never witnessed such a cultivation speed. He withdrew his divine sense, his expression like one gazing upon something utterly inconceivable. Half a month from initial foundation establishment to the middle stage, unheard of. Ye Qingyun sat beside him sipping tea, his face betraying no emotion. This was precisely what an innate spiritual constitution should achieve. In the cultivation world, those young lords and saintly maidens of the great sects, who among them did not possess an innate physical constitution? Who among them did not achieve foundation establishment in a year and golden core in 3? Ye Xiaoyu's pace was swift even by cultivation world standards, but far from being world-shaking. Earth's cultivation environment was simply too poor, spiritual energy was thin, and resources were scarce, which made the advantages of the innate spiritual constitution appear especially striking. Ye Xiaoyu voluntarily requested to undertake a mission. The mission was to investigate an area near the southern border where spiritual beasts were suspected to appear. The danger level was not high. The intelligence suggested at most a low-tier spiritual beast perfectly suited for her training. Ye Qingyun agreed, but secretly had Xiao Jiao follow to protect her. Xiao Jiao diminished her form and concealed her presence, trailing behind Ye Xiaoyu like a white shadow at a distance of some dozen zhang. Her amber eyes half closed, she appeared to be leisurely strolling, yet her divine sense continuously enveloped every inch around Ye Xiaoyu. Ye Xiaoyu set out with several disciples from the inner pavilion. The group rode their swords through the air for nearly half an hour before reaching the target area. A desolate mountain range rarely visited by humans, its terrain precipitous and overgrown with thickets. She had the disciples spread out to search while she walked at the front. Soon she discovered traces of the spiritual beast in a rocky crevice. Several tufts of dark red fur caught on the broken stones along with a dried pool of dark blood. Following the trail, she found the spiritual beast's den in a natural cave halfway up the mountain. A low-tier iron-backed wolf lay curled inside, nursing her 3 cubs. The iron-backed wolf's combat strength was equivalent to a human at initial foundation establishment, though its defensive power exceeded that of spiritual beasts at the same tier. The fur on its back was as hard as an iron plate. Ye Xiaoyu ordered 2 disciples to block the cave entrance while another provided flanking support. She herself charged forward with sword in hand. Sensing the threat, the iron-backed wolf rose from her cubs, bared her fangs, and lunged. She did not clash head-on with the wolf's iron-like back. Each sword strike precisely targeted its belly and throat. No matter how hard the iron-backed wolf's defense, it could not protect every part of its body. After several exchanges, she seized an opening and thrust her sword into the wolf's throat. The blade tip emerged from the back of its neck. The iron-backed wolf thrashed a few times, then collapsed heavily. The 3 cubs huddled trembling in the depths of the cave. She had them captured in beast cages and brought back. Upon her return from the mission, Ye Qingyun noticed a subtle change in his sister's bearing. The former Ye Xiaoyu, though resilient, still carried within her bones the girl who had cowered silently when the Zhao family's men cornered her in a rented room. The victim his brother had rescued from the slums. Now she stood there, her eyes holding newfound confidence and resolve. Her posture was straight, her voice steady and deep. She said to Ye Qingyun, "Brother, I've finally understood what you meant by protection. It isn't hiding behind others. It's standing at the front, using one's own strength to shield those you wish to protect." Ye Qingyun gazed at her, offering no words of praise, merely nodding. But Ye Xiaoyu saw the satisfaction in her brother's eyes. In the evening, Xiao Jiao lay sprawled across Ye Qingyun's lap, her tail swaying gently. "Master, sister is becoming more like you. Like me, oi." Xiao Jiao nodded. That look, the kind that would do anything to protect those who matter. When Master forced his way into the 10,000 demon cave for Xiao Jiao's sake, it was the same look. Ye Qingyun fell silent for a moment. "She's stronger than me." Xiao Jiao tilted her head. "Why, oi? It took me 30,000 years to learn what protection means." Ye Qingyun's voice was soft. "From mortal to immortal emperor, 30,000 years I spent chasing ever greater power. No one ever taught me what protection meant. I had to learn it through my own trials, stumbling down many wrong paths and making countless mistakes." She understood it in merely 2 months. 2 months to comprehend it. Xiao Jiao nuzzled against his hand. "That's because Master didn't have a brother." Ye Qingyun paused, then looked down at the little fox in his lap. Xiao Jiao rested her chin on his knee, her amber eyes gazing at him earnestly. "Sister has Master to teach her, so she learns quickly. Master had no one, so he learned slowly. It's not that Master is inferior to Sister. Master just had a harder road." Ye Qingyun did not respond. He gazed out the window at the night sky where star after star shone bright. 30,000 years. His journey from a bewildered, ignorant transmigrator to the pinnacle of a mortal emperor. No one to guide him, no one to shield him. Every pitfall he had to fall into and climb out of himself. Thus he had taken countless detours and made countless errors. But now he had the power to prevent his sister from following those same worn paths. She need not spend 30,000 years stumbling as he had. She need only stand upon his shoulders and stride forward. Xiao Jiao curled in his lap, her tail swaying softly. "Master, sister will become incredibly powerful. Xiao Jiao will protect her too." Ye Qingyun lowered his gaze and stroked Xiao Jiao's ear. Xiao Jiao's eyes narrowed with contentment, a soft purr resonating from her throat. Beyond the window, moonlight flowed like water. The lights in the cultivation chamber still burned. Ye Xiaoyu was training again. That evening, Ye Xiaoyu also curiously asked about Xiao Jiao's origins. She held Xiao Jiao in her arms on the sofa, gently scratching under his chin. Xiao Jiao narrowed his eyes, a comfortable purring sound emanating from his throat. Ye Qingyun sat across from her briefly recounting the tale. It was when he had just broken through to a mortal king exploring a secret realm in the cultivation world. The demon egg had several cracks on its surface, the life energy within as faint as a dying candle in the wind. The mother fox's corpse lay beside the egg, covered in wounds, long having breathed her last. He drove off the demonic beasts and brought the egg back. Using his primordial power, he nurtured it for 3 full years, slowly pulling the life force of the infant within back from the brink. When the day of hatching arrived, a tiny white fox emerged from the shattered shell. Dripping wet with eyes still unopened, it instinctively nestled into his palm. From that day on, Xiaojie never left his side. From a mortal king to a mortal emperor, from the cultivation realm to Earth, 30,000 years inseparable. Ye Xiaoyu was completely absorbed in the story. She lifted Xiaojie into her embrace, burying her face in that soft fur. So Xiaojie is an orphan too. Her voice was muffled, carrying a hint of a cold. Xiaojie peeked out from her embrace, rubbing against her cheek. Xiaojie has a master and a sister, not an orphan. Her amber eyes gazed earnestly at Ye Xiaoyu, her tail sweeping gently across the back of her hand. After the news spread, the attitude of the Qingyun pavilion disciples toward Xiaojie underwent a subtle change. Before, everyone only saw her as a pet kept by the pavilion master. Formidable, yet overwhelmingly cute. Some would crouch down to tease her during practice breaks, others would share their spirit fruits with her at meals, and someone had even secretly brought her grilled fish from the mortal world. Now it was different. Everyone's gaze toward her carried reverence. They walked around her, spoke in hushed voices. No one crouched to tease her anymore, no one shared spirit fruits with her. Even Zhao Wuji, when reporting work, unconsciously shifted half a step to the side. Xiaojie lay sprawled across Ye Qingyun's lap, ears drooping, tail hanging limp and still. Master, none of them will play with me anymore. Today when Sister Xiaoxue saw me, she wanted to pet me at first, but when her hand was already stretched out, she pulled it back. Ye Qingyun stroked her head. Because you're too strong. The strong are always lonely. Xiaojie contemplated this. Then is Master lonely too? Ye Qingyun did not answer, merely gazing into the distance. Outside the window, the lights of Qingyun Pavilion sparkled like scattered stars. On the martial arena, disciples were still practicing late, and the windows of the alchemy hall glowed with furnace fire. He sat amid this sea of lights with Xiaojie sprawled across his lap. 30,000 years of loneliness seemed not so important after all. In the evening, Xiaojie lay on the windowsill, gazing at the moon. Her tail hung outside the windowsill, motionless. Ye Xiaoyu walked over, handing her a spirit fruit. Xiaojie, no matter what you are, you're my family. Whether you're a 9-tailed celestial fox or a guardian beast of the pavilion, to me you'll always be the Xiaojie who can crawl into my bed to sleep. Xiaojie took the spirit fruit, cradling it with her 2 front paws, lowering her head to take a bite. Juice trickled down the corner of her mouth. She lifted her paw to wipe it away. Her amber eyes sparkled in the moonlight. Sister is Xiaojie's family too. Forever. 1 person and 1 fox sitting side by side beneath the moonlight. Ye Xiaoyu reached out to stroke Xiaojie's ear as Xiaojie rested her head against her palm. Ye Qingyun stood beneath the distant corridor watching this scene, a faint smile curving his lips. He did not walk over. Turning back, he returned to his study. That lamp was enough to leave for them too. The news of the southern vein's unification finally reached the northern vein. On this day, a streak of light descended outside the mountain gate of Qingyun Pavilion. The newcomer was a middle-aged cultivator at the golden core late stage, wearing a deep purple robe with a silver family crest embroidered on the cuffs. A Suanio with wings spread. After landing, he did not barge directly into the mountain gate. Instead, he straightened his robe and had the guarding disciple announce him. Xian Yuan Ming of the Xian Yuan family of the northern vein. Under orders of the family head, I request an audience with the sect leader of Qingyun Pavilion. Ancestor Murong personally came to the mountain gate to greet him. Xian Yuan Ming was a core member of the Xian Yuan family. With his golden core late-stage cultivation, he was considered an expert among the 4 veins, yet he maintained a very low profile. Upon seeing Ancestor Murong come out, he cupped his fists in salute and repeatedly said, "I apologize for the intrusion." This was completely different from the arrogance of the Southern Veins envoy. When the Gongsun family's envoy entered, he was so haughty that his nose was practically pointing to the sky, but Xian Yuan Ming was as courteous as if he were visiting relatives. He presented his calling card and gifts, several snowfield Ganoderma plants, a specialty of the Northern Vein, and a set of spirit-gathering array discs unique to the Xian Yuan family. They were valuable, but not deliberately flattering, perfectly balanced in propriety. Ye Qingyun received him in the reception hall. Xian Yuan Ming first congratulated Qingyun Pavilion on unifying the Southern Vein, speaking respectfully, saying that the family head had heard that sect leader Yi was young and promising and greatly admired him. Then he shifted the topic and expressed the Xian Yuan family's concern. The family head says that the Xian Yuan family has no intention to interfere in the changes of the Southern Vein situation. Each of the 4 veins guards its own region. The affairs of the Southern Vein are naturally for the people of the Southern Vein to decide. Xian Yuanming held his teacup, speaking in a calm and unhurried tone. But there are some matters that need to be discussed face-to-face with sect leader Yi. There are several boundary areas between the southern and northern veins where the ownership of spirit veins has been pending for years. Now that the southern vein has a new master, these old accounts should be straightened out. Ye Qingyun knew this was a test. Although Xian Yuanming was polite, his words concealed sharp edges. He beat around the bush, asking about Ye Qingyun's apprenticeship, the foundation of Qingyun Pavilion, and his views on the four-vein structure. Ye Qingyun's answers were watertight. When asked about his apprenticeship, he said he had no master or sect. When asked about the foundation, he said it was just starting. When asked about his views, he said he was a newcomer and not in a position to comment. After a few exchanges, Xian Yuanming had extracted nothing, but instead had quite a bit of information extracted from him by Ye Qingyun. The northern veins Xian Yuan family, with a nascent soul late-stage ancestor presiding, was the most powerful among the four veins. The family had more than 10 golden core stage cultivators and several hundred foundation establishment disciples. More importantly, the Xian Yuan family possessed the most complete historical heritage of the Earth's cultivation world. Chronicles of major events over the past millennium, distribution maps of ancient relics, and even records about the decline of spiritual energy were all stored in the Xian Yuan family's library. Among the four veins, only the Xian Yuan family still preserved a complete lineage of inheritance. Finally, Xian Yuanming took out an invitation letter from his sleeve. The golden cover was embossed with the Xian Yuan family's Suanio crest, and the gold-stamped characters were neat and tidy. 1 month from now, the Xian Yuan family will host the Centennial Cultivation Conference. At that time, the top forces of the four directions, east, west, south, and north, will all be present. The family head specifically instructed that this invitation must be personally handed to sect leader Yi. Ye Qingyun took the invitation and opened it to take a look. The time, place, and procedures were all written very formally. The Centennial Cultivation Conference, the previous session, saw the Xian Yuan family as the host. Tell your family head I will attend on time. Xian Yuanming took his leave and departed. The streak of light rose and flew northward, quickly disappearing into the clouds. Ancestor Moron's expression was grave. Sect leader, the cultivation conference is nominally an exchange, but in reality it is a redivision of spheres of influence. At the previous cultivation conference, the southern vein received the least resources because at that time the Gongsun and Yuchi families were each fighting for themselves, neither willing to yield to the other, and were jointly suppressed by the other three veins. The Xian Yuan family's initiative to invite you now is likely to assess your true strength. If you cannot hold your ground, the southern vein will have no chance to turn the tables in the next 100 years. Ye Qingyun said calmly, exactly, I also want to weigh their true strength. Xiao Jiao jumped onto the table and curiously pawed at the invitation. The golden cover with the Suanio crest glittered in the sunlight. Master, is this conference fun? It's fun. There will be many people, many experts. The top forces of the four veins will all be their golden cores, as common as dogs, nascent souls everywhere. Xiao Jiao's eyes lit up. Then can I fight? Ye Qingyun smiled. Yes. I'll let you fight to your heart's content then. Xiao Jiao excitedly spun around on the table, her tail held high. Her amber eyes reflected the Suanio crest on the invitation, already looking forward to the time 1 month later. Upon receiving the invitation, Ye Qingyun summoned Chen Tianxiong to the study. Retrieve all intelligence on the Immortal Cultivation Assembly. Chen Tianxiong, already prepared, produced a thick stack of documents from his storage pouch and handed them over with both hands. Since the intelligence hall was merged into the Qingyun Pavilion, he had integrated the original Green Dragon Society's intelligence network with the Moron family's channels, more than doubling their efficiency. Pavilion Master, the Immortal Cultivation Assembly is held once every century, the highest level gathering in Earth's cultivation world. The last host was the Eastern Vein, the Dongfang family. This time it falls to the Northern Vein, the Xin family. At that time, all the top forces of the four veins will be present, along with some reclusive old monsters who have hidden for years. Ye Qingyun flipped through the documents. The assembly's agenda was detailed. The first day was for registration and initial contact among parties, the second day for resource exchange and younger generation sparring, the third day was the highlight, the redivision of territorial spheres of influence. Representatives of the four veins would sit down to finalize the ownership of Spirit Veins' secret realm quotas and resource allocation for the next century. The strong feasted, the weak sipped broth, and those without fists could not even get a seat at the table. How much did the Southern Vein get last time? Chen Tianxiong's voice dropped. The least. The Gongsun, Yuchi, and Jiangsun families fought each other, refusing to yield, and were collectively suppressed by the other three veins. The Southern Vein's three finest spirit mines. One was taken by the Eastern Vein, one by the Western Vein, and the last was designated as joint management of the four veins, but in practice the Northern Vein held the say. Ye Qingyun turned to the section analyzing the various forces. The Eastern Vein was led by the Dongfang family, with a Mid-Yuan Ing ancestor presiding, excelling in formations. The Dongfang family's mountain-protecting formation was reputed as the finest among the four veins, having once withstood a full-force strike from a late Yuan-ing cultivator. The western vein was led by the Ximen family, also with a mid-Yuan-ing ancestor excelling in artifact refinement. The current head of the artifact hall, Yu Qi had learned his craft from the western vein. According to him, the artifacts forged by the Ximen family were of a noticeably higher quality than his own. The northern vein was led by the Xian family with a late Yuan-ing ancestor presiding, possessing the most ancient heritage. Among the four veins, only the Xian family retained a complete lineage of inheritance. The Great War a millennium ago, the cause of the decline of spiritual energy, and the distribution of ancient ruins were all hidden within the Xian family's library. The southern vein had been unified under the Qingyun pavilion, but the other three veins might not acknowledge this. In their eyes, the southern vein was still the same scattered sand of the three families fighting each other. Just a change of banner, nothing to stir up trouble. Additionally, there were rogue cultivators who did not belong to any of the four veins. Some lived deep in the mountains, others walked alone. Their cultivation levels were not inferior to the heads of the four veins, but they lacked the backing of a family force. This group was the most troublesome to deal with, for they had no attachments. If they could not win, they would flee, and once they fled, they could return to ambush. At the last immortal cultivation assembly, a golden core peak rogue cultivator clashed with someone from the eastern vein, crippled two Dongfang disciples on the spot, and then vanished. The eastern vein pursued him for half a year, but never caught him, and eventually the matter was dropped. Ye Qingyun closed the documents. He decided to bring Ye Xiaoyu and Xiaojiu along. Ye Xiaoyu needed to see the world. The Immortal Cultivation Assembly was a gathering of elites from the four veins, allowing her to witness the true face of the cultivation world, beneficial for her subsequent training. Xiaojiu was his strongest trump card, though he might not need to use her. He also selected a few elite members of the inner cabinet to accompany him. Morong Shui, as the head of the alchemy hall, would go to observe the alchemy standards of other forces. Gong Sun Lai would be given a chance to atone for his crimes. His early Yuan-ing cultivation could help project an imposing presence. The Morong ancestor would remain at the Qingyun pavilion to guard against any opportunistic attacks. This trip must both assert dominance and forge alliances. Let the other three veins know that the southern vein is no longer scattered, and also see which forces can be won over. Earth's cultivation world can no longer remain a pile of loose sand. The frequency of shockwaves from the rift against the seal is increasing, as sooner or later we will face the threat from the cultivation world. At that time, fighting alone would only lead to death. When Ye Xiaoyu learned that she would accompany her brother to the Immortal Cultivation Assembly, she was so excited she nearly jumped off her chair. She had never left Jiang City and was filled with curiosity about the outside world. Since her marrow cleansing, she had not even visited the provincial capital. Her daily radius was limited to Cloud Summit Manor and the Qingyun Pavilion Gate. The farthest she had traveled was to the southern vein border for a demon beast extermination mission. Xiaojiu was also thrilled. Elder sister, I heard the Xian family has lots of delicious food. The northern vein specialty is Snow Domain Lingji, and they brew 100 fruit wine from spirit fruits. Even better than the spirit tea from Sister Moro. Ye Xiaoyu laughed at her. You only think about eating. Xiaojiu retorted with conviction. A full belly gives strength for a fight. Master said at the Immortal Cultivation Assembly fighting is allowed. Xiaojiu will take on 10 at once. She crouched on the tea table, her tail held high, amber eyes brimming with anticipation. The night before departure, Ye Qingyun stood alone on the balcony. The Immortal Cultivation Assembly marked his formal entry into Earth's cultivation world. 30,000 years ago when he left, he was still an ordinary person, completely unable to access this level of existence. Now he had returned with the cultivation of an immortal emperor, the Qingyun Pavilion, and the achievement of unifying the southern vein. Though Earth's cultivation world had declined, it was still the heritage of his homeland. He did not wish to see it continue to wither. A scattering of sand, each fighting alone, thrown into chaos by a few low-level demon beasts. Xiaojiu leaped onto the railing and coiled her tail around his wrist. Master, are you worried? Ye Qingyun shook his head. Not worried. Anticipating. Xiaojiu tilted her head to look at him. Ye Qingyun gazed northward, his eyes crossing the mountain ranges, as if seeing the Xian family's stronghold hidden deep in the mountains. In a month he would stand there. The next morning, Ye Qingyun and his party set out. They traveled aboard a newly crafted flying artifact from Qingyun Pavilion. A compact flying vessel with a streamlined hull, its exterior cloaked in a pale cyan spiritual glow. The artifact hull had spent half a month constructing it, and its speed was no slouch. The journey from the southern branch to the northern branch would take 2 days. Ye Xiaoyu was experiencing a flying vessel for the first time, leaning over the railing to gaze at the sea of clouds below. The clouds churned beneath them like a white ocean, with occasional birds darting through cloud cavities, only to be left far behind by the vessel. Her excitement knew no bounds. Pointing left to claim a cloud resembled a rabbit, then right to insist another looked like cotton candy. Xiao Jiu had transformed into her human form, joining her at the railing. Her silver-white hair danced in the wind, two fox ears peeking through the strands. The two little girls chattered, endlessly leaping from cloud shapes to speculating about how much delicious food the Qianyuan family must have, then pondering whether they'd encounter friends their own age at the cultivation assembly. Midway through their journey, they encountered another convoy. 3 flying vessels traveled in a triangular formation, each bearing the Western Branch Ximen family's clan emblem, a horizontal sword. The Ximen family's vessels were noticeably larger than Qingyun pavilions, their hulls inlaid with defensive formations, clearly an endeavor that had cost them dearly. The two parties exchanged distant salutations. Someone on the opposing vessel returned the gesture with clasped hands, their attitude neither cold nor warm, neither disdainful nor amicable. It was like passing a familiar face whose name you couldn't quite recall, a brief nod and move on. Half a day later, they encountered the Eastern Branch Dongfang family's convoy. 5 flying vessels in single file, far more grand than the Ximen family's, their clan emblem depicting a golden sun crow with spread wings. The Dongfang family displayed obvious arrogance. As their vessels passed Qingyun Pavilion, a strand of divine sense swept over, without restraint, piercing directly through the cabin to probe its interior. Xiao Jiu was displeased. While counting clouds with Ye Xiaoyu at the railing, she didn't even turn when that divine sense swept past. She merely released a wisp of Demon Emperor's aura, an extremely faint trace no larger than a pinpoint. On the opposing vessel, a young disciple's face immediately drained of color, his feet nearly losing control of the flying sword as he plummeted over a dozen zhong before companions seized him. The Dongfang convoy paused, then accelerated away, never again casting their divine sense over. Ye Qingyun leaned against the railing, never once lifting his eyelids from start to finish. Don't cause trouble. Xiao Jiu stuck out her tongue, withdrawing her Demon Emperor's aura and continuing to count clouds with Ye Xiaoyu. Her silver-white tail wagged behind her amber eyes, filled with smug satisfaction. Nearing Qianyuan family territory, the flying vessel was suddenly blocked by several escaping lights. A few rogue cultivators, their cultivation around Golden Core level, led by a one-eyed middle-aged man with an old scar running diagonally across his face from temple to jaw. He blocked the vessel's direct path, arms crossed, his tone overbearing. Newcomers, don't you know the rules? If you want passage, leave your toll. Spirit stones, pills, artifacts, whatever you've got, hand it over. Ye Xiaoyu furiously gripped her sword hilt. This is outright robbery. Ye Qingyun glanced at Gongsun Lai. Gongsun Lai understood immediately, flying out from the cabin as he released his nascent soul early stage aura without reservation. The one-eyed man's expression instantly changed, a flash of terror crossing his single eye before he turned and fled. His companions were even quicker, their escaping lights scattering like startled sparrows. Gongsun Lai didn't pursue, merely coldly harumphing. Foolish wretches. 2 days later, the flying vessel arrived at Qianyuan family territory. Viewed from above, the Qianyuan family's dwelling was a massive manor concealed within the deep mountains. Constructed along the hillside in layered tiers, its upturned eaves and corners hidden among ancient trees. The entire estate was enveloped by formations, spiritual energy several times richer than the outside world. One breath felt cool in the lungs. At the entrance, Qianyuan family disciples were greeting guests from all directions. They wore uniformly deep purple robes, sleeves embroidered with silver phoenix clan emblems, their cultivations all above foundation establishment. Ye Qingyun's group descended, presenting their invitation. The receiving disciple examined Ye Qingyun closely upon seeing the characters, Qingyun Pavilion. He said nothing more, merely guiding them inside with respectful attitude, escorting them all the way to their lodging. The Qianyuan family had arranged a separate courtyard for Qingyun Pavilion. Opening the gate revealed a main hall, side rooms, and cultivation chamber, everything one might need. The courtyard contained an ancient locust tree whose canopy shaded half the space, stone table, and benches beneath. The location was perfectly balanced, neither conspicuously honored nor deliberately slighted. Such tact was harder to achieve than either overt enthusiasm or deliberate neglect. Ye Xiaoyu curiously surveyed the surroundings. Brother, this place is so big. Ye Qingyun nodded. After all, they lead the 4 branches. Xiao Jiu had already leaped onto the bed to roll about. She had reverted to her little fox form, tumbling across the bed until the blankets formed a nest, then burrowing in to reveal only her head. Such a soft bed. Even softer than home. Her tail wagged excitedly outside the blankets. Ye Qingyun stood by the window. His divine sense quietly expanded, spreading outward from the courtyard like an invisible net. Within the manor dwelled at least several dozen powerful auras. The number of Golden Core cultivators exceeded what intelligence reports had stated, and there was more than 1 or 2 nascent soul masters. Among them, one aura felt particularly profound, concealed in the manor's deepest recesses like an ancient well with no visible bottom. That must be the Qianyuan family's late-stage nascent soul ancestor. A subtle smile curved his lips. How interesting. The following day, the cultivation assembly officially opened. The venue was the Qianyuan family martial arts arena built into the mountainside with tiered viewing stands rising in layers around a vast bluestone platform at the center capable of accommodating thousands. Factions took their seats by region. The Dongfang family of the Eastern Vein occupied the east stand, their sleeves uniformly embroidered with the Golden Crow clan emblem. The Shiman family of the Western Vein sat to the west, predominantly sword cultivators, blades at their waists, eyes sharp as steel. The Southern Vein Qingyun Pavilion held their position on the south side, where Ye Qingyun settled in, with Ye Xiaoyu, Xiao Jiogong Sun Lai, and Murong Shui. The Northern Vein Xianyuan family as hosts occupied the principal northern seats. A separate area in the southwest corner was reserved for rogue cultivators. Though few in number, their auras were anything but weak. When Ye Qingyun entered with the Qingyun Pavilion contingent, he drew no small amount of attention. Hushed voices rippled through the crowd. That is the Qingyun Pavilion that unified the Southern Vein. The pavilion master is so young. What cultivation realm? I cannot read him. Is that girl beside him the young pavilion master? Foundation establishment, but with promising talent. That white fox, something feels off about its aura. Ye Xiaoyu had never experienced a scene like this before. Her fingers instinctively gripped the hem of her robe, yet her back remained straight as a sword. Xiao Jiu lay curled upon her lap, her tail draped over the armrest, amber eyes half-lidded, in an almost sleepy posture. The climax of the opening ceremony arrived with the appearance of the Qianyuan family patriarch, Qianyuan Jiangtian. His hair was white as frost, yet his aura surged like a rainbow. The several steps from his seat to the center of the arena carried the oppressive weight of late-stage nascent soul cultivation, and the entire venue fell deathly silent. No one dared whisper, no one glanced away. Every pair of eyes was fixed upon him. Qianyuan Jiangtian delivered his remarks, briefly welcomed the assembled guests, and formally declared the assembly underway. His gaze swept across the crowd, lingering for a moment on Dongfang Ming of the Eastern Vein, then on Shiman Jian of the Western Vein, and finally settling upon Ye Qingyun in the southern stands, lingering there longer than on any of the others. Ye Qingyun met his gaze without flinching, offering a slight nod. A flicker of something unreadable passed through Qianyuan Jiangtian's eyes, but he said nothing, withdrew his gaze, and announced the next phase of the assembly. Following the opening ceremony came the display of strength from each faction. The Dongfang family took the stage first, with Dongfang Ming personally descending. Mid-stage nascent soul energy radiating outward, and behind him the phantom outline of a massive formation array materialized. Formation runes layered upon layers, murderous intent concealed within. The Dongfang family excelled in formation arts, and this phantom was a microcosm of their sect protecting great array. The Shiman family followed closely. Shiman Jian ascended the platform also at mid-stage nascent soul, and raised two fingers like a sword. A blade of sword chi shot skyward, condensing into the phantom of a colossal sword in the air, its killing intent razor-sharp and utterly unveiled. The rogue cultivator representative was a white-haired old woman who called herself Grandmother Kunmu, at early-stage nascent soul cultivation. She displayed no extraordinary technique, merely planting her cane and standing upon the platform. Yet the natural emission of her nascent soul aura was enough to ensure no one would dare underestimate her. Several other hidden nascent soul elders long absent from public view had also emerged, some from islands in the eastern seas, others from snow-capped peaks in the western regions, still others from the 10,000 mountain ranges of the southern wilds. Having never participated in the four-vein disputes, they were drawn forth by this century-spanning cultivation assembly. When it was Qingyun Pavilion's turn, Ye Qingyun simply sat where he was and calmly announced their name. Qingyun Pavilion, Ye Qingyun. No display followed. No release of cultivation aura, no ascent to the platform. He hadn't even risen from his seat. This restraint only deepened curiosity. What exactly was this young man's background? The ruthless figure who had unified the southern vein appeared at a cultivation assembly so low-key, as though he had come merely for tea. Xiao Jiu rested on Ye Xiaoyu's lap, deeply impatient with all these formalities. Her tail lashed back and forth upon the armrest, ears drooping. Master, when can we fight? This is so boring. Ye Qingyun reached out and stroked her head. Soon. The sparring round begins this afternoon. Xiao Jiu's eyes lit up instantly. Her tail sprang upright and began wagging with excitement. Ye Xiaoyu giggled quietly from the side. Xiao Jiu, are you here for the assembly or for a fight? Xiao Jiu replied with full justification. Fighting is the best form of exchange. Master always says the one with greater strength calls the shots. A faint curve touched Ye Qingyun's lips, but he offered no objection. The morning ceremonies concluded, and all dispersed for the midday meal. As Ye Qingyun was about to lead his party away, Qianyuan Jiangtian himself approached. He moved through the crowd at a measured pace, yet those in his path parted of their own accord, clearing a corridor before him. Pavilion Master Ye, I have long heard of you, he said, his voice resonant, yet not overbearing. Ye Qingyun returned the courtesy with a respectful gesture. Elder Qianyuan. Xianyuan Zhantian studied him for a moment, his gaze traveling from Ye Qingyun's face down to Xiao Zhou perched upon his shoulder, then back again. Then he asked suddenly, "Pavilion Master Yi, you are not from Earth, are you?" Ye Qingyun's eyes narrowed slightly, but he did not answer. Xianyuan Zhantian smiled and waved his hand. "Do not be alarmed. This old man is merely curious. Having lived nearly 1,000 years, I have seen cultivators from Earth of every stripe, but one like you, Pavilion Master, I have never encountered. Your cultivation remains unfathomable, your aura belongs to no known region, and you travel accompanied by a nine-tailed heavenly fox." He paused. "I look forward to Qingyun Pavilion's performance in this afternoon's sparring." With that he turned and departed without pressing further. In the afternoon the sparring session began. The rules were simple. Any side could freely challenge another, with the match ending at the first sign of danger. Yet everyone understood that this was fundamentally a stage for displaying strength and competing for influence. The mightier the fist, the louder the voice. The laws of the cultivation world have never changed. After several rounds of sparring, the Eastern and Western sects had each claimed victories and suffered defeats. Those who took the stage were all Foundation establishment disciples, trading blows with great fanfare. Yet anyone with discerning eyes could see this was merely exploratory. The true powerhouses had yet to make their move, each waiting for others to reveal their cards first. Suddenly Dongfang Ming, the patriarch of the Dongfang family from the Eastern sect, rose to his feet. His gaze fell upon the Qingyun Pavilion as he spoke. Not loudly, yet every word carried clearly across the entire grounds. "I have heard that the Qingyun Pavilion has unified the southern sect, and that Pavilion Master Yi possesses extraordinary abilities. Dongfang Ming, unworthy as I am, wishes to seek your guidance." A murmur of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Dongfang Ming, nascent soul middle-stage patriarch of the Dongfang family, renowned for centuries. The Qingyun Pavilion Master was merely a young man. Even if he had begun cultivating from the womb, how much spiritual power could he possibly have accumulated? This was an obvious display of dominance. After news of the southern sect's unification reached the east, the Dongfang family had lost revenue from several spirit veins. That debt Dongfang Ming had been keeping score. Yi Xiaoyu nervously clutched her brother's sleeve. Ye Qingyun patted her hand and rose to his feet. Ye Qingyun stepped onto the martial platform facing Dongfang Ming. Dongfang Ming clasped his fists in salute. "If you please." His manner carried no overt arrogance, yet the scrutiny in his eyes was unmistakable. He wished to gauge exactly what this young man who had unified the southern sect was truly capable of. Ye Qingyun offered no salute in return, merely gazing at him. Dongfang Ming furrowed his brow, about to strike. Suddenly, Ye Qingyun's gaze transformed. Those originally placid eyes seemed to become bottomless abysses, with something churning in the depths of his pupils, like magma compressed for 30,000 years, finally finding an outlet. Dongfang Ming felt himself seized by an invisible force. Not pressure, not momentum, but a crushing oppression that dominated everything from the very root of his soul. He wished to resist, but the spiritual energy within his body refused to obey. The nascent soul in his dantian curled into a ball, trembling violently. His legs gave way, knees striking the blue stone tiles of the martial platform as he knelt directly upon the ground. Then blood began flowing from all 7 orifices. From the corners of his eyes, his ear canals, his nostrils, the corners of his mouth. Dark crimson threads of blood streamed down, simultaneously dripping onto the blue stone beneath. The entire arena fell into deathly silence. Ye Qingyun withdrew his gaze. Dongfang Ming collapsed to the ground, having already lost consciousness. The Dongfang family disciples rushed onto the platform, hastily carrying him away. Someone stole a glance at Ye Qingyun, their eyes filled with terror, as if gazing upon something that should not exist in this world. Ye Qingyun turned away, his gaze sweeping across the entire assembly. The southern stands, the western stands, the independent cultivator section. Every soul upon whom his gaze fell could not help but bow their heads. No one dared meet his eyes, not even those reclusive nascent soul elders who had lived for generations. "Is there anyone else who wishes to try?" No one answered. The martial arena fell so quiet that only the whistling wind across the banners remained to break the silence. Ye Qingyun descended the martial platform and returned to his seat. Yi Xiaoyu's small face flushed crimson with excitement, her 2 hands clenched into fists, her fingernails nearly piercing her palms. Xiao Zhou sprawled across her lap, licked its paw, and appeared somewhat disappointed. "That's it. So weak. Didn't even move a finger, and he collapsed." Xiao Zhou hasn't seen enough yet. Xuanyu Zhantian, seated in the main position, observed all of this. Dongfang Ming, with his nascent soul middle-stage cultivation, held a steady position within the top 5 of the 4 sects. Yet he had been brought to his knees with a single glance. No spiritual energy fluctuations, no traces of any technique, merely a gaze. Xuanyu Zhantian had lived for nearly 1,000 years, yet never had he witnessed such a method. A glint of solemnity flickered across his eyes, though what predominated was a sense of indescribable complexity. The elder of the Xuanyu family beside him lowered his voice. Ancestor, what cultivation realm is this person? Dongfang Ming couldn't withstand even a single glance from him. This already surpasses the scope of the nascent soul realm. Xuanyu Zhantian raised his hand to halt him. There is no need to say more. This person's strength far exceeds mine. Not a slight advantage, a chasm between heaven and earth. The elder was horrified. Then are we friends or foes? Xuanyu Zhantian fell silent for a breath. Friends, not foes. At least for now. If he were truly an enemy, Dongfang Ming would already be dead. He rose to his feet, straightened his robes, and personally strode toward the Qingyun pavilion. Xianyuan Xuantian personally walked to the Qingyun pavilion's seating area. All eyes in the hall followed the footsteps of this supreme expert of the four sects, their gazes tracking his every move. He clasped his hands in salute. Master Yi, what magnificent skill. This old man is truly impressed. His voice boomed across the entire martial arena, clear to every ear. Ye Qingyun rose and returned the bow. You flatter me, senior. Xianyuan Xuantian smiled. I speak only the truth. Master Ye's strength may even surpass my own. Come, please take the seat of honor. He stepped aside, gesturing an invitation for Ye Qingyun to sit beside the main seat, a position reserved exclusively for successive heads of the Xianyuan clan. Bestowing such an honor on an outsider left every person present momentarily stunned. Ye Qingyun accepted without hesitation, leading Yi Xiaoyu and Xiao Jiao toward the seat of honor. Yi Xiaoyu felt nervous, trailing closely behind her brother with measured, steady steps. Xiao Jiao nestled in her arms, tail draped over the armrest, amber eyes sweeping across the mysterious elders flanking the seat of honor, cultivators of unfathomable depth, before narrowing shut to resume its slumber. This gesture prompted the various factions to reassess Qingyun Pavilion's standing. Shimin Jian of the West sect flickered with apprehension, though curiosity dominated his expression. What kind of background could compel Xianyuan Xuantian to yield his seat to such a young cultivator? The wandering cultivator's representative withered, would matriarch studied Ye Qingyun with narrowed eyes, deep in contemplation. Having lived for centuries and witnessed countless prodigies, she had never encountered anyone quite like this. The smaller factions breathed sighs of relief, grateful they hadn't rashly provoked a confrontation. Dongfang Ming's cautionary tale remained on a stretcher, still unconscious. No one wished to become the next example. At this moment, Qingyun Pavilion's position was formally acknowledged by the four sects. This was no mere verbal acknowledgement. Xianyuan Xuantian used a single seat to announce to all that from this day forward the South sect would bear the Yi name. Following the sparring session, the true central agenda commenced, the redivision of territorial boundaries. Representatives from each faction entered the inner chamber for a closed-door discussion. Xianyuan Xuantian occupied the main seat. The Dongfang family was represented by an elder since Dongfang Ming remained unconscious. Shimin Jian attended in person. The withered wood matriarch represented the wandering cultivators, and several nascent soul elders who had secluded themselves for decades were also present. Ye Qingyun participated as the South sect's representative. Around the conference table, each faction vied relentlessly for resource distribution. The East sect sought to retain the spirit mines allocated in the previous session. The West sect coveted a secret realm entrance on the South sect's border, and the wandering cultivators demanded additional secret realm slots. The dispute stretched for over an hour, with each side refusing to concede. Ye Qingyun remained silent throughout, slowly sipping his tea, as though observing children dividing sweets. Xianyuan Xuantian turned to him. Master Yi, what are your thoughts? Ye Qingyun set down his teacup. The porcelain base struck the table with a soft clink, and the entire inner chamber fell silent. The South sect belongs to me. The rest you may divide among yourselves. Anyone who objects may step forward now. 3 brief sentences, and profound silence descended. The Dongfang family's elder lowered his head, pretending to examine the cup's glazed pattern. Shimin Jian swallowed the words he'd been about to speak, raising his teacup for a sip. The tea had long since gone cold. The withered wood matriarch leaned on her cane, eyes half closed, as if slumbering. Those nascent soul elders who had withdrawn from the world for decades also kept their eyelids lowered, none daring to rise. No one dared to respond. The meeting concluded with the South sect formally acknowledged by all factions as Qingyun Pavilion's sphere of influence. No one dared to mention the secret realm entrance on the South sect's border, nor the ownership of those spirit mines. Not even the ones the East sect had claimed in the previous session was anyone willing to request back. Gongsun Lai waited outside the door, watching Ye Qingyun emerge. He wanted to ask, but couldn't bring himself to speak. Ye Qingyun offered only a slight nod. The weight of the soul lock seal finally lifted from Gongsun Lai's face, leaving behind a trace of profound relief. Yi Xiaoyu whispered, Brother, why are they all afraid of you? Because they know they cannot defeat me. Is it really that simple? Ye Qingyun nodded. In the cultivation world, strength is the ultimate truth. When you possess strength, your words become law. Without it, rules exist only to constrain you. Xiao Jiao poked his head out from Yi Xiaoyu's embrace, interjecting. Then Master is the most reasonable person of all. A subtle curve formed at the corner of Ye Qingyun's mouth. Ye Xiaoyu smiled in response, reaching out to gently stroke Xiao Jiu's ear. The grand framework had been established, now came the details. All parties negotiated over specific resource points, spirit veins, and the allocation of ruins, debating over every single mineral deposit and every secret realm one by one. Ye Qingyun had little interest in these matters, leaving them to Gongsun Lai. Gongsun Lai had once been the head of the Gongsun family and had operated in the South Pulse for over a century, making him thoroughly adept at such affairs. Which spirit mine produced what grade of spirit stones, how often each secret realm opened, what the commission rate should be for a particular market. He knew all of it inside out. He refused to give an inch at the negotiation table, clashing with the East Pulse representatives for a full half an hour over a medium-grade spirit mine on the South Pulse border, and ultimately secured it. In the end, Qingyun Pavilion obtained control over all resource points in the South Pulse, along with priority mining rights at several cross-boundary resource sites. Those cross-boundary resource points lay at the intersection of the four pulses' originally common property, where anyone could harvest. But priority mining rights meant Qingyun Pavilion's people would pick first, with only what remained going to the other three pulses. When Gongsun Lai emerged from the negotiation hall, his voice had gone hoarse, yet a smile played across his face. During a break in negotiations, Shimin Jian proactively sought out Ye Qingyun. He did not beat around the bush. Pavilion Master Ye, the Shimin family excels at artifact refining, but high-grade materials have become increasingly difficult to find. Spiritual energy on Earth is sparse, spirit mines suitable for refining are dwindling, and their quality keeps declining. He paused. Now that Qingyun Pavilion has unified the South Pulse, you control considerable resources. The Shimin family is willing to exchange our refining techniques for a steady supply of materials. You provide the materials, I provide the techniques, a fair exchange. Ye Qingyun considered for a few breaths. The artifact hall was precisely in need of technological advancement. Yu Qiti's craftsmanship was respectable, but still fell short compared to the Shimin family. He gave his assent. Both parties reached a preliminary cooperation agreement. Shimin Jian relaxed visibly and took his leave with a respectful bow. Withered Wood Granny, the representative of the scattered cultivators, also approached Ye Qingyun. She leaned on her cane, her back hunched, yet the occasional glint of sharpness in those clouded old eyes made one dare not underestimate her. She was the leader of the Scattered Cultivator Alliance, commanding dozens of cultivators distributed across the four pulses. Scattered cultivators held the lowest status in the cultivation world. Without family backing or factional protection, they had to watch their step everywhere, constantly bullied by the great clans. This old one wishes to attach to Qingyun Pavilion and receive your protection. She came straight to the point. Ye Qingyun studied her. What can you offer me? Withered Wood Granny rapped her cane against the ground. Intelligence. Scattered cultivators are everywhere, serving wine in taverns, running stalls in the markets, gathering herbs in the deep mountains. Our people are in all these places. Our eyes are more numerous than any families. Combined, the intelligence networks of the four pulses cannot match the coverage of the Scattered Cultivator Alliance. Ye Qingyun nodded. We have a deal. A day's worth of negotiations concluded, and Qingyun Pavilion emerged as the greatest victor. Not only had their territory been formally recognized by all four pulses, they had also formed an alliance with the Shimin family and absorbed the Scattered Cultivator Alliance. Gongsun Lai reported the results with excitement. His voice was still hoarse, but his words came twice as fast as usual. Ye Qingyun merely gave a cool nod. This is merely the beginning. The true challenge still lies ahead. Gongsun Lai paused, then let his smile fade away. In the evening, Xianyuan Zhantian invited Ye Qingyun privately once more. This time it was not in the reception hall, but at a small pavilion in the Xianyuan family's back mountain. A pot of wine and 2 cups rested upon the stone table, moonlight filtering through the pine branches to scatter across the tabletop in dappled patterns. Pavilion Master Yi, do you know why Earth's spiritual energy is so sparse? Xianyuan Zhantian asked, without preamble, without pleasantries. Ye Qingyun's gaze sharpened. Does Senior know the reason? Xianyuan Zhantian nodded, his expression grave. I know. And this matter concerns you and me and the entire Earth's cultivation world now and forever. He raised his wine cup and drained it in one gulp. Beneath the moonlight, that face of a nascent soul late-stage cultivator who had lived nearly 1,000 years revealed for the very first time an unmistakable weariness. Xianyuan Zhantian set up a sound isolation formation. His fingers tapped along the edge of the stone table, and a layer of pale golden light membrane rose from all sides of the small pavilion, completely isolating the interior from the exterior. Moonlight could not penetrate, pine waves could not pass through, even the air had become stagnant. He set down his wine cup, his expression grave. Ye Qingyun, I was asking you before. Do you know why Earth's spiritual energy is so scarce? Ye Qingyun did not respond, waiting for him to continue. Actually, it is not scarce. It has been sealed. Ye Qingyun furrowed his brow. Sealed? Xianyuan Zhantian nodded. In ancient times, Earth's spiritual energy was abundant, and the strong were as numerous as the clouds. Nascent soul cultivators were commonplace, spirit transformation masters walked the streets, and consolidated spirit and great circle cultivators were not uncommon. But later a great war erupted. A supreme being sealed Earth's source of spiritual energy, and from that moment spiritual energy began to decline day by day. 1,000 years later nascent soul cultivators became legends, and by now even a golden core cultivator can be called an ancestor. He smiled self-deprecatingly. And this seal is now loosening. The demon beasts and otherworldly creatures appearing everywhere are signs of the seal's weakening. The things sealed on the other side are seeping out little by little. A tremor went through Ye Qingyun's heart. Was the rift he left when crossing realms related to this seal's loosening? Two spatial rifts appeared simultaneously. One was the seal left by the ancient supreme being, and the other was the dimensional barrier he had torn open with his immortal emperor's blood. If the things sealed on the other side of the barrier were from the same place as the spatial turbulence he had passed through when crossing realms, Xianyuan Zhantian continued speaking. The Xianyuan family has guarded a secret for generations. The core of the seal lies somewhere in the northern ridge. He raised his hand and pointed his finger piercing through the formation to indicate the north. This old man invited you here because I need your assistance. The Xianyuan family has guarded this secret for over 1,000 years. Every family head on their deathbed has instructed their successor that the seal must never be broken. But this old man has lived for nearly 1,000 years and never seen the seal loosening so dramatically. Once the seal shatters completely, not only will otherworldly creatures flood in, things that were sealed away may also reappear in this world. What things, eh? Ye Qingyun asked. Xianyuan Zhantian fell silent for a moment. The ancient battlefield, and the remains and legacies of the powerhouses who fell there. The Supreme Being sealed the entire battlefield into an alien space, burying it along with those powerful warriors who perished in battle. Nascent soul spirit transformation consolidated spirit great circle, and possibly even beings of immortal caliber. Their remains natal treasures storage rings, and cultivation legacies are all buried within. His voice dropped to a whisper. The ancestor of the Xianyuan family was one of the few who survived that great war. He left behind these words. If the seal breaks the battlefield re-emerges fortune and calamity intertwined. Ye Qingyun agreed to cooperate with the Xianyuan family to jointly monitor the seal. In exchange the Xianyuan family would share all intelligence regarding the seal and the ancient battlefield, including the ancestral manuscripts, the observation records kept by generations of family heads, and the fragmentary accounts of that great war. Walking out of the secret chamber the formation dissipated silently behind them. Moonlight fell once more, the pine waves surged back, and the night wind carried the scent of pine resin filling their collars. Ye Qingyun gazed up at the starry sky. Earth's secrets were far more numerous than he had imagined. The seal, the ancient battlefield, the supreme being. What had happened in Earth's cultivation world during the 8 years he was away? Xiaojiu hopped up from the stone bench, climbing along his trouser leg all the way to his shoulder, its tail coiling around the back of his neck. Master finished talking. Ye Qingyun nodded. Yes. We need to stay in the northern ridge for a few more days. Xiaojiu's eyes sparkled, amber pupils reflecting the moonlight. Can we fight? Ye Qingyun smiled. There might be, and it will be a fight from long ago. The things sealed on the other side are older than shadow wolves, older than hidden serpents, older than any demon beast we've faced before. He gazed northward, his eyes passing through the pine forest over the mountain ridges, as if seeing the seal's core hidden deep within the mountains. Xiaojiu excitedly circled on his shoulder, its tail held high. Xiaojiu loves fighting the most. The older they are, the more satisfying to chew on. Ye Qingyun stayed at the Xianyuan family estate with Xianyuan Zhantian personally accompanying him on a tour. The Xianyuan family's heritage was indeed profound. Their 3-story library housed tens of thousands of volumes with cultivation manuals and ancient miscellaneous records meticulously organized by category. The alchemy chamber contained 3 underground fire furnaces drawing from subterranean fire veins that burned year-round. The martial arena was more than twice the size of Qingyun Pavilion, its floor laid with massive blocks of refined steel rock densely covered with countless sword marks and palm imprints. Ye Qingyun noticed that the Xianyuan family's spirit-gathering array was far more advanced than Qingyun Pavilion's. The array's foundation used ancient formation discs passed down through generations, and the flow and layering of the formation patterns were entirely different from the techniques he had brought back from the cultivation world, representing an entirely separate system. Spiritual energy was drawn from all directions by the array, converging into a faintly visible pale white misty flow that gently circulated along the formation patterns. Xianyuan Zhantian openly admitted, this was passed down from ancient times. The Xianyuan family's ancestors brought back not only intelligence from that great battle, but also this set of formation discs. However, over the past 1,000 years, spiritual energy has become increasingly scarce, causing the array's effectiveness to diminish significantly. In the past, this spirit-gathering array could cover the entire estate, but now it barely suffices to protect the core area. He paused. However, recently the spiritual energy concentration seems to be recovering. The array's coverage has expanded by a full circle compared to last year. It wasn't I who adjusted the formation disk. The spiritual energy itself has become denser. Ye Qingyun had sensed it too. Compared to when he had just returned to Earth a few months ago, the spiritual energy was indeed more abundant. It wasn't an illusion. He had verified this conclusion repeatedly with his divine sense. The spiritual energy concentration in the air was approximately 20% higher than when he first returned, and it was still slowly rising. Xianyuan Zhantian said, "It's not just the spiritual energy. Spiritual medicines across various regions are growing faster. Some long-exhausted spirit springs have begun flowing again, and people have even discovered some spirit beasts never before seen." A rogue cultivator under the Withered Wood Elders faction encountered one in the deep mountains of the Western Range. Pure white, resembling a young deer, but instead of antlers it had two fleshy tentacles on its head, and when it ran its four hooves didn't touch the ground, as if flying over the tips of the grass. I searched the Xianyuan family's ancient records. That creature is called a cloud hoof, a low-level spirit beast from ancient times, gentle in nature and feeding on spiritual energy. Its reappearance means Earth's spiritual energy concentration has recovered to a level that can sustain spirit beasts. He paused. I suspect this is related to the loosening of the seal. The other side of the seal may be connected to a world abundant with spiritual energy. As the seal loosens, spiritual energy from that side has been seeping through. The cloud hoof didn't spring out of thin air. It came through from the other side of the seal. Ye Qingyun recalled the spatial turbulence he had passed through when he broke through the realm and returned. The spiritual energy in that spatial current was indeed extremely abundant, so dense that even the spatial turbulence was tinged with a faint golden glow. If the other side of the seal connected to a similar place, everything would make sense. The seal loosens, otherworldly spiritual energy seeps into Earth, and mystical beasts surge in along with the spiritual energy. The beast horde gathering at the fissure, the chaotic space, in Yin Shi's memory, the ancient battlefield recorded in the Xianyuan family's ancient texts. He asked Xianyuan Zhantian, "And the ancient battlefield?" Xianyuan Zhantian was silent for a moment. According to the Xianyuan family's records, the ancient battlefield is on the other side of the seal. The great battle back then shattered the heavens. The supreme experts, to prevent the battle's aftermath from affecting Earth, sealed the entire battlefield into a different dimension. They sealed away the source of Earth's spiritual veins from ancient times along with it. His voice dropped lower. The ancestor wrote in his journal that if the seal breaks, the battlefield will reappear. Buried in that battlefield are not only the remains and inheritances of ancient powerhouses, but also the root source of spiritual energy that has been sealed away from Earth's cultivation world for thousands of years. Once the seal is completely shattered, the speed of spiritual energy revival will be more than 10 times faster than it is now. Ye Qingyun and Xianyuan Zhantian formally established their cooperation. Qingyun Pavilion and the Xianyuan family formed an alliance to jointly address the coming upheaval. Xianyuan Zhantian promised to inform Ye Qingyun immediately if there were any abnormal movements with the seal. Ye Qingyun also agreed to lend his assistance when necessary. The two of them struck palms and oath, the sound echoing briefly in the empty library before being absorbed by the walls of ancient texts. Before leaving the Xianyuan family estate, Ye Qingyun stood on high ground gazing toward the north. It was said that was the direction of the seal's core, mountain ranges upon mountain ranges shrouded in mist and clouds revealing no abnormalities. Xiaoju squatted on his shoulder following his gaze. "Master, have you been to that ancient battlefield?" Ye Qingyun shook his head. "No, but perhaps it contains what I need." He had been searching for a way to restore his cultivation. The resources needed to recover from the immortal sovereign early stage to the immortal emperor peak stage were an astronomical figure impossible to gather on Earth. But an ancient battlefield with the remains and inheritances of countless fallen powerhouses, transcending divinity, void, refining unity, great ascension, and possibly even immortal level existences. What was in their storage rings? How much spiritual power remained in their life-bound magic treasures? What materials their cultivation inheritances were inscribed on that could withstand thousands of years? Xiao Jiu's tail gently brushed against the back of his neck. "Can you fight in there?" A faint smile curved Ye Qingyun's lips. "Yes, and it's a battle left unfinished many, many years ago." Ye Qingyun's group departed from the Xianyuan family and returned to the southern vein. On the flying vessel, Ye Xiaoyu sat in meditation within the cabin while Xiao Jiu dozed in her lap. Ye Qingyun stood at the bow of the ship, endlessly contemplating Xianyuan Zhantian's words. Seals, spiritual energy, revival, ancient battlefields. Did these have any connection to the rift he had torn open upon his return across realms? He decided to take a detour to examine the rift Xianyuan Zhantian had mentioned. Xianyuan Ming led the way. The flying vessel veered from its original course, soaring deeper into the northern mountain range. The further north they traveled, the more treacherous the terrain became, with hardly a human soul in sight, even flying birds growing scarce. Finally, they descended before an unremarkable mountain peak, its slopes blanketed by primordial forest, revealing no hint of anything unusual. Xianyuan Ming produced a token and nestled it into a concealed groove on the mountainside. The air rippled like disturbed water, unveiling a narrow valley entrance. The valley lay enshrouded by Xianyuan family formations, invisible to outsiders. Without the token, even cultivators at the transformation god stage would fail to locate the entry point. Within the valley, Ye Qingyun beheld a spatial rift. Suspended several zhang above ground, this rift differed from the one he had torn during his realm crossing. It was far more ancient. Rather than purplish-black lightning arcs, the rift's edges teemed with densely packed ancient formation patterns. Like creeping vines, they clung and wrapped around the fissure's margins, securely confining it. Most of those formation patterns had faded considerably, with numerous fractures appearing throughout. Yet they continued to struggle onward. This was a man-made seal. Someone had torn open this rift, and then used formations to bind it shut. Ye Qingyun approached the rift and extended his divine sense inward. The formation patterns flared briefly at his spiritual touch, then quickly dimmed. His divine sense traversed the multitude of sealing formations, cutting through a maelstrom of spatial turbulence until it reached the rift's far side. He sensed an unmistakable familiarity. The scent of the cultivation realm. He recognized it instantly. That world where he had spent 30,000 years of his existence. The spiritual energy carried a distinct coolness characteristic of the cultivation realm, and the spatial currents pulsed with rhythms identical to those he had experienced during his original realm crossing. Though vast distances and countless layers of sealing formations separated them, it was unmistakably the cultivation realm's essence. Ye Qingyun felt a violent tremor within his heart. This rift connected to the cultivation realm. This meant Earth and the cultivation realm had always possessed some underlying connection. Not something his realm crossing had created, but a passage torn open during ancient times. Withdrawing his divine sense, his expression turned grave. If this rift connected to the cultivation realm, what did a weakening seal signify? Beyond spiritual energy seeping through creatures, and even cultivators from the cultivation realm could potentially traverse into Earth. The shadow wolves and hidden serpents he had previously encountered might not have emerged from his realm crossing, but potentially from this ancient fissure. Gaps in the fractured sealing formations were wide enough for low-level demonic beasts to pass through. If true, the beast horde gathering beyond the rift far exceeded what he had glimpsed in the hidden serpent's memories. The situation proved far graver than anticipated. Ye Qingyun turned to Xianyuan Ming. Has this rift shown any recent anomalies? Indeed it has. Starting several months ago, the rift's fluctuations intensified dramatically. Previously, only 1 or 2 sealing formations would fracture annually, yet recently 7 or 8 had broken within just a few months. The elder surmised the seal was loosening and deployed additional hands for round-the-clock surveillance. Several months ago, precisely when Ye Qingyun had returned across realms, with his immortal emperor blood, he had torn through dimensional barriers, forcing a return from the cultivation realm to Earth. 2 spatial rifts materialized simultaneously in the same world, one of which was a seal left by an ancient supreme being. A theory crystallized in Ye Qingyun's mind. His realm crossing might have inadvertently triggered a critical node in Earth's ancient seal. The 2 spatial rifts resonated across dimensions, accelerating the seal's deterioration. All of this was inextricably linked to him. Sensing her master's mood, Xiao Jiu hopped from the cabin, padded along the railing to his side, and gently nuzzled his hand. Master, whatever unfolds, Xiao Jiu stands with you. Ye Qingyun gazed downward, fingers caressing her ear. She narrowed her eyes contentedly, her tail coiling softly around his wrist. The flying vessel altered course, heading toward the southern vein. Behind them, the ancient rift vanished beneath the reforming formations. The valley sealed itself, leaving the mountainside pristine and unblemished. When Ye Qingyun returned to the southern pulse, he immediately summoned the core members. Murong ancestor Gongsun Lai Zhao Wuji, Chun Tianxiong Murong Shui, and Yuchi Tai all arrived. He informed everyone about the alliance with the Xianyuan family, while also announcing the truth about the spiritual energy resurgence and the rift. The seal had loosened, the ancient battlefield lay exposed, spiritual energy seeped through, and that ancient rift connecting to the cultivation realm widened. After everyone listened, the conference room fell silent for several breaths. Gongsun Lai was the first to speak. Sect Master, does the spiritual energy resurgence mean the cultivation environment will greatly improve? Ye Qingyun nodded. Gongsun Lai took a deep breath. He had been stuck at the early nascent soul stage for far too long, not due to insufficient talent, but because Earth's spiritual energy simply could not support cultivation beyond the nascent soul stage. Now, with the spiritual energy resurgence, the bottleneck that had held him back for nearly a century finally showed signs of loosening. Ye Qingyun poured cold water on the situation. The spiritual energy resurgence also means more otherworldly creatures will pour in. As spiritual energy seeped through, beasts and even cultivators from the cultivation realm would follow. Opportunities and dangers coexisted. Ye Qingyun took out a communication jade talisman to communicate remotely with Xianyuan Zhantian. The jade talisman glowed with a faint golden light, and Xianyuan Zhantian's voice emerged from within carrying a slight rustling sound caused by spiritual energy fluctuations. The two finalized the alliance details. First, intelligence sharing. Both sides would exchange information freely and jointly monitor the rift and beast movements. The Xianyuan family would monitor the ancient rift in the northern pulse, while Qingyun Pavilion would monitor the southern pulse and surrounding areas, sharing any abnormalities immediately. Second, resource exchange. The Xianyuan family would provide ancient inherited formations and alchemical formulas, while Qingyun Pavilion would offer resources Ye Qingyun brought back from the cultivation realm. Spirit stones, spiritual herbs, and artifact forging materials would be exchanged according to agreed proportions. Third, mutual defense. In the event of large-scale, otherworldly invasion, both sides would unite to resist. Qingyun Pavilion would provide combat strength, while the Xianyuan family would supply formation support and intelligence assistance. Fourth, the Xianyuan family would acknowledge Qingyun Pavilion's absolute dominion over the Southern Pulse. They would not interfere in Southern Pulse internal affairs, personnel appointments, or dismissals within Qingyun Pavilion or question any of Qingyun Pavilion's decisions in the Southern Pulse. The Jade Talisman's light faded and the alliance was formally established. Ye Qingyun began internal integration, distributing the ancient formations and alchemical formulas obtained from the Xianyuan family to the Alchemy Hall and Artifact Hall. When Murong Shui received the scroll of ancient alchemical formulas, her hands trembled. Most of the formulas within were long-lost ancient recipes with medicinal preparation techniques, fire control, and pill condensing timing entirely different from the current system. She locked herself in the Alchemy Hall for 3 days without emerging. Yuchi Tai was no better off. The direction and layering methods of ancient formation glyphs completely revolutionized his understanding of formations, leaving him clutching a formation board half the night without sleep. The intelligence network of the Freelance Cultivator Alliance also began operating. The freelance cultivators under Witheredwood Grandmother were scattered across the 4 pulses. Waiters in taverns, vendors in markets, herb gatherers in the mountains. Daily reports flowed continuously into Chun Tianxiong's intelligence hall. Whether unfamiliar beasts appeared in remote mountains, spiritual mines showed anomalous fluctuations, or strangers entered the Southern Pulse territory, every detail was meticulously documented. Qingyun Pavilion's comprehensive strength was rapidly increasing. After returning to Qingyun Pavilion, Yi Xiaoyu entered seclusion once more. The several exchanges at the cultivation assembly had greatly benefited her. Personally witnessing Golden Core and nascent soul level battles struck her far more profoundly than months of solitary cultivation. She sensed the threshold of late foundation establishment approaching. Ye Qingyun provided personal guidance to help her break through the bottleneck. 3 days later, a soft, muffled sound echoed from within Yi Xiaoyu. Late foundation establishment achieved. Less than 3 months since marrow washing, she had progressed from an ordinary mortal to late foundation establishment. The terrifying potential of the innate spirit body was beginning to manifest fully. When Yi Xiaoyu emerged from the cultivation chamber, she was enveloped in a faint spiritual glow, the lingering sign of spiritual energy overflow from her recent breakthrough that had yet to be fully contained. Ye Qingyun rare smiled. Well done. Next you may begin learning sword techniques. Yi Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? What sword technique? The Qingyun Sword Manual. The technique I spent 30,000 years perfecting in the cultivation realm. 30,000 years. Yi Xiaoyu stared in astonishment. Ye Qingyun nodded. Yes. So study diligently. Xiao Jiao poked his head over the couch arm and chimed in, Sister Master's sword technique is incredible. Once he cleaved a celestial king in two with a single strike. That celestial king's body, treasure, and soul all destroyed without a trace. Yi Xiaoyu's eyes filled with longing. She gazed down at her own palm, fingers spreading and curling. A sword technique refined over 30,000 years. She would master it too. Ye Qingyun returned to Cloud Top Villa in Jiangcity with Yi Xiaoyu and Xiao Jiao. In his absence of nearly a month, significant changes had swept through Jiangcity. The patrol squads of the Qingyun guards had expanded, and along the streets disciples in uniform could be spotted at regular intervals. Public security had improved remarkably. The thugs who once collected protection fees in the narrow alleyways had vanished entirely. Shops opened one after another, and the marketplaces teemed with bustling crowds. Zhao Wuji stood in the living room delivering his report, his posture ramrod straight. Master, this month, several more minor factions have voluntarily submitted to our rule. The Iron Blade Society from the South District, the Willow Leaf Gang from the North, and warrior families from several nearby towns have all sent formal letters of allegiance. Following the rules you established, I granted them cultivation techniques and incorporated them all into the external hall. The Qingyun guards have expanded to 500 members. Ye Qingyun nodded, expressing his approval of Zhao Wuji's work. The Qingyun Pavilion headquarters had grown from the original villa into an entire complex of buildings. The battle hall's training grounds had doubled in size. The alchemy hall gained 2 new pill refining chambers, and outside the artifact hall raw or freshly transported from the mines was piled in heaps. The 4 halls performed their respective duties with the contribution point system now operating seamlessly. Gongsun Lai no longer needed to handle every matter personally, as the vice hall master oversaw the daily training routines of the battle hall. Murong Shui had taken in several disciples, and the furnaces in the alchemy chambers burned without pause from dawn to dusk. Yu Tai had made promising progress researching the ancient formation patterns of the Qianyuan clan, spending all his time in the artifact hall experimenting with leftover materials. Chen Tianxiong's intelligence hall was the busiest of all. Information from the Wandering Cultivator Alliance poured in daily like snowflakes, consuming most of their time just to filter and organize. Murong Ancestor reported that the first Dao Inquiry Assembly had been a tremendous success. Murong Ancestor lectured on the Dao of the Golden Core. Gongsun Lai spoke on the mysteries of the nascent soul, and Ye Qingyun personally presided over the QA session. The response was overwhelming, with many members who had been stuck at bottlenecks for years achieving breakthroughs on the spot. Ye Qingyun listened and nodded. Upon returning to Jiangxing, Ye Qingyun began teaching Ye Xiaoyu the Cloud Qingyun sword art. The sword art consisted of 9 forms, each with 9 variations, making it extraordinarily complex and profound. The first form, Cloud Rising, appeared to be a simple direct thrust, yet it contained 8 different methods of force application and 3 distinct pathways for spiritual energy circulation. Ye Xiaoyu began learning from the first form. She gripped her spiritual sword and thrust it one strike after another from the early morning until noon, and from noon until dusk. Sweat dripped from her chin onto the blue stone slabs beneath her feet, drying only to be replaced by fresh moisture again and again. 1,000 sword swings daily without a single day of interruption. Her innate spiritual constitution not only accelerated her cultivation speed, but also granted her extraordinary comprehension of sword techniques. Force applications that ordinary people would require months to grasp, she mastered in merely 3 days. By the 5th day, she had firmly grasped the fundamental sword patterns of the first form. A wisp of faint azure sword chi condensed at the tip of her blade, though it dissipated after extending merely an inch. Still, the direction was correct. Ye Qingyun stood beneath the corridor watching his sister practice. Perhaps someday she would truly master the complete Cloud Qingyun sword art. Not merely the superficial first 3 forms, but the essence of all 9 forms and 81 variations. On that day, she would genuinely stand beside him rather than hide behind his shadow. Xiao Jiu returned to Jiangxing, resumed her blissful existence of eating and sleeping. She basked in the morning sun on the windowsill, dozed off on the sofa armrest at noon, and in the afternoon patrolled the Qingyun Pavilion headquarters, terrifying the newly arrived disciples. It was not intentional on her part. She simply could not fully conceal that trace of demonic imperial aura. The new disciples did not know the true depths of this small white fox. They only knew that this seemingly harmless pet wandering beside the pavilion master could make even Hall Master Gongsun give her a wide berth. When Murong Shui refined pills, Xiao Jiu would lie beside her, using her demonic power to gently nurture the alchemical flames. Her demonic power was far gentler than earthly fire, visibly improving the quality of the refined pills. Murong Shui now always asked, "Is Xiao Jiu available today?" before beginning any alchemy session. She was becoming more integrated into this family. Not a guardian spirit beast, not a 9-tailed celestial fox, but simply the little fox at home who sunbathes on windowsills, steals spiritual fruits, and burrows into blankets. Several peaceful days passed. One day, as Ye Qingyun sat on the stone bench in the courtyard watching Ye Xiaoyu practice swordsmanship, the transmission Jade Talisman suddenly illuminated. Xian Yuan Zantian's voice emerged from the Jade Talisman, carrying the crackling distortion of spiritual energy, his pace notably faster than usual. Pavilion Master Yi, there is unusual activity at the northern fissure. A large number of life signatures have been detected approaching the other side of the fissure. Not just a few, but an entire group, and the numbers are still increasing. Ye Qingyun set down the Jade Talisman, his gaze hardening. Xiao Jiu lifted her head from the windowsill, her amber eyes fixed intently on him. She sensed the shift in her master's emotions, hopped down from the windowsill, and padded over to his feet with tiny steps. "Master." Ye Qingyun looked down at her. "Xiao Jiu, prepare yourself. There may be a fight coming." Xiao Jiu's tail shot up straight, her ears pricking rigidly. Finally a fight. Xiao Jiu has been waiting so long. She spun in a circle on the spot, then another circle before settling down with her tail wrapped around her front paws, her amber eyes reflecting the sunset's afterglow. She was anticipating it, whatever might surge forth from beyond that fissure. Regardless of what it was, she was ready. Ye Qingyun once again came to the northern branch to discuss the strange movements of the rift with Xian Yuan Zhantian. This time a young woman stood beside Xian Yuan Zhantian, around 23 or 24 years old, with cultivation at the early golden core stage. She wore the deep purple robe standard for Xian Yuan family disciples, but the Xian Niao clan emblem on her sleeve was silver, a stark contrast to the bronze of ordinary disciples. It was the mark of a core clanswoman. Xian Yuanqing, granddaughter of Xian Yuan Zhantian. She possessed striking features, her brows and eyes carrying a distinct heroic spirit. Far from the delicate gentleness of noble daughters, she resembled a sword newly drawn from its sheath. Her gaze carried a rebellious spark, meeting people's eyes directly, without flinching. She had witnessed Ye Qingyun's overwhelming presence at the Immortal Cultivation Conference, a single glance that forced Dongfang Ming to his knees. Her grandfather's assessment of Ye Qingyun upon returning was succinct, 4 words, profoundly unfathomable. In the entire Earth's cultivation world, no second person existed who could elicit such a description from her grandfather. This time she volunteered to participate in the rift monitoring mission. Xian Yuan Zhantian, unable to resist his granddaughter's determination, brought her along. Xian Yuanqing's attitude toward Ye Qingyun differed distinctly from everyone else. It was not reverence, nor was it flattery. It was pure curiosity. She gazed at Ye Qingyun for several breaths, then directly asked, "Sect Master Ye, are you truly not from Earth?" Beside her, Ye Xiaoyu nearly choked in surprise. Gongsun Lai's eyelids twitched. Even the Mu Rong ancestor unconsciously shifted half a step to the side. Ye Qingyun glanced at her without responding. Xian Yuanqing showed no irritation. Instead, she smiled. "Not denying means you're confirming." How intriguing. When she smiled, her eyes curved into crescents, that rebellious edge softening into something more bright and maiden-like. Ye Xiaoyu observed from the side, acutely sensing something. She glanced at Xian Yuanqing, then at her own brother, deep in thought. Xiao Jiu lay nestled in her arms, amber eyes darting about mischievously. Xian Yuan Zhantian arranged for Xian Yuanqing to accompany Ye Qingyun to inspect the rift. Ye Qingyun did not refuse, and together with Ye Xiaoyu and Xiao Jiu, he followed Xian Yuanqing toward the valley. Along the way, Xian Yuanqing peppered him with questions. "Sect Master Yi, what is the cultivation world like? I heard spiritual energy there is 100 times more abundant than on Earth. Is that true? Sect Master Yi, how many years have you been cultivating? Grandfather says your strength far surpasses his, so you must have cultivated for at least a millennium, right? Sect Master Yi, is Xiao Jiu truly a 9-tailed celestial fox? The legendary 9-tailed celestial fox should have 9 tails. Why does she only have 1? Ye Qingyun was extremely economical with words. When asked about the cultivation world, he replied, vast. When asked about cultivation years, he answered, a long time. Regarding Xiao Jiu, she hopped off his shoulder, dramatically unfurling all 9 tails, parading them before Xian Yuanqing, before retracting them and returning to perch on his shoulder. Xian Yuanqing cared nothing for Ye Qingyun's aloofness, happily carrying on conversations by herself. Xiao Jiu bore no dislike for her. Quite the opposite, even allowing her to touch her tails. Among those who could touch Xiao Jiu's tails voluntarily, Xian Yuanqing was the third, after Ye Qingyun and Ye Xiaoyu. Ye Xiaoyu quietly leaned close to Ye Qingyun's ear. Brother, she seems quite interested in you. Ye Qingyun kept his gaze straight ahead. Don't speak nonsense. Ye Xiaoyu withdrew, yet couldn't suppress the smile tugging at her lips. Back at their lodging, Ye Xiaoyu proactively sought out Xian Yuanqing. The two girls, close in age, quickly became familiar companions. Ye Xiaoyu discovered Xian Yuanqing's straightforward personality lacked any noble airs, discussing cultivation techniques, swordsmanship, and just how soft Xiao Jiu's tails were. Ye Xiaoyu deliberately shared details about Ye Qingyun. He enjoyed tea, disliked noise, and was exceptionally kind to his sister. Xian Yuanqing listened with great interest, her eyes brightening when she heard about Ye Qingyun cooking personally. Secretly, Ye Xiaoyu thought to herself, this looks promising. In the evening, Xian Yuanqing approached Xian Yuan Zhantian, volunteering to go to Qingyun Pavilion for exchange and study. Having lived nearly a millennium, Xian Yuan Zhantian instantly perceived his granddaughter's intentions. He offered no objection, merely cautioning, don't cause trouble for Sect Master Yi. Ye Qingyun initially intended to refuse. However, Ye Xiaoyu said, brother sister Qing is quite nice, while Xiao Jiu perched on the windowsill, her tail swaying to indicate welcome. Democracy prevailing, Xian Yuanqing officially joined the Qingyun Pavilion exchange delegation. She gazed at Ye Qingyun, eyes carrying a smile. Sect Master Yi, I look forward to your guidance in the future. Ye Qingyun glanced at her for a brief moment. Xian Yuanqing's eyes curved into crescents. Beside them, Ye Xiaoyu watched with a knowing smile. Xiao Jiu rested on the windowsill, tail swaying gently, her amber eyes reflecting the moonlight. She pondered to herself. This human who dared to touch her tails seemed rather decent after all. Xian Yuanqing formally joined the Qingyun Pavilion, taking residence in the guest quarters of Yunding Manor. She swiftly adapted to life within the sect, rising each dawn for cultivation, lending her aid at the headquarters throughout the day, and returning each evening to cross blades with Ye Xiaoyu. The two young women, close in years yet opposite in disposition, one forthright and spirited, the other gentle and refined, complemented each other admirably, and soon became inseparable confidants. Xian Yuanqing's pursuit of Ye Qingyun was equally direct and unhesitating. She would bring tea, deliver sweetmeats, and seek his counsel on matters of cultivation. When Ye Qingyun sat reviewing documents in the courtyard, she would approach bearing a freshly brewed pot of spiritual tea, pour him a cup, and set it at his side without a word, then settle beside him to practice her sword forms. Ye Qingyun would lift the cup and drink. Hidden from his view, her lips curved in an irrepressible smile. His demeanor remained cool and distant, yet he did not repel her presence. He accepted her tea, answered her questions, and occasionally offered a word or two of guidance on sword techniques, his tone maintaining that familiar detachment. Yet at the very least he did not refuse her. Xian Yuanqing deemed this sufficient. Xiao Jiao's stance toward Xian Yuanqing could be summarized as, not objectionable, but performance will be evaluated. She frequently stirred up trouble whenever Xian Yuanqing drew near Ye Qingyun. When Xian Yuanqing brought tea, Xiao Jia would pounce upon the table, first bury her head in the cup, and drink down the greater portion, then lick her chops, and regard Xian Yuanqing with guileless amber eyes. When Xian Yuanqing posed cultivation queries, Xiao Jia would interject with answers wildly askew. Master's favorite color is white, because Xiao Jia is white, and Master's favorite food is spiritual fruit, because Xiao Jia enjoys spiritual fruit. Amused and undeterred, Xian Yuanqing took to bribing Xiao Jia with spiritual delicacies, Snow Realm Lingji, from the northern vein 100 fruit brew obtained from the Shiman family, and spirit tea cakes freshly refined by Murong Shui, all deposited into Xiao Jia's bowl. Gradually Xiao Jia was won over, and began speaking kindly of her. When Ye Qingyun perused intelligence reports in his study, Xiao Jia would recline upon his lap, her tail swaying gently. Master Xian Yuan Jie brought Xiao Jia delicious spiritual fruit today, much tastier than Murong Jie's spirit tea cakes. She says she'll bring more tomorrow too. Master, please don't chase her away. Ye Qingyun cast a downward glance at her. Xiao Jia propped her chin upon his knee, her tail wagging in a most imploring fashion. Xian Yuanqing had ascended to the position of Xian Yuan family's eldest daughter through means beyond mere lineage. Her cultivation at the Golden Core's initial stage already ranked among the foremost of her generation, with no one among the Xian Yuan family's youth able to surpass her. During a sparring session, she had clashed with Gongsun Lai to a stalemate. Gongsun Lai dwelt at the nascent soul's initial stage, though the soul-locking seal suppressed a portion of his strength. Nevertheless, his cultivation base was evident for all to see. Xian Yuanqing at the mere Golden Core initial stage had matched him blow for blow from commencement to conclusion, never once falling behind. And with a final sword thrust, she had even forced Gongsun Lai to retreat a half-step. Ye Qingyun observed from beneath the corridor's eaves, offering a subtle nod. Remarkable talent, and her sword foundations ran deep and true. The Xian Yuan family's legacy had not been squandered upon her. One autumn evening, Xian Yuanqing practiced her sword in the courtyard. The setting sun filtered through the osmanthus branches, its golden light falling upon the tip of her blade. The technique she practiced was the Xian Yuan family's ancestral sword art, grand sweeping movements that mirrored her forthright nature. Ye Qingyun emerged from his study and passed through the courtyard. She called out to him, "Pavilion Master Yi, there's this one move I simply cannot master." She demonstrated the technique, her blade tip slanting toward the earth, yet at the moment her wrist inverted, the faintest hesitation betrayed her. The spiritual energy dissipates at this point. I have tried countless times to no avail. Ye Qingyun offered patient guidance for a rare moment. The issue lay not with the Xian Yuan family sword art itself, but with a habitual deviation in how she channeled her own force. He reached out and tapped an acupoint on her wrist with an airy touch. Direct the spiritual energy through here, not through there. Xian Yuanqing followed his instruction. Her blade traced a fluid arc, and that trace of hesitation vanished without a trace. She possessed keen comprehension. On the spot, she refined the sword technique and practiced it repeatedly, each iteration more natural than the last. Beneath the evening sun, the two stood side by side. Her blade's tip gilded with lingering daylight, his shadow stretching across her feet. Ye Xiaoyu and Xiao Jiao spied upon them from behind the window. Ye Xiaoyu covered her mouth to stifle laughter, while Xiao Jiao's tail wagged with barely contained excitement, only to be seized by Ye Xiaoyu before it could strike the window pane and betray their presence. That evening, Xian Yuanqing confided to Ye Xiaoyu, "Your brother is not truly as cold as he appears." Ye Xiaoyu smiled knowingly. "He simply struggles to express himself." Xian Yuanqing spoke with quiet conviction, "It matters not. I am willing to wait for the day he chooses to open his heart. I am not impatient. The lifespan of a cultivator stretches long. I have time enough to spare." Ye Xiaoyu clasped her hand. "Sister Qing, I am on your side." Xiao Jiao bounded up as well, nuzzling against Xian Yuanqing's palm. Xiao Jiao supports her too, but the spiritual fruit must be doubled from now on. Snow Realm Lingji 100 fruit brew spirit tea cakes, every single day. Xian Yuanqing burst into laughter. "Agreed. Xianyuan Zhantian's warning proved prescient. The ancient rift at the northern vein suddenly erupted into violent fluctuations, the array patterns glow shifting from pale gold to crimson. That unmistakable sign of a seal pushed beyond its breaking point. The fissure widened with alarming speed, resembling a wound torn open by an invisible hand spreading outward from its center, as ancient array patterns along its edges shattered one after another. Torrents of demon beasts poured forth from the chasm. Shadow wolves, hidden serpents, crimson flame tigers, iron feather eagles, alongside countless more nameless low-tier creatures, flooded out like a dam bursting its bounds. Villages in the vicinity bore the first and most devastating blow. Civilian casualties mounted horrifically, several mountain settlements were trampled flat entirely, their surviving inhabitants fleeing desperately southward. The Xianyuan family mobilized with urgency, committing every cultivator at Golden Core stage and beyond to the battlefield. Yet the demon beast numbers proved overwhelming. The flow from the rift exceeded all expectations, waves cresting endlessly, the defensive line retreating inexorably. Ye Qingyun received the desperate summons and immediately marshaled Qingyun Pavilion's full combat strength. The war hall surged forth in its entirety, commanded by Gongsun Lai, with all 300 cabinet cultivators boarding the flying vessels. Ye Xiaoyu volunteered without hesitation. Her foundation establishment, late-stage cultivation, desperately needed the crucible of actual combat. Buried forever in solitary cultivation, she would never forge herself into a true sword cultivator. Ye Qingyun assented. Xianyuan Xing accompanied the expedition as well. As a native of the northern vein, she considered it her bounden duty. Xiao Jiu perched upon Ye Qingyun's shoulder, tail wagging with agitation, amber eyes gleaming with eager anticipation. Finally, genuine battle awaited. So long she had waited, and now at last she could fight her heart's fill. The flying vessels surged forward at maximum velocity, their spiritual radiance blazing to its utmost limit. Half a day later they reached the northern vein. Upon arrival, chaos reigned across the battlefield. Xianyuan family cultivators fought desperately, their defensive perimeter compressed into a jagged serrated curve. Demon beasts continued pouring unceasingly from the rift in bewildering variety. Low-tier shadow wolves prowling in organized packs, mid-tier hidden serpents lurking within shadows to strike by surprise, iron feather eagles screaming down from above. Moreover, several exceptionally massive mid-tier demon beasts lurked indistinctly at the horde's rear, as though directing the onslaught. Ye Qingyun swiftly assessed the tactical situation. Standing at the flying vessel's prow, he extended his divine sense to encompass the entire battlefield. Every pressure point along the defensive lines, every species of demon beast, and its distribution, the precise frequency of new beasts emerging from the rift. All information flooded into his consciousness. Gongsun Lai led the war hall to reinforce the left flank, the most precarious section of the entire defensive perimeter, where several Xianyuan Foundation establishment disciples were on the verge of collapse. Gongsun Lai and his forces charged into the gap, releasing his initial stage nascent soul aura. The attacking low-tier demon beasts were instantly crushed to the earth. Xianyuan Xing commanded the Xianyuan family disciples guarding the right flank. As the Xianyuan family's young miss, her presence galvanized every defender on the right flank. She drew her blade and charged at the vanguard shadow wolves falling before her, sword's luminous arc. Ye Xiaoyu and Xiao Jiu followed, Ye Qingyun racing directly toward the rift. The flying vessel blazed across the battlefield's heights. Ye Xiaoyu gripped her spiritual sword at the railing, Xiao Jiu perched upon her shoulder, tail coiled tightly around her arm. Ye Qingyun hovered in empty space, gazing down upon the demonic tide below. Shadow wolves, hidden serpents, crimson flame tigers densely carpeted the valley, a writhing, undulating tapestry of malevolent life. He withheld his full strength. These low-tier beasts hardly warranted his true power. A single palm strike descended, transforming into a tempest of sword rain across the heavens. Each blade of energy struck with surgical precision. Shadow wolves pierced through the skull, hidden serpents pinned through their vitals, iron feather eagles cleaved from the skies. Dozens of demon beasts perished instantly, their corpses accumulating into a small mountain. The battlefield's pressure plummeted. Witnessing this display, Xianyuan family cultivators drew renewed strength. Some recognized that silhouette. It was he who had brought Dongfang Ming to his knees with a single glance at the cultivation conference. The first beast tide lay subdued. The flow of demon beasts from the rift diminished perceptibly, easing pressure along the defensive perimeter. Yet the rift remained, ancient array patterns along its edges continuing to fracture. More demon beasts massed to pour forth. Ye Qingyun stood before the rift, his divine sense probing its depths. Within that darkness, he detected far more formidable presences stirring. Mid-tier demon beast numbers far exceeded projections, and beneath them lurked several particularly abyssal auras, high-tier demon beast entities equivalent to human nascent soul stage cultivators. They had withheld from the initial wave, biding their time, awaiting the rift's further expansion and a moment when spatial turbulence would permit their complete passage without being torn asunder. His expression hardened with grim resolve. A method to stabilize the rift must be found, otherwise this would never end. Today's slaughter of one wave, tomorrow's arrival of another, and the day after high-tier beasts would descend themselves. Combined forces of Qingyun Pavilion and the Xianyuan family could never fill this bottomless abyss. Xiao Jiao inquired, Master, shall this one investigate the other side? Ye Qingyun shook his head. Far too dangerous. The spatial turbulence beyond the rift remains unstable. High-tier demon beasts wait within. Your passage would place you directly in their path. First eliminate this wave, then we shall devise a solution. He turned away, and once more the sword rain descended. Ye Qingyun commanded from the center, directing the purge of demonic beasts across all fronts. Gongsun Lai led the war hall in a push on the left flank, his early nascent soul cultivation crushing the lower-tier beasts, as one sword sweep sent shadow wolves tumbling down in waves. Xian Yuanqing coordinated with Yi Xiaoyu on the right flank, one at Golden Core, the other at Foundation Establishment, their sword light weaving into a net. A hidden snake slithered from the shadows and was pinned to the ground by Xian Yuanqing's blade. Yi Xiaoyu followed up with a finishing strike swift and decisive. Yi Xiaoyu's mastery of the first form of the Qingyun sword art had grown quite refined. A faint wisp of Qingyun's sword chi coalesced at the blade's tip, extending merely an inch, yet its cutting edge far surpassed ordinary spiritual swords. Wherever the sword light passed, demonic beasts fell one after another, each strike precisely hitting vital points. The shadow wolf's throat, the hidden snake's 7th inch, the iron feather hawk's wing root. Xiaoyu, your swordsmanship is incredible. Xian Yuanqing exclaimed. Lifting her chin proudly, Yi Xiaoyu replied, my brother taught me. I've practiced over 5,000 times to reach this level. Still a long way to go. Though she claimed to have far to go, the corners of her mouth betrayed her curving upward. Suddenly, a massive demonic beast surged forth from the rift. Covered entirely in grayish-brown scales with limbs as thick as stone pillars, and a tail dragging behind like a massive bone hammer. The high-tier, demonic beast earth dragon lizard. Possessing strength equivalent to a human nascent soul cultivator, its hide so thick that ordinary attacks barely grazed its defenses. Gongsun Lai charged forward, slashing down with his sword, the blade striking scales and sending sparks flying, leaving only a faint white mark. The earth dragon lizard swung its bone hammer tail in a sweeping strike. Gongsun Lai blocked horizontally with his sword, yet the force sent him hurtling backward through the air. The war hall's formation shattered as the earth dragon lizard rampaged through, sending several disciples who couldn't dodge flying. Wherever its bone hammer tail swept, fragments of flying boats were smashed to pieces. Xiao Jiao's eyes lit up as she stood from Ye Qingyun's shoulder. Let me handle this. She leaped down from Ye Qingyun's shoulder. The white figure rapidly expanded midair. An elegant white fox transformed into its true nine-tailed celestial fox form. Its form loomed like a small mountain, the ground quaking beneath its 4 paws as they landed. 9 tails spread majestically behind, blotting out the sky. Amber eyes gazed down at the earth dragon lizard with contempt, as if observing an insect. The earth dragon lizard sensed its natural predator and immediately tried to flee. Its 4 sturdy pillar-like legs clawed desperately at the ground, the bone hammer tail tucked beneath its belly, not daring to even glance back. Xiao Jiao opened her maw and clamped down on the earth dragon lizard's neck. The scales crumbled like paper between her teeth as dark crimson beast blood gushed forth. She flung it with tremendous force, sending the earth dragon lizard skyward, its limbs thrashing uselessly in the air. Xiao Jiao leaped up, one forepaw raised high, then came crashing down. Boom! The earth dragon lizard was slammed directly into the ground from midair, debris and dust erupting into a cloud of gray. When the dust settled, only a massive clawprint depression remained in the earth. The earth dragon lizard lay at the bottom of the crater, its limbs twitching a few times before going still. The high-tier demonic beast slain with a single strike. Silence fell over the entire battlefield. The cultivators of House Xianyuan froze in place, their swords nearly slipping from their grasp. Gongsun Lai clambered out of the rubble, staring at the colossal fox that had slain the earth dragon lizard with one bite. He swallowed hard, suppressing the exclamation that rose to his lips. Xian Yuanqing gazed at the elegant, yet terrifying giant fox in stunned amazement. She had heard legends of the 9-tailed celestial fox. Her grandfather had told her, and the ancient texts of House Xianyuan contained records of it. Yet only upon witnessing it firsthand could one comprehend what a true divine beast was. To kill a nascent soul-level high-tier demonic beast with a single bite, that overwhelming presence no words could capture. Xiao Jiao transformed back into her small fox form, padding back with delicate steps, and leaping onto Ye Qingyun's shoulder. She licked her right forepaw, meticulously cleaning away the beast blood, her amber eyes narrowing with satisfaction. Master, this one wasn't tasty. The meat was too tough, and it had an earthy flavor. Ye Qingyun stroked her head. I'll make you something delicious when we get back. Spirit fruit stewed with snow clams paired with 100-fruit wine. Xiao Jiu's tail wagged contentedly twice. With the earth dragon lizard dead, the demonic beast tide collapsed entirely. The remaining demonic beasts scattered in all directions, hunted down by combined forces. Gong Sun Lai led the war hall to block the valley pass, while Xian Yuanqing and Yi Xiaoyu flanked from both sides. The cultivators of House Xian Yuan emboldened pursued the fleeing beast horde in relentless slaughter. 1 hour later the battlefield was cleared. The tally over 300 demonic beasts slain, the majority being lower tier, over 20 mid-tier, and 1 high tier. Both Qingyun Pavilion and House Xian Yuan suffered casualties, though overall losses were far less than anticipated. Had Xiao Jiu not slain the Earth Dragon Lizard instantly, that single high-tier beast alone could have torn a gaping hole in their defenses. After the battle, Xian Yuan Zhantian personally expressed his gratitude to Ye Qingyun. Sect Master Yi, this was all thanks to you and Qingyun Pavilion. I am indebted to you. Ye Qingyun waved dismissively. You're too kind, senior. With spiritual energy awakening and otherworldly invasions, we need unity among all factions. If each defends only their own territory, we will inevitably be defeated one by one. Xian Yuan Zhantian nodded. Indeed, the fragmented earth cultivation world must unite. He gazed at Ye Qingyun, his eyes carrying profound meaning. Perhaps you are the one who can unite everyone. Ye Qingyun remained silent. Xiao Jiu lay on his shoulder, eyes half closed, her tail gently brushing across his nape. In the distance, the edges of that ancient rift still flickered with crimson light. The gap where ancient formation glyphs had shattered remained like an unhealed wound. The rift had fallen silent for now, yet everyone knew this was merely the beginning. After the beast tide subsided, Ye Qingyun examined the rift once more. The valley was littered with the corpses of demon beasts and disciples of the Xian Yuan family, were clearing the battlefield, sorting through usable demon cores and materials. He walked alone beneath the rift and gazed upward. The fractured ancient formation patterns still flickered with a dull red glow like an unhealed wound. Yet his gaze did not linger on those broken ancient formations. Instead, it fell upon several fresh carvings at the edge of the rift. These were not remnants of antiquity, but something added later. The technique was exquisite, embedded within the crevices of the ancient patterns using a different material, smoother with a far more potent spiritual energy residue. Ye Qingyun pressed his palm, hovering above those new carvings, and extended his divine sense inward. The purpose of these new formation patterns was not sealing, but stabilizing and expanding. Someone was reinforcing this rift, preventing it from closing on its own, while simultaneously and slowly widening the opening. This had not been happening for just a day or two. Judging by the degree of spiritual energy erosion on the patterns, it had been maintained for at least several months. Ye Qingyun withdrew his hand, his expression darkening. Someone was assisting this rift. It was not the demon beasts that had broken through on their own. Someone on the earth side had actively opened the passage, letting them through. Lord Yi, what's wrong? Xian Yuanqing had just finished clearing the remnants on the right flank. She walked over with her sword in hand, the blade still stained with beast blood. Ye Qingyun did not answer. He condensed a wisp of divine sense at his fingertip, following the residual spiritual energy traces left on the new formation patterns. The traces were faint, having been deliberately erased. This was no casual wipe. Specialized concealment techniques had been employed, layer upon layer of covering, obstacle upon obstacle laid out. Had it not been for divine sense at the immortal sovereign level, anyone else tracking this would have lost the trail halfway through. Something there. Xian Yuanqing walked to his side and followed his gaze upward toward the rift. Someone tampered with things on the earth side of this. These new formation patterns were carved by human hands, and their purpose is not sealing, but stabilizing the rift. Xian Yuanqing's expression also changed. Someone deliberately let the demon beasts through. Who? Only by pursuing will we know. Ye Qingyun followed the spiritual energy traces northward, bypassing several mountain peaks before the traces broke off again near a stream. He stopped, closing his eyes to recapture the traces. Xian Yuanqing gripped her sword and stood beside him, offering no disturbance. A few breaths later, Ye Qingyun opened his eyes. The traces had resumed, skirting around the stream, then curving sharply eastward, ultimately pointing toward the eastern vein. He furrowed his brow. The eastern vein, the Dongfang family. Ye Qingyun did not spread the news. He told only Xian Yuan Zhuantian. In the small pavilion behind the mountain, moonlight still filtered through the pine branches, but this time there was no wine on the stone table. After listening, the teacup in Xian Yuan Zhuantian's hand remained suspended midair for a long while. Only after several breaths did he speak. The Dongfang family. Why would they do such a thing? Lure the demon beasts over, weaken the other powers, and profit from the chaos. The demon beasts surged out from the northern vein rift, and the first to bear the brunt were the Xian Yuan family and Qingyun Pavilion. Once the beast tide spreads to the eastern vein, the other factions would have shielded them for most of it. They also sent people to help clear the remnants appearing to have contributed effort on the surface. No one could find fault. Qianyuan Xuantian remained silent for a long while the tea in his cup going completely cold. Do you have evidence? For now, only traces. Ye Qingyun placed the imprinted spiritual energy residue pattern on the stone table. But I will find it. That very night, he sent a message to Chen Tianxiong ordering the intelligence hall to secretly investigate recent activities of the Dongfang family. Chen Tianxiong acted swiftly, and the scattered cultivator network of Grandmother Kumu was simultaneously activated. 2 days later, news began flowing back. Ye Qingyun stood before the window listening to Chen Tianxiong's report, delivered one piece after another. The Dongfang family had indeed been acting unusually lately. Core members frequently traveled to the eastern vein border, not patrolling their own territory, but heading toward the northern vein direction, departing late at night and returning before dawn each time. When the beast tide occurred, although the Dongfang family did send people, all were peripheral disciples. Not a single core combatant at golden core level or above took action, and Dongfang Ming himself never appeared throughout. A cold glint flashed in Ye Qingyun's eyes. Continue investigating. Find conclusive evidence. Keep a close watch on those core elders of the Dongfang family. Not a single cultivator at golden core level or above is to be missed. If hands are insufficient, request them from Grandmother Kumu. Chen Tianxiong acknowledged the order. The glow of the communication jade talisman faded. Xiaojiu hopped down from the windowsill and padded over to his feet, tilting her head up. Her amber eyes reflected the moonlight streaming through the window. Master, did you find the bad person? Soon. Xiaojiu bared her little fangs. Tell Xiaojiu when you find them. Xiaojiu will bite him for master. Ye Qingyun looked down at her. Won't you be afraid of breaking your teeth? Xiaojiu's teeth can bite through an earth dragon lizard. What are a few golden core and nascent soul cultivators? She swept her tail lightly across the floor, stating it as perfectly natural. The intelligence hall's thorough investigation had yielded results. Chen Tianxiong stood in Ye Qingyun's study, placing a detailed report on the desk. Sect Master, the evidence is conclusive. A core disciple of the Eastern family got drunk at a spirit market tavern last night and confessed it himself. He said the Eastern family had discovered a forbidden art within the ancient battlefield ruins specifically designed to expand spatial rifts. That ancient rift on the northern vein. They pried it open using the forbidden art. And the purpose? Twofold. First, to weaken the Qianyuan family and our Qingyun pavilion. When the beast tide surges from the northern vein, these two families will be the first to suffer. Second, to plunder demon beast materials and spiritual resources spilling from the rift. During the last beast tide, the Eastern family's people claimed to be providing support, but in truth, they only sent peripheral disciples as a show, while the core combat forces were all near the rift scavenging materials. Ye Qingyun picked up the report and flipped through several pages. It clearly laid out the Eastern family core members' movement trajectories, the timing of the forbidden art's deployment, and comparisons with the rift's anomalous activity. What else did that disciple say? He said Dongfang Ming is preparing another forbidden art intending to expand the rift by another twofold. Last time they didn't harvest enough materials, so this time they plan to lure even more demon beasts through. Ye Qingyun closed the report. Murderous intent blazed in his eyes. He did not inform the Qianyuan family. Alone he took Xiaojiu and headed to the eastern vein. Such cleansing of the family disgrace required no outside hands. The Eastern family's mountain gate lay hidden deep within the Eastern Veins Mountains, surrounded on all sides by peaks, with the Soul Canyon entrance protected by the family's proud mountain ward array, hailed as the greatest among the four veins, having once withstood the full force strike of a late nascent soul cultivator. Ye Qingyun stood before the mountain gate and struck with a single palm. The mountain ward array's luminous barrier burst like a paper lantern being punctured, exploding outward from its center. The formation cores at the array's eye shattered simultaneously, fragments scattering in all directions. The entire Eastern family was thrown into upheaval. Alarm bells rang thunderously as disciples rushed from every direction. Dongfang Ming led his people charging out of the mountain gate. The wound from being glared into kneeling at the cultivation conference hadn't fully healed. The scar at the corner of his lips remained. At the sight of Ye Qingyun, his face drained of all color. Ye Qingyun tossed Chen Tianxiong's report before him. Will you confess yourself, or shall I help you? Dongfang Ming glanced down, and every trace of blood fled from his face. Ye Sect Master, this is slander. Ye Qingyun did not waste words on him. He directly performed a soul search. Dongfang Ming's body froze, his pupils dilated, his mouth open, but no sound emerged. Ye Qingyun projected the memories extracted from the soul, searched directly into the air. How Dongfang Ming discovered the forbidden art in the ancient battlefield ruins. How he led several elders secretly to the northern vein rift to lay out the formation. How he step by step enlarged the rift from a tiny inch-wide opening into a massive chasm capable of spewing forth earth dragon lizards. Every scene was crystal clear. The Eastern family's core members collapsed to the ground. Some began edging backward. The peripheral disciples stood in blank confusion. They had no idea what their family head had been doing. Ye Qingyun withdrew his hand. All who participated in this matter die. Dongfang Ming was smashed across the head with a single palm, his corpse falling backward. The core elders were executed one by one, and no one escaped. He turned to face the trembling peripheral disciples. You did not participate. I will not kill you. But the Eastern family's cultivation qualifications are revoked effective today. He raised his hand and swept it across. All peripheral disciples had their cultivation bases destroyed, the spiritual energy in their dantian draining away completely like air from a punctured balloon. Expelled from the Eastern vein. Survive or perish on your own. The news of the Eastern family's destruction spread throughout the 4 veins. Xian Yuan Zhantian remained silent for a long time after hearing it, then finally uttered a single phrase, Yi sect master, well done. Shimin Jian sent a letter by courier. Its content contained only 8 characters, cleansing family disgrace, greatly satisfying. The Withered Wood matriarch came in person, declaring the Wanderer Alliance's full support for Qingyun Pavilion. Those who had harbored ill will toward Qingyun Pavilion were thoroughly tamed. Ye Qingyun had proven one thing with action: he could tolerate competition, but never betrayal. Returning to Qingyun Pavilion, Ye Qingyun summoned the core members. The study was filled with people ancestor Murong Gongsun Lai Zhao Wuji, Chen Tianxiong Murong Shui Yuqi Tai, and also Yi Xiaoyu and Xian Yuanqing. You've all seen what happened to the Eastern family. I'll say it again, Qingyun Pavilion's enemies can be anyone. But traitors within Qingyun Pavilion, not a single one is acceptable. The crowd responded in unison. Yi Xiaoyu stood among them, gazing at her brother's stern profile. Pride and heartache mingled in her heart. Xiao Jiu lay nearby, its tail swaying gently. The traitor had been eliminated, but Ye Qingyun knew the true challenge was only beginning. The aura from the rift grew ever stronger. Ancient formation patterns continued breaking apart. Before long, something far more terrifying than earth dragon lizards would come pouring through. After the fall of the Dongfang family, Earth's cultivation world entered a brief period of tranquility. The rifts remained, the ancient formation patterns continued to crumble, yet the scale of the demon beast tide had notably diminished. Occasionally, a few low-level demon beasts would dart out, only to be surrounded and slain by patrol teams before they could charge down the mountain. All factions seized the opportunity to rest and recuperate, digesting the gains from the beast tide. Qingyun Pavilion was no exception. On the martial practice grounds, Yi Xiaoyu was sparring with Gongsun Lai. The first move of the Qingyun sword manual had become proficient, the Azure Cloud sword chi extending from 1 inch to 3 inches at the sword's tip. Gongsun Lai fed her a probing direct thrust, which Yi Xiaoyu sidestepped, counterattacking with an oblique slash. The sword chi left a white mark on Gongsun Lai's protective true essence. Again, Gongsun Lai grinned. Young Pavilion Master, this strike was half a moment faster than yesterday. Yi Xiaoyu wiped the sweat from her brow and reset into her opening stance. Through the practical experience gained during the Demon Beast Tide and the accumulation of vast resources, she had finally touched the threshold of the Golden Core stage. Ye Qingyun personally guarded her, watching over the cultivation chamber for 3 days and 3 nights. Xiao Jiu perched at the entrance, tail wrapped around her front paws, amber eyes firmly fixed on the stone door. Xian Yuanqing's meals had gone cold and been reheated, and gone cold again. On the 4th morning, an extremely faint muffled sound echoed from within the cultivation chamber. Golden Core stage achieved. Less than half a year since bone washing from mortal to Golden Core. The terrifying cultivation speed of the innate spirit body left everyone speechless. Gongsun Lai stood outside the door, watching that slowly solidifying Golden Core phantom emerge from the rooftop. It took him a long moment to squeeze out a single sentence. This old man took 60 years to progress from Foundation Establishment to Golden Core. No one responded to his words. The gains from the Demon Beast Tide had also been absorbed. Demon cores were refined into pills, scales, and armor forged into artifacts, and even the bone hammer tail of the Earth Dragon Lizard had been taken by Yuqi Tai to smelt into a heavy shield said to be able to withstand a nascent soul stage strike. The Alchemy Hall and Artifact Hall operated around the clock. Multiple Qingyun Guard warriors broke through to the mystery stage under the accumulation of resources. Several cabinet cultivators also broke through minor cultivation stages. Qingyun Pavilion's comprehensive strength had risen another significant level compared to the cultivation assembly. Xian Yuanqing had completely integrated into Qingyun Pavilion. She practiced swordsmanship with Yi Xiaoyu every morning, ate lunch together, and exchanged cultivation insights every evening. Even Xiao Jiu had been thoroughly won over, with fresh spiritual fruits appearing in her dedicated bowl daily. Her approach to pursuing Ye Qingyun remained unchanged, delivering tea, offering pastries, occasionally asking about cultivation questions. Ye Qingyun's reaction remained cold, but she was in no hurry. I can wait. After all, cultivators have very long lifespans. A Golden Core stage cultivator can live for several centuries. Yi Xiaoyu listened nearby, the corners of her mouth curving up. Qingjia, aren't you afraid of waiting too long? No. Let's see who can outlast whom. Xiaojiu lifted her head from her bowl, the tip of her nose still stained with spiritual fruit juice. Xiaojiu thinks Sister Qinyuan will win. Peaceful days continued for half a month. Ye Qingyun sat on a stone bench in the courtyard watching Ye Xiaoyu practice swordsmanship when the transmission jade talisman suddenly illuminated. Xian Yuanjian's voice emerged from the talisman, his speaking pace noticeably faster than usual. Pavilion Master Yi, there are new developments at the North Vein Rift. Not demon beasts, but people. Ye Qingyun's brow furrowed. It had finally come. Interdimensional visitors, true cultivators. He set the jade talisman on the stone table. How many people? What cultivation levels? 3. In ragged clothing, their chi in disarray. When they first passed through the rift, the patrol disciples nearly mistook them for demon beasts and killed them. They are currently detained at the Xian Yuan family estate, claiming to be wandering cultivators from the cultivation world who were caught in a spatial maelstrom while exploring a secret realm, barely escaping with their lives. Pavilion Master Yi, I remain skeptical about much of what they claim, but there is one thing I can confirm. Xian Yuanjian paused. They are not people of Earth. Ye Qingyun rose to his feet. Xiaojiu leapt from his lap, ears standing erect. Master, are these people from the cultivation world? We'll see when we go look. Ye Qingyun stroked Xiaojiu's head, then turned to Ye Xiaoyu. Continue practicing your sword forms. No need to wait for me for dinner. At the northern rift, guards from the Xianyuan family discovered something amiss. 3 ragged figures tumbled out from the crack, crashing onto the rocky ground, unable to rise for a long while. Not demonic beasts, but humans, true cultivators. They wore the coarse cloth Taoist robes commonly seen in the cultivation world, with storage pouches hanging from their waists. One of them even had a flying sword broken into 2 pieces slung across his back. The 3 cultivators froze at the sight of the approaching Xianyuan cultivators, then erupted into wild joy. Spiritual energy. Such rich spiritual energy. Fellow Taoist, where is this place? The middle-aged wandering cultivator, acting as their leader, scrambled to his feet, ignoring his injuries, his voice trembling with excitement. We've finally escaped. That damned spatial turbulence trapped us for a whole half-month. The Xianyuan guards cautiously restrained the 3, confiscating their storage pouches and artifacts, and escorted them to a temporary holding point set up at the foot of the mountain. By the time Ye Qingyun arrived, Xianyuan Zuantian was already conducting the interrogation. The holding point was a hastily cleared stone room where the 3 wandering cultivators knelt against the wall with bound hands, their earlier excitement now replaced by fear. Xianyuan family's law enforcement disciples stood on either side, flying swords resting across their knees, blades pointed toward the prisoners. Guild Master Yi, I've already questioned them once. They are wandering cultivators from the cultivation world. When exploring a secret realm, they were caught in spatial turbulence. They barely survived to escape through the crack. Xianyuan Zuantian handed him a freshly compiled testimony. These 3 have modest cultivation. The strongest is at mid-foundation establishment, the weakest at early foundation establishment. No signs of deception. Ye Qingyun took the testimony and flipped through a couple pages, then raised his eyes to study the 3 cultivators. You come from the cultivation world. How is the situation there lately? The middle-aged cultivator hastened to reply, speaking rapidly. Reporting to the senior, the cultivation world is in chaos now. The major forces are fighting bitterly for resources. The Blood Moon sect of the northern domain, the Myriad Sword Gate of the southern domain, and the Tianji Pavilion of the eastern domain are all scrambling for territory. Wandering cultivators like us with no sect affiliation whatsoever had no way to survive. We risked entering the secret realm hoping for luck, only to be swept into spatial turbulence. The young cultivator beside him added, Senior may not know, but ever since the Qingyun Immortal Emperor vanished, the cultivation world has been leaderless. The major forces all refuse to submit to one another. Small skirmishes every 3 days, major battles every 5 days. When the Qingyun Immortal Emperor was present, no one dared to cause trouble. Now everything has descended into chaos. Ye Qingyun's gaze flickered almost imperceptibly, his fingers pausing their rhythmic tapping on his knee. Qingyun Immortal Emperor. Tell me about this person. The middle-aged cultivator's spirits lifted as he leaned forward. The Qingyun Immortal Emperor is the most legendary supreme powerhouse in the cultivation world over the past 10,000 years. Legend has it he was originally just a nameless nobody from the lower realm, yet he clawed his way step by step to the Immortal Emperor throne. He alone subdued the 10,000 races, his sword pressed down upon the entire immortal realm. Even the Demon Emperor of the Heavenly Demon Palace was defeated by his hand. The entire cultivation world trembled beneath his feet for 30,000 years, and no one dared to disobey. But 8 years ago, the Qingyun Immortal Emperor suddenly vanished. No one knows where he went. Some say he ascended to immortality, others believe he fell during his tribulation transcendence. Some think he's simply in seclusion for cultivation. From then on, all forces underwent reshuffling. The Blood Moon sect took the opportunity to rise, seizing the Immortal Emperor's former Dao platform. I hear the Blood Moon ancestor recently broke through again, declaring he would unify the entire cultivation world. Ye Qingyun's expression remained unchanged, but his fingers ceased their tapping. 30,000 years. From a mere mortal to an immortal emperor, the entire cultivation world trembling beneath his feet for 30,000 years. This wandering cultivator had no way of knowing that the legendary Qingyun immortal emperor he spoke of was sitting right before him listening to his own legend. Xianyuan Qing stood behind, Ye Qingyun acutely noticing the pause in his fingertips. After the interrogation concluded, Ye Qingyun decided to recruit these 3 wandering cultivators. Their cultivation was modest, but they were familiar with the cultivation world's affairs. Should more people come through the crack in the future, having them to help identify them would be far better than the Xianyuan family figuring things out on their own. Upon learning they could stay in this world so rich with spiritual energy, the cultivators nearly knelt to kowtow to Ye Qingyun. Ye Qingyun handed them over to Ancestor Morong for arrangement. Xiaojiu hopped off his shoulder and circled the 3 cultivators, sniffing repeatedly as she memorized their scents in her mind. The 3 cultivators dared not move an inch. They had heard legends of the 9-tailed celestial fox in the cultivation world, but witnessing one in person was an entirely different matter. That evening Ye Qingyun sat alone in his study. Blood Moon sect the Blood Moon ancestor. They had occupied his Tao platform and declared they would unify the cultivation world. The very same enemy he had crippled with his own hands back then, whom he had spared out of fellow sect member sentiment, had now become one of the supreme overlords of the cultivation world. If the crack continued to expand, given the Blood Moon ancestor's vindictive nature, the moment he learned of Ye Qingyun's whereabouts, he would certainly come in person. Xiaojiu leapt onto the desk and nuzzled his hand with her head. Master, are you worried about that Blood Moon ancestor? Not worried. Ye Qingyun's voice was calm. I'm thinking, if he comes to my door himself, that would be wonderful. It would save me the trouble of making the trip. Xiaojiu bared her little fangs. Then Xiaojiu will help Master bite him. Ye Qingyun lowered his head to stroke Xiaojiu's ear, offering no response. Moonlight poured through the window like water. In the distant northern direction, the night sky held a faint trace of deep crimson. That was the light bleeding through from the collapsing ancient formation ruins. The crack was still expanding, and more people from the cultivation world would inevitably come. The next time those who arrive may no longer be mere wandering cultivators. Ye Qingyun had the intelligence hall systematically organize the information provided by the wandering cultivators. Chun Tianxiong brought the compiled jade slips to the study to report. Sect Master, the general landscape of the cultivation world is now clear. Chun Tianxiong handed over the jade slips. 5 realms stand side by side: eastern, western, southern, northern, and central. The central realm is the strongest home to forces at the immortal sovereign level. The Blood Miasma sect resides in the northern realm, led by Ancestor Blood Miasma, whose cultivation, according to those wandering cultivators, is at the peak of great ascension. Ye Qingyun took the jade slips and probed them with his divine sense. Peak of great ascension. That's what the wandering cultivators said. However, their cultivation levels are low and they have no access to core intelligence. The true realm of Ancestor Blood Miasma could be far higher. Ye Qingyun set the jade slips on the desk. When he was still in the cultivation world, Ancestor Blood Miasma was already at the immortal sovereign level. 30,000 years have passed. Even if injured and forced to rebuild his cultivation, he could not possibly be stuck merely at great ascension. The wandering cultivators only knew the surface. Still, he didn't explain this to Chun Tianxiong. How have you arranged those wandering cultivators? Each has found their use. Chun Tianxiong opened the roster. One is skilled in alchemy. Morong Shui personally tested his techniques, and they are indeed more refined than our current alchemy methods. He's been assigned to the alchemy hall. Another is proficient in talisman crafting. We never had a talisman hall before. Sect Master, should we establish one? Establish it. Have him take on a few disciples and start producing basic talismans. Talismans are more useful than pills during beast tides. They become combat power the moment they're thrown. Chun Tianxiong made a note, then continued. The others each have their own specialties, and I've properly placed them all according to Sect Master's wishes. They are deeply grateful and say they're willing to give their lives for Qingyun Pavilion. Give them a 3-month evaluation period. Ye Qingyun lifted his teacup. If they perform well, keep them and promote them. If not, handle them according to the rules. Chun Tianxiong acknowledged and withdrew. The study fell silent. Ye Qingyun held his teacup without drinking, his gaze fixed on the jade slips. The Blood Miasma sect. Ancestor Blood Miasma. This name pried open a crack in the door he had kept sealed for so long. 30,000 years of memories were too many and too tangled. He rarely delved into them voluntarily. But now these 3 words, Blood Miasma sect, were like a hook pulling out those buried memories one by another. He remembered clearly. Back then, Ancestor Blood Miasma, or Blood Miasma Z as he was called then, was his fellow disciple. Before the master passed away, he entrusted the inheritance to Ye Qingyun. Blood Miasma Z refused to accept this and schemed to frame Ye Qingyun for colluding with the demonic path. Ye Qingyun was expelled from the sect, and Blood Miasma Z seized the inheritance that should have been his. Later he broke through in the depths of despair, and 100 years later he returned to strike back, rendering Blood Miasma Z's physical body utterly crippled with a single move. He could have killed him. The master said before dying, "We were fellow disciples once. Leave him a thread of mercy." He did. He only destroyed the physical body, leaving a wisp of remnant soul. Now that wisp of remnant soul has become Ancestor Blood Miasma, dominating the Northern Realm. Ye Qingyun set down his teacup. If Ancestor Blood Miasma learned he was on Earth, he would certainly come. Not might, certainly. Ye Qingyun knew that man best. He was vengeful to the bone. When Ye Qingyun had crippled his physical body, he had uttered a single phrase: "As long as I live, I will make you repay 100-fold." At the time, Ye Qingyun hadn't taken it seriously. Xiaojiu hopped down from the windowsill, clambered over his legs onto his shoulder, and rubbed her head against his ear. "Master is unhappy." "No." Ye Qingyun stroked her back. "Just thinking about that Ancestor Blood Miasma. Is he very powerful? Peak of great ascension, possibly higher. On Earth besides me no one would be his match." Xiaojiu tilted her head thoughtfully. "Then can Master defeat him?" Ye Qingyun looked down at her. 30,000 years ago, I could cripple him. 30,000 years later, I can kill him." The next day, Ye Qingyun convened the core members. Gongsun Lai Ancestor Murong Chun Tianxiong and Murong Shui all arrived. From today, Qingyun Pavilion enters a state of combat readiness. Ye Qingyun was direct. Expand the battle hall. Gongsun Lai recruit from all halls and concentrate the elites for intensive training. The Alchemy Hall and Artifact Hall shall work overtime. Spiritual pills and magical artifacts must at least double in reserves. Chun Tianxiong, your intelligence hall, shall keep close watch on the rift. Any cultivators coming through from the other side, whether wandering cultivators or sect disciples, report immediately. Not one shall be missed. The group responded in unison. Ye Qingyun then turned to Ancestor Murong. Contact Xianyuan Zhantian and have him strengthen surveillance on the Northern Rift. Tell him, immediately inform me the moment anyone from the Blood Miasma sect appears. Ancestor Murong acknowledged the order. After the meeting, Ye Xiaoyu caught up to Ye Qingyun in the corridor. "Brother, is Ancestor Blood Miasma really that powerful? You asked this yesterday." "I asked the truth." Ye Xiaoyu looked at him seriously. "You said besides you no one can match him. So can you defeat him now, eh?" Ye Qingyun stopped walking. "My cultivation hasn't fully recovered yet. In a direct confrontation my odds of victory aren't high. But if he truly comes, I have my own ways." Ye Xiaoyu stared at him for several breaths. "I will grow stronger too. Then I'll help you fight him." Ye Qingyun smiled and ruffled her hair. "Good." That evening, returning to Cloud Top Villa, Xiaojiu lay sprawled on the sofa, her tail draped over the armrest, swinging aimlessly. Ye Qingyun stood by the window for a moment, gazing toward the direction of the Northern Rift. More people would inevitably come through that rift. The next ones to arrive probably wouldn't be mere wandering cultivators. Xiaojiu hopped off the sofa and padded over to his feet, nuzzling against his leg. Master Xiaojiu believes in Master too. When the time comes, Xiaojiu will help Master bite him. Ye Qingyun bent down and lifted her into his arms. "Those tiny teeth of yours, can you even bite?" "I can bite." Xiaojiu bared her little fangs. Xiaojiu's teeth are very powerful. Over the following half-month, 3 more batches of cultivators tumbled out from the rift. Ye Qingyun incorporated them all, entrusting their disposition to Ancestor Murong. With each batch acquired, the intelligence hall would conduct detailed interrogations, systematically compiling information about the cultivation world. All intelligence converged on a single truth: the cultivation world was growing increasingly chaotic. Major powers were all searching for a legendary, secret realm passage, said to connect to an alternate realm abundant with spiritual energy. Some claimed it led to ancient ruins, others to the path of ascension. Rumors abounded, yet none could be verified. Ye Qingyun sat in his study reviewing the jade slips delivered by the intelligence hall. Chun Tianxiong stood before the desk awaiting instructions. "After half a month of investigation, is this all?" "Sect Master, we've inquired about everything possible. These wandering cultivators lack the cultivation level to access core intelligence." Ye Qingyun set down the jade slip. "Continue recruiting tomorrow. Accept all who come." Chun Tianxiong acknowledged and withdrew. By evening the following day, another group of cultivators tumbled from the rift, appearing more disheveled than all previous batches combined. One among them wore a robe embroidered with the Blood Nether sect's insignia, tattered and torn by spatial turbulence, but instantly recognizable to Ye Qingyun. He isolated that individual for interrogation. An hour later, Ye Qingyun emerged from the chamber, his expression noticeably colder than when he had entered. The Blood Nether sect had been aggressively expanding in the Northern Realm, absorbing several neighboring minor sects. Crucially, the Blood Nether ancestor had declared his intent to hunt down someone who should have perished 30,000 years ago. What is that person's name? Your subordinate does not know. However, whispers within the sect suggest that individual once wounded the ancestor who swore to capture him personally. The wandering cultivator knelt trembling on the ground. Ye Qingyun pressed no further. Stepping outside, he found Xiao Jiu perched on the railing waiting. Master, who is that elder searching for? Me. Xiao Jiu tilted its head thoughtfully. He hasn't forgotten something from 30,000 years ago. He hasn't. Nor have I. Ye Qingyun returned to his study documenting the blood nether sect's movements in a jade slip for Chun Tianxiong to circulate among all halls. The next morning, he convened all core members. The Qingyun Pavilion requires a protective mountain formation. Gongsun Lai reacted first. Sect Master, what kind of formation? One capable of withstanding a full power attack from the Great Ascension realm. Ye Qingyun began retrieving items from his storage ring. Spirit stones piled into small mountains, formation flags stacked in bundles upon the desk, and formation bases covered half the surface. The Murong ancestor, having lived for several centuries, and considering himself well-versed in rare treasures, could not identify most of the items on the table. He recognized only a few of the ores, materials exclusively reserved for top-tier sects to craft foundational treasures. A piece no larger than a fingernail could drive Earth's cultivation families to desperate conflict. Sect Master, these materials, is it sufficient? Ye Qingyun cut him off. Ancestor Murong swallowed hard. Sufficient. More than sufficient. The formation was called the Qingyun Protective Boundary Great Array, personally designed by Ye Qingyun. He spent 10 days precisely marking the positions of formationized bases and flags across a map, encompassing 100 miles around the Qingyun Pavilion. On the day of deployment, Gongsun Lai led combat hall disciples in transporting materials. Murong Shui managed spiritual medicine ratios at the formation bases, and Ancestor Murong guided cabinet cultivators in activating formation runes location by location. Ye Qingyun personally presided over the formation's eye. He channeled a golden immortal-level primordial power into the formation's core, and the entire array ignited with instantaneous brilliance. A pale golden light curtain radiated outward from the formation's eye, sweeping across the manor training grounds and forests, ultimately enveloping a 100-mile radius entirely. Ancestor Murong stood before the mountain gate, drew a deep breath, and launched a full-powered nascent soul realm strike. The light curtain remained perfectly still, not even rippling. Below the Great Ascension realm, none can breach this formation, Ye Qingyun announced upon emerging. Against Great Ascension, it can withstand 3 full-power attacks. The entire Qingyun Pavilion erupted in jubilation. Zhao Wuji stood beneath the light curtain, gazing upward for an extended moment, murmuring to himself, "This life is worth it." Chun Tianxiong had already begun strategizing to reorganize all strongholds within the formation's coverage area. Ye Qingyun remained beside the formation's eye, not partaking in the celebration. 3 full-power attacks against Great Ascension. But what if more than Great Ascension arrived? What if the Blood Nether ancestor descended personally, accompanied by his Great Ascension elders? Would 3 strikes suffice? He knew in his heart it wouldn't be enough. He had to find a way to restore his cultivation. The self-inflicted Tao wounds from breaking through realms had lingered far too long. Relying on Earth's meager spiritual energy, even another century wouldn't restore him to a mortal emperor. He needed pills, needed fortuitous encounters, needed everything that could elevate him back to the pinnacle. Xiao Jiu lay beside the formations, eye pawing at the glowing runes on the ground, amber eyes reflecting the circulating symbols. "Master, these runes are beautiful." Ye Qingyun glanced down. "Beautiful, but not strong enough." "Not strong enough." Xiao Jiu lifted its head. "Xiao Jiu thinks it's already quite impressive." "Not enough." Ye Qingyun shifted his gaze from the runes, gazing toward the direction of the northern vein. "I must become stronger. Vastly stronger than I am now." At Ye Qingyun's command, the entire Qingyun Pavilion stirred to life, like a clockwork mechanism, every gear turning in perfect synchronization. The battle hall would be expanded. Gongsun Lai pulled elite disciples from each hall, expanding the battle hall's ranks from 300 to 800 in one sweep. On the martial arena, the clash of blades rang from dawn to dusk. Gongsun Lai pushed the newly assigned disciples to their absolute limits. Each day, several had to be carried to the alchemy hall to have their wounds dressed. The alchemy hall and artifact hall also worked at full capacity. Murong Shui stoked the furnaces to their maximum heat, refining batch after batch of qi gathering pills, healing pills, and spiritual recovery pills, until the entire alchemy hall was saturated with an impenetrable medicinal fragrance. Yuchitai's artifact hall was even more extreme, with the thunderous clang of hammers echoing from morning to night, batches of flying swords, protective armor, and formation banners continuously flowing to the battle hall. Chun Tianxiong's intelligence hall was the quietest, yet paradoxically the most occupied. The loose Cultivator Alliance's intelligence network had spread to the borders of the 4 major sect territories, with reports flooding in daily like snowflakes. He led a few disciples in the intelligence chamber, filtering through each piece of information one by one. Ye Xiaoyu was also assigned a mission. Together with Xianyuan Qing, she was tasked with training the newly incorporated loose cultivators. These cultivators, having fled from the cultivation world, had received no systematic training. Their cultivation levels varied wildly, and they relied solely on raw instinct in combat. Ye Xiaoyu organized them into small squads, drilling them daily in fundamental techniques and coordinated formation tactics. A few days later, Xianyuan Zhantian arrived in person. He brought with him the Xianyuan family's most treasured formation arrays and talismans, along with 3 elders who were masters of formations. Pavilion Master Yi, these 3 have guarded the Xianyuan family's protective mountain formation for 3 generations. They have been laying formations their entire lives. I entrust them to you to be deployed as you see fit. Before Ye Qingyun could respond, Chun Tianxiong strode in quickly. Pavilion Master, the Western Gate family has sent people. They are transporting 3 carts of artifacts, claiming it is support for the alliance. Grandmother Withered would also sent word that the Loose Cultivator Alliance's brothers have already spread across the eastern and western sect territories. Any anomalies will be reported immediately. Xianyuan Zhantian stroked his beard. It seems I am not the only one who cannot sleep. Every faction of the alliance was preparing for war in their own way. The fragmented earth cultivation world was finally in the face of crisis, slowly clinching into a fist. On the martial arena, Ye Xiaoyu had just finished leading the loose cultivators through a coordinated attack formation. When these loose cultivators had arrived from the cultivation world, most were wild and unruly. At first, none of them would submit to this girl who appeared even younger than themselves. Ye Xiaoyu did not argue. She simply drew her sword and sparred with each of them one by one. After running through the first 3 forms of the Qingyun sword technique, and with the overwhelming pressure of her golden core cultivation, the loose cultivators knelt before her in submission. From then on, they obediently addressed her as young Pavilion Master. Xianyuan Qing watched the entire process from the sidelines. When Ye Xiaoyu walked over, she handed her a sweat cloth. Xiaoyu, you are becoming more and more befitting of a Pavilion Master. Sister Qing, you're teasing me again. Ye Xiaoyu took the cloth and wiped her face, the tips of her ears slightly flushed. Elsewhere, Gongsun Lai was being chased around the entire martial arena by Xiao Jiao. Gongsun Lai, a dignified nascent soul cultivator and leader of the battle hall, was being chased and dodging about by a little white fox, running and shouting as he went. Lord Xiao Jiao, I have already sparred 3 rounds today. This old one's fragile bones truly cannot take any more. Xiao Jiao darted ahead and blocked his path, her amber eyes sparkling as she stared at him intently. One more round. Just one. Gongsun Lai was on the verge of tears, being used as a punching bag by a fox and unable to fight back. When would this ordeal ever end? But he had to admit Xiao Jiao's combat techniques were becoming increasingly refined. In the past, she fought purely on instinct. Now she had begun consciously controlling the rhythm of her demon power output, and even her moves carried a hint of tactical sophistication. Ye Qingyun stood on higher ground watching this scene. Xiao Jiao's growth did not escape his notice. Night fell, and the Qingyun pavilion, which had been buzzing with activity all day, finally quieted down. Ye Qingyun walked alone to the heart of the protective mountain formation. A pale golden curtain of light shimmered faintly beneath the starry sky, like a gossamer veil draped over 100 miles of mountains and rivers. Ye Qingyun pressed his palm against the formation's core, sensing the steady flow of formation patterns beneath his hand. He stood at the core for a long while. Blood Darkness Ancestor, when will you come? 30,000 years. Back then he had spared the Blood Darkness Ancestor's life for the sake of their shared brotherhood. Now looking back, that decision might have been one of the gravest mistakes of his life. Xiao Jiao silently leapt onto his shoulder, wrapping her tail around the back of his neck. Master Xiao Jiao is ready too. Xiao Jiao has learned so many new moves from Gongsun Lai lately. Ye Qingyun turned his head to look at her. Xiao Jiao puffed out her chest, her expression clearly asking for praise. He reached out and stroked her head. This time we fight together. We will not give him another chance. During the preparation period, the artifact hall hauled out the spoils accumulated from the beast tide for inventory. Yu Chi-Tai led several disciples in crouching inside the warehouse for 3 days, categorizing the mountain of monster materials. Demon cores with demon cores, scales with scales, bones with bones. Mu Rongxue also helped nearby, responsible for screening materials with spiritual medicinal value and storing them separately. When she flipped open a wooden box buried at the very bottom, her fingers paused. The box was filled with low-grade materials, shattered demon cores, broken scales, and bone fragments, so fragmented they bore no recognizable name. Yet as her divine sense swept across the box's bottom, it brushed against an extremely faint spiritual energy fluctuation, not the chaotic and violent or atypical of monster materials, but something pure and imbued with ancient resonance. She pushed aside the clutter atop it and retrieved a jade slip from the box's base. Palm-sized, 2 fingers wide. Its surface was carved with dense patterns layered upon patterns, their lines long blurred by time's erosion. Mu Rongxue attempted to probe it with her divine sense, only to be repelled the moment it touched the jade slip's surface. She tried 3 times, each attempt met the same rejection. Mu Rongxue did not force the issue. She wrapped the jade slip in soft cloth and went directly to Ye Qingyun. Guildmaster, this jade slip seal is exquisite. I cannot break it. Ye Qingyun took the jade slip, swept it with his divine sense, and raised an eyebrow. Where did you find this? In the beast tide spoils pile. Buried at the very bottom, mixed among a heap of low-grade materials. Ye Qingyun flipped the jade slip over his fingertip, tracing across those ancient patterns. The seal employs immortal emperor-level techniques. Though time has worn away most of it, the foundation remains. The fact that you could perceive the seal indicates your sensitivity to spiritual energy surpasses most. Mu Rongxue froze. An immortal emperor-level seal. How could something like this appear in the beast tide spoils? Ye Qingyun did not elaborate, simply telling her to attend to her duties first. He brought the jade slip back to his study, unfurling a formation paper on the desk that isolated spiritual energy leakage, and placed the jade slip precisely at its center. The seal indeed proved exquisitely crafted, designed specifically to safeguard legacies from prying eyes. A mechanism that would cause the jade slip to self-destruct if forcibly opened, destroying everything contained within. Ye Qingyun did not attempt forceful entry. He dedicated an entire day peeling back the seal layer by layer with his divine sense, like unwrapping an antique wrapped in dozens of cloths. Each layer demanded a pause to verify the jade slip's response, ensuring no self-destruction mechanism was triggered before proceeding to the next. At dusk, the final layer of seal was gently drawn away. The ancient patterns on the jade slip's surface blazed instantly, and simultaneously a soft radiance poured forth from the jade slip, rushing directly toward Xiao Jiao, dozing on the table. No, wait, Xiao Jiao had just hopped off the table to chase a butterfly outside the window. The light curved around the table's edge, passed through the half-open door, and plunged directly into Ye Xiaoyu's brow as she passed through the corridor. Ye Xiaoyu's entire body shuddered as if frozen in place, her hands dangling at her sides, eyes half-closed with tiny silver specks swirling in the depths of her pupils. Ye Qingyun materialized before her, in an instant, reaching out to probe her sea of consciousness. A gentle yet irresistible force softly deflected his fingers. Not rejection, protection. As if something were carefully merging into Ye Xiaoyu's sea of consciousness, refusing all external interference during this process, even well-meaning intrusion. Ye Qingyun withdrew his hand, gazing at Ye Xiaoyu for several breaths. No signs of spiritual energy disturbance appeared on her. Her breathing was steady, her cheeks even slightly rosier than usual. He stepped back half a pace, leaning against the opposite wall, and began to wait. An hour later, Ye Xiaoyu's eyelids fluttered open. The silver specks in her pupils quickly receded as she refocused, and the first thing she saw was her brother leaning against the wall. Brother. She glanced down at her hands, fingers spreading and curling as if confirming something. Then she looked up, eyes blazing with intensity. Brother. That jade slip. It contains the legacy of a female immortal emperor. Ye Qingyun straightened from the wall. Tell me in detail. Ye Xiaoyu took a deep breath, forcing herself to slow her pace of speech. She was called the Moonlight Immortal Emperor, a supreme cultivator from tens of thousands of years ago. Before her fall, she sealed all her lifetime's knowledge within that jade slip, saying it awaited a destined person. The legacy includes a cultivation technique called the Moonlight Art, a sword technique, and extensive cultivation insights, all now residing within my mind. Ye Qingyun approached her, pressing his index finger to her brow. His divine sense probed inward, discovering a silver-white orb nestled deep within Ye Xiaoyu's sea of consciousness. The orb hung serenely at the center of her consciousness, emanating a soft, yet undeniable presence. He carefully sensed it for several breaths before withdrawing his finger. I examined the opening passage of the Moonlight Art, Ye Qingyun said. This technique suits you far better than the Azure Cloud Art I taught you. It was specifically designed for innate spiritual constitutions with circulation paths and spiritual energy operation methods perfectly aligned with your physique. Ye Xiaoyu blinked. What are you saying? Switch cultivation arts. This isn't a choice, it's your destiny. Ye Qingyun gazed at her. The Azure Cloud Art was created by me, it suits me, but may not suit you. The Moonlight Art was created by the Moonlight Immortal Emperor. She must have been an innate spiritual constitution as well, otherwise she couldn't have devised circulation paths so precisely tailored to innate spiritual constitutions. After you switch, your cultivation speed will at least double. Ye Xiaoyu nodded firmly. Alright, I'll switch. The cultivation art switch proceeded more smoothly than anyone anticipated. The innate spiritual constitution combined with a technique designed for innate spiritual constitutions achieved near-perfect harmony. The Moonlight Art's circulation paths flowed through her meridians on the very first pass more smoothly than the Azure Cloud Art ever had after countless repetitions. Within mere days, she not only solidified her early Golden Core realm, but showed hints of surging toward the mid-Golden Core stage. Xian Yuanqing was overcome with envy. Xiaoyu, your luck is just ridiculous. You stumbled upon an immortal emperor legacy while casually sorting through spoils. Ye Xiaoyu smiled. It's my brother's luck that's good. The jade slip was cracked by him. Xiao Jiao poked her head over the sofa back, listening intently with pricked ears, before hopping onto Ye Xiaoyu's lap, tilting her head up to gaze at her with serious amber eyes. Sister, when you're powerful, protect Xiao Jiao, okay? Ye Xiaoyu scooped her into an embrace, burying her face in that soft fur. Definitely. From now on, if anyone dares to bully you, big sister will beat them up for you. After receiving the inheritance, Ye Xiaoyu's cultivation advanced at a meteoric pace. In less than a month, the qi mass within her dantian had condensed to emit a faint glow, and the spiritual energy coursing through her meridians flowed nearly twice as swiftly as before her retraining. After examining her dantian with his divine sense, Ye Qingyun uttered 4 words: prepare for seclusion. Seclusion? I only broke through to Golden Core recently. Golden Core late stage now. Ye Qingyun withdrew his fingers. You didn't notice yourself? Last night while you slept, your dantian operated automatically and drained 1/3 of the spiritual energy from the gathering array. With a congenital spirit body plus a celestial emperor's inheritance, bottlenecks are practically non-existent for you. Ye Xiaoyu lowered her head to examine her own hands, fingers spreading and clenching. The spiritual energy surging within her palm was indeed stronger by more than 1 tier than half a month prior. But gee, isn't this too fast? Not fast. A congenital spirit body combined with the complete inheritance of the Moonlight Celestial Emperor should yield exactly this kind of speed. Ye Qingyun rose to his feet. I'll go prepare your seclusion cave dwelling. The goal is nascent soul stage. Ye Xiaoyu drew a deep breath. All right. Ye Qingyun spent an entire day arranging the seclusion cave dwelling. The gathering array was top-tier configuration spirit stones embedded into the array's core. Without regard for expense, the heart-protecting array was specifically designed to nourish the heart meridians, preventing spiritual energy overload from damaging the foundation during breakthrough. The calming array served to stabilize the consciousness, as demon heart intrusion posed the gravest danger during the nascent soul tribulation. 3 layers of arrays overlapped in intricate succession, the spiritual energy within the cave dwelling so concentrated it nearly solidified into liquid. Ye Qingyun personally kept vigil outside the cave dwelling. Xin Yuanqing brought a chair and sat on the opposite side. Xiao Jiao crouched upon the ground between the two of them, her tail coiled around her forepaws, amber eyes fixed intently upon the cave dwelling's stone door. Xiao Jiao lowered her head and pulled a single strand of fur from her tail tip. The silver-white fox fur gleamed briefly between her claws, automatically weaving itself into a delicate bracelet. She carried the bracelet into the cave dwelling and wound it around Ye Xiaoyu's wrist. Jie, this bracelet is far more powerful than the last one. It will surely protect you. Ye Xiaoyu stroked Xiao Jiao's head, then glanced once more at her brother and Xin Yuanqing, keeping watch outside the dwelling. The stone door descended slowly, sealing shut. On the first day of seclusion, nothing stirred within the cave dwelling. Ye Qingyun leaned against the back of his chair with closed eyes, his divine sense perpetually shrouding the interior. Ye Xiaoyu's aura rose steadily, spiritual energy circulating through her meridians along the pathways of the moonlight art, with each grand cycle growing more concentrated with every completion. On the 3rd day at dawn, a faint muffled sound echoed from within the cave dwelling. Golden Core late-stage breakthrough achieved. Ye Qingyun opened his eyes, gave a single nod, then closed them once more. On the evening of the 5th day, Ye Xiaoyu's aura began to fluctuate violently. Gong Sun Lai and Ancestor Murong rushed over, as well standing guard in the courtyard outside the cave dwelling. Ye Xiaoyu had begun her assault on the nascent soul. This was the most crucial step, and also the most perilous. Within the cave dwelling, sweat beading on Ye Xiaoyu's forehead evaporated instantly into white mist upon contact with the spiritual energy. Her body trembled subtly, teeth clenched tight, fingers gripping the hem of her robes until her knuckles blanched white. Ye Qingyun's voice resonated within her consciousness. Xiaoyu, steady yourself. You are mightier than any bottleneck. Ye Xiaoyu's breathing gradually stabilized. She bit the tip of her tongue, using the pain to compel herself to remain lucid. The golden core within her dantian began rotating slowly, growing brighter with each revolution as fine, intricate patterns gradually manifested across its surface. On the 7th day at noon, a formidable surge of energy abruptly erupted from within the cave dwelling. The spiritual energy within the gathering array was drained in an instant. Above the cave dwelling, the sky subtly coalesced into a translucent nascent soul phantom, bearing an exact resemblance to Ye Xiaoyu herself. Eyes closed, hands folded across the chest, silver-white light resembling moonlight flowing around its form. The nascent soul phantom persisted for only a few breaths before slowly withdrawing into the cave dwelling. The stone door slid open from within, and Ye Xiaoyu emerged. A trace of silver still lingered in the depths of her pupils. Her entire being appeared as though bathed in moonlight, her aura composed and immaculate. She rushed into Ye Qingyun's embrace. Go. I did it. Ye Qingyun gently patted her back. I knew you could. Xian Yuanqing rose as well, her eyes tinged with red. Xiaojiu circled around Ye Xiaoyu several times, her tail held high, repeatedly chirping, Jie is the best, Jie is the best. The news spread throughout the entire Qingyun pavilion that very day. Ancestor Morong came personally to take a look, and after returning home sat in his room for a long while before saying to Gong's son lie beside him, less than half a year from mortal to nascent soul. Several hundred years I've lived, never heard of such a thing. Gong's son Lai offered no reply. He was calculating. How many years had it taken him to reach nascent soul? After calculating for a long time, he shoved aside the abacus and refused to continue. That evening Qingyun Pavilion held a celebration banquet. Ye Xiaoyu was surrounded by the crowd, a sheepish smile upon her face. Xian Yuanqing drew her aside and said earnestly, Xiaoyu, you'll have to watch over me from now on. Ye Xiaoyu burst into laughter. Qing Jie, stop joking. You're way stronger than me. I only broke through to nascent soul recently, and you've already caught up. Xian Yuanqing sighed. Congenital spirit bodies are incredible. Xiaojiu hopped onto Ye Xiaoyu's shoulder, nuzzling her cheek with her head. Jie must protect Xiaojiu from now on. Definitely. Ye Xiaoyu lifted Xiaojiu down and cradled her in her arms. Ye Qingyun leaned against a nearby pillar, cup of tea in hand, watching his sister, surrounded by the crowd. From that little girl in the slum tenement, who ate discounted bentos every day and dared not speak up when people blocked her door, to now a nascent soul cultivator and the pride of the entire Qingyun pavilion. Less than half a year. His younger sister had finally gained the strength to protect herself. That evening Qingyun Pavilion held a grand celebration banquet. Dozens of tables were arranged in the martial arena with disciples from both the inner and outer pavilions gathering together. Even the off-duty members of Qingyun Guard squeezed in to sample the wine. Ye Xiaoyu was ushered to the seat of honor at the main table. Rising to her feet, she raised her wine cup, her face slightly flushed. Today's breakthrough to nascent soul was not my accomplishment alone. She turned to Morong ancestor. Thank you, Grandfather Morong, for your constant care all this time. From the beast tide to the preparations for battle, you have always been managing affairs for Qingyun Pavilion. Morong ancestor waved his hand dismissively, though his eyes crinkled with laughter. Ye Xiaoyu then turned to Gongsun Lai. Thank you, Hall Master Gongsuan, for guiding me in actual combat. Those days of sparring with you taught me more than all my previous training combined. Gongsun Lai rubbed his hands together. The young pavilion master is too kind. It was only natural. Ye Xiaoyu then offered her respects to Morong Shui. Thank you, Sister Shui, for your elixirs. Without your qi-gathering pills I wouldn't have broken through so quickly. Morong Shui pressed her lips together in a smile. You have exceptional talent yourself. Ye Xiaoyu finally turned to Xian Yuanqing. The two exchanged glances for a moment. Sister Qing, thank you for always being by my side. Xian Yuanqing raised her wine cup and clinked it with Ye Xiaoyu's. It was your own hard work. Ye Xiaoyu then raised her cup toward Ye Qingyun. She paused for a long while before speaking. Brother, thank you. Without you I wouldn't be who I am today. Ye Qingyun accepted the wine cup, and for once a smile graced his features. This was the result of your own efforts. The news spread quickly. By the next day Xian Yuan Zantian had already sent congratulatory gifts with a message. The sister of Pavilion Master Yi is a prodigy of extraordinary talent. The Xian Yuan family wishes to maintain lasting friendship with Qingyun Pavilion. Shi Min Jin's congratulatory gift arrived, as well along with a letter saying that in his several hundred years of life, he had witnessed many geniuses, but never had he heard of anyone rising from mortal to nascent soul in less than half a year. Witheredwood grandmother came personally to pay her respects, bringing a basket of spirit fruits grown by wandering cultivators in the mountains. She held Ye Xiaoyu's hand and examined her for a long while, then turned to Ye Qingyun and said, This old woman has an impudent request. May the young generation of the Wandering Cultivators Alliance come to Qingyun Pavilion for exchange and study. No special treatment is needed. Just let them train alongside the young pavilion master. Ye Qingyun nodded. After the celebration dispersed, only Ye Xiaoyu and Ye Qingyun remained in the courtyard. Ye Xiaoyu retrieved the moonlight sword from her storage ring. The blade gleamed with a faint silvery white radiance under the moonlight. Brother, let me show you the sword art of the Moonlight Immortal Emperor. The sword art was called Moonlight Sword Formula, consisting of 7 forms. She had only mastered the first. The moment Ye Xiaoyu began her stance, an extremely fine thread of silvery white sword energy condensed at the sword's tip. The surrounding moonlight seemed drawn by some force, gathering continuously onto the blade. With one thrust, a silvery white trail lingered in the air for a long time. Ye Qingyun formed his fingers into a sword shape and countered with the first form of the Qingyun sword formula. The two sword energies collided in the air, producing a sharp clang of metal. Ye Qingyun withdrew his fingers and nodded. This sword art suits you perfectly. Each strike draws upon the power of moonlight. Combined with your innate spiritual physique, the power is increased by at least 30%. Continue cultivating. Once you've mastered all 7 forms, no one at the same realm will be your match. Ye Xiaoyu sheathed her sword and sat on the stone bench beside him. The two fell silent for a moment. Brother, how long did it take you to cultivate to a mortal emperor? 30,000 years. 30,000 years. That's so long. Indeed it is. Ye Qingyun sat down, as well leaning against the chair back and gazing at the starry sky. But if you have someone you want to protect, no length of time is too long. Ye Xiaoyu leaned her head against his shoulder. Brother, I'll work hard at cultivation and try to help you as soon as possible. Ye Qingyun reached out and ruffled her hair. You've already helped me. Xiao Jiao emerged from the house. Seeing the two sitting under the moonlight, she immediately scurried over and bounded into the space between them, forcing her way in. Sister Master, what are you looking at? Watching the stars. Ye Xiaoyu smiled. Xiao Jiao tilted her head to glance upward. What's so good about stars? You're better off looking at Xiao Jiao. Xiao Jiao is much prettier than the stars. Ye Xiaoyu burst out laughing. Even Ye Qingyun's lips curved slightly. The three huddled together under the moonlight, sitting in peaceful silence for a long time. In the distant direction of the northern ridge, ancient formation patterns still flickered with a dull crimson glow. Ye Qingyun averted his gaze. Many things remained unfinished, but at least for tonight here was peaceful. Xian Yuanqing had been at Qingyun Pavilion for cultural exchange for several months now. Her method of pursuit had transformed. Initially she had been utterly direct, sending tea and pastries, boldly asking, "Pavilion Master Yi, what do you think of me?" At that time, everyone in Qingyun Pavilion knew the Xian Yuan family's young miss was courting the Pavilion Master. Later she discovered that Ye Qingyun remained completely unresponsive to her straightforward approach. Not that he rejected her, but rather that he simply did not receive her advances at all. The way he looked at her differed not in the slightest from how he regarded Gong Sunlai. Thus, Xian Yuanqing altered her strategy. She ceased all confessions, merely accompanying him silently each day. When Ye Qingyun attended to official documents in his study, she would brew tea beside him. Once the tea was ready, she would place it at his fingertips. Should he not drink it, she would not press him. When Ye Qingyun instructed disciples in sword techniques at the martial training grounds, she would stand nearby, listening intently, occasionally posing one or two questions, always concerning the swordplay itself, devoid of any subtle implications. When Ye Qingyun conducted inspections of various Qingyun Pavilion outposts, she would follow silently behind, neither initiating conversation nor seeking to establish her presence. Ye Xiaoyu observed all of this. One evening, as Ye Qingyun reviewed reports from various divisions in his study, Ye Xiaoyu witnessed Xian Yuanqing carrying a pot of freshly brewed tea inside. She set down the teapot and quietly withdrew. Ye Xiaoyu intercepted her in the corridor. "Sister Qing, aren't you exhausted doing this?" Xian Yuanqing glanced back toward the study where the lamplight still burned, Ye Qingyun's silhouette flickering against the paper screen. "Not at all. Just being able to stay by his side is enough. Weren't you the one who asked him directly before? Why did you change your approach?" "Because that method doesn't work on him." Xian Yuanqing leaned against the wall, arms crossed, and smiled faintly. "He's far too composed. You could set a fire directly at him, and he wouldn't react at all. You can only warm him through patience." Several days later, intelligence arrived from the intelligence division. A mid-tier demonic beast had appeared on the southern border, and several independent monster hunters had already been wounded. Ye Qingyun decided to handle it personally. Xian Yuanqing volunteered to accompany him. Ye Xiaoyu had intended to join, but Xian Yuanqing gently nudged her. "Let me have this one." Ye Xiaoyu opened her mouth to protest, then smiled instead. "All right." The beast was a black scale python lurking within an abandoned mine shaft. Ye Qingyun stood outside the mine entrance without any intention of intervening. He leaned against the stone wall, ceding the entire battlefield to Xian Yuanqing. When the black scale python burst forth from the mine, Xian Yuanqing drew her sword and advanced to meet it. A mid-tier demonic beast's scales were extraordinarily tough. Ordinary attacks left only faint white marks upon its body. Xian Yuanqing engaged it in an extended skirmish before ultimately driving her moonlight sword upward through its lower jaw, the blade's point piercing directly into its brain cavity. The black-scale python collapsed with a thunderous crash, its tail shattering several boulders nearby. Xian Yuanqing caught her breath. A superficial wound ran across her right arm where the serpent's tail had grazed her, blood trickling down her forearm. She shook the blood from her hand and sheathed her sword. Ye Qingyun approached, lifting her right arm to examine the wound. "No need to exert yourself, so next time. I was right there. You only needed to call out." Gazing at his earnest profile, Xian Yuanqing's heart skipped a beat. "Were you worried about me?" Ye Qingyun offered no reply. However, his movements while tending to her wound were considerably gentler than usual. Upon returning to Qingyun Pavilion, Ye Xiaoyu acutely sensed that something had shifted. At dinner, Ye Qingyun inquired, "How is your arm?" His question was directed at Xian Yuanqing. Ye Xiaoyu's chopsticks froze midair. Ye Qingyun taking the initiative to show concern for someone. This was truly unprecedented. After Ye Qingyun departed from the dining hall, Ye Xiaoyu immediately leaned in. "Brother, what do you think of Sister Qing?" Ye Qingyun's footsteps faltered. After several seconds of silence, he replied, "Not unpleasant." Ye Xiaoyu nearly laughed aloud. To have progressed her brother from no reaction to not unpleasant, this was already the greatest achievement of these past months. Upon hearing of this, Qing did not seize the opportunity to intensify her efforts. She said to Ye Xiaoyu, "Your brother is like a block of ice. It can only be melted gradually. Rush it, and it will crack." Ye Xiaoyu admired her patience. "Sister Qing, you truly understand my brother. Because I've been watching him all along." Qing's tone was remarkably calm, as though stating an undeniable fact. That evening, Ye Qingyun was processing the final intelligence reports from Chun Tianxiong in his study. Xiaoju lay across his lap, her tail swaying lazily. She suddenly lifted her head. "Master Xiaoju thinks Sister Xianyuan is quite nice." Ye Qingyun glanced down at her. "Have you been bribed again?" "Not bribed," Xiaoju protested indignantly. "She brings Xiaoju spirit fruits every day, and she's genuinely kind to Master. The way she looks at Master is the same as how Xiaoju looks at Master." Ye Qingyun did not respond. He reached out and stroked Xiaoju's head. Beyond the window, moonlight lay still as water. The torches at the distant martial training grounds had already been extinguished, and Qingyun Pavilion had fallen into complete tranquility. He recalled those 30,000 years of solitude, the figure willing to remain by his side, without seeking anything in return, the wound on her arm at the mine entrance today. Perhaps it was time to let another person step into his world. Peaceful days were shattered. The northern vein rift suddenly trembled violently, as if space itself were being torn apart by an invisible hand. The ancient formation patterns along the fracture's edge crumbled one after another, while dark crimson lightning arcs erupted from the chasm. Xuanyu Zhantian's communication came like a roar. "Sect Master Yi, the rift has changed. It's not demonic beasts, it's a flying artifact." Ye Qingyun set down the communication jade symbol. The battle hall, the inner council, all combat forces on duty boarded the vessels flying at full speed toward the northern vein. Upon arrival, a massive black flying ship was slowly emerging from the rift. Crimson formations covered the vessel's hull, and at the top of the mast hung a great banner, a blood-red flag embroidered with a single character, blood, the emblem of the Blood Nether sect. Hundreds of Blood Nether sect cultivators poured out of the flying ship, in orderly formation, their auras chillingly austere. Their leader was a middle-aged man with a gloomy expression and great circle cultivation. His gaze swept over the Qingyun Pavilion forces arrayed below in battle formation, a sneer curling at the corner of his lips. "Blood Nether sect, Blood Hand, True Lord. By order of my master, the Blood Nether ancestor, I have come to apprehend the traitor Ye Qingyun." Xuanyu Zhantian's expression shifted dramatically. Xuanyu Qing gripped her sword hilt tightly. Ye Xiaoyu whispered, "Brother, who are they?" Ye Qingyun stepped forward from the crowd, standing his ground, gazing up at the Blood Hand, True Lord hovering high above. "Traitor!" The Blood Hand, True Lord's gaze fell upon him. "So you're Ye Qingyun. My master said you severed your own cultivation, and it appears that was indeed true." The once lofty Qingyun immortal emperor, now not even an immortal king. Ye Qingyun did not entertain this provocation. "Traitor, when the Blood Nether ancestor schemed against me, I turned the tables and forced him to kneel and beg for mercy. I showed mercy for our shared sect origins and spared his life. 30,000 years have passed, yet you dare pin the traitor's label on me." The Blood Hand, True Lord's expression darkened. "Insolence! My master has now reached the pinnacle of the great circle, on the verge of ascending to immortal lord. What are you to even mention past events?" Ye Qingyun smiled faintly. "You may test that assertion. Strike first. Let me see what kind of disciples the Blood Nether ancestor has produced over these years." The Blood Hand, True Lord flew into a rage, waving his hand. Hundreds of Blood Nether sect cultivators attacked simultaneously, their crimson spiritual power surging forth like an overwhelming tide. Ye Qingyun raised his hand, and the temporary protective formation prearranged by the Xuanyu family instantly activated. The crimson torrent crashed against the barrier of light, which shuddered violently, but barely held. Ye Qingyun did not turn around. "Elder Xuanyu, this is my grievance with the Blood Nether sect. Qingyun Pavilion will settle this itself." Xuanyu Zhantian stepped forward, his voice calm, yet unwavering. "Sect Master Yi, the purpose of an alliance is to advance and retreat together. The Xuanyu family will not stand by idly." Shimin Jian strode forward, the sword at his waist humming with eager energy. "The Shimin family stands with Qingyun Pavilion." The withered-wood elder emerged from the crowd, leaning on her staff. "The Free Cultivator Alliance is willing as well. Free cultivators may be poor, but our spines remain unbroken." Ye Qingyun gazed upon these individuals who had chosen to stand by his side. For 30,000 years he had grown accustomed to fighting alone, rising from a mortal to an immortal emperor in the cultivation world with only Xiaojiu beside him. But now he had companions. He clasped his hands in a formal salute. "My heartfelt thanks to all of you. After this battle concludes, ye will surely provide generous recompense." The Blood Hand, True Lord let out a cold laugh in the air above. His voice was not loud, but every word rang distinctly in the ears of all present. a swarm of ants daring to obstruct the wheel of heaven. Since you all seek death, this one shall grant your wish. He raised his hand, and behind him hundreds of blood nether sect cultivators channeled their spiritual energy in unison. Crimson light gathered above the flying ship, forming a colossal crimson blade. War was on the verge of erupting. At Blood Han Jinjuan's command, cultivators from the Blood Ming sect poured down from the flying vessel, like a crimson waterfall crashing toward the earth. Gongsun Lai drew his sword and charged at the vanguard. His nascent soul realm power tore through the foundation establishment disciples of the Blood Ming sect, each sweep of his blade felling a dozen. The combat hall of Qingyun Pavilion followed closely behind, slicing a gap through the crimson torrent. Ye Xiaoyu stood at the right flank of the defensive line, unleashing the first form of the Moonflower sword art. Silver-white sword radiance blazed across the battlefield, striking and conspicuous. Wherever her sword tipped past Blood Ming sect foundation establishment, disciples fell one after another. After breaking through to nascent soul realm, her sword had become swifter still. Moonlight clung to the blade's edge, each strike carrying bone-deep chill. Xianyuan Qing guarded her flank, her Moonflower sword dancing in concert. The two moved in seamless coordination. Ye Xiaoyu assailing the front, Xianyuan Qing covering the sides. A Blood Ming sect disciple tried to circle behind Ye Xiaoyu, but before he could strike, Xianyuan Qing cleaved him away with a single blow. Blood Han Jinjuan watched from atop the flying vessel, his expression darkening. He had never imagined these lower realm insects could withstand the first wave of assault. His gaze swept across the battlefield, locking onto Ye Qingyun standing at the center of the defensive line. Mahayana presence erupted without restraint. Every cultivator on the battlefield felt their breath catch, and disciples of lesser cultivation found their legs turning to jelly, nearly buckling to their knees. Blood Han Jinjuan stepped off the flying vessel, lunging directly for Ye Qingyun. Ye Qingyun, meet your death. Ye Qingyun rose to meet him. Their spiritual energies collided in midair with a thunderous, muffled detonation. Blood Han Jinjuan's cultivation was at Mahayana realm, yet Ye Qingyun detected something amiss in his spiritual energy circulation, clumsy, unpolished. This was no Mahayana achieved through painstaking cultivation, but an artificially inflated realm propped up by pills. Ye Qingyun held back from delivering a finishing blow. He intended to gauge the Blood Ming ancestors' strength through this disciple. The apprentice's cultivation was hollow. What of the master's? On the ground, Xiao Jiao had grown impatient. She had been crouching on Ye Qingyun's shoulder watching the spectacle, but seeing the Blood Ming sect disciples pouring forth in increasing numbers, she finally hopped down from his shoulder. The instant she touched ground, the little white fox's form expanded rapidly in midair. From a palm-sized creature, she transformed into a nine-tailed white fox the size of a small hill, her 9 tails unfurling behind her like an all-encompassing canopy. Xiao Jiao swiped down with one paw, burying 3 Blood Ming sect disciples into the earth with only their heads exposed. She whirled around and bit down on 2 ambushing disciples, seizing both them and their spiritual artifacts, shaking twice before spitting them out. Xiao Jiao is not a monster beast. Xiao Jiao is Qingyun Pavilion's guardian divine beast. Ye Xiaoyu witnessed this scene from nearby and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Gongsun Lai led the combat hall in carving a bloody path on the left flank. His nascent soul realm power crushed lower-tier cultivators, and with the combat hall disciples' coordination, the left flank had already pressed beneath the flying vessel. In the sky, Blood Han Jinjuan grew more and more alarmed with each exchange. Every attack of his was easily deflected by Ye Qingyun, while each of Ye Qingyun's counterstrikes precisely struck his most vulnerable defensive points. What was worse, Ye Qingyun had not exerted his full strength from beginning to end. Blood Han Jinjuan executed a feint to create distance, gasping for breath. Ye Qingyun stood with hands clasped behind his back, not even his breathing disturbed. Is that all? The disciple Blood Ming ancestor has trained is merely this much. Blood Han Jinjuan's face turned ashen, his teeth gnashing. Ye Qingyun, you do indeed possess some genuine skill. But do you believe this represents the full strength of the Blood Ming sect? This one is merely the vanguard. My master shall soon descend in person. When that time comes, both you and your Qingyun pavilion shall perish. Ye Qingyun gazed at him, his tone placid. I shall be waiting. Go back and tell the Blood Ming ancestor. I await him at Qingyun Pavilion. 30,000 years have passed since we last met. Let him come to reminisce about old times. Blood Han Jinjuan coldly snorted and waved for retreat. The remnants of the Blood Ming sect scrambled back to the flying vessel, which turned and retreated through the rift. Ancient formation glyphs at the rift's edge crumbled further, their crimson glow flickering several times before gradually settling into stillness. Xianyuan Jiqian sheathed his sword and moved to Ye Qingyun's side, gazing toward the rift. Pavilion Master Yi, regarding what Blood Han Jinjuan said about his master, the Blood Ming ancestor, Ye Qingyun withdrew his gaze. An old enemy from my days in the cultivation world. Back then I shattered his physical form, sparing his life. He showed no gratitude. Instead, he has harbored resentment toward me for 30,000 years. Xianyuan Jiqian fell silent for a long moment. Is he stronger than you? In a direct confrontation, my odds of victory are not high at present. Ye Qingyun turned and walked toward Qingyun Pavilion. But by the time he arrives, things may be different. 3 days later, the fissure churned violently once more. Blood Han Jinjuan had returned. This time the number of blood nether sect cultivators he brought had doubled. Among them were several powerful artifacts kept in reserve, and he recklessly activated the sect's blood ignition secret art, boosting every disciple's combat power by 30% in the short term. Whether the secret art would shorten their lifespans afterward was not his concern. Hundreds of blood nether sect cultivators hovered outside the gates of Qingyun Pavilion, a dark mass blotting out half the sky. Having learned from last time, Blood Han Jinjuan no longer sought to duel Ye Qingyun one-on-one. Instead, he ordered all forces to concentrate their attacks on the headquarters of Qingyun Pavilion. Shatter this wretched gate for me. Blood Han Jinjuan's voice, laced with the oppressive might of the Mahayana stage, echoed across the entire battlefield. Hundreds of attacks fell simultaneously, their blood-colored spiritual energy intertwining into a torrent that surged toward Qingyun Pavilion like a tidal wave. Below, Gongsun Lai gripped his sword hilt tightly. Yi Xiaoyu instinctively stepped forward half a pace, only to be grabbed back by Xianyuan Qing. Just as the blood-colored torrent was about to crash down, a pale golden barrier erupted suddenly from the center of Qingyun Pavilion like an inverted glass bowl, shrouding 100 miles around. The moment the blood torrent struck the barrier, a thunderous roar shook the heavens. Yet the barrier did not tremble, not even a ripple formed. What formation is this? Blood Han Jinjuan's pupils constricted sharply. Ye Qingyun emerged slowly from the formation's core. The Qingyun World Protecting Formation. I arranged it myself. Blood Han Jinjuan clenched his teeth. During their previous encounter, he had noticed that although Ye Qingyun's cultivation had declined from its peak, his combat experience far exceeded his own. So he had changed tactics this time. No more single combat. He would strike directly at his enemy's stronghold. Yet this very barrier shattered all his calculations. A Mahayana stage expert can withstand 3 full power strikes, Ye Qingyun said calmly. You failed to do your homework before coming. Then let me see just how hard this turtle shell really is. Blood Han Jinjuan snarled through gritted teeth and struck the first blow himself. His Mahayana cultivation was displayed without reservation. With a single palm strike, the barrier quaked violently, ripples spreading across its surface. Yet it still did not shatter. Again, the second strike produced a hairline crack upon the barrier. Then came the third. The crack spread like a spiderweb from the point of impact, the barrier swaying precariously on the verge of collapse, yet never breaking entirely. 3 strikes had passed. Ye Qingyun had been waiting for this very moment. He dispersed the grand formation and ascended into the air. Have you had enough? My turn. He struck his palm, wind wreathed in the primal power of an immortal lord. Blood Han Jinjuan hastily raised his defenses, but he was sent reeling 100 zhang backward, his arms numb, his protective spiritual light wavering wildly. This is impossible. Blood Han Jinjuan's face underwent a dramatic change. My cultivation may have fallen. Ye Qingyun pressed forward, delivering a second and third strike in rapid succession. But it is more than enough to kill you. Each strike grew heavier and faster than the last. Blood Han Jinjuan was forced back step by step, a trace of dark crimson blood escaping the corner of his mouth. His blood nether sect disciples attempted to rush to his aid, but Gongsun Lai and the war hall blocked them mercilessly. Xiao Jiu transformed into her true form as the nine-tailed heavenly fox, charging through the enemy ranks with devastating fury, 1 swipe per opponent. The blood nether sect disciples did not even deserve the right to approach. Fear finally surfaced in Blood Han Jinjuan's pupils. Ye Qingyun, you dare kill me. My master will not spare you. The entire blood nether sect will trample Qingyun Pavilion to the ground, leaving not a single chicken or dog alive. Ye Qingyun offered no reply. He raised his hand, and the final strike, wreathed in the primal power of the peak immortal lord stage, landed squarely on Blood Han Jinjuan's chest. Blood Han Jinjuan's body froze midair for an instant, then exploded with a deafening blast, dissolving into a skyfall of crimson mist. A phantom figure fled desperately from the blood mist. That was Blood Han Jinjuan's primordial spirit. It had barely flown 100 zhang when a streak of white light flashed from an oblique angle. Xiao Jiu, who had somehow positioned herself in midair beforehand, brought her paw down, and that phantom form was scattered before it could so much as cry out. I told you last time that Xiao Jiu is not a demonic beast. Xiao Jiu licked her paw, her amber eyes sweeping over the blood nether sect remnants below, frozen stiff with terror. Xiao Jiu is a guardian spirit beast of the pavilion. With their commander dead, the morale of the remaining blood nether sect troops collapsed instantly. Gongsun Lai led the war hall in pursuit and slaughter. More than half were cut down by swords, while the few survivors fled back to their flying ships in disarray and retreated through the fissure. The people of Qingyun Pavilion erupted in cheers. Gongsun Lai planted his sword into the ground, and threw back his head, laughing loudly to the heavens. Elder Murong stroked his beard, a rare smile, gracing his face though his eyes glistened with unshed tears. The disciples embraced one another, jumping and shouting with unrestrained joy. Only Ye Qingyun did not smile. He descended before the mountain gate, glanced at the jubilant crowd, and walked over to Xianyuan Zhantian. Elder Blood Han Jinjuan was merely the vanguard. Ancestor Blood Nether himself may descend at any moment. I need to enter seclusion for some time. I leave Qingyun Pavilion in your and Gongsun Lai's hands. Xianyuan Zhantian bowed solemnly. Rest assured, Pavilion Master Yi. Before you emerge from seclusion, this old man swears to stand or fall alongside Qingyun Pavilion. Ye Qingyun nodded, then cast one more glance at Ye Xiaoyu standing among the crowd. She was holding Xiao Jiu, her cheeks still flushed from the battle. Xiao Jiu licked her paw and wagged her tail toward him. He turned and made his way to the seclusion cave. He had to restore his cultivation as quickly as possible. Ancestor Blood Nether's strength was not merely a notch above Blood Hand Jinjuan's, it was leagues beyond. Time was running short. With the fall of the Blood Hand True Lord, the shattered remnants of the Blood Ming sect scattered in disarray as Qingyun Pavilion commenced the grim tally of the battlefield. Gongsun Lai was half carried back from the front lines by two disciples, his left shoulder utterly crushed by an elder of the Blood Ming sect, his entire arm hanging in a useless broken drape. Murong Shui crouched beside him, pouring an entire bottle of healing elixir into his mouth. Go easy, this elixir is incredibly precious. Gongsun Lai winced in agony, yet still found the presence of mind to worry about depleting their reserves. Silence. Murong Shui's hands never ceased their work. What good is saving the elixir if you're dead, oi? The battle hall had suffered losses approaching 1/3 of its forces. The Xianyuan family lost 6 disciples, the Shiman family 3, and the rogue cultivator alliance 8. Ye Xiaoyu had a gash on her arm, which she hastily bound with a torn strip of cloth before returning to help carry the wounded. Ye Qingyun stood beside the arrays, channeling his primordial power into the mountain protection array. The cracks on the barrier healed visibly before his eyes, yet his own complexion grew increasingly ashen. Having continuously sustained the array through 3 full-powered strikes from a great ascension cultivator, then decisively slaying the Blood Hand True Lord, the Dao wound left from his boundary crossing had been torn open anew. Xiaojiu slid down from his shoulder, nuzzling against his dangling hand. Master, the blood on you. Ye Qingyun glanced downward. It was no external wound. The blood seeping from his meridians due to the Dao wound's flare had soaked his sleeve crimson. He tucked his hand behind his back, stroking Xiao Jiu's head with the other. It's nothing. A few days' rest will heal it. Xiao Jiu said, nothing, her amber eyes fixed on him for a long moment. She had accompanied Ye Qingyun for 30,000 years and knew precisely when he was forcing himself. Ye Qingyun walked through the hastily erected medical tent, stabilizing the meridians of several critically wounded disciples from the inner pavilion and channeling a thread of primordial power to Gongsun Lai to help protect his shattered shoulder blade. Having finished, he returned to his study, closed the door, and slowly lowered himself into a chair, gripping the desk's edge. His dantian ached with an emptiness that felt like someone had taken a blade and churned it around several times. The wound from self-inflictedly cutting his cultivation by half during his boundary crossing was normally suppressed by his primordial power, but continuous maximum force attacks would cause it to rebound violently. In his current state, he could barely slay a great ascension cultivator like the Blood Hand True Lord, who had risen through pill consumption. But against a true powerhouse, if he faced the Blood Ming ancestor, for instance, who had certainly not remained stagnant over these 30,000 years with cultivation at least at the immortal lord level, with his present condition, he could not survive 10 exchanges in a frontal confrontation. Ye Qingyun opened his eyes, swallowing back the blood rising in his throat. Xiaojiu squeezed through the crack in the door, hopped onto the desk, and crouched before him. Master, Xiaojiu remembers a place. When we were in the cultivation realm, other demon beasts mentioned it. An immortal emperor's cave dwelling from ancient times containing immortal-grade elixirs. The cave's entrance is in the northern ridge. The northern ridge. Yes, roughly where that Xianyuan elder mentioned the ancient battlefield to be. Xiaojiu guessed the cave dwelling lies hidden within that battlefield. Ye Qingyun leaned back in his chair, contemplating. Xianyuan Zhantian had spoken of countless powerful beings who had fallen in the ancient battlefield, along with countless inheritances and elixirs buried within. If an immortal emperor's cave dwelling truly hides within, it would most likely contain immortal-grade elixirs capable of healing Dao wounds. He needed this opportunity. The next day, Ye Qingyun placed Qingyun Pavilion under the care of Xianyuan Zhantian and Gongsun Lai. Ye Xiaoyu wished to accompany him, but he directly refused. The rifts may open again at any moment. You stay here. Without the young pavilion master of Qingyun Pavilion present, the army's morale will crumble. But brother, there are no buts. Wait for my return. Xianyuan Qin walked up to him. I'll go with you. The Xianyuan family knows the terrain of the northern ridge best, and our family keeps the records on the ancient battlefield. With me there you'll save considerable time. Ye Qingyun studied her for a moment, then nodded. Xiaojiu naturally intended to go. She scurried to Ye Qingyun's feet, climbed up his pant leg, and settled onto his shoulder, draping her tail across it, making it abundantly clear that no one could possibly shake her off. 3 people, and 1 fox preparing to set out. Ye Qingyun, Xian Yuanqing, and Xiaojiu, a trio of human and fox, departed from Qingyun Pavilion. Xian Yuanqing led the way into the depths of the northern vein, the flying vessels skimming low along the mountain ridge. The further north they traveled, the more treacherous the terrain became. The once verdant vegetation gradually gave way to ash gray and blackened scrub, while a faint scent of decay permeated the air. We've arrived. Xian Yuanqing retracted the flying vessel and alighted before a mountain pass. From here begins the outer reaches of the ancient battlefield ruins. The vessel cannot proceed further. We must continue on foot. Ye Qingyun surveyed his surroundings. Faint traces of formation patterns lingered on the cliffs flanking the mountain past their antiquity, such that they had nearly merged with the rock itself. Yet occasional flickers of dim spiritual light revealed that though most of the original seal had crumbled, residual powers still dwelled within this region. He withdrew his gaze and gestured for Xian Yuanqing to lead on. The Xian Yuan family's records on this battlefield are sparse. Xian Yuanqing pushed aside the obstructing withered branches. They only mentioned that several 10,000 years ago a great war unfolded here, claiming countless powerful lives among the cultivators. Supreme beings later sealed it away, isolating it from the world. Only in recent years, as the seal weakened, have entrances gradually begun to emerge. The Fisher, our Xian Yuan family guards, may well be connected to this very battlefield. Ye Qingyun offered no response, merely following behind. His gaze swept periodically through the shadows of the flanking forest. Something here felt amiss. Barely 3 li into the mountain past, the first wave of assault arrived. A semi-transparent phantom lunged from a pile of rubble, opening its mouth in a soundless shriek. Remnant souls. Lingering obsessions left by cultivators who perished on this battlefield. After tens of thousands of years, they had long lost their intellect, retaining only the instinct to attack any living thing. Ye Qingyun released a blade of sword energy that scattered the remnant soul, then slapped away a low-rank demonic beast lunging from behind a tree with a single palm strike. The beast's corpse crashed to the ground and rolled twice. It was a lean, mangy wolf with bloodshot eyes and blood-flecked foam still clinging to its jaws from its previous kill. Xian Yuanqing drew her moonlight sword, positioning herself on the outer defensive perimeter. She cleaved through numerous attacking remnant souls in succession, each stroke of sword energy causing the phantoms to scatter and dissolve. Yet her peripheral vision remained fixed on Ye Qingyun. He struck with incredible speed, every blade of sword energy finding its vital target precisely. Yet after each strike his breathing would faintly hitch. The agony of his Dao wound could not be concealed. In his prime, such demonic beasts and remnant souls would not have warranted even a glance from him. A single surge of his protective immortal aura would have shattered them all. But now he was conserving his strength, calculating every ounce of power. Xian Yuanqing said nothing, merely drawing closer, using her moonlight sword to share more of the burden. Deeper into the ruins, the surrounding scenery grew ever more desolate. Scattered across the ground lay shattered weapon fragments and weathered bones. Some skeletal structures noticeably abnormal, clearly the remains of alien cultivators. Xiaojiu had been crouching on Ye Qingyun's shoulder, ears pricked upward. Suddenly she hopped down and scurried several steps across the rubble. Master, there's concentrated spiritual energy over there. She pointed toward a collapsed palace ruin. Broken walls and scattered ruins lay entombed beneath creeping vines, stone pillars tilted askew upon the ground. Yet Ye Qingyun could sense spiritual fluctuations emanating from below, not the cold, decaying aura of remnant souls, but something purer, more ancient. The 3 entered the ruins. After clearing away withered vines and debris, they uncovered a half-buried underground entrance. Intricate prohibition patterns were carved around the entrance, most eroded to obscurity by time, yet still stubbornly functioning. Ye Qingyun crouched and observed for several breaths, identifying the formation's weakness. A pulse of spiritual energy struck the point, and the remaining formation patterns shattered with a resonant sound. The entrance lay fully open. Below lay a relatively well-preserved cave dwelling. In stark contrast to the barren wasteland outside, spiritual energy here had concentrated into visible white mist. Spirit stones embedded in the walls still emitted soft, gentle radiance. Xian Yuanqing surveyed the surroundings, unconsciously lowering her voice. It's been at least tens of thousands of years since anyone was here. Ye Qingyun examined the cave dwelling's stone walls and vaulted ceiling, then glanced at the spirit vein layout upon the ground. Xiaojiu rubbed against his leg. Master, this cave dwelling resembles the immortal emperor's cave dwelling the old master mentioned. The scent of pills lies deeper within. From the cave dwelling's depths, a light gate was barely visible. A semi-transparent screen of light rippling gently, like a portal leading to another world. Standing before the light gate, Ye Qingyun sensed for several breaths. Behind the gate churned something formidable. Not the aura of a demonic beast, but some manner of creation specifically guarding the cave dwelling, likely a guardian left by the immortal emperor. He turned to Xian Yuanqing. There may be danger within. Are you certain you wish to enter? Xian Yuanqing raised her moonlight sword before her. Wherever you are, that's where I'll be. Ye Qingyun remained silent for a breath, then nodded. Stay close to me. He reached out and pushed open the light gate, stepping through first. Xiao Jiao followed immediately after, Xian Yuanqing gripping her sword hilt as she followed. The light gate closed silently behind the three. The door of light sealed shut silently behind her. The scene before her eyes made Xian Yuanqing draw a sharp breath. Mountains and rivers, pavilions and towers, small bridges, overflowing streams, and even a waterfall cascading down the distant cliff, its rushing sound echoing across the space. The entire space was remarkably well preserved, as if its master had merely stepped out on a journey and would return at any moment. Yet a deathly silence permeated the air. No bird calls, no insect chirps, even the sound of the waterfall falling into the pool seemed hollow and empty. The master of this place had long since perished. What magnificent craftsmanship! Xian Yuanqing surveyed her surroundings. This cave dwelling surpasses even the ancestral lands of the Xian Yuan family. To carve out mountains and rivers within a miniature world, what cultivation realm must this predecessor have reached? The immortal emperor. Ye Qingyun was also examining this space. And not an ordinary immortal emperor. An ordinary immortal emperor could only create storage spaces. To forge a complete miniature world, one would be merely half a step away from the shattered realm. Xiao Jiao hopped down from his shoulder, nose pressed to the ground as she sniffed along, then lifted her head and barked toward the east. Master, the scent of pills is over there. On the path to the pill storage chamber, trials lay in wait. The first challenge was an open plaza where dozens of puppets stood in neat rows, each at the immortal sovereign level. Ye Qingyun stopped Xian Yuanqing, who was about to draw her sword, and pointed to an unremarkable stone pillar at the plaza's center. The puppet formation has an eye. If you charge and blindly, these puppets will resurrect infinitely. Find the eye, and one move will break the entire formation. He stepped through the gaps and the puppet attacks darted forward several times and arrived before the stone pillar, striking down to shatter the control crystal core embedded in its top. The red light in the dozens of puppets' eyes extinguished simultaneously, freezing them in place. Xian Yuanqing gripped her sword, stunned for a long moment. You understand formations like this too. When you've lived long enough, you've seen everything. Ye Qingyun walked around a frozen puppet and continued forward. Xian Yuanqing gazed at his retreating figure and quietly sheathed her sword. The second trial was a long corridor. The moment she stepped in, the surroundings transformed abruptly. Xian Yuanqing found herself standing in the ancestral mansion of the Xian Yuan family, with her grandfather Xian Yuan Zhantian collapsed before her, covered in blood. She looked down at her hands. Blood was also dripping from the moonlight sword. It's all fake. She bit the tip of her tongue, forcing herself to remain still. You cannot deceive me. The illusion twisted and shifted, transforming into another scene. This time it was her childhood. Her parents were still alive, and her mother crouched in the courtyard beckoning to her. Xian Yuanqing's eyes grew red, but she did not step forward. She closed her eyes, gathered her spiritual energy at the sword's tip, and slashed through with one decisive blow. The illusion shattered, and the corridor reappeared beneath her feet. Ye Qingyun leaned against the stone wall at the corridor's exit, waiting for her. He had already passed through and appeared to have been waiting for some time. Not bad. Faster than I expected. Xian Yuanqing wiped the corner of her eye. What did you see? Nothing at all. Ye Qingyun turned and continued forward. The illusion array has no effect on me. Why? I've lived too long. Everything I should have forgotten and shouldn't have forgotten has passed through my heart over and over again. The illusion array cannot conjure anything I haven't already seen. Xian Yuanqing fell silent for a moment, then suddenly realized that her spiritual energy was flowing more rapidly through her meridians than before. She had overcome her inner demon within the illusion array, and the bottleneck that had trapped her at the golden core pinnacle for years had subtly loosened. Ye Qingyun glanced at her sideways. Congratulations. You can attempt to break through to nascent soul after we leave. Really, your accumulation is already sufficient. What you lacked was an opportunity. The illusion array was your opportunity. After passing the 2 trials, the 3 arrived at an alchemical chamber. Dozens of jade bottles sat neatly arranged within, most of the pills inside having lost their efficacy and turned to ash, though a few bottles remained intact. Xiao Jiao's eyes glowed with excitement as she pounced forward, reaching out a paw to pry off the bottle stoppers. Ye Qingyun grabbed her by the scruff of her neck and lifted her back. Don't eat randomly. Let me examine them first. He inspected each of the intact bottles one by one. They were all auxiliary pills, gathering spirit pills, mind concentrating pills, meridian protecting pills, high in quality but limited in application. Precious, but not the celestial grade pills he sought. Ye Qingyun stored the pills and turned to leave the chamber. Ahead stood a grand main hall, its doors tightly shut. Inscribed on the doors were the words, "I am the Nine Heavens' immortal emperor. Before my fall I left all my treasures for the destined one. Those who reach this place may inherit my legacy, but must defeat my guardian." Ye Qingyun's eyes narrowed. Nine Heavens' immortal emperor. He had heard this name in the cultivation world. A powerful immortal emperor from tens of thousands of years ago who was said to have perished while attempting to break through to the shattered realm. He never imagined his cave dwelling would be hidden within the depths of Earth's ancient battlefield. Xiaojiu tilted her head up and asked, "Master, are we going in?" Ye Qingyun took a deep breath, pressing both hands against the hall doors. "We go." Ye Qingyun pushed open the main hall's massive doors. The door hinges let out a deep, resonant groan as dust that had accumulated over tens of thousands of years fell in cascading sheets. The interior of the great hall stretched far larger than its exterior suggested, the vaulted ceiling rising so high it seemed to vanish into infinity. Ancient formation patterns, now long faded, covered the four walls. At the center of the great hall, three spheres of light floated suspended, arranged in a triangular formation and slowly rotating. Within the first sphere of light floated a pill perfectly round, its surface flowing with 9 differently colored veins, each one faintly glowing. The 9 Revolutions heaven-returning pill, a celestial-grade elixir, he had encountered only once in his cultivation journey. That particular pill had been bartered away by some immortal king for the price of an entire city, and yet the quality of this specimen surpassed even that legendary treasure. "Found it." Ye Qingyun's voice was barely a whisper. Suspended within the second sphere of light hovered a sword of pure flawless white, its blade slender and keen as paper, moonlight rippling across its surface. Set into the sword's guard was a thumb-sized silver gemstone containing what appeared to be liquid light in constant motion. The third sphere contained a jade slip of identical composition to the one Ye Xiaoyu had previously discovered, a complete inheritance from the Nine Heavens' immortal emperor. Ye Qingyun's gaze remained fixed upon the 9 Revolutions heaven-returning pill. This was precisely what he needed, a celestial-grade elixir capable of repairing Dao wounds. If its medicinal potency proved sufficient, his cultivation base might recover to the immortal king realm, perhaps even beyond. However, the formation barrier encapsulating the sphere was extraordinarily sophisticated, crafted with genuine immortal emperor-level technique. Any attempt to forcefully breach it would destroy both the barrier and the pill within. He extended his hand, hovering it above the sphere's surface as he began dissecting the formation structure layer by layer. Meanwhile, Xian Yuanqing found herself completely captivated by the immortal sword. Drawn forward without conscious thought, she approached the second sphere of light. The moonlight emanating from the sword's blade intensified with her every step closer, and the silver gemstone embedded in the guard began to pulse with accelerating luminescence. She reached out, and the moment her fingertips brushed against the sphere's surface, the formation did not reject her. Instead, it dissolved like water around her touch. The immortal sword sang out with a clear, resonant tone and voluntarily flew free from the sphere, its hilt settling perfectly into her palm. 2 ancient characters materialized upon the blade. "Yuning." Ye Qingyun glanced over. "This sword is perfectly attuned to your constitution. Keep it." Xian Yuanqing gripped the sword's hilt, and the moonlight upon its blade gradually dimmed and withdrew inward, as if it had finally found the person it had awaited for countless millennia. Ye Qingyun continued his analysis of the 9 Revolutions heaven-returning pill's formation. After the duration of burning half an incense stick, he straightened his posture. He had found the method to break it. The formation was sustained by 3 spiritual energy nodes operating simultaneously. One had to inject spiritual energy from 3 directions in equal measure, maintaining absolute balance, in order to unravel it without triggering the self-destruct mechanism. He positioned Xian Yuanqing to stand due east, Xiaojiu to crouch due west, while he coordinated from the center. "Follow my command. Inject your spiritual energy simultaneously. Neither more nor less. Follow my rhythm precisely." The 3 moved in perfect harmony, raising their hands together. 3 streams of spiritual energy flowed gradually into the sphere of light, and the formation's glow upon the surface began to pulse in synchronized rhythm. The sphere's radiance gradually dimmed, its outer shell peeling away layer by layer. The innermost formation dissolved completely at the gentlest touch of Ye Qingyun's fingertip. The 9 Revolutions heaven-returning pill slowly descended into his palm, the 9 mystical veins upon its surface emanating a gentle warmth at his touch. Ye Qingyun carefully stored the pill within a jade box. This place was unsuitable for consuming the elixir. One needed to return for closed-door meditation to refine it properly. The instant the jade box sealed shut, a resonant rumble echoed from the depths of the great hall. Heavy footsteps approached from within the shadows, each one causing the dust upon the ground to quiver and rise. A colossal puppet emerged from the darkness, its entire body forged from an unknown dark gold metal, its eyes blazing with crimson light. An immortal sovereign-class puppet, the 9 Heavens' immortal emperor's ultimate guardian. Xiaojiu's tail instantly puffed up as it arched its back, growling low at the puppet. Xian Yuanqing gripped the moonlight sword tightly and stepped to Ye Qingyun's side blade, thrust forward. The puppet's eyes locked onto all three of them as an ancient mechanical voice resonated from within its chest. Those who trespass the Emperor's domain shall face death. The puppet stepped fully out of the shadows. Several zhang in height, its entire body was cast from an unknown dark gold metal with densely packed formation patterns embedded at its joints. From its chest cavity came the dull rumbling roar of interlocking gears. Its eyes blazed with crimson light, locking onto the three people in the hall. Those who trespass the Emperor's residence shall die. The puppet swung its massive fist downward, the fist wind making the stone pillars on both sides of the great hall hum with resonance. Ye Qingyun thrust one palm to push Xian Yuanqing aside, crossing his arms to block the blow head-on. With a thunderous boom, he was sent flying backwards several paces with stone tiles crumbling beneath his feet and a thread of blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Ye Qingyun. Xian Yuanqing drew her sword, preparing to charge forward. Stay back. Ye Qingyun wiped the blood from his mouth. This is an immortal monarch-level puppet. You cannot breach its defenses. Find an opening and circle behind it, striking at the joints. Xiaojiu let out a long cry, transforming into her nine-tailed celestial fox true form, with 9 tails unfurling across the hall. She lunged forward and bit down on the puppet's left arm, her razor-sharp teeth scraping across the metal surface and producing a string of dazzling sparks. The puppet swung its arm, sending her crashing into a stone pillar. Xiaojiu twisted midair, her foreclaws bracing against the pillar's surface before launching herself back, then pounced again to wrap around the puppet's right leg. Seizing the moment when the puppet was occupied with Xiaojiu, Ye Qingyun rose through the air to strike at the joint between the puppet's head and chest. Each palm carried the primordial power of an early-stage immortal monarch, yet the puppet's entire body was covered in defensive formation patterns, leaving only shallow palm prints upon impact. The old wound in his dantian continued to throb with pain, and he gritted his teeth to suppress the surging qi and blood. He absolutely could not fall now. Xian Yuanqing gripped the moon condensation sword tightly and circled behind the puppet. Her cultivation was far too weak. Direct attacks could not even scratch the surface formation patterns of the puppet. She carefully studied the puppet's structure and discovered a circular indentation in the center of its chest cavity in which a constantly flickering crystal core was embedded. Each time the puppet drew upon its power, the crystal core would glow first, and only then would the formation patterns light up in response. That was its energy core, the only place not covered by metallic armor. Seizing the instant when the puppet swung its fist toward Ye Qingyun, she charged forward. Gripping the sword with both hands, she poured all her spiritual power into the blade's tip, and the moon condensation sword pierced precisely into that indentation. The crystal core let out a sharp crystalline crack, and fine cracks spread across its surface. The puppet's movements froze instantly, and all the formation patterns dimmed simultaneously for a moment. Ye Qingyun seized this fleeting opening. His right palm gathered all his strength as he slashed toward the puppet's head. The immortal monarch-level primordial power flooded in entirely, and the puppet's head emitted a dull explosive sound before it fell to one knee on the ground. But it was not dead yet. It raised its right arm and threw a fist toward Xian Yuanqing, who was still standing on its chest. A white figure moved faster than the fist. Xiaojiu positioned herself before Xian Yuanqing, her entire body ignited in silver-white flames. She was burning what little demon emperor essence blood remained in her. In a single instant, Xiaojiu swiped her claws, and a silver-white claw shadow swept across. The puppet's head along with half its chest cavity was cleanly sliced away. The massive body collapsed thunderously onto the hall floor, raising clouds of dust into the air. Xiaojiu transformed back into her little fox form and tumbled through the air. Ye Qingyun rushed forward to catch her. She was burning up, her entire body scalding to the touch, with the silver-white flames still faintly glowing on her fur. Never do that again. Ye Qingyun's arms trembled as he held her. Xiaojiu opened her eyes weakly, her amber pupils already dimmed considerably. Xiaojiu must protect Master and Sister Xian Yuan. Her head lolled toward Xian Yuanqing. Xian Yuanqing knelt before her, reaching out to gently stroke her head. Thank you, Xiaojiu. Her voice was hoarse and barely recognizable. Ye Qingyun carefully tucked Xiaojiu into his chest. He retrieved the shattered crystal core from the puppet's fragments and gathered the 9 Revolutions Heaven Revival Pill and the Inheritance Jade Slip of the 9 Heavens Immortal Emperor. The three left the Great Hall, passing through corridors, the Alchemy Chamber, illusion formations, and the Puppet Plaza, exiting the cave dwelling along the path they came. As they emerged from the ruins, it was dusk outside, the setting sun painting the remnants of the ancient battlefield in deep crimson. Ye Qingyun glanced back at the collapsed entrance and sealed the cave mouth with rubble. Let this ruin and its guardian sleep on. When the three emerged from the ruins and returned to the surface, the world beyond was bathed in twilight. The crumbling remnants of the ancient battlefield glowed a deep crimson under the setting sun. Qin glanced back at the collapsed entrance. Boulders and rubble had sealed the cavern so thoroughly that not a trace of the opening remained. This expedition had granted her the moon condensation sword and a glimpse of the threshold to break through to nascent soul. More importantly, the bonds between her Xiaojiu and Ye Qingyun had transformed into something entirely new. Those who have fought side by side understand each other's thoughts without uttering a single word. By the time they returned to Qingyun Pavilion, darkness had fully descended. Ye Xiaoyu had been waiting at the entrance, and the moment the flying vessel descended, she rushed forward. Her gaze swept across the three figures, ultimately settling on Xiaojiu curled up in Ye Qingyun's arms. What happened to Xiaojiu? Ye Xiaoyu reached out and gently cradled the creature against her chest. Xiaojiu's eyes fluttered open with evident frailty, nuzzling her head against Ye Xiaoyu's hand. Sister, don't cry. Xiaojiu is fine. I'll just rest and recover. Ye Xiaoyu raised her head to look at Ye Qingyun, her eyes already reddening. Brother, she burned her essence blood again, didn't she? Ye Qingyun did not deny it. I watched over her through the night. Her primordial essence is protected, but she'll need time to recover. She'll be all right. Ye Xiaoyu lowered her head, burying her face in Xiaojiu's soft fur, asking nothing more. She carried Xiaojiu back to her room, placed her gently on her own bed, wrapped her in blankets, and sat by the bedside watching over her through the entire night. Ye Qingyun stood outside the door for a while longer before turning away to go to the study. He retrieved the 9-turn heaven returning pill from its jade box and set it on the desk. The 9 intricate patterns on the pill's surface shimmered softly under the moonlight, emanating a gentle warmth to the touch. He then extracted the inheritance jade slip of the 9 heavens immortal emperor, probing its contents with his divine sense. The information within proved far more comprehensive than the Moonlight Immortal Emperor's legacy Ye Xiaoyu had obtained, providing meticulous annotations for every stage from Qi refining to Immortal Emperor. He resolved to place this inheritance in the scripture repository upon emerging from seclusion, allowing the pavilion's disciples to study its wisdom. The following dawn, Ye Qingyun summoned all core members. The study filled with figures. Murong Patriarch Gongsun Lai, Murong Shui, Yuqi Tai Chen Tianxiong, and Zhao Wuji all arrived. Xianyuan Qing and Ye Xiaoyu stood in the front row. I will enter seclusion to take the 9-turn heaven returning pill and heal my Dao injury, swiftly within days, or at most a month. Ye Qingyun handed the wooden box containing the inheritance jade slip to Murong Patriarch. During my absence, you and Gongsun Lai will jointly manage Qingyun Pavilion's daily affairs. Murong Patriarch accepted the box with both hands. Rest assured, Pavilion Master. This old bones will do whatever it takes to protect Qingyun Pavilion. Gongsun Lai thumped his chest. The battle hall stands ready. I'll personally monitor the rift. Any anomaly will be immediately reported. Chen Tianxiong also voiced his stance. The intelligence hall will keep vigilant watch over all movements from every faction. Upon receiving the transmission, Xianyuan Zhandian personally arrived with a collection of formations and talismans, precious heirlooms from the Xianyuan family. He handed the items to Murong Patriarch, then clasped his fists in salute toward Ye Qingyun's seclusion cave. Pavilion Master Yi, rest assured in your meditation. I've mobilized all 3 formation elders from Xianyuan family. The mountain protection formation will not hinder you in the slightest. Ye Qingyun expressed his gratitude to each person one by one, his gaze finally settling on Xianyuan Qing. You've worked hard during this time. Xianyuan Qing shook her head. No hardship at all. Focus on your seclusion. We'll manage Qingyun Pavilion. She did not say much more, but Ye Qingyun knew she would handle everything with meticulous care. After the others departed, Ye Xiaoyu quietly entered the study alone. Her eyes remained swollen and red, yet her expression held composure. Xiaojiu is asleep. I asked Murong Shui, and she said Xiaojiu's blood essence consumption this time was lighter than before. A few days of rest, and she'll recover. Ye Qingyun looked at her. Is there something else you wish to say? Ye Xiaoyu walked to stand before him. Brother, you must succeed. Ye Qingyun reached out and gently patted her head. I will. I'll wait for you to emerge. Ye Xiaoyu raised her head, her gaze unwavering. By then I'll have become much stronger. When you exit seclusion, the person standing before you will no longer be the sister who needed your protection. Ye Qingyun gazed at her resolute expression and smiled with deep satisfaction. Good. I await that day. Ye Qingyun turned and walked into the seclusion cave. The stone door slowly slid shut. Ye Xiaoyu, Xianyuan Qing, Murong Patriarch, Gongsun, Lai Chun, Tianxiong, Zhao Wuji. Everyone stood outside the cave. No one spoke. They simply watched that sealed stone door in silence. Xiaojiu bounded out from the room, a half-eaten spiritual fruit still dangling from her mouth. She squeezed to the front of the gathering and crouched down, her amber eyes intently fixed on the stone door. Within the cave, Ye Qingyun sat cross-legged and placed the 9-pattern heaven-returning pill into his mouth. The elixir dissolved the instant it touched his tongue, and a surge of warmth gushed down his throat into his dantian. 9 distinct medicinal forces erupted simultaneously, racing along his meridians toward every limb and extremity. A sharp searing pain radiated from his Dao injury. The medicinal forces were repairing the damaged Dao foundation. He closed his eyes and began to guide the cascading medicinal energies. After the battle, Xiaojiu fell into a deep slumber. Ye Qingyun carefully examined her injuries. The excessive burning of the Demon Emperor's essence blood had severely damaged her primordial root. Fortunately, at the last moment, she had used her remaining demonic power to protect her demon core, sparing her from mortal danger, though her recovery would be lengthy. Ye Xiaoyu moved Xiaojiu's nest from the living room to beside her bed, watching over her day and night. Every day, she used spiritual spring water to clean Xiaojiu's fur-cutting spirit fruits into small pieces beside the nest, but Xiaojiu wouldn't even sniff her favorite 100-fruit brew. She simply curled into a tight ball, her breathing faint, but steady, occasionally her tail twitching slightly, as if still battling something in her dreams. Xianyuan Qing visited every day, bringing fresh spirit fruits, sometimes snow Ganoderma from the northern vein, other times condensation fruits traded from Morong Shui. She would place the spirit fruits beside Xiaojiu's nest, crouch down to gently stroke her ears, saying nothing, and leave after sitting for a while. One day when she arrived, Ye Xiaoyu had fallen asleep, leaning against the bed. Xianyuan Qing removed her outer robe and draped it over Ye Xiaoyu, replaced the dried spirit fruits by the nest with fresh ones, then quietly slipped out. That same evening, after settling Xiaojiu, Ye Qingyun entered his seclusion cave. The stone door slowly closed behind him, shutting out all sounds from the outside world. When the 9 revolutions heaven-reversing pill was taken from the jade box, the 9 patterns on its surface shimmered with a gentle glow in his palm. He sat cross-legged and placed the pill in his mouth. The pill dissolved upon contact, releasing not the anticipated gentle wave of medicinal power, but a scalding torrent that surged straight down his throat to his dantian. 9 distinct medicinal energies exploded simultaneously within his meridians. The crimson fire attribute acting first like a red-hot iron chain burning upward from his dantian, searing through each acupoint like a branding iron. Then came the cyan wind attribute with wind blades as fine as needles tearing through his blood vessels, carving through the blocked meridians inch by inch. Next hit the metal attribute, striking his shattered Dao foundation like an invisible hammer. Ye Qingyun clenched his teeth in silence. 30,000 years of cultivation had conditioned him to suffering he had endured far worse. The piercing pain at his Dao wounds exceeded even old injuries, yet this time it was not destruction, but healing. The medicinal energies of the 9 revolutions heaven-reversing pill functioned like 9 craftsmen, each mastering their craft. The fire attribute consumed the dead blood at his Dao wounds, water nourished his parched meridians, and metal reshaped his shattered Dao foundation. He channeled the azure cloud art to guide these 9 energies through his meridians, and with each cycle the dim sphere of qi in his dantian brightened incrementally. Outside the cave, Ye Xiaoyu set up a chair at the entrance. After watching Xiaojiu throughout the day, she continued her vigil outside moonlight, sword resting in her arms, dozing against the wall whenever fatigue overwhelmed her. Xianyuan Qing brewed tea nearby, the fragrance filling the corridor, yet Ye Qingyun's cup went untouched. Gongsun Lai trained the War Hall disciples relentlessly during the day, then came over at night to relieve the 2 women on watch. Go rest, I'll keep watch. Both Ye Xiaoyu and Xianyuan Qing shook their heads. With no other option, Gongsun Lai fetched a stone and sat beside them, sword in hand, keeping vigil together. Ancestor Murong and Murong Shui also took turns on watch. Even Zhao Wuji came twice, standing silently at the doorway before departing without a word. All of Qingyun Pavilion waited. Beyond the rift, the aura of the Blood Nether sect grew increasingly oppressive. Chun Tianxiong's intelligence division brought fresh reports daily, each one worse than the last. Xianyuan Zhantian sent 2 messages within 3 days. The first reporting spirit power fluctuations across the rift 3 times stronger than before, the second detecting at least 5 Grandmaster Elders, and a more terrifying detail, 1 aura far surpassing ordinary Grandmaster cultivators, likely the Blood Nether ancestor himself, personally directing operations across the rift with a full-scale assault imminent. Yet no one knocked on Ye Qingyun's door. No one urged him, no one disturbed him. They simply kept watch in silence, waiting for him to emerge on his own. During the waiting, Xianyuan Qing was not idle. Having conquered her inner demon within the relic's illusory array, her bottleneck had already loosened. Coupled with her focused sword comprehension while guarding the cave, she finally pushed herself to the brink of breakthrough. Under the protection of Ye Xiaoyu and Ancestor Morong, she entered seclusion for 3 days to attempt nascent soul formation. On the day she emerged from seclusion, her entire presence had transformed. The sharp edge of the golden core stage had softened, replaced by the profound composure unique to the nascent soul realm. Her gaze carried a newfound sharpness like a blade finally tempered in fire. Ye Xiaoyu was the first to approach, taking her hands and studying her from head to toe. Sister Qin, congratulations. Thank you. Xian Yuanqing sheathed her sword and turned her gaze toward Ye Qingyun's seclusion chamber. The sealed stone door remained motionless, but she knew the person inside was engaged in a final struggle against the medicinal forces. She counted the days silently. From the moment he entered to now 12 full days had passed. 12 days without emergence indicated the medicinal power proved more difficult to refine than anticipated, yet there were no signs of deviation. Everything remained within control. She withdrew her gaze and smiled at Ye Xiaoyu. I hope when he emerges he'll see I've grown stronger. Ye Xiaoyu followed her line of sight, paused in silence, then nodded firmly. As night deepened, Ye Xiaoyu and Xian Yuanqing sat side by side on the stone bench outside the cave, neither speaking, their eyes fixed on the sealed door. Moonlight filtered through the window at the corridor's end, illuminating them both, and Xiao Jiu curled in her nest. Her tail twitched faintly, her nose sniffing the air twice, yet she remained asleep. In the distance, a low rumble echoed from the rift, like thunder rolling through a valley. The storm was coming. At the northern vein rift, the sky had been dyed blood red. The demonic beasts within 100 li sensed this aura and fell to the ground in trembling submission. Even high-ranked demonic beasts tucked their tails between their legs and fled desperately into the depths of the mountain forest. The guards from the Xian Yuan family responsible for monitoring the rift sent word immediately, but the signal had barely been transmitted before it was severed by an invisible force. A blood-colored halo gushed forth from the rift, flowing down the mountain walls like thick plasma. From within the rift, a blood-red figure slowly stepped out. Blood Ming Ancestor was draped in a blood-red robe, his features sinister and gloomy, his eyes burning like two flames of blood. A dense blood-soaked aura swirled around him, that bloodthirsty energy only achievable by devouring countless living beings. Following closely behind were the elite forces of Blood Ming sect. 3 great circle of Mayana elders arranged in a line, 10 fusion stage guardians flanking both sides, and several hundred disciples neatly arrayed behind them, their black mass blocking half the sky. Blood Ming Ancestor drew a deep breath, his blood-colored pupils narrowing slightly. So this is Earth. The spiritual energy is rather good. Even more abundant than I anticipated. His divine sense spread like a tide, instantly covering the entire southern vein, then came to rest in the direction of Qingyun Pavilion. Found you, Ye Qingyun. After hiding for 30,000 years, you finally let me find you. He waved his hand, and the Blood Ming sect army marched grandly toward the southern vein. Along the way there were a few small cultivation families who hadn't reacted in time. When they saw the boundless blood color surging toward them, they were terrified out of their wits. Without even activating their mountain-protecting formations, they fled in all directions. No one dared to stand in the way. No one could. Xian Yuanzhan Tian's urgent message screamed through the transmission. Jade Talisman, Blood Ming Ancestor, has descended personally. 3 great circle elders accompany him. Qingyun Pavilion immediately enter highest combat readiness. When Mu Rong Ancestor received the news, the hand holding the Jade Talisman was trembling. He glanced back toward the direction of Ye Qingyun's seclusion. The stone door of the cave dwelling remained tightly shut. Outside, one could only sense the fluctuations of spiritual energy churning within, indicating Ye Qingyun's pill refinement had reached its most critical phase and could not be disturbed in the slightest. He turned to look at Xiao Jiu still sleeping on the main seat, drew a deep breath, and rose with the support of his cane. Activate the mountain protecting formation. All inner pavilion disciples take your positions. Notify Gong Sunlai, combat hall full array. When the Blood Ming sect army arrived at the gates of Qingyun Pavilion, the entire Qingyun Pavilion was enshrouded beneath a pale golden light curtain of the mountain protecting formation. Blood Ming Ancestor gazed at that light curtain and sneered. Is that all? Ye Qingyun, after 30,000 years apart, your handiwork is even less impressive than a fraction of what you once managed. He raised his right hand, fingers forming claws. A massive blood-red claw materialized in midair, carrying world-destroying might as it savagely struck the mountain protecting formation. Boom! The collision between the claw and the golden light curtain produced a thunderous roar that shook the heavens. The light curtain trembled violently, countless cracks spreading across its surface like a spider's web extending in all directions. But the curtain did not shatter. Blood Ming Ancestor frowned slightly. Interesting. This formation is more resilient than it appears. Then let us try another claw. The second claw struck. The light curtain could finally hold no more and shattered with a thunderous crash. Golden fragments fell like rain from the sky. The mountain protecting formation was breached. Qingyun Pavilion lay open. Mu Rong Ancestor led the inner pavilion disciples in formation at the front. Gong Sun Lai commanded the 800 combat hall warriors in the center, and Zhao Wuji led the Qingyun guards to block the mountain gate. Every artifact blazed with light. Every sword was drawn. But facing the Blood Ming Ancestor at the pinnacle of a mortal king realm, these cultivators, who ordinarily dominated the southern vein, could barely breathe, let alone stand firm. Blood Ming Ancestor looked down at the masses below. His eyes held no contempt. only an indifferent blankness as if they were utterly beneath notice. His voice rolled across the heavens like thunder. Ye Qingyun, I know you are here. 30,000 years have passed. The debt you owe me, it is time to repay. The entire Qingyun pavilion trembled beneath his might. Disciples of lower cultivation nearly buckled at the knees. But no one retreated. Murong ancestor stood at the very front leaning on his cane. His flowery white beard trembled violently in the pressure-driven wind, yet his feet remained rooted to the ground like iron pegs unmoving. Inside the cave dwelling, Ye Qingyun sat cross-legged. The 9 medicinal powers of the 9 revolutions heaven-returning pill had all fully dissolved, currently charging toward the final barrier of a mortal monarch pinnacle. He could clearly perceive everything happening outside his cave dwelling. The Blood-Ming ancestors voiced the thunderous roar as the mountain-protecting formation shattered the gasping breaths of Qingyun Pavilion's disciples as they gritted their teeth against the overwhelming pressure. His fingers twitched slightly, but the refinement had reached its most critical juncture. Interrupting now would not only negate all previous efforts. The rebounding medicinal power would directly explode his dantian. He could not move. Not yet, at least. Murong ancestor stepped out from the crowd. Leaning on his cane, his flower-white beard trembled violently under the pressure of blood ancestor, yet his steps remained steady. As the vice pavilion master of Qingyun Pavilion, as the most senior person present, he had no right to hide behind anyone. The Murong family's legacy spans 1,000 years. We have never bowed to evil. Murong ancestor stamped his cane against the ground, unleashing his nascent soul peak cultivation without reservation. His life-bound magic artifact flew from his sleeve, transforming into an azure sword that hovered above his head. Today this old body shall test your mettle on behalf of the pavilion master. Blood ancestor didn't even glance at him, merely waving his hand casually. An invisible force struck Murong ancestor's chest, shattering the azure sword instantly. The backlash from his destroyed life-bound artifact sent him flying backward. Murong ancestor crashed against the mountain gate's stone pillar, vomiting a large mouthful of blood before sliding to the ground. He struggled to rise, coughed up more blood, and finally could only lean against the stone pillar, gasping violently. His chest garments were completely soaked through with blood. Grandfather Murong, Ye Xiaoyu shouted, gripping her sword to charge forward. Xian Yuanxin grabbed her arm. Be calm. You'll die if you rush out there now. Ye Xiaoyu bit her lip, nails digging into her palms, her hands trembling. Gongsun Lai drew his sword and glanced back at the 800 disciples of the battle hall. Battle hall, hear my command. Follow my charge. He rushed forward first, with the elite disciples of battle hall following close behind. Murong Shui led the alchemy hall disciples to provide flanking support, while Yuchi Tai commanded the artifact hall disciples to hurl every artifact from their storage. 3 great cultivation elders from behind blood ancestor stepped forward to intercept. Gongsun Lai's sword clashed with one elder's palm wind, and in a single exchange, he was sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground. The gap between nascent soul and great cultivation was like an uncrossable chasm. Murong Shui's artifacts were shattered midair, and Yuchi Tai was slapped away by another elder, smashing the weapon racks at the martial arena's edge. All hall leaders fell wounded one after another. The defense that Qingyun Pavilion took pride in could not withstand Blood Sect's overwhelming power for even the duration of a single incense stick. Reinforcements flooded through the mountain gate. Xian Yuan Zhantian led experts from the Xian Yuan family, with Shimin Jian commanding Shimin family sword cultivators close behind. Withered Wood ancestress, leaning on her cane, charged in at the head of the Independent Cultivators Alliance's core members. The Alliance forces engaged Blood Sect in chaotic combat, sword light mingling with blood light. Yet those 3 Blood Sect great cultivation elders moved through the battlefield unopposed, each strike drawing agonizing screams as Alliance cultivators fell. Xian Yuan Zhantian confronted one of them. Late nascent soul against late nascent soul, barely managing to hold his own. Shimin Jian's swordsmanship was incisive and unstoppable, yet his cultivation lagged by an entire major realm. A palm strike sent him flying, severing his left arm at the elbow. The severed arm flew away together with his sword. Withered Wood ancestress burned her lifespan to shield the young disciples of the Independent Cultivators Alliance. Another elder swept her cane away with one strike, and the frail old woman retreated more than a dozen hunched steps before barely steadying herself. Blood ancestor remained perched high in the sky, gazing down indifferently, never truly intervening. He merely flicked his fingers occasionally, and a strand of blood light as fine as a hair would descend, causing several Alliance cultivators to scream and dissolve into pools of blood. It resembled less slaying enemies than casually brushing dust from his collar. This nonchalant massacre inspired more despair than any cavalry charge. You fight desperately for your life, yet he cannot even be bothered to act. Ye Xiaoyu stood on the flank defensive line, the hand gripping her moonlight, sword trembling ceaselessly. Not from fear. It was watching Murong ancestor sent flying Gongsun Lai repelled Shimin Jian's arm, severed and one senior brother and sister after another whose names she could call out falling in the bloodlight, while the old man in the red robe in the heavens hadn't even given them a single direct glance. The battle raged for a quarter hour. Alliance casualties were devastating. Qianyuan Zhantian was struck on the right shoulder by his opponent's palm, half his body painted crimson. Despite losing his arm, Shimin Jian continued swinging his sword single-handedly without retreating, but his face was as pale as paper. Witheredwood Ancestress was driven to the corner of the martial arena, shielding the last few young disciples of the Independent Cultivators Alliance with her body. Blood Ancestor finally spoke. Enough. He merely raised his hand, and an invisible force pressed down from midair. Everyone on the battlefield, whether Alliance cultivators or Blood Sect disciples, was pressed stiff in place, utterly unable to move. Ye Xiaoyu felt as if molten iron had been poured into her body, unable to lift even her fingers. Xian Yuanqing beside her was the same, her moonlight sword held across her body, yet utterly motionless. This one comes today solely for Ye Qingyun. Surrender him, and the rest may live. A deathly silence descended upon the mountain gate. No one answered him. Murong Ancestor slumped against the stone pillar, spitting a mouthful of bloody foam with his remaining strength. Dream on. Gongsun Lai lay prone on the ground, struggling to prop up his body, pressed even more deeply into the earth, his face half buried in soil, yet his hands still gripped his sword. Kill us all if you have the ability. When the pavilion master emerges from seclusion, he will avenge us. Blood Ancestor gazed down at these ants beneath his feet, his eyes holding no anger, only annoyance. Then let all of you die. The Blood Dark Ancestor's final ultimatum fell, and silence descended upon the sect gate. Xian Yuanqing stepped forward first. The moonlight sword lay across before her, blood still dripping from its blade. Impossible to tell if it belonged to the enemy or herself. She raised her head to confront that blood-colored figure hovering in midair. The Azure Cloud Pavilion has only sect leaders who die in battle, never those who surrender. Ye Xiaoyu stepped out from her side, her grip on the sword equally firm. My brother isn't here, so as the young sect leader, I'll make the decision for him. Her voice still trembled, but her spine remained straight as iron. The Azure Cloud Pavilion will fight to the death without retreat. Gongsun Lai lay sprawled on the ground, attempting to push himself up. After several failed attempts, he simply remained there and bellowed with all his strength, the battle hall fights unto death, without retreat. Sparse responses echoed from among the wounded. Murong Ancestor leaned against a stone pillar, his snow-white beard matted with blood, his voice hoarse and barely audible, yet each word was bitten out with heavy conviction. The Murong clan coexists or perishes with the Azure Cloud Pavilion. The Blood Dark Ancestor gazed down at these bloodied yet unyielding souls, a thin smile curling at the corner of his lips. Spirited. Then I shall grant you your wish. He did not strike himself. In his eyes, these insects were not worth his personal effort. He merely tilted his chin toward the three Mahayana stage elders behind him. Clean this up. The three Mahayana elders struck simultaneously, blood-colored spiritual energy surging forth like a catastrophic tide. Ye Xiaoyu charged directly at one of them. Her nascent soul, early-stage cultivation against Mahayana, incomplete. Before her sword could even graze the elder's robes, she was flung backward, her spine crashing heavily against the martial arena's stone pillar. A thin trickle of blood escaped her lips. She wiped away the bloodstain and rose once more. The Mahayana elder glanced down at his sleeve. A fine tear had been cut into it by the moonlight sword's residual energy, revealing the dark gleam of his inner armor beneath. He raised his eyes to Ye Xiaoyu, a flicker of surprise crossing his gaze. You are slightly stronger than those waste companions of yours. But that is all. He raised his palm and struck blood-colored spiritual energy, condensing into a massive hand that slammed viciously toward Ye Xiaoyu. Xian Yuanqing rushed in from the flank, her moon condensation sword cleaving with full force against the giant palm, absorbing most of the impact for her. Both women were hurled through the air, crashing together into the rubble pile. Xian Yuanqing's left arm was gashed open by the debris, the wound deep enough to reveal bone. Yet she merely tore a strip of cloth, wrapped it twice around, and never released her sword-wielding hand. Can you still fight? Yes. Ye Xiaoyu clambered out of the rubble, wiping the blood from her face. I promised my brother I would fight side by side with him. The two charged forth once more. Twin swords united. The silver-white blade light carved two intersecting arcs across the blood-soaked battlefield, their coordination growing more seamless than before. But the gap in cultivation levels was insurmountable. Each palm strike from the Mahayana elder sent them tumbling dozens of zhang backward. Wounds accumulated, blood soaking through both their sleeves, yet they refused to retreat. Gongsun Lai dragged his broken ribs from the ground, gripping his sword to shield the young disciples before him. Murong Ancestor burned his essence blood beside the stone pillar, using his final reserves to entangle another elder. Zhao Wuji led the Azure Cloud guards, their flesh and blood forming a barricade at the sect's entrance, halting the blood-dark sect disciples' charge. No one retreated. No one surrendered, because this was their home. The blood-dark ancestor observed this, seeing a flicker of impatience crossing his eyes. His gaze swept across the battlefield, fixing upon the sword-wielding woman shielding Ye Xiaoyu. From the battle's start, this woman had charged forward without hesitation. Her gaze toward Ye Qingyun was unlike that of others. The blood-dark ancestor raised his hand in irresistible force, hoisting Xin Yuanqing into the air. Ye Qingyun, if you do not emerge now, your woman will die. The voice pierced through the entire azure cloud pavilion, passing through corridors and sealed stone doors, striking directly against the secluded meditation cave. Within the cave, Ye Qingyun's eyes snapped open. Xin Yuanqing was lifted into the air by Xueming Laozu through a force that seized her throat, suspending her entire body in midair. Her hands clawed at the invisible grip around her neck, while her legs kicked futilely. The moon condensation sword slipped from her grasp, clattering onto the scattered stones with a dull thud. Xueming Laozu turned his head, his gaze falling upon the young girl gripping a sword in the crowd. You are Ye Qingyun's sister. Go tell him. If he doesn't emerge, his woman will die. Ye Xiaoyu's grip on her sword tightened, her knuckles blanching. She did not act rashly, did not draw her blade to charge forward. She had witnessed Xueming Laozu shatter the mountain's protective formation with a single claw. She knew that with her current cultivation level, charging forward would not even pierce his blood or a defense. She would simply die for nothing. She glanced at Xin Yuanqing. Jiang Jie suspended in midair, her face already flushed red, but her eyes clearly saying, "Don't come over." Ye Xiaoyu turned and sprinted toward the seclusion cave dwelling. She knelt before the stone gate, both palms striking the cold stone door with desperate force until her hands turned red from the impact. "Brother, Jiang Jie has been captured. Come out quickly." There was no response from within the cave dwelling. Tears finally streamed down, Ye Xiaoyu's face mingling with the bloodstains on her cheeks and dripping down her chin. "Brother, if you don't come out, Jiang Jie will die. Everyone will die. Elder Morong's natal artifact has been shattered. Hall Master Gongsun has broken ribs, but is still holding on. Senior Shiman has had his arms severed. Everyone is fighting desperately. Come out." Inside the cave dwelling, Ye Qingyun sat cross-legged on the stone bed as the final surge of medicinal power from the 9 turns heaven-returning pill crashed against the barrier of the immortal sovereign's peak. Every cry from Ye Xiaoyu outside pierced clearly into his ears. He heard, Xin Yuanqing captured Elder Morong's natal artifact, shattered Shiman Jian's arm, severed Gongsun, lies severely wounded. His fist clenched abruptly, nails digging deep into his palms as blood dripped one drop after another onto his knees. But the medicinal power was assaulting the final barrier. If interrupted now, the backlash would shatter his dantian into fragments. He still could not move, not yet at least. When Ye Xiaoyu returned to the battlefield, Xueming Laozu was idly flicking his fingers. "My brother will emerge soon." "Good." A cruel curve twisted at the corner of Xueming Laozu's mouth. "This one will wait for him. However, for every 100 breaths that pass, I shall execute one person." He casually pointed, and a blood-colored light, as fine as a hair, shot from his fingertip, precisely piercing through the brow of a Qingyun Pavilion disciple in the crowd. The disciple didn't even have time to scream before his entire body instantly dissolved into a puddle of blood. "Stop!" Ye Xiaoyu's eyes burned crimson with rage as she drew her sword and lunged forward. Gongsun Lai lay on the ground, gripping her ankle with all his remaining strength. "Young Pavilion Master, don't be reckless. Wait for the Pavilion Master to exit seclusion." After speaking, he coughed up another mouthful of blood, the excruciating pain from his broken ribs causing darkness to swirl before his eyes. Xueming Laozu flicked his finger once more, and the second disciple fell. Then the third, the fourth. One person every 100 breaths, no more no less, as if keeping time. Xin Yuanqing, suspended in midair, watched this scene unfold. Blood stained the corner of her mouth, her voice hoarse as sandpaper across stone, yet her tone was unexpectedly calm. "Ye Xiaoyu, tell your brother. Don't worry about me. Jiang Jie." Ye Xiaoyu lifted her head, tears and blood mingling as they dripped from her chin. "Meeting him has already been more than enough for me." Xin Yuanqing managed a faint smile. "If he exits seclusion recklessly because of me and falls into demonic cultivation, I would never forgive myself in this lifetime." She turned to gaze at Xueming Laozu, her eyes as still as a stagnant pond. "Kill me. He will not come out." A glint of amusement flickered across Xueming Laozu's eyes. He had lived for tens of thousands of years, witnessed countless people degrading themselves at death's door, yet rarely encountered a woman so eager to embrace death. "Interesting. However, this one will not kill you. You make the best bait." Another 100 breaths passed. Xueming Laozu flicked his finger again, and this time an elderly white-haired elder from the Xianyuan family fell. He had guarded the Xianyuan family's mountains for 3 generations, had spent his entire life arranging formations, and now dissolved into a pool of blood that seeped into the gravel ground before Qingyun Pavilion's gate. Xin Yuanqing closed her eyes, tears silently trailing down her cheeks. Just as Xueming Laozu pointed toward the next target, a thunderous explosion came from behind the mountain gate. The stone door of the seclusion cave dwelling exploded outward, debris and dust shooting into the sky. A figure emerged from the settling dust. Ye Qingyun. His aura was dozens of times more powerful than before his seclusion, immortal sovereign peak, spiritual energy, forming a faint golden halo around him. With each step, the tiny grains of sand on the stone floor beneath his feet trembled imperceptibly. He had finally emerged from seclusion. Ye Qingyun emerged from the swirling dust. Faint golden light, not yet fully subdued, lingered around his form, leaving an ethereal trail behind him. With each step, fine gravel on the shattered stone tiles beneath his feet trembled slightly. His aura had grown dozens of times stronger than before his seclusion. At the peak of immortal sovereign, just one breath away from immortal king. The ninefold heaven-returning pill's medicinal power had failed to completely heal his Dao wound, but it was sufficient. His gaze fell first upon Xian Yuanqing, suspended mid-air, throat clutched in an invisible grip, and a cold glint flickered through his eyes. That was genuine killing intent. Chilling enough to make Gong Sun lie standing beside him instinctively retreat half a step. Release her. The blood demon ancestor lowered his gaze to regard Ye Qingyun emerging from the dust. A flash of surprise crossed his blood-red pupils. During their last encounter, this man had been beneath his foot, covered in wounds, unable even to stand. Now he dared to speak to him in a commanding tone. Your cultivation, restored to peak immortal sovereign. What does peak immortal sovereign matter? This seat has devoured countless living beings over these 30,000 years, having already stepped into the threshold of quasi-immortal emperor. A single step, yet it forms an abyss. He spoke thus, yet his restriction did not loosen in the slightest. The invisible force gripping Xian Yuanqing's throat tightened several degrees more. You have finally emerged, Ye Qingyun. It seems this woman matters greatly to you. Ye Qingyun offered no answer. He simply raised his foot and stepped into the void. His movements were unhurried, each step as steady as if climbing an invisible staircase. Then he struck. He did not charge toward the blood demon ancestor. His target was Xian Yuanqing. The instant he moved, his full power at the peak of immortal sovereign erupted forth. The space before him was torn open like by an invisible hand, his form vanishing from its origin, and the next moment, he had already appeared before Xian Yuanqing. The blood-colored restriction gripping Xian Yuanqing's throat was shattered by a single hand. Dark red spiritual fragments scattered like petals falling between his fingers. Xian Yuanqing's body, deprived of support, began to plummet downward. Ye Qingyun reached out and caught her waist. He lowered his gaze to look at her. The burns left by the blood chains still marked her throat, blood stained the corner of her lips, and her voice had grown so hoarse she could barely produce sound. Ye Qingyun gently wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. I've let you suffer. Xian Yuanqing's eyes reddened, yet her tears refused to fall. She only shook her head and spoke in a raspy voice. As long as you've come, that's enough. Ye Qingyun carried her to Ye Xiaoyu's side. Take good care of her. The rest I shall handle. Ye Xiaoyu supported Xian Yuanqing and nodded vigorously. Xian Yuanqing leaned against her shoulder, raising her head to gaze at that white-robed figure in the sky, her voice hoarse as she said, He's broken through from seclusion. I knew he would emerge without fail. Ye Qingyun turned and faced the blood demon ancestor across the distance. The blood demon ancestor's eyes narrowed. Ye Qingyun, 30,000 years have passed. Back then you seized my legacy, destroyed my physical form, leaving me with only a wisp of a soul to flee back to the blood demon sect. Every single day and night, since I have contemplated what method would make you repay 100-fold. His voice remained unhurried, yet the malevolence within it had thickened into something nearly tangible. The grudge of stolen legacy, the hatred of destroyed flesh. Today this account shall be settled. Back then you engineered my downfall, and I counter-killed you in return. I spared your life considering our former brotherhood. Brotherhood? The blood demon ancestor appeared to have heard the most colossal jest, throwing his head back in boisterous laughter that shook the very mountain gate beneath their feet. Ye Qingyun, do you still fancy yourself the lofty azure cloud immortal emperor? You severed your own cultivation, falling to immortal sovereign. Nearly an entire great realm below me. What right have you to speak of brotherhood? Then let us test it. No further words were exchanged. Both released their full auras simultaneously. Peak immortal sovereign versus quasi-immortal emperor. The two forces collided thunderously in midair, invisible shockwaves radiating in all directions. Broken stones were swept skyward, and several blood demon sect disciples who had failed to retreat in time were sent hurtling through the air. The heavens transformed, dark clouds rolled in from the direction of the rift, swallowing the sunlight completely. Everyone on the battlefield found it difficult to breathe. Ye Xiaoyu supported Xian Yuanqing at the edge of the martial arena, gazing upward at the two figures confronting each other in the sky, her sword-holding hand drenched in sweat. Xian Yuanqing leaned against Ye Xiaoyu, her gaze never leaving Ye Qingyun. Outside, Xiao Jiu huddled in her nest, her white fox tail twitching gently as her fox ears pricked upright. She sensed the presence of her former master. Neither man moved to strike immediately. The blood-mist ancestral lord stood with hands clasped behind his back, his crimson robes billowing fiercely in the howling gale. He scrutinized Ye Qingyun from head to toe, as though examining a long-lost possession finally reclaimed. A smile played upon his lips, yet his eyes held no warmth whatsoever. Ye Qingyun, do you have any idea how I have spent these 30,000 years? His voice was measured, unhurried, as though recounting a tale that had nothing to do with himself. Back then you shattered my physical form. I barely escaped with nothing but a wisp of soul fleeing back to the blood mist sect. I employed forbidden arts to possess the body of a foundation establishment disciple, beginning my cultivation anew. When one vessel decayed and crumbled, I simply acquired another. 30,000 years I have cycled through precisely 11 physical bodies and devoured the essence and blood of countless living beings, just to restore myself to this realm. Half-step, immortal emperor. He gazed down at his own hand, fingers slowly curling into a fist until his knuckles cracked. And you severed your own cultivation, fled to this lower realm, plummeting to the rank of a mortal sovereign. How pitiful indeed. Ye Qingyun listened in silence, offering no retort. You struck first back then. Ye Qingyun finally spoke, his voice exceedingly calm, as though merely stating a fact long settled and buried. You and I were once fellow disciples, fellow apprentices under the same master. In those days you were called Blood Mist Z. The smile on the Blood Mist ancestral lord's face faded by several degrees. Before the master ascended to pure spirit, he entrusted the sect's legacy to me. Discontented, you schemed to frame me for colluding with the demonic path, unleashing the wrath of our entire sect upon me. On the day I was expelled from the sect, you stood at the mountain gates watching me leave with that smile of yours. You declared that from this day forth the sect belonged to you along with the master's legacy. Ye Qingyun's tone carried not the slightest tremor, as though reciting a tale long committed to memory. I broke through my cultivation in the midst of despair, and 100 years later, I returned to the sect to exact vengeance. That day you knelt before me begging for mercy, insisting it was all a momentary lapse in judgment, pleading that I spare your life for the sake of our former brotherhood. And I spared you. I merely destroyed your physical form, preserving only a wisp of your soul. The blood mist ancestral lord's expression turned utterly bleak. I gave you a chance. Ye Qingyun fixed his gaze upon the elder. It was you who chose to squander it. The blood mist ancestral lord fell silent for several breaths. Then abruptly he threw back his head and laughed, a laughter that shook the very mountain gates beneath their feet. When his mirth finally subsided, he gazed down at Ye Qingyun with nothing but biting contempt in his eyes. Victory belongs to the strong. You triumphed back, then, so naturally you may spin the tale however you wish. But today victory shall be mine. Ye Qingyun shook his head. You still do not understand. Why I prevailed against you then had nothing to do with superior cultivation. It was because there were things I was resolved to protect. And you have nothing at all. These words struck like a searing needle, finding their mark precisely upon the blood mist ancestral lord's deepest, most festering wound. The cultivation technique he practiced demanded constant absorption of creatures' essence and blood to enhance his power. Across 30,000 years he had cycled through 11 physical bodies, slaughtering countless beings. Every soul who had ever followed him had either been devoured or had abandoned him in disgust. He possessed no fellow disciples, no disciples of his own, no kin. He had only strength. Silence. The blood mist ancestral lord's composure finally shattered completely. Crimson, malevolent energy surged around him as the overwhelming pressure of a half-step immortal emperor erupted without restraint. I require nothing to protect. I need nothing to cherish. All I require is power. With power one can obtain anything. Ye Qingyun gazed upon his foe in the midst of fury, his eyes holding no anger, only pity. How utterly pathetic you are. The blood mist ancestral lord was pushed beyond all reason. Without another word, he raised his palm and struck. A blood-colored palm imprint swelled in midair until it blotted out the sky itself. Within that massive palm churned countless contorted faces, the residual souls of every creature he had devoured, their mouths gaping open in silent screams of anguish. This strike carried annihilation in its wake, bearing down upon Ye Qingyun with irresistible force. Ye Qingyun met it without hesitation, countering with a palm strike of his own. Golden light collided with crimson shadow in a catastrophic detonation. Shockwaves erupted in all directions. Stones beneath their feet were hurled skyward. The stone pillars guarding the mountain gates snapped clean in two. The very heavens quaked. The great battle had officially begun. When their palms collided, Ye Qingyun was sent reeling back 3 steps, while Blood Mist Ancestor remained utterly unmoved. The chasm in their cultivation levels spoke for itself. The peak immortal sovereign facing the half-step immortal emperor. To clash head-on would only work against Ye Qingyun. Yet his gaze remained tranquil, not a flicker of disturbance in those eyes. Is that all you've got? Blood Mist Ancestor scoffed, his palms striking out in relentless succession as blood-colored palm imprints cascaded down like a violent tempest. Each palm imprint bore the crushing pressure of a half-step immortal emperor, compressing the very air until it shrieked with piercing notes. Ye Qingyun did not attempt to meet them directly. His footwork shifted and swayed, his form gliding through the gaps between those crimson palm strikes. Every imprint grazed past his robes, yet struck nothing but air. None could find their mark. 30 millennia of combat experience had been carved into his very instincts. Even though his cultivation fell short, his profound sense of battle rhythm allowed him to find slivers of survival within the most desperate of circumstances. Blood missed ancestors, dozen consecutive palms, all missed their target, his expression darkening. Nothing but evasion. The azure cloud immortal emperor of old now afraid to face even a single palm strike. Having sidestepped every blood-colored imprint, Ye Qingyun finally stood still, his breath undisturbed. Your palm technique has regressed since the old days. Blood missed ancestor's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he ceased holding back. He formed seals with both hands, and blood-colored spiritual energy burst forth from his body like floodwaters released from a dam. Blood sea without horizon. A crimson ocean materialized in the void, its thick plasma churning with waves that carried a nauseating stench, bearing down upon Ye Qingyun with overwhelming force. Wherever the blood sea passed, even space itself was corroded into fine cracks. The stone pillars before the sect gates, touched by the edge of a single wave, instantly dissolved into pools of black water. Ye Qingyun's body blazed with immortal radiance, carving out a sanctuary within the blood sea. The crimson waves crashed against the golden barrier, hissing and sizzling as immortal light and blood evil corroded each other. The barrier's surface was ceaselessly eaten away, then constantly repaired by fresh, immortal energy. He raised his hand, transforming his finger into a sword. A cyan sword chi erupted from his fingertip, the first form of the azure cloud sword art. The sword energy, like a verdant dragon plunging into the ocean, cleaved the blood sea clean in two. Both combatants burst forth from the blood sea, simultaneously clashing once more in midair. Ye Qingyun abandoned all pretense of defense. Channeling the azure cloud incantation, his body radiated brilliant immortal light as he struck out with a single palm. This palm carried 30 millennia of accumulated sword intent. Within that seemingly unremarkable gust of wind lay countless sword energies fine as ox hair. Blood mist ancestor crossed both arms to block, yet the force sent him skidding backward several steps. Your combat prowess. Blood mist ancestor stared at his own arms, where his protective blood barrier had been sliced open, dark blood seeping from the wounds beneath. How is this possible? You're merely at peak immortal sovereign. Ye Qingyun offered no reply. The second palm, the third palm arrived in rapid succession, each more powerful than the last, each faster than its predecessor. Blood mist ancestor retreated step by step, each footfall upon the air, stirring ripples of crimson energy. A fierce glint flashed through his eyes as he found himself driven back. He bit his tongue and spat out a mouthful of refined blood, which dissolved into crimson mist that merged with his surrounding blood evil. His aura surged once more, the half-step immortal emperor on the verge of touching the threshold of true immortal emperor. Ye Qingyun, did you think this was my full strength? The Blood Mist sect's blood-burning secret art uses refined blood as the catalyst, multiplying cultivation power for a brief span. The cost is merely a century of lifespan. I've lived for tens of thousands of years, I can spare that century. Ye Qingyun's expression tightened slightly. Blood Mist's son had known this forbidden technique in the old days, but it was never this terrifying. It seemed Blood Mist ancestor had not idled away these 30 millennia. Blood Mist ancestor's aura crested at its peak. The half-step immortal emperor's pressure had condensed into almost tangible form. All vegetation within hundreds of feet instantly withered, drained of all vitality by the blood evil emanating from his body. Ye Qingyun, this strike ends your life. He formed seals with both hands, a colossal blood sword coalescing before him. Countless contorted faces writhed around the blade. The residual souls of creatures he had devoured, their mouths open in silent screams of anguish. The giant sword descended, and heaven and earth dimmed in its wake. Ye Qingyun channeled every ounce of his protective immortal energy, the pale golden barrier enveloping his form. The blood sword hacked down upon the barrier, which shuddered violently, web-like cracks spreading across its surface. After a tense 3-heartbeat standoff, the barrier shattered with a deafening crack. Ye Qingyun was hurled backward, his back slamming into a stone pillar at the edge of the martial arena. The pillar snapped at its center, and he dropped to one knee, upon landing, a thin trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. Gripping her moonlight sword, Ye Xiaoyu on the ground surged forward one step, only to be seized firmly by Xian Yuanqing. High above in the sky, Blood Mist ancestor gazed down at the blood trickling from Ye Qingyun's lips, finally wearing an expression of satisfaction. Ye Qingyun landed on one knee, the shattered stone pillars he had broken with his back scattering debris across the ground. The trail of blood at the corner of his mouth dripped onto the rubble at his feet, quickly absorbed by the dust. Ye Xiaoyu gripped the moonlight sword and tried to charge forward, but Xian Yuanqing held her back firmly. If you go up there, you'll only distract him. Ye Xiaoyu bit her lip, her nails digging into her palms, her eyes reddening. Ye Qingyun quickly steadied himself, wiped the blood from his lips, and rose once more from the piles of rubble. He looked up at the Shueming old ancestor whose aura was surging in the midair, yet his gaze remained calm. How long can you sustain the blood-burning secret art? With every breath you burn, your origin diminishes by a fraction. The half-step, immortal emperor cultivation you borrowed must eventually be repaid. On the battlefield, no one noticed what had occurred in the quiet room within the Qingyun pavilion. Xiaojiu curled up in the nest beside Ye Xiaoyu's bed. Her nose twitched suddenly. She could smell at the fluctuations of her master's spiritual energy, the scent of blood mixed with the wind seeping through the crack in the door, and the thick, nauseating stench of blood and evil from the old man in the red robe. She was dreaming. In the dream, she and her master were still in the cultivation world. He had just broken through to a mortal king, leading her into the myriad demon lair, slaying the demon emperor, guarding the lair with a single sword strike, and carrying her out of the beast horde drenched in blood. She was still small back, then only able to lie in his arms and lick the wounds on his face. He patted her head and said, Xiaojiu, don't be afraid, master is fine. Then the dream shattered, replaced by the image of Ye Qingyun being blasted away by a colossal blood-colored sword, blood trickling from his lips as he landed on one knee. Xiaojiu's eyes snapped open, a silver-white flame igniting deep within her amber pupils. She struggled to stand up from the nest, her forelegs still trembling. The muscles that had slept for too long were almost unresponsive. She stumbled as soon as she rose, her forepaws folding weakly against the edge of the nest. She clenched her teeth and pushed herself up again, then leaped down from the nest. The scent of blood seeping through the door crack grew stronger, and her master's spiritual energy fluctuations were weakening. There was no time to hesitate. She dashed out of the room through the corridor and reached the mountain gate. Looking up, she saw the white figure standing once more from the rubble in the sky. The golden immortal light seemed strikingly lonely against the blood-colored evil aura that blotted out the sun. Xiaojiu raised her head and let out a clear, piercing cry that echoed across the entire battlefield. Her body rapidly expanded in midair, from a palm-sized white fox to a nine-tailed white fox the size of a small mountain. Her 9 tails fanned out behind her like a screen, silver-white flames burning in her amber pupils. A white flash, and Xiaojiu had already landed beside Ye Qingyun. Ye Qingyun looked at Xiaojiu standing protectively in front of him and frowned slightly. Your injuries haven't healed yet. Go back. Xiaojiu turned and rubbed her head against his arm. Her voice was still weak, but each word was spoken with firm determination. Xiaojiu must protect master. With that, she turned to face the Shueming old ancestor, baring her teeth and letting out a low growl. All 9 tails bristled, and her amber eyes locked onto the blood-colored figure. Though her aura was so weak that it barely reached the level of a demon king, her stance still carried the inviolable dignity of a demon emperor. A flicker of greed suddenly flashed in the Shueming old ancestor's pupils as he stared at Xiaojiu like a peerless treasure. A 9-tailed celestial fox. His voice trembled with barely suppressed excitement. There is still a living 9-tailed celestial fox in this world. Excellent. Today my luck is good. I shall kill you, Ye Qingyun, and extract this celestial fox's demon bone to refine the 9-tailed pill. Breaking through to a mortal emperor is within reach. The Shueming old ancestor lunged directly at Xiaojiu. Ye Qingyun naturally would not let him succeed. He stepped in front of Xiaojiu to engage the Shueming old ancestor head-on. The two fought in perfect synchronization. Ye Qingyun held the front, while Xiaojiu struck from the side, her foxfire and his sword aura weaving into an impenetrable net. For a moment, the Shueming old ancestor was caught off guard, forced into a flurry of motion. But he was an ancient monster who had lived for tens of thousands of years, and he quickly adapted to the rhythm of the pincer attack. The Shueming old ancestor feigned a palm strike to force Ye Qingyun back, then turned to grab Xiaojiu. She dodged too slowly, and he seized one of her tails. Xiaojiu shuddered in pain, twisted around, and bit down on the Shueming old ancestor's wrist. Her fox fangs pierced his protective blood aura, leaving 2 rows of deep, bloody holes in his skin. The Shueming old ancestor released his grip in pain, but the tail was already drenched in blood. The white fur clumped into sticky strands. Killing intent surged in Ye Qingyun's eyes, a cold sharpness that nearly solidified. You court death. He held back, no longer unleashing the full power of his peak immortal lord cultivation. Every sword strike was 3 times more fierce than before. The Shueming old ancestor glanced down at the bite wound on his wrist. Blood evil surged, and the wound healed rapidly. He looked up at Ye Qingyun with a cold sneer. Touched. Once I capture it, I'll skin it, break its bones, and refine the 9-tailed pill. This last 9-tailed celestial fox's demon core. I should thank you, Ye Qingyun, for raising it for me all this time. Ye Qingyun did not reply. Only a single punch. This punch was unlike any of his previous techniques. No skill, no restraint, not even a thought for defense. He poured all his fury, 30,000 years of companionship, and every time Xiaojiu had burned her own essence blood to shield him from fatal blows. All of it into this one strike. The force of the fist compressed the air into a visible white shockwave. The Xueming old ancestor hastily blocked, but was blasted backward, needing several steps in the void to regain his balance. Ye Qingyun's rage surged, and his combat power climbed even higher. Each punch carried the full might of a peak immortal monarch, forcing Ancestor Bloodming to stumble back several steps with every strike. Xiaojiu constantly harassed from the flanks, her fox fire precisely targeting Ancestor Bloodming's eyes and joints, striking where his bloodguard aura was thinnest. The seamless coordination between man and fox left Ancestor Bloodming momentarily flustered, briefly tipping the scales in their favor. Yet his blood-burning secret technique continued to burn his half-step immortal emperor cultivation, firmly suppressing them. He swiftly regained his composure, refusing to be dictated by their rhythm. Each palm strike forced Ye Qingyun to defend, each claw sweep pushed Xiaojiu further toward the periphery. The battle reached a white-hot intensity, with sword qi and blood light streaking across the sky. Below, the onlookers watched in mounting terror. Gongsun Lai gripped his sword, desperate to intervene, but was held back by Ancestor Morong. "You won't even survive the collateral damage." Ye Xiaoyu supported Xian Yuanqing on the arena's edge, her nails digging into her palms. Ancestor Bloodming feinted an opening, deliberately exposing his left shoulder to Xiaojiu. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaojiu lunged forward, her jaws snapping toward his left arm. Just as her fox fangs grazed his crimson robes, Ancestor Bloodming's lips curled into a cold smile. He had been waiting for this precise moment. His right palm, long charged with power, struck toward Xiaojiu. Ye Qingyun swiftly interposed himself, crossing his arms to shield her. The impact sent him flying backward, his protective immortal light flickering violently as blood trickled from the corner of his lips once more. Xiaojiu seized the momentary opening, unleashing a stream of silver-white foxfire from her mouth. The foxfire streaked across the night sky like a comet, precisely burning through the breach in Ancestor Bloodming's right arm's bloodguard aura, where the bite had torn it open, directly scorching the skin beneath. Ancestor Bloodming let out a muffled grunt as the sleeve on his right arm was instantly reduced to ashes, leaving a large charred burn across his arm. Yet in the moment Xiaojiu unleashed her fire, she also exposed her own position. Enduring the scorching pain, Ancestor Bloodming struck out with his left hand. 5 blood-colored claw shadows swept across. Despite Xiaojiu's desperate evasion, her left hind leg still caught the strike. A deep wound, visible even to the bone, ran from her thigh all the way down to her calf, silver-white blood seeping through her pristine fur. She let out a muffled cry, plummeting from the sky. Ye Qingyun dove down and caught her. Xiaojiu was covered in blood, the wound on her left hind leg still bleeding profusely, yet her amber eyes still gleamed with vitality. She weakly nuzzled against him with her head. "Master, Xiaojiu is fine." Her voice was so faint it was barely audible. Ye Qingyun landed at the arena's edge and gently placed her in Ye Xiaoyu's arms. "Take good care of her." Ye Xiaoyu accepted Xiaojiu, tears silently streaming down her face. Xian Yuanqing tore a strip from the hem of her robe to hastily bandage Xiaojiu's hind leg. Her hands trembled, but her movements remained steady. Ye Qingyun turned to face Ancestor Bloodming once more. Now he was alone. Without Xiaojiu's distraction, Ye Qingyun fell into disadvantage once again. Ancestor Bloodming's assault grew increasingly fierce, each palm strike overflowing with surging blood, evil, each claw sealing off every avenue of escape. Ye Qingyun accumulated more and more wounds, his pristine white robes long since dyed a dark crimson. It was impossible to distinguish whose blood stained him, enemy or his own. Yet his gaze remained unwavering, his posture straight and resolute. Ancestor Bloodming ceased his assault, standing with hands clasped behind his back. "Ye Qingyun, how much longer will you struggle? Surrender, and this one shall grant you a swift end." Ye Qingyun wiped away the blood continuously seeping from his lips. "Surrender? Such a word does not exist in my dictionary." Ancestor Bloodming offered no further words, gathering every fragment of his remaining power. A blood-colored giant sword coalesced once more enormous and terrifying than before. The twisted faces embossed upon the blade seemed on the verge of breaking free, the entire sword radiating a suffocating aura of annihilation. "Ye Qingyun, this sword shall send you to your end." The blade descended and heaven and earth lost all color. Ye Qingyun had already been exhausted, lacking even the strength to evade. Gazing upon the blood-colored giant sword descending toward him, fragments of memory flashed through his mind. His sister rushing into his arms in that cramped slum tenement, sobbing uncontrollably. Xian Yuanqing's profile, bathed in moonlight, saying, "Where you are, I shall be," and the gentle sensation of Xiaojiu curling on his lap, her tail softly brushing across his hand. A figure rushed forward, arms outstretched wide, placing herself between him and death. At the instant the blood-red giant sword came slashing down, a figure rushed up from the edge of the martial arena. It was Ye Xiaoyu. She had been watching her brother's battle from the ground, witnessing him rise from the rubble of shattered stones, being struck back by a palm strike, and persistently refusing to retreat, despite the blood trickling from the corner of his lips. She had vowed to fight alongside him, not merely observe from the ground. Spreading her arms wide, she positioned herself before Ye Qingyun, confronting the colossal blood-red sword that towered above her entire being. Brother, I'm not afraid. Ye Qingyun's pupils contracted sharply. Xiaoyu. The blood-red giant's sword descended. The protective spiritual garment on Ye Xiaoyu's body exploded into fragments the instant it contacted the blade. The bracelet woven from Xiao Jiao's primordial fox fur suddenly gleamed, with a blinding silver-white radiance, forcibly deflecting the sword's trajectory by 3 degrees before shattering into countless scattered points of light, along with the bracelet itself. The bracelet had intercepted the lethal strike, yet the sword's residual force still swept across her body with devastating impact. She was sent hurtling backward like a kite suddenly freed from its string. Ye Qingyun rushed forward to catch her. Looking down, he saw a ghastly wound on her chest corroded by the blood-colored malevolent energy, blood continuously flowing from her lips, and the light in her eyes rapidly fading. The forbidden technique power of Shui Mo Zuzu lingered on the wound's surface, burrowing into her flesh like a living creature. With every inch it penetrated deeper, her vitality diminished another fraction. Ye Xiaoyu lay in his embrace, a faint smile still gracing her lips. Brother, I finally helped you. Her voice was as delicate as feathers suspended in the wind. Her blood stained Ye Qingyun's palms, crimson dripping through his fingers drop by drop. You always protected me before. This time let me protect you. Ye Qingyun's hands trembled uncontrollably. For the first time in 30,000 years, trembling so violently, he desperately channeled his primordial power into Ye Xiaoyu's body, his own meridians aching from the strain. Yet the spiritual power flooding into her form seeped away as swiftly as water poured into a vessel riddled with holes. The blood-colored malevolent energy roamed freely through her meridians, leaving devastation in its wake, withering vitality wherever it passed. His primordial power proved utterly insufficient to pursue and counteract it. Don't speak. Brother will save you. Xiaoyu, look at me. Do not fall asleep. Ye Xiaoyu's eyelids grew impossibly heavy, her gaze gradually losing all focus. Brother, I'm so terribly sleepy. You must not sleep. Ye Qingyun's voice cracked with anguish, gripping her increasingly cold fingers with desperate force. Ye Xiaoyu, look at me. Do not sleep. This is your brother's command. Xian Yuanqing rushed forward and knelt beside Ye Xiaoyu, tears streaming unreservedly down her face. Xiao Jiao dragged his still-bleeding hind leg forward in agonized struggle, nestling his head beneath Ye Xiaoyu's limp, dangling hand. He gently nudged her fingers with his muzzle, emitting low, suppressed whimpers of profound grief from his throat. Shui Mo Zuzu observed this scene from above in the air, a smile curling at the corner of his lips. How profoundly moving. Such sibling devotion. His tone was like an audience savoring a meticulously choreographed theatrical performance. Ye Qingyun, this is precisely your weakness. 30,000 years ago you fought without attachments which allowed you to defeat this old one. But now you have bonds, which means vulnerabilities. He stood with hands clasped behind his back, his crimson robes billowing dramatically in the wind. Fighting with weaknesses, how could you possibly prevail? Ye Qingyun offered no reply, merely holding his sister in his arms. He gazed down at the lingering smile on Ye Xiaoyu's lips, his expression gradually shifting from profound sorrow to icy coldness. This was not serene coldness, but rather the molten lava compressed for 30,000 years, finally discovering the single thinnest point in the Earth's crust. He gently transferred Ye Xiaoyu into Xian Yuanqing's arms. Take care of her. Then he rose and turned to face Shui Mo Zuzu. His gaze had transformed entirely. A subtle frown creased Shui Mo Zuzu's brow. He sensed Ye Qingyun's aura undergoing a transformation. This was not an increase in spiritual power, but something far more profound, something even he could not accurately grasp, now churning within the depths of this man's soul. Ye Qingyun offered him no response. From his entire being began to surge an utterly suffocating, killing intent, black as ink, dense as molten slag. This was neither spiritual energy nor immortal power, but the residual marks left on his sword's edge by every enemy he had personally slain across 30,000 years of carnage in the cultivation world, now all awakened at once. Ye Qingyun rose to his feet, and the killing intent emanating from his body was no longer an invisible, formless pressure. Ink-black mist surged endlessly from within him, coalescing within 3 chi around his body into a visible black vortex, a tangible manifestation of every battle fought across 30,000 years of cultivation, composed of the resentments, fears, and despairs of countless enemies in their final moments. His eyes transformed in that instant, shifting to a burning crimson. Deep within his pupils reflected not the mountain gate before him or the blood-stained sky, but rather mountains of corpses and blood-soaked rivers, white bones piled high, and crimson flow running like rivers. When Blood Demon Ancestor caught sight of those eyes, an inexplicable unease coiled in his heart, an emotion he swiftly suppressed. After all, this was merely a peak immortal sovereign, someone who couldn't possibly pose a threat. Ye Qingyun's consciousness plunged into 30 millennia of massacre memories. He witnessed his own trembling hands during that first kill, the moment his sword pierced through his opponent's chest before he collapsed and retched for an extended period. He recalled the wandering cultivator he'd slain over a spirit stone vein, who at death's door kept crying out about a younger sister left behind. He remembered annihilating an entire sect in vengeance, flames consuming everything, while agonized screams echoed endlessly. He saw countless white bones scattered along his path to immortal emperor status. Some former enemies, some former companions, some simply people who happened to occupy the wrong place at the wrong moment. These recollections, once locked deep within his mind, now flooded upward in a torrent. His spiritual energy began spiraling out of control, and the bottleneck that had trapped him at peak immortal sovereign cracked relentlessly beneath the onslaught of his runaway, killing intent. Deviation. Blood Demon Ancestor's expression shifted slightly, though he soon realized something was amiss. This wasn't the chaotic spiritual energy of a cultivator losing control. Someone was forcibly breaking through their bottleneck, using extreme rage as the catalyst. He made his decision instantly, raising his hand to condense a massive blood-colored sword and strike again. There could be no hesitation, no mercy. Ye Qingyun had to be destroyed before he could catch his breath, before he could stabilize his cultivation. The blood-colored blade descended with catastrophic force, yet when it reached the space within 3 chi of Ye Qingyun's body, it encountered the jet-black, killing intent and halted abruptly. The black mist wrapped around the sword like living vines, corroding its blood-colored spiritual energy with hissing sounds. The massive sword dissolved visibly, the blade itself consumed entirely. Blood Demon Ancestor's pupils contracted sharply. What kind of ability is this? It's neither spiritual energy nor immortal power. Ye Qingyun's hair shifted from black to silver-white, then back to black again, cycling repeatedly. Each transformation brought his aura swinging between violent surges and perilous troughs. He was attempting to break through to Immortal King level, a do-or-die situation where success meant advancement, failure meant annihilation. On the ground below, Xian Yuanqing held Ye Xiaoyu close, her nails digging into her palms as she watched Ye Qingyun suspended in the chasm between killing intent and spiritual energy above. Xiao Zhu lay weakly beside her, amber eyes fixed on the figure engulfed in killing intent, a hoarse whimper escaping its throat. "Master." The voice was barely audible, as faint as wind rustling through grass. Blood Demon Ancestor abandoned all restraint. He bit through his tongue and expelled 3 mouthfuls of refined blood, the ultimate expression of his blood-burning technique, sacrificing 30% of his essence to forcefully elevate his cultivation to the immortal emperor realm. Fortified by the burning of his refined blood, his aura shattered the half-step immortal emperor threshold, briefly stepping into the lower immortal emperor domain. "Ye Qingyun, I will not permit you to break through." An immortal emperor level full power strike descended upon the figure shrouded in black, killing intent. At the very instant that world-destroying palm was about to land, all the killing intent swirling around, Ye Qingyun suddenly withdrew. Every wisp of black mist drew back into his body in an instant. His silver-white hair gradually returned to black, and his crimson eyes regained their clarity. The breakthrough was complete. He raised his head, gazing calmly at the approaching lethal strike, and lifted his own palm. 2 palms collided. Instead of the anticipated earth-shattering cataclysm, there was merely a dull thud. Blood Demon Ancestor's full power strike was dismissed with nonchalant ease. Ye Qingyun stood motionless at his original position. Immortal King early stage successfully broken through. The killing intent swirling around Ye Qingyun suddenly and completely receded. The layer of ink-black mist was instantly withdrawn into his body as if it had never existed. Replacing it was a majestic golden immortal light that burst forth from the depths of his dantian, rushing through his meridians to every limb and extremity. The bottleneck at the peak of immortal sovereign shattered under the weight of extreme fury and an unwavering will to protect. His aura began to surge ceaselessly. Early Immortal King, Middle Immortal King, Late Immortal King, breaking through all resistance, rising higher with each breakthrough. Every breakthrough accompanied by a golden ring spreading outward from beneath his feet, pushing the surrounding rocks and dust into rolling waves. The Blood Demon Ancestor Lord's full-strength Emperor-level strike, purchased by burning 3/10 of his essence blood, collided head-on with this surging immortal light. Golden radiance and blood-colored palm prints clashed in midair. No stalemate, no contest. The blood-colored palm prints melted away instantly like ice and snow meeting a searing brand. The immortal light didn't waver in the slightest. Impossible. The Blood Demon Ancestor Lord's pupils contracted sharply, his voice cracking. "How could you break through in the middle of combat? From peak immortal sovereign to immortal king, one needs years of seclusion at minimum. How could you possibly achieve it in an instant? Ye Qingyun offered no reply. His aura continued its inexorable rise. He smashed through the barrier of late immortal king with brute force, and the pressure of peak immortal king erupted from within him without the slightest restraint. A faint ethereal trace of immortal emperor might faintly emanated from the depths of his dantian, a sign that he stood merely one paper-thin membrane away from the immortal emperor realm. 30,000 years ago he had stood at the apex of the immortal emperor. 30,000 years later, though not yet fully restored to his peak, the distance had shrunk to within arm's reach. Against the blood demon ancestor lord it was enough. Ye Qingyun lowered his gaze to his own hands, his 5 fingers slowly curling into a fist. After the breakthrough, his entire demeanor had transformed. Once he had been a sword hidden in its sheath, its edge fully concealed so low-key as to appear almost mediocre. Now he was an unsheathed, peerless divine blade, razor-sharp and blinding every strand of immortal light like a flame-tempered sword edge. He gazed at the blood demon ancestor lord, his eyes calm as still water, yet filling the blood demon ancestor lord with an oppressive, suffocating pressure. You just said that fighting with weaknesses makes victory impossible. Ye Qingyun spoke. His voice carried no volume, yet every word rang clearly in the ears of everyone present. You are mistaken. It is precisely because there are those I wish to protect that I grow stronger. Your Tao is one of devouring, of trampling all beneath your feet as stepping stones. My Tao is one of protection, of bearing on my shoulders everyone willing to stand beside me. The more you devour, the lonelier you become. The more I protect, the stronger I grow. This is why you will never be able to defeat me. The blood demon ancestor lord's face drained of all color. The immortal emperor level power he had burned 3/10 of his essence blood to obtain was rapidly waning, while Ye Qingyun's aura continued its steady climb. As one waxed, and the other waned, if the battle dragged on, he would be the first to collapse. Ye Qingyun, let us negotiate. His voice carried for the first time a barely concealed panic. You and I were once martial brothers. There is no need for this to end in death. The northern territory is yours. I am even willing to cede half of the blood demon sect. 30,000 years ago, I gave you a chance. Ye Qingyun cut him off, his tone as flat, as if stating an undisputed fact. You knelt before me begging for mercy, claiming it was all a momentary lapse. I showed mercy. I only destroyed your physical form, leaving you a wisp of remnant soul. You have spent 30,000 years proving one truth. You do not deserve to be spared. He raised his right hand. No elaborate techniques, no dazzling immortal arts, just a single simple punch. Yet this fist contained 30,000 years of killing intent and fury, the guilt of blocking an attack meant for his sister, the promise to fight shoulder to shoulder with Xianyuan Qing, the gratitude for Xiaojiu's unwavering loyalty, and the reverence for every member of Qingyun Pavilion who refused to retreat even unto death. Where the fist wind past heaven and earth changed color. The blood demon ancestor lord attempted to evade, only to discover that the surrounding space had been completely locked. No escape, no refuge. He could only watch helplessly as this fist enlarged before his eyes, filling his entire vision. Ye Qingyun's fist struck the chest of the blood ancestor. There was no earth-shattering roar, no blinding immortal glow, only a dull thud like a hammer smashing through rotten wood. The blood ancestor's body stiffened. He looked down at the fist embedded in his chest, his pupils filled with disbelief. The protective blood aura was torn apart the moment the fist's wind touched it. His sternum collapsed inward like paper under the force of the blow, and his internal organs were shredded by immortal power. How is this possible? His voice squeezed out from his throat, hoarse and broken. Ye Qingyun withdrew his fist and turned away. He did not look at him, did not leave a single word, and walked directly toward the ground. Behind him, the blood ancestor's body began to crack from the fist mark on his chest, golden immortal light piercing through the fissures. First one, then two, then more, and more, crawling densely over his entire form like a shattered porcelain vessel. No. The blood ancestor's body exploded in midair, scattering into a mist of blood. A dark red shadow fled in panic from the blood mist, his primordial spirit darting desperately toward the rift. Ye Qingyun did not look back. He merely raised his right hand, his 5 fingers grasping the air. An invisible force imprisoned the shadow in midair. The dark red figure struggled frantically, twisting into bizarre shapes, its voice shrill and piercing. Ye Qingyun. Mercy. I am willing to submit. The blood sect is yours. The northern domain is yours. Cultivation is not easy. Spare this junior brother this once. Ye Qingyun did not let him finish. He closed his fingers, and the binding force suddenly tightened. The dark red shadow was compressed into a fist-sized orb of light, then dissipated silently, like a burst bubble scattering into countless fine specks of light in the air. The blood ancestor was utterly destroyed, body and soul vanished from the world. Everyone on the battlefield was stunned. The 3 Mahayana elders of the blood sect were the first to react, turning and fleeing toward the rift. Ye Qingyun raised his hand, and 3 golden sword chi shot from his fingertips streaking across the sky, like chasing stars and moons. Each of the 3 Mahayana cultivators was slain, with a single strike, their bodies falling from the air, crashing motionless to the ground. The remaining blood sect disciples were terrified out of their minds. Some threw down their artifacts and knelt begging for mercy. Others ran madly toward the mountain gate. Gongsun Lai climbed out of the rubble coughing as he leaned on his sword, then lifted it and charged after the fleeing soldiers. War Hall, hear my command. Chase them down. Leave none alive. Patriarch Murong leaned against a stone pillar, watching the white figure descending from the sky, tears streaming down his aged face. Ye Qingyun landed at the edge of the training ground. His face was as pale as paper. The backlash from forcibly breaking through rage through his meridians, each step like walking on knife blades. A trickle of blood escaped the corner of his mouth. He wiped it away with his hand, never stopping. He walked before Xian Yuanqing and took the unconscious Yi Xiaoyu from her arms. Her breathing was so faint it could barely be sensed, and traces of blood-red, baleful qi still lingered on her wound, burrowing into her flesh like living things. Ye Qingyun placed his hand on her forehead, channeling his primordial power into her in an endless stream. Xiaoyu, hold on. Big brother will save you now. Carrying Yi Xiaoyu, he turned and walked toward Qingyun Pavilion, his steps slow but steady. Xiaoju limped behind him, her hind legs still bleeding, her amber eyes fixed on the unconscious Yi Xiaoyu in his arms, a low whimper escaping her throat. On the training ground, the surviving disciples of Qingyun Pavilion watched their pavilion master's retreating figure. No one spoke, no one cheered. They all stood in silence, watching him carry the young pavilion master back into the pavilion step by step. The blood ancestor was dead, but the battle was not over. Yi Xiaoyu's life still hung in the balance. Gongsun Lai led the war hall in pursuit for 30 li. The remnants of the Blood Dark sect, utterly demoralized by the news of the Blood Dark ancestor lord's death, fled in disarray across the mountains and fields. Gongsun Lai had fractured 2 ribs during the pursuit, and the old wound on his left shoulder from when the Blood Hand True Lord shattered it had not yet fully healed. Yet with sword in hand, he charged at the front, cutting down disciples of the Blood Dark sect one by one, who screamed in terror for their mothers and fathers. The few who managed to escape back to the rift had no time to catch their breath before Ye Qingyun sealed it shut, completely cutting off their retreat. From that moment, the Blood Dark sect was erased from the cultivation world. What tremors this news would cause throughout the cultivation world remained uncertain for now. But at least for this moment, peace finally descended upon the mountain gate of Qingyun Pavilion. After the battle ended, Qingyun Pavilion began clearing the battlefield. The disciples moved silently through the rubble and bloodstains, carefully lifting the bodies of their fallen comrades one by one, arranging them in a line before the mountain gate. Some knelt before the remains of their fellow disciples, weeping uncontrollably. Others crouched in corners, curling themselves into small balls. Gongsun Lai retrieved a storage ring from the shattered remains of the Blood Dark ancestor lord. The dark crimson ring surface was carved with the emblem of the Blood Dark sect, and it felt ice-cold to the touch, as if soaked through with the grudges of countless living beings. He presented the ring to Ye Qingyun with both hands. Pavilion master, this fell from the old demon. Ye Qingyun took the ring and probed its contents with his divine sense. The space within was larger than Qingyun Pavilion's entire treasury, packed with heavenly treasures, cultivation manuals, and various magical artifacts. The Blood Dark ancestor lord's 30,000 years of accumulation were all here. Over a dozen immortal-grade spiritual herbs alone, and several of them were exactly what was needed to heal Dao wounds. He pocketed the ring and gave a slight nod. Collect the storage rings from the 3 great ascension elders as well. All shall be turned over to the pavilion. Distribute the spoils according to the size of each person's contribution, and the shares for the fallen disciples shall be converted into death compensation, paid 3-fold. Gongsun Lai hesitated. 3-fold? They gave their lives. Ye Qingyun turned to walk back into Qingyun Pavilion. Don't let their families spend the rest of their lives worrying about their next meal. Mu Rongxue had not sat down once since the battle ended. The alchemy hall's healing pills were dispensed without restraint until the reserves ran dry, then she simply fired up the furnaces to refine more. The flames burned from day to deep into the night, without ever extinguishing. She bandaged the wounded with both hands while a roll of bandage hung from her teeth, her feet piled high with blood-stained cloth and empty medicine bottles. When Gongsun Lai passed by trying to help, she drove him back with a stern glare. Your ribs aren't even set properly yet. Sit down and stop being in the way. Gongsun Lai opened his mouth to protest, then obediently sat down. Mu Rongxue crouched to examine his injuries, her brow furrowing even more deeply. You chased after them for 30 li with broken ribs. Are you trying to die? Gongsun Lai grinned. Because you're here, aren't you? Besides, the pavilion master alone carried so much weight. What's chasing a few dozen li compared to that? Mu Rongshue's hands paused mid-motion. Where is the pavilion master? In the young pavilion master's room. The young pavilion master hasn't woken yet. The master has been keeping vigil for a full day and night. Ye Qingyun had placed Ye Xiaoyu in the meditation chamber personally, tending to her wounds. The blood-colored malevolent energy left by the blood-dark ancestor Lord lingered in her wounds like a living thing constantly burrowing deeper into her flesh, and with every inch it traveled her life, force weakened a fraction more. Ye Qingyun used his immortal energy to extract it strand by strand. Each wisp of malevolent energy he removed let out a sharp, shrill shriek in the air before dissipating into nothingness. Xin Yuanqing stood guard at the door, keeping everyone at bay. Xiao Jiu dragged his still-bleeding hind leg to the side of the doorway, his ears always pointed toward the room. Gong Sunlai stood at the door for a moment, hearing Ye Qingyun's steady voice from within. Third wisp. 2 more to go. Xiaoyu, hold on. He clenched his fists, then turned and headed back to the martial arena. There were still countless matters waiting for him. That night, Ye Qingyun convened the core members. Elder Mu sat before the hastily assembled conference table, his flower-white beard matted with dried blood in clumps, yet his spirit was more vigorous than before he was injured. Xin Yuanzantian had his right shoulder wrapped in thick bandages, Shi Min Jiankong wore an empty sleeve, and the withered-wood grandmother clutched a cane that had been snapped in two. Everyone had arrived. No one was absent. Ye Qingyun came straight to the point. This Battle Qingyun Pavilion owes each of you an enormous debt. If any of you ever have need, you will spare no effort to assist. Xin Yuanzantian waved his hand dismissively. Master Yi, you are too kind. Had you not slain the blood-dark ancestor Lord, all of us would have perished here. If anything, the Earth's cultivation world is in your debt. Gong Sunlai chimed in to lighten the mood. If you ask me, that final punch from the pavilion master was truly satisfying. The old demon lived for 30,000 years, and in the end, he was punched to pieces. He didn't even get to finish screaming. Mu Rongxue quietly added beside him, get your ribs properly set before you start talking. Suppressed laughter rippled through the conference room, and the tension that had been building for too long finally eased a fraction. The group discussed follow-up matters. Fortifying the defenses came first. The mountain protection array needed to be repositioned as several key formation eyes had been severely damaged under the blood-dark ancestor Lord's assault. Next came the burial of the fallen and the care of their families. Finally, the distribution of spoils. The contents of the blood-dark ancestor Lord's storage ring alone would sustain Qingyun Pavilion for 3 years. The meeting concluded, and the group dispersed. Ye Qingyun alone came to Ye Xiaoyu's room, sat by the bedside, and took her hand in his. She had been unconscious for a full day and night. After the blood-colored malevolent energy was extracted, her complexion gradually regained some color, and her breathing had steadied considerably. Xiaoyu, wake up soon. Ye Qingyun's voice was barely above a whisper, as if afraid to disturb her rest, yet also afraid he might lose control of himself. There are so many things your brother wants to tell you. You always said I never told you anything. When you wake up, I'll tell you the stories of my 30,000 years one by one. The moonlight outside the window flowed like water. Xiao Jiu curled up, sleeping at the foot of the bed, the white bandages Mu Rongxue had wrapped around his hind leg visible, his tail resting on the tip of his nose, twitching gently from time to time. Xin Yuanqing leaned against the doorframe, gazing at the moon outside the window, without a sound, simply keeping quiet company. Ye Qingyun held his sister's hand and never let go. On the 3rd day since Ye Xiaoyu was placed in the meditation chamber, Ye Qingyun finally extracted the last trace of blood-colored malevolent energy from her meridians. He carefully examined her injuries, his brow furrowing deeper with each passing moment. The blood-colored giant sword carried the forbidden technique power of ancestor blood, hell, which had corroded her dantian and meridians. Xiao Jiu's hand-woven bracelet crafted from her essence fox hairs had blocked the fatal blow. When the bracelet shattered, it transformed into a silver-white barrier that deflected the giant sword's edge by 3 fun. This was the reason Ye Xiaoyu still drew breath. However, the residual force of the giant sword still penetrated the barrier. The blood-colored malevolent energy had wandered through her meridians for far too long, corroding her dantian, until it resembled a sieve, her meridians severed inch by precious inch. The origin was damaged. Ye Qingyun withdrew his divine sense, his hand suspended in midair. Her life was preserved, but her cultivation was gone. Her innate spirit-body foundation ran too deep to be completely ruined, yet she would need to begin anew. He fell silent for several breaths, then retrieved the final jade box from his storage ring. Within the box lay the sole remaining 9 turns heaven-returning pill in Qingyun Pavilion, a divine-grade elixir brought back from the 9 celestial, immortal emperor's ruins. There had been 2 in total, one he had consumed during his seclusion, and this one was meant for future emergencies. He placed the pill into Ye Xiaoyu's mouth. As the medicinal power dissolved, gentle immortal energy flowed down her throat, shielding her failing heart pulse. Then he continuously channeled his own origin power into her body, employing the immortal energy to activate the elixir's properties, gradually mending her shattered meridians. 3 days and 3 nights. Ye Qingyun never departed her side. The meals Xin Yuanqing brought were reheated again and again, growing cold, and then warm once more, yet he scarcely touched his chopsticks. Xiao Jiao curled at the foot of the bed, white bandages still wrapped around her hind leg, occasionally nudging Ye Xiaoyu's fingers that hung over the bed's edge with her head, emitting soft whimpers from her throat. On the fourth morning, Ye Xiaoyu opened her eyes. She saw Ye Qingyun leaning against the bedside, dark shadows beneath his eyes, stubble on his chin. He appeared to have lost a considerable amount of weight. Brother. She attempted to speak, her throat as dry as sandpaper. The words caught in her throat, emerging only as a breath of sound. Ye Qingyun clasped her hand. Don't speak. Rest well. Ye Xiaoyu parted her lips, tears silently sliding down her cheeks, flowing into her ears. She could no longer sense the spiritual power within her body. Her dantian felt hollow and vacant. The spiritual power that once surged through her meridians had vanished entirely. She had become mortal once more. Yet she did not cry aloud, merely gripping her brother's hand tightly. Several days later, Ye Xiaoyu could sit up. Leaning against the headboard, she drank a bowl of spirit ginseng soup that Murong Shui had prepared. Then, gazing at Ye Qingyun seated by the bed, she asked, "Brother, is my cultivation truly gone?" Ye Qingyun hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Ye Xiaoyu was stunned, then smiled. "It's all right. As long as I'm alive, as long as I can see brother again, that's enough. My cultivation can be rebuilt. After all, I possess an innate spirit body. It'll be quick." When she smiled, her eyes remained red, yet the curve of her lips was steady, unfaltering. Her tone was light and cheerful, as though she genuinely did not mind. Ye Qingyun gazed upon her resilient smile, reaching out to ruffle her hair. He offered no words. He understood his sister was attempting to comfort him. She had dedicated countless days to wielding her sword upon the martial training grounds, breaking through, from chi refining stage layer by layer, to nascent soul, giving her absolute best, at every realm. All of it was gone in an instant. Claiming it caused no heartache would be a lie. But she feared his self-blame even more. That evening, Ye Qingyun stood alone in the courtyard. Xian Yuanqing emerged from the house and positioned herself beside him. The two lingered in silence for a moment. "How is Xiaoyu?" She had soup in the afternoon and fell asleep. "Her mindset is better than I anticipated. She's remarkably strong," Xian Yuanqing remarked softly. Ye Qingyun nodded. "She always has been. You as well." Xian Yuanqing turned her head to observe his profile beneath the moonlight. "Both of you siblings possess remarkable strength." Ye Qingyun remained silent. Xian Yuanqing hesitated, then reached out and clasped his hand. Ye Qingyun glanced downward, but did not pull away. The two stood shoulder to shoulder in the courtyard, thus moonlight showering upon their shoulders. Inside the room, Ye Xiaoyu caught sight of the two figures standing together in the courtyard through the window. The corners of her mouth lifted slightly. She turned over and gathered Xiao Jiao into her embrace, burying her face in that soft bundle of fur. Xiao Jiao twitched her ears, her tail gently resting upon Ye Xiaoyu's hand. On the first day Ye Xiaoyu could get out of bed and walk around, she went to find Ye Qingyun. "Brother, I want to resume my cultivation." She stood at the doorway of the study, still wearing the loose cloth garments she had on during her recovery. The scars on her wrists from the blood-colored malevolent energy had not yet fully healed, but her eyes already shone as brightly as before her injury. Ye Qingyun set down the jade slip in his hands. "Your body hasn't fully recovered yet. Rest for a few more days. I can already walk." Ye Xiaoyu took a step forward as if afraid he wouldn't believe her, then spun around in place. "Look completely healed." Even Murong Shui said, "I recover faster than ordinary people." Ye Qingyun leaned back in his chair and studied her for a moment. Her complexion was still somewhat pale, and when she spun around, her steps wavered slightly. That was the uncoordination of an empty dantian and a body that had not yet readjusted to the presence of spiritual energy. But there was no retreat in her eyes, identical to that little girl who had gritted her teeth and endured silently during her marrow washing ceremony. "I don't want to be your weakness anymore." Ye Xiaoyu planted her feet firmly and met his gaze seriously. "Before this injury, I could exchange several moves with an elder at the Great Unity stage. Though I was eventually sent flying, at least I wasn't completely defenseless. Brother, do you know? Back then when people cornered me in a rental room, I could only cower in the corner trembling. Now I dare to stand in front of you. This feeling, it's wonderful." She clenched her fists. "So, I want to resume my cultivation. It doesn't matter if I have to start from scratch. I have an innate spirit body, so I'll catch up quickly." Ye Qingyun remained silent for a long while, then nodded. "Come sit. Let me examine the recovery state of your dantian." He spent a full hour reevaluating her physical condition. Her cultivation was completely depleted, but her physical body had been tempered by the 9 turns heaven returning pill. Her meridians were more sturdy and broader than during her first foundation establishment. Though her dantian had been corroded into a riddled mess, her origin was not destroyed. The foundation of her innate spirit body remained. As Murong Shui would say, this girl's bone structure is practically heaven stuffing food into her mouth. Resuming cultivation is acceptable. Ye Qingyun withdrew his divine sense. "But this time we won't follow your previous path. Before you cultivated at my pace, going directly to the Qingyun art after foundation establishment. This time, starting from the chi refining stage, you'll switch to the moonlight art, and build an even sturdier foundation. Ye Xiaoyu nodded vigorously. All right. The cultivation transition went faster than anyone had anticipated. Though her cultivation was gone, her body's memory remained. Every session of meditation and breath regulation felt like a reunion rather than a first learning. The speed at which spiritual energy circulated through her meridians was nearly double that of her first cultivation. In just a few days she had re-entered the qi refining stage. That wisp of newly born spiritual energy in her dantian was fine as a thread, yet exceptionally pure, far more condensed than during her first foundation establishment. Ye Qingyun watched as she walked out of the room after finishing her cultivation. The smile on his face was impossible to hide. He only reached out and rubbed her head. An innate spirit body should have this kind of speed. Don't get cocky. I'm not being cocky at all. Ye Xiaoyu protested with her mouth, but her suppressed smile told the truth. That evening Xian Yuanqing found Ye Qingyun at the cliff behind the martial arts arena. Below the cliff lay the entire Qingyun pavilion complex. The protective mountain formation was being rebuilt, and the pale golden light barrier was only half restored. The setting sun filtered through the gaps. I have something to tell you. Xian Yuanqing stood beside him, her tone completely ordinary. I've wanted to say this for a long time, but never found the right opportunity. In the ancient ruins and on the battlefield, I don't want to wait anymore. Ye Qingyun did not speak, waiting for her to continue. Ye Qingyun, I like you. Her voice was steady without a trace of hesitation. I know you have many things on your mind. The cultivation world, Earth Qingyun Pavilion, as well as Xiaoyu and Xiaojiu. The burdens on your shoulders are already heavy enough. You don't need one more person to take care of. So I don't need you to take care of me. I only want to stand by your side and carry these burdens together with you. Ye Qingyun gazed at her. From fighting side by side during the demon beast tides purge to her wielding the moonlight sword to secretly attack the puppets for him in the ruins to her refusing to retreat even an inch when shielding Ye Xiaoyu on the battlefield. Every single one of her choices had been witnessed by him. She had never been someone who needed his protection. She was someone he could trust with his back. All right. Xian Yuanqing froze for a moment, and her eyes suddenly reddened. She had waited so long. From her subtle probing when they first met at the northern branch through all the life and death experiences they had endured together. All she received in return was a single word. But this word weighed more than anything else. She laughed, reaching up to wipe her eyes. Finally, when the news reached Ye Xiaoyu's ears, she was drinking porridge. She nearly dumped the bowl onto Xiaojiu's head. Really? Did Sister Qing really pull it off? She put down the bowl and ran outside, bumping into Xian Yuanqing, who had just returned from the cliff. She threw her arms around her. Sister Qing. You're finally my sister-in-law. Xiaojiu scampered along behind her, circling around Xian Yuanqing several times, with its tail held high. Xian Yuan, sister, you have to bring Xiaojiu more spirit fruits from now on. Xian Yuanqing laughed, and squatted down to rub Xiaojiu's ears. Of course. As much as you want. That night Ye Qingyun and Xian Yuanqing sat side by side in the courtyard. The moonlight was bright, and beneath the trees beside the stone table the two of them had a pot of tea. Ye Qingyun spoke little, and Xian Yuanqing spoke little. They simply sat in silence together. The first quiet night after the great battle. The wind blew from the mountains, carrying the faint spiritual light emanating from the newly replaced spirit stones at the formation's core. Xian Yuanqing leaned her head against his shoulder and closed her eyes. I thought you would keep refusing me. I just wasn't good at expressing myself. She smiled. I know. So I've been waiting all this time. Xueming Laozu was dead, yet the rift remained. Ye Qingyun stood before the north vein rift, his divine sense probing into that churning dark crimson chasm, his brow furrowing deeper with each passing moment. The rift's fluctuations showed no signs of weakening. Not only did they not diminish, they were slowly intensifying. It was as if something within the rift's depths continuously supplied energy, sustaining this passage. Xueming Laozu was dead, and the remnants of the Xueming sect had been cleansed, yet the spiritual energy fluctuations from the other side of the rift continued to seep steadily outward. This proved that Xueming Laozu had merely exploited this rift. He had not opened it himself. There was another force maintaining it. Ye Qingyun withdrew his divine sense and turned to look at Xiaojiu crouching on his shoulder. Let's go in and take a look. Into the rift, eh? Xiaojiu's ears perked up. It's very dangerous in there. We won't go deep. Just reconnaissance at the edge. Ye Qingyun raised his hand to lay a simple seal at the rift's edge, then stepped inside with Xiaojiu. The scene within the rift bore a striking resemblance to the spatial turbulence he had traversed when returning across realms. Shattered fragments of space, distorted temporal flows, chaos currents pervasive in every direction. He stopped at the edge, his divine sense slowly sweeping along the rift's inner wall. Then he discovered the anomaly. Densely carved formation patterns covered the rift's surface, something no natural spatial rift should possess. The arrangement of the formation patterns, the direction of spiritual energy flow, the distances between nodes. This was by no means a natural fissure. Ye Qingyun examined those patterns carefully, his expression growing increasingly grave. The formation structure bore an uncanny resemblance to an ancient formation he had encountered in the cultivation world. It was a relic from the primordial era long lost to time. He had only seen fragments of it in a secret realm long ago. Such a formation appearing on Earth was extraordinary in itself. Master, these markings are. Xiaojiu pressed her nose against the rift's wall and sniffed. They smell similar to Master's aura. Ye Qingyun froze. He directed a thread of divine sense into the depths of those formation patterns. Then he sensed it. An extremely faint primordial aura nearly worn smooth by time, perfectly aligned with the formation's origin. It was identical to the primordial aura of that white light from when he had crossed realms. His transmigration was no accident. This rift was not formed naturally. Someone had been pulling the strings behind the scenes beginning 30,000 years ago. Ye Qingyun withdrew his divine sense and retreated from the rift with Xiaojiu. He stood there for a long time. For 30,000 years he had believed he was accidentally caught in spatial turbulence. That bad luck had led him into a dimensional passage that appeared once in 10 millennia. Now he saw the truth clearly. Someone had deliberately sent him to the cultivation world. This person was still maintaining this rift. Ye Qingyun returned to the Xianyuan family and found Xianyuan Zhantian. He came straight to the point. Elder, regarding the ancient seal, does the Xianyuan family's archives mention a person who can manipulate the laws of time and space? Xianyuan Zhantian was stunned. Please wait a moment, Pavilion Master Yi. He turned and entered the deepest recesses of the Xianyuan family library. A long time passed before he emerged, cradling a yellowed beast-skin scroll in his hands, its edges worn beyond recognition. Within the secrets the Xianyuan family has guarded for generations, there exists a vague account passed down from our ancestors. During the primordial era, there was a cultivator known as the Elder of Time and Space, belonging to no sect, bound by no power. Legend holds that he mastered the dual laws of time and space, able to traverse freely between all eras. There is only a single line in the records. The Elder of Time and Space wanders the myriad heavens seeking the vessel of perfection. Vessel of perfection. Xianyuan Zhantian handed him the scroll. A perfect container. Our ancestors left no explanation for what those words truly meant. Ye Qingyun accepted the scroll, his gaze fixed upon the two characters. Container. The Elder of Time and Space. Spatial laws. The perfect vessel. 3 threads of evidence conjoined, and a clear chain of reasoning crystallized in his mind. Upon returning to Qingyun Pavilion, Ye Qingyun sat alone in his study, his fingers unconsciously tracing the edges of that slightly yellowed beast-skin scroll. Xiaojiu squeezed through the gap in the door, hopped onto his lap, and after gazing up at him for a moment, nuzzled against his hand resting on the armrest. Master, what are you thinking about? I'm contemplating the possibility that my transmigration to the cultivation world was not an accident. Ye Qingyun lowered his gaze to her, reaching out to gently stroke her ears. Someone deliberately arranged for me to enter that world. Xiaojiu tilted her head, not fully comprehending, yet she detected an unprecedented solemnity in her master's tone. Is that person still alive? Alive? Ye Qingyun tucked away the scroll, his gaze growing profound. Having survived over 30,000 years, even older than Xuan Ming Laozu, his next target is very likely this place. Ye Qingyun decided to trace things to their source. With his cultivation at the peak of a mortal king, he forcibly traced the origin of the rift. His divine sense, like a fish swimming upstream, followed the spiritual energy flow along the formation patterns deep within the rift, moving backward against the current. Spatial turbulence squeezed his divine sense from all directions, while fragments of time, like sharp blades, continuously sliced his perception. He endured the tearing of the chaotic currents, passing through layers upon layers of ancient formation patterns eroded by time. His divine sense finally touched the source of the rift. He saw a blurred image. Above the earth 30,000 years ago, a figure stood atop the clouds, their features obscured and blurred by warped space-time. That figure raised a hand, tearing open a rift in space, then pushed a bewildered young man through it. The young man wore an ordinary university t-shirt, his eyes still carrying the haze of intoxication. After being pushed into the rift, he vanished instantly on the other side of space-time. Ye Qingyun recognized that youthful face. It was himself from 30,000 years ago when he first transmigrated. The figure's features were indistinct, but their energy signature perfectly matched the formation patterns dwelling within the rift's depths. The Elder of Time and Space. Ye Qingyun withdrew his divine sense and opened his eyes, his fingers unconsciously clenching and releasing. He continued probing along the rift's walls, and then discovered something even more astonishing. This rift had existed for tens of thousands of years before his return from crossing realms. The Blood Darkness ancestral lord was not the rift's creator, he merely exploited an already existing passage to enter Earth. The true mastermind had always concealed themselves in the shadows, like a spider lurking at the center of a web, quietly awaiting prey to entangle itself. The rift was being slowly enlarged from the other side. The expansion was so gradual, it was nearly imperceptible, yet it was undeniably widening. Someone was continuously infusing spatial law power from the other side of the rift, tearing this chasm wider bit by bit. That person was attempting to enter Earth. Ye Qingyun strung together all the scattered clues in his mind into a complete chain. 30,000 years ago, the Elder of Time and Space discovered Earth, selected him here as a perfect vessel, and then sent him to the cultivation world. The Elder of Time and Space had left some kind of mark upon him, like a seed buried deep within his soul. The moment he crossed the realm and returned, when he tore through dimensional barriers with imperial immortal blood, he inadvertently activated this mark, simultaneously awakening this ancient rift that had lain dormant for tens of thousands of years. Now the Elder of Time and Space had sensed the mark's fluctuation and the rift's reopening, attempting to descend to Earth through it. The purpose was most likely to target him, to harvest the seed painstakingly cultivated over these long 30,000 years. Ye Qingyun stood before the mountain gate, the mountain wind whipping his robes violently. He gazed at the dark red glow emanating from the direction of the rift, realizing he could no longer wait passively. The Elder of Time and Space had already set up this chess game for tens of thousands of years on the other side of the rift. Every single piece was positioned exactly where they had predetermined. Waiting for the enemy to descend on their own initiative would be equivalent to surrendering the opening move to his opponent. He decided to enter the rift, find the Elder of Time and Space, and thoroughly conclude this causal connection spanning tens of thousands of years. But this decision was too dangerous. He did not tell Ye Xiaoyu, did not tell Xian Yuanqing, did not tell anyone. He merely returned to Qingyun Pavilion and began preparing in silence. He ransacked his study, pulling out all the classical texts concerning spatial laws. He also sought out Xian Yuan Zhantian, re-examining all the Xian Yuan family's records on ancient seals. In the evening, Ye Qingyun stood alone in the courtyard. Xian Yuanqing walked out from the house and handed him a coat. "You have something on your mind." Ye Qingyun took it and draped it over his shoulders, falling silent for a moment. "If one day I need to leave for some time, no matter where you go, I'll wait for you to return." Xian Yuanqing interrupted him. Ye Qingyun gazed at her. She did not probe, did not demand explanations, simply stood quietly by his side. Warmth surged in his heart, but he did not reveal the truth, unwilling to worry her. The mountain wind blew from the direction of the northern ridge, carrying that faint ethereal scent of temporal chaos seeping from the rift. He knew that the time remaining to him was running out. Ye Qingyun left Xiaojio at the Qingyun Pavilion. "Master Xiaojio will go with you." Xiaojio crouched on the table, her amber eyes fixed on him intently, her tail stiffly raised behind her. Ye Qingyun squatted down to meet her eyes at eye level. "You stay?" Xiaoyu's cultivation was just abolished. Xian Yuanqing alone cannot protect her. The crack is filled with spatial turbulence. Your hind leg injury hasn't fully healed yet. Going in would only slow me down. Xiaojio's ears twitched. The words "slow me down" were more effective than any command. She fell silent for a few moments, then slowly lowered her raised tail. "When will Master return?" "Soon." Ye Qingyun rose to his feet and stroked her head, then glanced at Xian Yuanqing, standing by the door. "I'll be gone for a while. I'm leaving the Qingyun Pavilion in your hands." Xian Yuanqing nodded, asking nothing of where he was going, merely saying, "Stay safe." Ye Qingyun turned and stepped into the rift. Spatial turbulence surged from all directions, even more violent than before. He channeled immortal energy to shield himself, following that primordial aura originating from the same source, as the formation patterns venturing ever deeper. The depths of the rift were an endless expanse of darkness, with no concept of up or down, left or right. Only the relentless flow of time and the omnipresent spatial turbulence. He found a relatively stable spatial node. The turbulence here was far gentler than elsewhere, with vast quantities of time law fragments suspended in the void, refracting scenes from different eras like shattered mirrors. Ye Qingyun reached out and touched one of the fragments. Though he was no master of time law, his peak immortal king cultivation had already allowed him to barely touch its threshold. He slowly infused the fragment with immortal energy, beginning to restore what had occurred in years past. The image gradually clarified. 30,000 years ago, the Elder of Time and Space discovered Earth. He traversed between the continents, scanning countless mortal bodies with divine sense, searching for a perfect vessel, a physical form with an innate Tao body, pure spiritual roots, a vast sea of consciousness suitable for bearing his divine soul. He chose Ye Qingyun. But the Ye Qingyun of that time was merely a mortal, his physical body's strength far insufficient to bear the divine soul of the Elder of Time and Space, who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years. Forcing a soul possession would only cause the physical body to shatter instantly. Thus the Elder of Time and Space tore open a spatial rift above Earth, sending Ye Qingyun into the cultivation world, allowing him to grow in that realm brimming with abundant spiritual energy and lurking dangers. At the same time, he left a secret mark deep within Ye Qingyun's soul, like a farmer branding a piglet, patiently waiting for the piglet in the pen to grow fat and strong enough for slaughter. Ye Qingyun withdrew his hand, and the fragment floated back to its original position. He fell silent for a long while. His rage did not erupt, but a cold sensation poured through him like icy water from the crown of his head to the soles of his feet. 30,000 years of cultivation, countless near-death experiences, countless moments walking on the edge of a blade. In the end, it was merely someone else's predesigned rearing. He finally understood why upon his transmigration, there had been no system, no golden finger, no old man residing in a bracelet. Because the Elder of Time and Space had no need for a flower. He needed a blade truly tempered in fire, for only such a physique would be worthy of his divine soul decayed after hundreds of thousands of years. Then he quickly calmed himself. Anger solves no problems. This was a lesson he had learned through countless trials between life and death in the cultivation world. What he needed to do was find the Elder of Time and Space and utterly end this karmic connection. Meanwhile, he noticed a crucial detail. The Elder of Time and Space had always required an immortal emperor-level physique. He was currently only at the peak of a mortal king, which was insufficient. This meant the Elder of Time and Space would not act now. He would wait for Ye Qingyun to break through to a mortal emperor. This was his only window of opportunity. Ye Qingyun left the rift and returned to Qingyun Pavilion. Xian Yuanqing stood at the mountain gate waiting for him, a wind lantern clutched in her hand. Seeing him emerge from the night, she asked nothing, merely hanging the lantern on the gate before walking over to meet him. "You're back." "And?" Ye Qingyun gazed at her face, the words he had intended to say rising to his lips before he swallowed them back. "The rift is temporarily stabilized." Xian Yuanqing did not expose him. She could tell whether he was speaking truth or offering excuses, but since he chose silence, she did not ask. Together they walked back into the courtyard, the moonlight stretching their side-by-side walking shadows to extraordinary length. Ye Qingyun knew this was merely the calm before the storm. The Elder of Time and Space would come eventually. He had to become stronger before that moment arrived. Strong enough to slay an ancient monster that had lived for hundreds of thousands of years. The cracks suddenly fluctuated violently. This tremor was even more terrifying than when the blood-mysterious ancestor descended. The entire mountain trembled, and the ancient formation patterns along the crack's edge shattered one after another like paper scorched by flames. Ye Qingyun arrived at the scene first, with Xiao Jiao and Xian Yuanqing following behind him. From the crack, a figure slowly emerged. He was an elderly man with white hair and beard holding an antique-looking cane. He walked very slowly, yet each step landed precisely on nodes of space, rippling faint, almost invisible circles beneath his feet. There was no formidable aura emanating from him. He stood there like an ordinary old man basking in the sunlight by the roadside. But Ye Qingyun knew that such beings who had returned to simplicity were the most terrifying. Xiao Jiao arched his back, letting out a low growl from his throat. Xian Yuanqing gripped her sword hilt tightly. The old man looked at Ye Qingyun and smiled faintly. "Ye Qingyun, we finally meet." His voice was gentle and calm, like a kind elder greeting a young relative who had been away from home for many years. Ye Qingyun said coldly, "Time-space elder." The old man nodded. "Indeed. Or you may call me the cultivator." Ye Qingyun's fists tightened abruptly. The time-space elder did not make a move. He stood before the crack with his cane, conversing with Ye Qingyun, as if reminiscing with an old friend. "You exceeded my expectations even more. 30,000 years from a mortal cultivating to a mortal emperor, then self-mutilating your cultivation to return home." He examined Ye Qingyun up and down, his eyes carrying undisguised satisfaction. "This disposition, this talent. Precisely what I require. So you were scheming against me from the start." "Scheme? No." The time-space elder shook his head, his tone gentle, as if correcting a student who had used the wrong word. "I was cultivating you. I gave you 30,000 years, a complete cultivation world to grow in. Now you are finally approaching maturity." His gaze fell upon Ye Qingyun like an old farmer surveying the crops ready for harvest in his field. "When you break through to a mortal emperor, that will be my time to harvest." Ye Qingyun did not fly into a rage, instead he smiled. "Are you certain you can harvest me?" The time-space elder smiled as well. "You are merely at the peak of a mortal sovereign, while I am at the peak of a mortal emperor. Though my physical body is about to decay." He raised his hand to examine it. His withered thin fingers were covered with fine cracks like a piece of porcelain about to shatter. "But it is more than enough to deal with you." "Then why not strike now?" "Because the time is not yet right." The time-space elder withdrew his hand, his tone still serene. "What I want is a perfect vessel. You at the immortal emperor level. I will wait for you. Wait until the day you break through to a mortal emperor." Ye Qingyun stared at him. He was waiting for his breakthrough to a mortal emperor. This was his only window of opportunity. He suddenly realized something. The time-space elder could have attacked right now. Though his physical body was on the verge of collapse, an immortal emperor at peak power battling an immortal sovereign at peak power still offered excellent odds of victory. But he did not. Why? Because he needed an intact immortal emperor-level physical body to house his divine soul. Any flaw would cause the soul possession to fail. He had waited for tens of thousands of years, a few more days made no difference. The time-space elder finished speaking and turned to walk into the crack. Ye Qingyun, cultivate well. Your time is running out. When you break through to Immortal Emperor, that will be the moment I descend to harvest. The crack slowly closed, and his figure vanished within it. Ye Qingyun stood there long silent. He knew that from this moment on, the day he broke through to Immortal Emperor would also be the day of the final battle. Ye Qingyun returned to the Qingyun Pavilion and summoned all core members. Xian Yuan Qing Yi Xiaoyu Shao Jiao Ancestor Murong Gongsun, Lai Murong, Shui Qin Tianxiong, and Zhao Wuji all had arrived. He told everyone word for word about the time-space elder. From being selected 30,000 years ago as the perfect vessel, to the mark hidden deep within his soul, to his cross-realm return that inadvertently activated both the mark and the rift, and finally, to the time-space elder waiting on the other side of that rift to harvest this body that had been nurtured for an entire 30,000 years. Immortal Emperor Pinnacle lived for several 100,000 years, capable of manipulating the laws of time and space. Ye Qingyun's tone was calm, as if reporting intelligence. He said he would come to harvest me once I break through to Immortal Emperor. So every step I take forward is paving the way for him. The study fell silent for several breaths. Yi Xiaoyu was the first to stand. Brother, regardless of who the enemy is, I'm on your side. She clutched the corner of her sleeve, her knuckles white, but her voice steady. Last time I blocked his sword strike. This time I can too. Xian Yuanqing said nothing. She simply reached out and took Ye Qingyun's hand. Xiao Jiu leaped from the table, landing on Ye Qingyun's shoulder, its tail coiling around the back of his neck. Xiao Jiu will always protect Master. The time-space elder, the blood mist ancestor. Makes no difference who comes. Xiao Jiu's teeth can still bite. Gongsun Lai thrust his sword into the ground. Pavilion Master, the 800 disciples of the battle hall, not one will retreat. What difference does living several 100,000 years make? The old thing's neck is still made of flesh. Ancestor Murong stepped forward with his cane. The Murong family will live and die with Qingyun Pavilion. This old man has said it more than once, and every time I meant it. No one retreated. No one showed fear. Ye Qingyun gazed at these people willing to stand shoulder to shoulder with him, and a warm current surged in his heart. I will strive to break through to Immortal Emperor. Ye Qingyun did not hide his plans. But the time-space elder has waited tens of thousands of years. He won't fight a battle without certainty. He dares to wait for my breakthrough, which means he's confident he can still crush me even after I succeed. So we cannot place all our hopes on the breakthrough alone. Gongsun Lai spoke first. This subordinate proposes forming alliances with more forces. Among the four lineages, there are still hidden old monsters who normally don't participate in worldly disputes. But if the time-space elder intends to harvest the entire Earth's cultivation realm, continuing to hide is simply waiting for death. Ancestor Murong followed. Regarding formations, we can further reinforce them. The Xian Yuan family's ancient formation diagrams combined with the formations the Pavilion Master brought back from the cultivation realm. We can arrange a great formation capable of withstanding Immortal Emperor level attacks. At the very least, it will buy us more time. Yi Xiaoyu spoke as well. Brother, I want to organize the entire legacy of Moonlight Immortal Emperor and place it in the scripture archive for inner pavilion disciples to study and contemplate. Immortal Emperor legacies have extremely high requirements for talent, but some of the techniques within can be disassembled and simplified, allowing foundation establishment and golden core stage disciples to learn them as well. Ye Qingyun listened to everyone's suggestions, nodding to each one. After the meeting, Yi Xiaoyu found Ye Qingyun alone. Brother, I will cultivate diligently. By the day of the final battle, I won't hold you back anymore. You never held me back. Ye Qingyun ruffled her hair. You're the family that matters most to me. Yi Xiaoyu's eyes reddened. She nodded vigorously. Deep into the night, Ye Qingyun stood alone in the courtyard. Xian Yuanqing approached, handing him a cup of tea. When do you plan to enter seclusion? Wait a bit longer. There are still some things to arrange. Xian Yuanqing nodded. I'll accompany you. The two stood side by side, moonlight falling upon their shoulders. They both knew peaceful days were numbered. Ye Qingyun never expected that the time-space elder would not wait for him to break through to the Immortal Emperor. Half a month later, the rift opened once more. The time-space elder stepped out from the rift. The gentle, kind aura he once possessed had vanished, replaced by a suffocating pressure that filled the air. His gaze swept across the pale golden protective mountain formation, hovering above Qingyun Pavilion, then settled upon Ye Qingyun, who stood with hands clasped behind his back before the mountain gate. Weren't you going to wait for me to break through to the Immortal Emperor? Ye Qingyun met his gaze calmly. That was the plan. The time-space elder descended through the void, leaning on his cane, each step landing precisely on a node of space. But I've discovered that you've gathered the faith of too many people. Yi Xiaoyu, Xian Yuanqing, that nine-tailed celestial fox, and even this modest Qingyun Pavilion, they all await your breakthrough. When the day comes for you to transcend to Immortal Emperor, you won't be fighting alone. You'll carry the convictions of everyone with you. By then you won't just be breaking through to a mortal emperor, but to a realm I myself have never reached. He halted, tapping his cane gently against the void. I will not grant you this opportunity. Immortal King Pinnacle will have to suffice. Without further preamble, the battle erupted. Immortal King Pinnacle against Immortal Emperor Pinnacle, a full major realm apart. Ye Qingyun found himself overwhelmed from the outset. Each palm strike from the time-space elder carried the primordial power of Immortal Emperor's peak, and every block Ye Qingyun attempted sent numbing tremors through his hands. Yet this time, he wasn't fighting alone. Xian Yuanxing and Ye Xiaoyu charged from the flanks with blades drawn, their moonlight sword technique merging into twin streams of silver-white radiance that wove into a net striking toward the time-space elder's ribs. Xiao Jiu transformed into her nine-tailed celestial fox, true form lunging from behind, with fangs aiming at his nape. Gong Sun Lai led 800 disciples from the war hall below in arranging a sword formation. Their sword chi, though incapable of breaching an immortal emperor's protective immortal light, served to distract his attention. The time-space elder grew somewhat impatient with these ant-like attacks harassing him. He blocked Ye Qingyun's frontal fist with one hand, while casually swatting behind him. Xian Yuanxing and Ye Xiaoyu's sword light shattered instantly, both sent flying backward to crash against the mountain wall. Xiao Jiu midleap found herself frozen in space by spatial laws, struggling with all her might, yet discovering all four claws completely immobile. Spatial laws. The time-space elder spoke calmly, as if teaching a group of ignorant students. Within my domain, the flow of time is determined by me. A bizarre scene unfolded on the battlefield. Some people's movements suddenly became extremely slow, their sword-wielding arms, as if submerged in viscous syrup. Others' movements became extremely rapid, completely losing control of their bodies as they collided with their companions. Time in his hands was like a toy to be freely kneaded. Ye Qingyun resisted with all his might, his immortal energy expanding a golden light barrier around him, barely holding back the erosion of time's laws. But the laws of time were too profound to be overcome by brute resistance. He gradually fell into disadvantage, with more and more wounds appearing on his body. The time-space elder's palm pierced through his defense and struck his chest. His entire body was knocked flying, shattering the stone pillars at the edge of the martial arena. When he landed, a mouthful of blood surged up, which he forcibly swallowed back down. The time-space elder stood with hands clasped behind his back. To achieve this level at Immortal King Pinnacle, you've done quite well. But the gap in cultivation stands here. You cannot defeat me. Ye Qingyun rose from the rubble, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. You've miscalculated one thing. What? I haven't recovered to Immortal Emperor, but I was never merely an Immortal Emperor. Ye Qingyun released his full aura, Immortal King Pinnacle, yet his momentum far exceeded others of the same rank. There was something within it that the time-space elder could not comprehend, not spiritual energy, not immortal power, but a force deeper than either. Ye Qingyun ceased passive defense and counterattacked in kind. His fist collided with the time-space elder's palm, wind, golden immortal light, and transparent temporal laws eroding each other, producing an ear-splitting sizzling sound. The time-space elder discovered with shock that Ye Qingyun's combat power far exceeded what Immortal King Pinnacle should possess. An Immortal King Pinnacle could never withstand a full power strike from Immortal Emperor Pinnacle without falling. Yet his fist not only caught the blow, but had strength remaining for a counterattack. What is your Dao? Ye Qingyun gave no answer, only another fist. This single blow knocked the time-space elder back 3 steps. The time-space elder lowered his gaze to the footprints that had been forced back a full 3 paces by a single punch, and for the first time a look of bewilderment crept across his aged face. He had lived for hundreds of thousands of years, witnessing countless prodigies of dazzling brilliance. Some who had entered the Tao through slaughter, some who had proven their path through devouring, and some who had spent tens of thousands of years comprehending the laws of space just to break through the bottleneck of the Immortal Emperor realm. But he had never seen a cultivator at the peak of the Immortal King realm who could with a single punch send an Immortal Emperor at the pinnacle reeling backward. What is your Dao? The time-space elder's voice carried a confusion he himself had not yet acknowledged. The Tao of slaughter. The Tao of power. The laws of space. The laws of time. You carry a sword intent, but it is not merely sword intent. There is a killing intent, but that killing intent is only a shell. The core of your power is none of these things. Tell me, what is your true Dao? Ye Qingyun did not answer. He asked himself the same question. Over the span of 30,000 years he had walked many paths. In the early days, struggling to survive in the cultivation world, he believed in the Tao of power. Whoever had the bigger fist would live. Later he cultivated the Tao of slaughter, cutting down all who stood in his way, and from mountains of corpses and seas of blood, he carved out the throne of an immortal emperor. Still later he pursued the Tao of immortality, seeking eternal life, believing that standing above the heavens and looking down upon all beings was the ultimate destination of cultivation. But none of these were the true Tao. Because none of them had made him stronger, they had only allowed him to go further, and going further is not the same as becoming stronger. The few moments when he had truly grown stronger. The moment he tore through the dimensional barrier to return home, the moment he embraced his sister in that rented room in the slums of Jiangcity, the moment when Xiaojiu burned her demon emperor blood essence to take a fatal blow for him, the moment when Qingyun stood under the moonlight and said, "Wherever you are, there I will be." None of these were achieved alone. So it was not slaughter nor immortality. It was protection. Protecting his sister, protecting Xiaojiu, protecting Qingyun, and protecting this Qingyun pavilion that was willing to live and die with him. It was not one person standing at the peak overlooking all beings, but shouldering everyone willing to stand beside him and moving forward together. It was precisely because of this that he could cut off half his cultivation and resolutely return home. It was precisely because of this that he could break through again and again in desperate situations. Not because of his extraordinary talent, but because someone was waiting for him. Ye Qingyun finally spoke. "My Tao is protection." The time-space elder was silent for a few breaths. Protection. With just those two words, you can at the peak of the immortal king violently clash with an immortal emperor at the pinnacle. You have lived for hundreds of thousands of years, changing countless bodies, pursuing eternal life. But you have never truly lived, because you have never offered your true heart to anyone. Devouring your own kin to enter the heartless Tao, severing all emotions and desires just to break through to the shattering realm, treating all your followers as expendable pawns. What does it matter that you have lived for hundreds of thousands of years? You are merely a walking corpse clinging to a lingering existence. Ye Qingyun looked at him, his gaze calm. My 30,000 years, though brief, have meaning every single day, because every day there is someone waiting for me to return. The time-space elder's expression finally changed. It was not because of Ye Qingyun's increased combat power, but because these words precisely struck a hidden pain he had never revealed to anyone in hundreds of thousands of years. The family he had killed with his own hands, the followers he had devoured, the thoughts that surged up countless lonely nights as he faced his decaying body. Thoughts he had forcibly suppressed with the laws of space. What was the point of cultivating for hundreds of thousands of years? In the end, he was still alone. You seek death. The time-space elder struck out with a palm, the full force of an immortal emperor at the pinnacle, carrying the laws of time as it pressed down upon Ye Qingyun. Ye Qingyun met it with a palm of his own. The moment the two palms collided, the time-space elder sensed a power that should not have appeared in a cultivator at the peak of the immortal king realm. It was not spiritual energy, not immortal energy, but the obsession of Ye Xiaoyu, who when starting over from the qi refining stage refused to stop even after swinging her sword 1,000 times each day. The unwavering determination of Qingyun when she said under the moonlight, "Wherever you are, there I will be." The loyalty of Xiaojiu, who never hesitated when burning her blood essence. The ferocity of Gongsun Lai, who pursued the enemy for 30 leagues even with broken ribs, and the resolve of the Murong ancestor, who leaned on his cane and stood in front declaring, "The Murong family shall live and die with the Qingyun pavilion." The faith of these people converged upon Ye Qingyun, transforming into a power that had never been recorded in any text. When the time-space elder sensed that power, shock flashed across his eyes. The power of sentient faith. You have actually condensed the power of sentient faith. For the first time, his voice carried a note of panic. No wonder you can at the peak of the immortal king violently clash with an immortal emperor. You are walking no ordinary path to immortal emperor. Ye Qingyun did not answer. He pressed the attack. The time-space elder retreated step by step, each footfall on the void, leaving a ring of shattered spatial ripples. He had lived for hundreds of thousands of years, yet for the first time he felt death so close. A ruthless glint flashed in his eyes as he bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood essence. This body was already on the verge of collapse, and burning blood essence would only accelerate its decay. But he no longer cared. He was about to unleash his true trump card. The mouthful of essence blood spat by the time-old man turned into a bloody mist in the air, merging into the time law swirling around him. His aura surged once more, forcibly pushing from the peak of Immortal Emperor to a higher level, almost touching the threshold of half-step shattering. But the price was equally devastating. His physical body began to crack, and the fine fissures on his withered fingers spread rapidly like a dried-up riverbed, extending from fingertips to wrists, with dark golden blood seeping from every crack. He lowered his head to glance at his crumbling body, his eyes devoid of regret, only greed. This flesh had already decayed, let it shatter. As long as he seized Ye Qingyun's body, everything could start anew. He raised his right hand, fingers slightly curled, enveloping the entire battlefield with the most extreme law. The ultimate form of the time law, time freeze. In that same instant, the movements of everyone on the battlefield froze. Xian Yuanqing's sword halted midair, its tip only 3 feet from the time-old man's back, yet it could not thrust forward. Ye Xiaoyu's mouth was open, her shout still unuttered, sealed in her throat. Xiaojiu's foxfire had just been spat from her mouth, the flames froze in the air like a silver-white flower. Gongsun Lai maintained his posture of raising his sword, and charging his steps halted in midair. Ancestor Murong leaned on his staff, his white beard's wind-blown curl frozen. All sounds vanished, even the wind fell still. Ye Qingyun, relying on the power of all living beings' thoughts condensed through the Tao of protection, barely resisted the effects of time freeze. His movements became extremely slow, every inch lifted like moving through quicksand, yet he could still move. The two clashed in the frozen time. Every attack from the time-old man carried the erosion of time law. After blocking a palm strike, Ye Qingyun's left arm began to age, its skin rapidly losing elasticity, blood vessels atrophying beneath the surface. His hair turned white from the roots, fine wrinkles appeared at the corners of his eyes. The time law was frantically draining his lifespan. But he gritted his teeth and persisted, knowing that if he fell, everyone would die. Yi Xiaoyu Xian Yuanqing Xiaojiu. They were frozen in time, but their gazes still fixed on Ye Qingyun's direction. In their frozen eyes lingered the anxiety of the moment he charged at the time-old man. During the battle, his hair turned from jet black to gray, then from gray to pure white. The wrinkles on his face deepened, and his back began to stoop slightly, like an old man bent by the years. But his eyes remained resolute. Every punch carried the will of protection. I cannot fall. I promised Xiaoyu I would always be with her. She just restarted qi refining, and yesterday, she told me that this time, starting from scratch, she must lay a more solid foundation than before. I cannot break my promise. He awkwardly sidestepped the time-old man's claw, aimed at his throat, and delivered a backhanded punch onto the opponent's protective immortal light. I promised Xian Yuanqing I would walk with her. She waited so long, chasing from the northern vein to Qingyun Pavilion, from hinting to fighting side by side. After finally getting my nod, I cannot let her end up with only a dead man. I promised Xiaojiu I would protect her. She is someone who, even when eating spirit fruits, would save the biggest one for me. I cannot let her have no one to gather spirit fruits for her. I promised everyone in Qingyun Pavilion I would guard this land. Gongsun Lai, with broken ribs, chased the enemy for 30 leaf. Ancestor Murong, leaning on his staff, stood in the front. Zhao Wuji said he would rather die at the entrance of Qingyun Pavilion. They trust me, they entrust their lives to me. I cannot let them down. Just as he was about to collapse, a warm power surged into his body. It was not spiritual power, not immortal power. It was the heartfelt thoughts of those frozen in the stopped time. Yi Xiaoyu's heartfelt thought said, "Brother, hold on. I relearned the first move of Moonlight Sword Art yesterday. After you finish this battle, I'll practice it for you." Xian Yuanqing's heartfelt thought said, "Ye Qingyun, I believe in you. You said you would walk with me. You've always kept your word, haven't you?" Xiaojiu's heartfelt thought said, "Master Xiaojiu will always support you." Always is not a figure of speech. Xiaojiu is still waiting for you to come back and peel spirit fruits for me. The heartfelt thoughts of Qingyun Pavilion's people converged. "Pavilion Master, we stand with you. You said Qingyun Pavilion does not belong to you alone, and you do not belong to yourself." These beliefs converged into a torrent, breaking through the shackles of time freeze. It was not a breakthrough, but a transcendence. The time-old man used the time law to freeze time, but his law could only affect matter and energy. It could not imprison the bonds between people. Heartfelt thoughts are beyond the jurisdiction of time law. They are older than time, deeper than space. Ye Qingyun's aura surged once more. His white hair turned black at a visible speed, the wrinkles at his eyes smoothed, and his stooped back straightened once more. It was not time reversal, but the natural response after the Tao of protection was fully activated by the power of all beings' thoughts. A guardian's countenance should not be eroded by time, for protection itself is a force that defies time. For the first time, genuine terror appeared in the time-old man's eyes. Impossible. His voice cracked like nails scraping against stone. How could you possibly break time freeze? I have comprehended this law for a full 100,000 years. Any matter, any energy can be sealed by time freeze. You are only at the peak of immortal king, you cannot surpass my law. Your time contains only yourself. Ye Qingyun spoke, his voice not loud, but penetrating the frozen space-time. But my time contains everyone. You have comprehended for 100,000 years, but only understood yourself. My Tao was not walked by one person alone. This path was paved by everyone together. You can never defeat me because you are racing against time, while I do not need to race against time. Protection does not require eternity, only every single moment. He raised his hand and threw a punch. This punch contained the faith of everyone. Yi Xiaoyu's determination to grasp her sword again, Xian Yuanqing's perseverance guarding under the moonlight, Xiaojiu's unreserved sacrifice when burning her essence blood, and the courage of all Qingyun Pavilion disciples who would rather die than retreat. Where the fist wind passed, the domain of time freeze shattered with a sound. The time-old man was struck squarely in the chest by this punch, and his entire body was blasted away like a kite, with a broken string arcing through the air and crashing heavily in the center of the training ground. He knelt on one knee trying to stand, but a mouthful of dark golden blood surged up from his throat, staining the ground with mottled patches. The Elder of Time and Space rose from the crater at the center of the martial arena. A fist-shaped dent pressed deep into his chest, and dark golden blood seeped continuously from the wound, each drop falling from his fingertips as he walked. He had lived for hundreds of thousands of years, yet never had he been struck so mercilessly. Ye Qingyun. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and retrieved from his chest a fist-sized, completely transparent time crystal nucleus. This was the source of time he had condensed over 100,000 years, his greatest trump card originally intended to be used at the most critical moment. He clenched the crystal with 5 fingers until it shattered the transparent fragments, transforming into countless delicate threads of temporal law that spread in all directions, instantly weaving a translucent cage that trapped Ye Qingyun within. This is the time prison I condensed over 100,000 years. It is not stillness, not acceleration. It is imprisonment. One moment within it equals 1,000 years in the outside world. Even if you are protected by the faith of all beings, that faith cannot withstand 1,000 years of erosion. You cannot break it. No law can. Because this cage itself is the ultimate manifestation of time. Ye Qingyun struck the prison wall with his fist. The pale golden immortal light collided with the transparent laws of time, emitting a sharp hissing sound, yet the cage remained utterly unmoved. He struck a second punch, then a third, each one carrying the faith of all beings condensed through the Tao of protection, each punch sufficient to effortlessly slay an early immortal emperor. But his fist force upon striking the prison wall was like a drop of water falling into the desert, immediately dispersed and dissolved by the laws of time until nothing remained. Outside the time prison, Xiaojiu lay on the ground. Her hind leg had been gashed open to the bone by the residual force of the blood-colored great sword. Morong Shui had wrapped it several times with white cloth, yet blood still seeped through the fabric. She struggled to her feet, 4 paws planted on the ground, her amber eyes fixed intently on the cage. She knew that only Demon Emperor-level power could shatter this prison. Her current cultivation was only at Demon Sovereign's peak, still far from the Demon Emperor. But she had a way to bridge that gap, burning all her demonic power to forcibly awaken the Demon Emperor's source sleeping within her demon core. The cost would be the loss of all cultivation, even possible death. Xiaojiu glanced at Ye Qingyun trapped within the cage. Her master was still desperately striking the prison wall. His fists had already split open, golden immortal blood flowing down the cage walls. She then looked at Ye Xiaoyu. Her sister stood at the edge of the ruins, clutching Xianyuan Qing's arm, tears covering her face, lips moving as if calling Xiaojiu's name. Finally, she glanced at Xianyuan Qing. Xianyuan Qing was also gazing at her, tears streaming down her face, lips trembling. Her amber eyes flickered with reluctance, but even more so with resolve. She lowered her head and took the first step toward the cage with all her strength. The wound on her hind leg reopened, the white cloth soaked through with blood dripping onto the rocky ground. Master Xiaojiu won't be able to accompany you anymore. She lifted her head and let out a clear cry that rang throughout the arena. Silver-white flames erupted from within her, her entire demonic power, her entire life. The flames enveloped her small body, burning brighter and brighter as her aura skyrocketed. Demon Emperor's peak, early Demon Emperor, mid-Demon Emperor. Her pupils reflected the transparent cage within which was trapped the one who had raised her for 30,000 years. She would use the last strength of this body to rescue him. Ye Qingyun sensed Xiaojiu's aura surging and spun around. He saw the little white fox that had accompanied him for 30,000 years, her body engulfed in silver-white flames racing toward the cage. His pupils contracted sharply, a cry tearing from his throat, Xiaojiu. But it was already too late. Xiaojiu transformed into a streak of silver light, all 4 paws leaving the ground, her entire body hurtling toward the time prison like a meteor. The moment her demonic power struck the prison wall, the temporal laws condensed over 100,000 years collided head-on with the burning Demon Emperor source, producing a sound of shattering that made one's teeth ache. A crack spread rapidly from the point of impact, webbing across the entire cage before it shattered with a thunderous crash. Her power merged into his body, the Demon Sovereign's peak bottleneck forcibly broken in that instant, and he briefly stepped into the realm of a mortal emperor. Ye Qingyun caught the falling Xiaojiu. The silver-white flames had already extinguished, the little fox in his arms had reverted to her most primal form, fur-dull eyes half closed, the wound on her left hind leg still seeping blood. She opened her eyes, and with her last bit of strength nuzzled his hand. Master, Xiaojiu is very happy. With these words, she closed her eyes. Ye Qingyun held her hands trembling. 30,000 years of companionship. From the newly hatched cub in the myriad demon cave to the companion who had shielded him from countless lethal blows. She never said, Master, I love you. She would only nuzzle his hand when he was injured, wait at his door when he was in seclusion, and without hesitation burn her entire being when he was trapped. He gently placed Xiaojiu into Ye Xiaoyu's arms. Ye Xiaoyu cradled the little fox's soft body, pressing Xiaojiu's face against her chest, scorching tears falling one after another onto her dull fur. Ye Qingyun rose to face the Elder of Time and Space. There were no tears in his eyes, only endless cold. The Elder of Time and Space sensed that aura. An immortal emperor, Ye Qingyun, who had temporarily regained immortal emperor status through Xiaojio's sacrifice. He began to panic, instinctively stepping back. You took 30,000 years from me. Ye Qingyun's voice was terrifyingly calm. Now you want to take my family. With the power of Xiaojio, Ye Qingyun briefly stepped into the realm of a mortal emperor. 30,000 years ago he had stood at the pinnacle of this realm, and now upon returning everything felt as natural as breathing. The Elder of Time and Space also gave his all as two immortal emperor-level auras collided in midair. The mountain gate beneath their feet shattered inch by inch under the shockwave, and the blue stone tiles of the martial arena were torn up in entire sections with debris raining down from the sky like a storm. The entire Earth cultivation world trembled. Cultivators from the four major lineages sensed this terrifying collision, rousing from their seclusion one after another. Ye Qingyun gathered all his strength, merging the immortal emperor-level primordial power with the Tao of protection, transforming them into a single sword strike. This sword embodied 30,000 years of his cultivation. Every step from mortal to immortal emperor was etched upon its blade. It carried the guilt toward Xiaojio. She had accompanied him for 30,000 years, shielding him from countless lethal blows, and in the end burned away her entire being to save him. It carried the promise to his sister, when he said in that rental room, "Brother won't leave you again." The little girl cowering in the corner, trembling before the Zhao family's men, now stood before him. He could not break his word. It carried the waiting for Xian Yuanqing. She had said beneath the moonlight, "Wherever you are I will be there." And after finally getting his nod, this wedding could not remain forever unfulfilled. It carried the resolve to protect everyone at Qingyun Pavilion. Gongsun Lai pursued the enemy for 30 miles with broken ribs. Ancestor Morong stood at the very front leaning on his cane, and Zhao Wuji declared he would rather die at Qingyun Pavilion's gate than anywhere else. These people had entrusted their lives to him, and he had to be worthy of that trust. It also carried the judgment for the Elder of Time and Space's crimes spanning hundreds of thousands of years. This man had treated countless living beings as vessels, raising generations of prodigies as perfect vessels, only to harvest them when they were on the verge of breakthrough. Today this blood debt shall be settled. The Elder of Time and Space desperately channeled the laws of time to intercept this sword. He had laid dozens of time barriers before him, each capable of grinding any attack to nothingness through the erosion of endless time. Ordinary immortal emperor-level attacks could not breach even the first barrier. But Ye Qingyun's sword was wrapped not only in immortal power, but also in the faith of all beings, a force that the laws of time could never bind. Where the sword light passed, the time barriers shattered layer by layer. Each barrier torn apart emitted a sharp, mournful wail, as if time itself was screaming in agony. The sword tip pierced through the final barrier and thrust into the Elder of Time and Space's brow. His movements froze instantly. The cracked flesh of his body began to dissolve from where the sword tip entered, not turning to ash, but dissolving into specks of light. Golden motes peeled away from his form and drifted into the air like fireflies on a summer night. His voice came out hoarse and fractured. "Impossible. This one has lived for hundreds of thousands of years. How could I possibly die at the hands of a mere immortal sovereign?" Ye Qingyun sheathed his sword. The Elder of Time and Space's body dissolved entirely into scattered motes of light, his divine soul dissipating into the air along with his flesh. This creature who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years, possessing countless bodies and raising countless prodigies as vessels, had finally met its complete end. After delivering this strike, Xiaojio's strength was also exhausted. Ye Qingyun's cultivation realm dropped once more, falling to the early stage of a mortal sovereign, even lower than before the great battle. He didn't care. He stumbled toward Ye Xiaoyu and took Xiaojio from her arms. Xiaojio remained unconscious, her aura so faint it was barely perceptible, and blood still seeped from the wound on her left hind leg. But she was still alive. He probed her body carefully with his divine sense. Her demon core had shattered, all her demonic power had burned away, and her sea of consciousness was completely empty. She would lose all her cultivation and memories, but she was still alive. Ye Xiaoyu and Xian Yuanqing rushed forward, and upon seeing the motionless Xiaojio in his arms, both their eyes reddened simultaneously. Ye Qingyun lowered his gaze to the little fox in his arms, gently stroking her dull fur. "She hasn't died. She has simply lost all her cultivation and memories. She will live. She will start anew, just like Xiaoyu." His eyes brimmed with tenderness. "Xiaojio, this time let me take care of you." Days later, Xiaojio awakened. Ye Xiaoyu was the first to notice. As she pushed open the door carrying a bowl of spiritual ginseng soup, she saw the little white fox in the nest, its amber eyes gazing around curiously. Ye Xiaoyu's hand trembled the soup bowl, nearly slipping to the ground. "Brother, Xiaojio is awake." She shouted toward the door, then crouched beside the nest, watching Xiaojio with careful tenderness. Xiao Jiao gazed back at her, her eyes pure and unfamiliar, as if looking at an absolute stranger meeting for the first time. Ye Xiaoyu reached out to stroke her head, but Xiao Jiao instinctively flinched backward. Ye Xiaoyu's hand froze mid-air, her nose stinging with emotion. Xiao Jiao, it's me, your sister. Xiao Jiao tilted her head, offering no response whatsoever. When Ye Qingyun walked in, Xiao Jiao was sniffing Ye Xiaoyu's fingers with her nose. He crouched down, and Xiao Jiao's amber eyes shifted to him, still that pure, unfamiliar gaze. She didn't remember who he was, didn't remember this room, didn't remember that she had once been a nine-tailed celestial fox. She merely observed him with innocent curiosity, her tail swaying gently. Ye Qingyun extended his hand and lifted the little white fox softly onto his lap. Xiao Jiao didn't resist. This person's presence made her feel at ease, though she couldn't explain why. From today onward you shall be called Xiao Jiao. I am your master. Xiao Jiao blinked with partial understanding, then lowered her head to nuzzle against his palm. Ye Qingyun smiled, yet his eyes grew misty. 30,000 years had passed, yet the way she nuzzled his palm was identical to 30,000 years ago. Some things are etched into the marrow, impossible to erase even when memory is lost. Ye Xiaoyu crouched beside her brother, reaching out to gently stroke Xiao Jiao's ear. This time the little fox didn't recoil. She even nudged her head into Ye Xiaoyu's palm. Xiao Jiao, I'm your sister. Remember how you used to crawl into my blanket? Every night you'd squeeze beside my pillow, your tail resting on my face. Do you remember? Xiao Jiao tilted her head, then lowered herself to lick Ye Xiaoyu's fingers. Tears finally rolled down Ye Xiaoyu's cheeks. Xianyuan Qing leaned against the doorframe, a spiritual fruit from Morong Shui still clutched in her hand. She walked over, placed the fruit before Xiao Jiao, then crouched down and softly said, I'm your Xianyuan sister. I used to bring you spiritual fruits, and every time you'd say, Xianyuan sister, bring Xiao Jiao more spiritual fruits in the future, okay? Xiao Jiao lowered her head to sniff the fruit, then picked it up and chewed juice trickling down the corner of her mouth. After finishing one piece, she raised her head and gazed at Xianyuan Qing with eager eyes. Xianyuan Qing placed all the remaining fruits into the small dish before Xiao Jiao. Xiao Jiao began her new life. She no longer remembered past battles, no longer remembered being the mighty nine-tailed celestial fox who had once dominated the world. She was merely an ordinary little fox, fond of spiritual fruits, of basking in the sun on the windowsill, of curling up for afternoon naps on Ye Qingyun's lap. Every day after practicing swordsmanship, Ye Xiaoyu would play with her using a cloth strip to make her chase in circles. Xiao Jiao still limped slightly on her left hind leg when running, but she was much better than a few days ago. Every time Xianyuan Qing visited, she would bring spiritual fruits. Sometimes snow spiritual lingji unique to the northern peak, sometimes condensation dew fruits obtained through exchange with Morong Shui. The moment Xiao Jiao caught the scent of spiritual fruits, she would leap out of her nest, scamper over eagerly, and sit at Xianyuan Qing's feet, gazing up expectantly. Ye Qingyun watched the joyful Xiao Jiao, feeling both heartened and melancholic. She had forgotten everything, and with it all the pain and sacrifice. Forgotten the time prison of the time elder, forgotten how she had burned into a silver flame and crashed into it. Perhaps that was for the best. He vowed that this time he would protect her, absolutely never allowing her to suffer any harm again. Xiao Jiao sensed his gaze and raised her head. Her amber eyes reflected his silhouette. In the evening, Xiao Jiao curled up on Ye Qingyun's lap and fell asleep. Ye Xiaoyu and Xianyuan Qing sat beside them. The three watched the sleeping little white fox together. Xiao Jiao's tail rested on the tip of her nose, her left hind leg curled beneath her belly, her breathing steady and long. No one spoke, yet a gentle understanding filled the air. Ye Qingyun gently stroked Xiao Jiao's fur. What she has lost I will help her regain. Not memories, not cultivation, rather her happiness. The old man of time and space is dead, yet the rift remains. Deprived of the spatial laws maintained by the elder for hundreds of thousands of years, the dark crimson fissure, suspended above the northern vein, has begun to run rampant. The ancient formation patterns along its edges had already shattered in the previous battle, and now even the most basic constraint is gone. The breach expands visibly to the naked eye. Spatial turbulence pours forth from the rift, reducing mountains, rocks, and vegetation to powder in its wake. If left unchecked, this fissure will expand to engulf the entire Earth within 3 months. Ye Qingyun stands before the rift. The backlash from forcibly breaking through to a mortal emperor still ravage his meridians, each circulation of spiritual energy akin to a dull blade sawing along his spine. His cultivation has plummeted to the early immortal sovereign stage, lower than before the Great War. Attempting to seal a dimensional rift in this state would be as futile as trying to plug a bursting riverbank with a single candle. Master, your wounds haven't healed yet. Xiao Jiao had somehow followed him, crouching at his feet and looking up. Her amber eyes reflected the swirling dark crimson light from the rift. She no longer remembers how she once slew high-level demon beasts, how she burned her demon emperor essence blood to shield her master from the time prison. But she knows this person is hurt, and her instincts tell her he needs rest. Go back. Ye Qingyun bent down, picked her up, and handed her to Xian Yuanqing behind him. Take her to Qingyun Pavilion. Don't let her near the rift. Xian Yuanqing took Xiaojiu, her gaze falling on Ye Qingyun's pallid face. He had just finished a great battle. His chest wound not yet healed, the skin on his left arm, where time's laws had corroded, still raw. Now he must go seal this rift. Alone. Her voice was steady, but the arm holding Xiaojiu tightened. Just sealing a rift. I'll be right back. Ye Qingyun turned toward the rift. From his storage ring, he retrieved the fragments of temporal crystal left behind when the old man of time and space perished. The translucent fragments in his palm emanated a soft golden luminescence, still containing the fundamental source of time, laws the Elder had comprehended over hundreds of thousands of years. Xian Yuanqing stood frozen with Xiaojiu in her arms, lips parted, but ultimately did not call out. She knew he wouldn't stop. This man had walked alone through the cultivation world for 30,000 years, accustomed to bearing everything by himself. Few could make him change, fewer still could make him turn back. She lowered her gaze to stroke Xiaojiu's head. He promised me he'd be back soon. Ye Qingyun planted himself before the rift, hands forming intricate seals. Sealing an out-of-control spatial tear with early immortal sovereign cultivation was theoretically impossible. But he didn't need to start from scratch. Though the old man of time and space was dead, the fundamental source of laws within the temporal crystal fragments remained. Ye Qingyun activated the fragments one by one. Pale golden strands of temporal law extended from the shards, interweaving with spatial laws, stitching the wound like needle and thread, beginning to close the rift from both ends toward the center. Golden radiance and dark crimson spatial turbulence engaged in fierce contention. Each inch of stitching accompanied piercing shrieks and violent spiritual energy fluctuations. His fundamental power hemorrhaged like a dam breaking. His hair turned silver from the roots. The areas previously eroded by temporal laws throbbed with renewed pain. Yet his hands remained perfectly steady, never trembling. 3 days and 3 nights. The rift, initially wide enough to swallow a mountain, was sutured down to merely a narrow gap. When the final wisps of dark crimson spatial turbulence were completely sealed by the golden filaments, the rift finally closed entirely. Ye Qingyun withdrew his hand, stumbling. He knelt on one knee. His cultivation had plummeted from early immortal sovereign to the peak of great ascension. His hair had turned entirely silver, his features aged by at least a decade. But his eyes remained bright and clear. From now on, Earth would be truly safe. No more old man of time and space, no more waves of otherworldly demon beasts, no more blood god sect. This rift had been permanently sealed. When Ye Qingyun returned to Qingyun Pavilion from the northern vein, everyone had gathered at the sect's mountain gate. Xian Yuan Zhantian bowed deeply, his tone as solemn as one addressing sacred ground. Sect Master Ye, you have saved the entire Earth cultivation realm. It wasn't just me. Ye Qingyun shifted his gaze from the crowd's reverent expressions, fixing them on Xian Yuanqing's face as she approached, carrying Xiaojiu on ancestor Murong, limping forward with his cane on those numerous injured disciples of Qingyun Pavilion, standing tall despite their wounds. Without all of you, I could never have reached this point. That evening, Ye Qingyun came alone to the restored rift site. This place had been the source of countless crises, the starting point of numerous battles, witnessing the successive arrivals of Bloodhand, true Lord Blood God ancestor, and the old man of time and space. Now it was merely an ordinary night sky, moon bright, and stars, sparse mountain breezes wafting through the repaired cliff walls, not a trace of spatial fluctuation remaining. Xian Yuanqing approached from behind, draping an outer robe over his shoulders. Ye Qingyun said nothing, nor did she press. After standing together for a while, she finally spoke. What are you thinking about? That it's finally over. Xian Yuanqing reached out and took his hand. Not an ending. A new beginning. Ye Qingyun lowered his gaze to her fingers resting on the back of his hand, then turned his palm to grip hers. Yes, a new beginning. The Time Elder fell, the rift was sealed, and the Earth's cultivation world finally embraced true peace. At the foot of the mountain gate of Qingyun Pavilion, the old locust tree, severed by the aftershocks of battle, sprouted new buds. Gongsun Lai passed by every day and would reach out to touch the tender leaves, only to have his hand slapped away by Murong Shui. Don't touch randomly, they've just grown. Gongsun Lai withdrew his hand, awkwardly muttering, it won't die from a touch, but was silenced by a glare from Murong Shui. The Alliance Assembly convened at the training grounds of Qingyun Pavilion. Representatives from the Xian Yuan family, the Shi Min family, the Alliance of Independent Cultivators, and all major and minor powers of the Four Veins gathered together. Xian Yuan Zhantian was the first to speak, nominating Ye Qingyun as the leader of the Earth Cultivation World Alliance. Pavilion Master Yi single-handedly slew Blood Nether ancestor, slew the Time Elder, and sealed the rift. This seat of Alliance leader, this old man can think of no second candidate. Shi Min Jian nodded from below. Granny Ku Mu tapped her new walking stick on the ground in agreement. Ye Qingyun did not decline. Not for power, but for responsibility. The Time Elder's death did not mean another Time Elder would not appear. Blood Nether Ancestor's fall did not guarantee the cultivation world would not spawn another Blood Nether Ancestor. The rift was sealed, but that did not mean the spatial barrier could not be torn open again. Only by forging the entire Earth cultivation world into a single rope could they have the strength to face the next crisis. There was no second time Elder. This was the best outcome. But if there were, he would not let Qingyun Pavilion face it alone. I will be the alliance leader. But there is one condition. Ye Qingyun spoke from the platform. I will not interfere in private matters of each family. Resource allocation, cultivation techniques, disciple training. Each family decides for itself. But once an external enemy invades, whether from the cultivation world or elsewhere, all grudges are set aside first, and we unite against the enemy. Whoever stabs a comrade in the back during the chaos, I will not hesitate to purge the ranks first. Xin Yuan Zhantian stood up first and cupped his hands. The Xin Yuan family obeys the alliance leader's command. Shimin Jin followed, saluting with his single arm resting on his sword. Granny Ku Mu tapped her staff on behalf of the Independent Cultivator Alliance. Then representatives from each family rose one after another to express their allegiance. The entire process saw no opposing votes, not even abstentions. After the assembly, gifts of gratitude from all sides piled up in the reception hall of Qingyun Pavilion. Xin Yuan Zhantian, on behalf of the Xin Yuan family, presented the most precious gift, the ancient formation diagram guarded by the Xin Yuan family for generations. This scroll recorded the research insights of the Xin Yuan family's successive ancestors on spatial sealing arrays, precisely the complete version of the spatial sealing technique Ye Qingyun used to repair the rift. Shimin Jin presented the strongest immortal sword of the Shimin family with the characters Hejun engraved on the blade. It was said to be the sword of the Shimin family's first patriarch, passed down for thousands of years. Granny Ku Mu, on behalf of the Independent Cultivator Alliance, swore eternal loyalty to Qingyun Pavilion, a promise heavier than any gift. Other smaller powers also sent their congratulations. Ye Qingyun thanked them all one by one, then instructed Gongsun Lai to distribute most of the gifts to the families of those who had fallen in battle. Spirit stones, pills, artifacts. Convert them into compensation and distribute them. Sell the swords at auction and divide the proceeds as well. Gongsun Lai took the order and led the battle hall disciples in carrying boxes all afternoon. Qingyun Pavilion began large-scale reconstruction and expansion. The new mountain-protecting formation was stronger than before, incorporating the ancient formation diagrams of the Xin Yuan family and the array system Ye Qingyun brought back from the cultivation world. The formation's light curtain was no longer pale gold, but a warm silvery white spreading from the foot of the mountain to the summit. Each hall underwent comprehensive upgrades. The battle hall was expanded, the alchemy hall added an earthfire furnace borrowed from the Xin Yuan family, the artifact hall set up a new forging ground outside, the intelligence hall integrated the information network covering the 4 veins from the Independent Cultivator Alliance. Although Ye Xiaoyu had lost her cultivation and was starting over, her status as the young pavilion master was unquestioned. Every time they saw the girl in the moon-white training outfit sweating profusely as she practiced swordplay on the training grounds, newly admitted disciples would ask, "Who is that senior sister?" Then the older disciples would answer with reverence, "That's the young pavilion master." She once stood before the pavilion master and used her nascent soul stage cultivation to block a sword strike from Blood Nether Ancestor. The new disciples would then look at Ye Xiaoyu with changed eyes. After restarting her cultivation, Ye Xiaoyu's progress was faster than the first time. With her innate spiritual body and a more solid foundation, she returned to the foundation establishment stage in just 1 month. Ye Qingyun personally guided her, and Xin Yuanqing often sparred with her. Xiaojiu, now just an ordinary white fox, became Ye Xiaoyu's most loyal audience. Every time she practiced swordplay, it would lie on the stone bench beside her, its amber eyes following the sword light back and forth. Sometimes when Ye Xiaoyu executed a beautiful move, Xiaojiu would perk up its ears and gently tap its tail twice on the stone bench, as if applauding. That evening, Qingyun Pavilion hosted a grand celebration banquet. Dozens of tables were set up on the training grounds. Ye Qingyun sat at the head seat looking at the laughing crowd below. Xin Yuanqing sat beside him, and Ye Xiaoyu held Xiaojiu as she sat nearby. The air was filled with the fragrance of spirit wine and roasted spirit beast meat. Disciples clinked glasses and laughed boisterously. At this moment, Ye Qingyun felt an unprecedented peace. 30,000 years of fighting alone in the cultivation world, countless nights sitting alone on the immortal emperor's throne, gazing down at the vast boundless sea of clouds. Back then he thought that was his destination. Now sitting among a group of people who could cry, laugh, break ribs, fight desperately, and drink until drunk, supporting each other back to the dormitories, he suddenly felt that the imperial throne and all that meant nothing. The killing intent and solitude of the Azura fields gradually faded away. Before his eyes were only the most simple earthly joys of life, and the few smiling faces most worth protecting. 3 years, neither long nor short. The buildings of Qingyun Pavilion had doubled in size. The scripture repository expanded from its original 3-story structure into a 7-story pagoda capable of housing tens of thousands of scrolls. The martial practice grounds were paved with azure steel rock transported from the western branch, and the new earth-fire furnaces in the alchemy and artifact hall burned day and night without respite. Disciples flying past the mountain gate on swords had become a common sight. Young cultivators newly admitted to the sect wore uniform Qingyun Pavilion training attire as they perspired profusely on the martial practice grounds. Whenever a senior brother or sister swept past through the clouds, it would draw gasps of admiration from the crowd below. At the cliff's edge on the back mountain, Ye Qingyun sat beneath an ancient locust tree. Little Nine was curled up on his lap, her tail resting on the tip of her nose as she slept soundly. The deep wound on her left hind leg, once severe enough to expose bone, had healed completely, her fur as sleek as before. Leaning back against the chair, he gazed at the brilliantly lit architectural complex below the cliff. The sharp edge of tension that had always lingered between his brows had softened considerably, gaining a touch of worldly warmth. Xianyuan carried tea out from the house and placed it in his hand, settling onto a stone bench beside him. Chen Tianxiong just reported that a new spirit ore has been discovered at the eastern branch border. Elder Murong is asking if you would like to inspect it personally. Send Gongsun Lai with a team to investigate. We'll discuss it after they've confirmed the details. Not everything needs my personal attention. Ye Qingyun accepted the teacup, tilting his chin toward the cliffs below. Is Xiaoyu still at the martial practice grounds? She is. She sparred with the newly admitted disciples today and knocked all of them down. Gongsun Lai is worried because no one is willing to practice with her. Xianyuan curved her lips into a smile. Do you want to increase her difficulty? Ye Qingyun lowered his head to drink his tea. On the martial practice grounds, Ye Xiaoyu sheathed her sword. The watching new disciples' eyes were filled with adoration, while several dazed fellow disciples lay sprawled haphazardly on the ground after being sent flying. This sword had been selected by Ye Qingyun from the gifts sent by the Shiman family. The blade was slightly shorter than the Moonlight Sword, perfectly suited to her current height and arm span. When the fourth move of the Moonlight Sword technique erupted from her blade's tip, the entire martial arena was bathed in silver-white light. Those Foundation Establishment disciples couldn't even discern her sword trajectory before being knocked flying. Young Pavilion Master is too powerful. How on earth did you train? A new disciple with dust-covered face asked, lifting his head from the ground. Ye Xiaoyu wiped the sweat from her brow and reached out to pull him to his feet. Swing your sword 1,000 times every day, and you can do it too. Just 1,000 times is enough. I meant starting from 1,000. The new disciples let out a unified sharp intake of breath. In 3 years, she had rebuilt her cultivation from complete loss all the way to the early nascent soul stage. The advantages of her innate spiritual physique not only didn't diminish from the injury, but were expressed even more brilliantly on this more solid foundation. Every time Elder Murong examined her cultivation progress, he would fall into a long silence, then sigh to Gongsun Lai. With young Pavilion Master's talent, I've lived for several hundred years and still haven't found a second one. Gongsun Lai would always reply, you haven't lived long enough yet. Live a few more centuries, and you might just encounter one. She sheathed her sword, her gaze unconsciously turning toward the back mountain, where her brother was. She had promised him she would become stronger. Now she was undoubtedly the foremost among Qingyun Pavilion's younger generation, but she knew it wasn't enough. Far from enough. Elder Murong reported 3 years of data in the council hall, over 1,000 formal disciples, more than 5,000 external martial cultivators, with increasingly close cooperation with the Xianyuan family, Shiman family, and the Loose Cultivator Alliance. The 4 branches had no more boundaries. The cultivation world was truly unified under Qingyun Pavilion's banner. The spiritual energy recovery continued, and the output of spirit ores and spirit medicines climbed year after year. Some loose cultivators had even discovered several extinct ancient spirit herbs in the deep mountains. After listening, Ye Qingyun set down his teacup. Are there any abnormalities at the Rift Seal? Monthly routine inspections show everything stable. Continue the monthly inspections. Elder Murong acknowledged the order. Little Nine rolled over on Ye Qingyun's lap, exposing her belly and continuing her sleep. During these 3 years, her daily life had been extremely regular. Eating spirit fruits, basking in the sun, being carried around the mountains by Ye Xiaoyu, being fed delicious treats in various styles by Xianyuan, and napping on Ye Qingyun's lap in the afternoon. Occasionally she would emit soft whimpers in her sleep, her paws twitching slightly, as if dreaming of something. Upon waking she would tilt her head to look at Ye Qingyun, a fleeting sense of recognition flickering through her amber eyes, like recognizing something without quite remembering it fully. Each time Ye Qingyun saw that gaze, he would gently stroke her head. Someday she would remember everything. Until then she could sleep however she wished. After nightfall, Ye Qingyun came alone to the site of the repaired rift. For 3 years he had come here to stand every month. Tonight the seal remained stable, but at the edge of that stability he sensed an extremely faint fluctuation. So faint as to be almost imperceptible, as if coming from an extremely distant place, or as if something that had slumbered for ages had just turned over. Little Nine, restless, rolled over in his arms, her ears twitching as she nestled her head deeper into the crook of his arm. He lowered his head to gently stroke her back, his gaze returning to that seemingly peaceful night sky. At the same moment, deep in the distant starry sky, an ancient consciousness was slowly awakening from eternal silence. The elder of time and space has perished. Interesting. It has been a long time since such a variable has appeared in these myriad worlds. Ye Qingyun is worth watching. That consciousness sank into silence once more, but an invisible gaze had already crossed the boundless starry sea, falling upon that blue planet guarded by the repaired seal. Peace might only be a brief tranquility before another gathering storm. 3 days later, the seal ruins suddenly trembled violently. It was not an external assault, but a rupture from within. The spatial seal personally laid by Ye Qingyun was torn apart from the other side with brute force. Strand by strand, the silver-white array patterns snapped, their shattering cries merging into a piercing shriek. Ye Qingyun arrived at the scene in an instant, his expression grim. Being able to rip apart his seal, one that fused ancient formation diagrams and spatial laws, from the inside, meant the intruder's power far surpassed the blood of his ancestor, perhaps even rivaling the time-space elder. Ye Xiaoyu and Xianyuan Qing followed closely behind. Patriarch Murong leaned on his staff in the training ground, gazing up at the fissure, his white beard trembling violently in the mountain wind. Gongsun Lai drew his sword, and all the disciples of the war hall took their positions. The mountain-protecting grand formation activated at full power, its silver-white glow dazzling against the night sky. A figure slowly emerged from the crack. A man clad in a black imperial robe, his cold features as sharp as if carved by blade and axe, and his eyes so deep that even light seemed unable to escape. An oppressive demonic aura coiled around him, pitch black and thick as tar. The mere presence of him caused every bird within 100 li to fall from the sky. Ye Qingyun, 30,000 years, and you have grown weaker. The man's voice came as if from the depths of the nine abyss, every word carrying the pressure of the half-step shattering realm, piercing the ears like an icy awl. Ye Qingyun stood at the mountain gate, his eyes narrowing. Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor was the master of the demonic heaven palace, the strongest force in the cultivation world, with a cultivation at the half-step shattering realm, a realm beyond the immortal emperor. 30,000 years ago, Ye Qingyun and the Demon Emperor had contended for the position of immortal emperor. Ye Qingyun won by a hair's breadth, and the Demon Emperor, gravely wounded, fled and vanished. Now not only had he recovered, but he had also broken through to the half-step shattering realm. I heard that you severed your own cultivation to return home. The Demon Emperor looked down at Ye Qingyun, a sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. How foolish. For these 30,000 years I have been free of attachments, solely focused on breaking through. I cut off the 7 emotions, severed the 6 desires, and personally killed all my followers. All for this half-step shattering realm. And you, for a few ants you cast away most of your immortal emperor cultivation. Ye Qingyun, you have disappointed me. Without a word, Ye Qingyun struck first to test the waters. He lashed out with a palm strike at 80% of his power, the wind imbued with the immortal force of the early immortal lord stage. The Demon Emperor did not even lift an eyelid. His demonic aura automatically devoured the palm force, leaving not even a ripple. Is that all? The Demon Emperor raised his right hand and waved it lightly. An invisible wave of demonic energy slammed into Ye Qingyun's chest, sending him reeling back dozens of zhang his back, shattering a stone pillar at the edge of the training ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The gap between the early immortal lord stage and the half-step shattering realm was an insurmountable chasm. The highest level alarm of the Qingyun pavilion resounded across the entire mountain gate. Gongsun Lai led 800 disciples of the war hall in formation before them. Patriarch Murong activated the mountain-protecting grand formation, its silver-white light surging to its maximum intensity. Xianyuan Zhantian and Shimen Jian were rushing toward the scene at full speed upon receiving the summons, while Granny Withered Tree, leaning on her staff, had already stepped out of the mountain gate of the Rogue Cultivators Alliance. Yet everyone knew that facing a being of the half-step shattering realm, all they could do was buy time, using their own lives to gain a few extra breaths for the pavilion master. Ye Xiaoyu tightened her grip on the moonlight sword, stepping forward to stand beside Ye Qingyun. Brother, I'm with you. Xianyuan Qing also stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with him. She said nothing, but her sword was already drawn. The Demon Emperor looked at the people around Ye Qingyun, those at the Foundation, Establishment, Golden Core, and Nascent Soul stages. All mere ants in his eyes. A flicker of mockery passed through his eyes. Ye Qingyun, you have changed. The you of old walked alone, unattached, a sword in hand, fearless in the world. Now a swarm of ants surrounds you. His voice carried an undisguised disappointment, as if looking upon a fallen legend. This is why you have grown weak. The more attachments, the more vulnerabilities. Ye Qingyun wiped the blood from his mouth and straightened his body. His voice was calm, unshaken by the blow he had received. You are wrong. It is precisely because of them that I stand here. Without them, I would have died 30,000 years ago in the cultivation world. The demon emperor sneered. Then let me see what these ants can do for you. He raised his hand and a black demonic energy coalesced into a giant palm in the sky, casting a shadow over the entire mountain gate of the Qingyun pavilion and slammed down with crushing force. The demon emperor struck down with a single palm and the mountain protection array operated at full capacity. The silver-white light screen collided with the black demon palm, causing the entire Qingyun pavilion to tremble violently. Cracks instantly spread across the light screen's surface like creeping vines. Murong Ancestor stood at the array's eye, pouring his energy into the formation, his face pale as bleached bone without a trace of color. With merely one palm, this mountain protection array that fused the Xian Yuan family's ancient formation diagrams with Ye Qingyun's space sealing technique had already developed structural fractures. Ye Qingyun cast a glance back at the people behind him. Yi Xiaoyu gripped her sword standing at the edge of the martial arts arena. Xian Yuanqing's moonlight sword had already left its sheath. Gong Sun Lai led the battle hall disciples in formation ready for orders. Not a single face showed any sign of retreat. But he knew. The array would not survive a second palm from this half-step shattered expert. Everyone evacuate the mountain gate and retreat to the rear mountain. His voice was not loud, yet every word struck like a nail into the ears of everyone present. This is an order. Yi Xiaoyu opened her mouth to protest, but Xian Yuanqing caught her wrist. She bit her lip, cast one final look at Ye Qingyun, then turned to lead the newly admitted disciples toward the rear mountain. Gong Sun Lai remained where he stood, unmoving. Sect Master, my life was given by you. Let me stay this time. Ye Qingyun glanced at him. Your ribs have just healed. Don't waste Murong Shui's pills. Go to the rear mountain and protect the disciples well. Gong Sun Lai tightened his grip on the sword hilt, stood in silence for 2 breaths, then deeply bowed and turned to follow the retreating ranks. The demon emperor showed no urgency in his attack. He watched as Ye Qingyun evacuated everyone, standing alone at the mountain gate, and the corner of his mouth curved slightly upward. Always the same. Insisting on carrying everything alone. Do you know how I spent these 30,000 years? The demon emperor stood with hands clasped behind his back, his tone resembling that of reuniting with an old friend after a long separation. That sword of yours missed my demon core by merely an inch. I fled into the demon abyss with half my life remaining. In that abyss where even light could not penetrate, I devoured demonic creatures for a full 3,000 years before finally healing all my wounds. Later I discovered a secret within the heavenly demon palace's inheritance chamber. He lowered his gaze to his own hands. The key to breaking through to a mortal emperor is not spiritual power accumulation nor law comprehension. It is severing all bonds. Free from all attachments, one may shatter the void. He slowly curled his 5 fingers as if crushing something invisible. I severed the 7 emotions and severed the 6 desires. I personally killed all my followers, 12 protectors, and 300 core disciples, not one spared. Then I broke through to a mortal emperor and stepped into the half-step shattered realm. His gaze swept past Ye Qingyun toward the direction of the rear mountain. Are these your attachments? Your sister, your women, a half-crippled 9-tailed celestial fox, a group of cultivators who have not even reached a mortal king. Ye Qingyun, weighed down by these things, you are destined to be unable to break through. Ye Qingyun listened calmly until the end. You are wrong. You did break through by severing your bonds, but your path has already reached its end. While my path is only just beginning, because my reason for growing stronger has never been for myself alone. Stubborn. The demon emperor sneered coldly. When I kill them one by one before your eyes, let's see how stubborn you remain. Several streaks of fleeing light came racing from the distant horizon. Xian Yuan Zantian, Shi Min Jin, and the withered wood grandmother had arrived with the Alliance's elite forces. When they clearly saw the black-robed figure at the mountain gate, everyone stopped simultaneously. That aura's oppressive force exceeded even Bloodplank Ancestor and surpassed even the Time-Space Elder in its purity. Sect Master Yi, we have arrived too late. Senior, this battle is not at the level of Bloodplank Ancestor. The Alliance advances and retreats together. Xian Yuan Zantian interrupted him, turning to look at the Alliance cultivators behind him, who had followed despite knowing this journey meant certain death. Fellow cultivators, are you afraid? Shi Min Jian drew his newly forged Pujuan sword with one arm. Afraid. But we'll fight anyway. The withered wood grandmother took 2 steps forward with her cane squinting as she studied the demon emperor. This old woman has lived over 400 years, but this is my first time seeing half-step shattered. To die after witnessing such a sight, I have no complaints. The demon emperor gazed down at these insignificant existences like ants, his eyes filled with utter disdain. He raised his hand, holding nothing back, releasing the terrifying pressure of half-step shattered without the slightest restraint. Half the sky turned ink black, and even sunlight could not penetrate that dense layer of demonic energy. Ye Qingyun clenched his fists tightly. This battle was more arduous than facing Bloodplank Ancestor, more perilous than confronting the Time-Space Elder. The Time-Space Elder at least had a decaying physical body dragging him down, but the Demon Emperor was a true half-step shattered expert, with absolutely no weaknesses. But he had no retreat. Behind him stood everyone he cherished. The Demon Emperor struck first. No build-up, no hand seals, just a casual palm strike aimed at the Alliance army formation. Xian Yuan Zhantian Shimen Jian and Withered Wood Grandmother channeled their full cultivation simultaneously. 3 strands of nascent soul apex spiritual energy converged into a barrier blocking the front of the army formation. The instant the black palm wind struck the barrier, all 3 spat blood and were sent hurtling backward. Xian Yuan Zhantian crashed through the stone bench at the edge of the martial arena. Shimen Jian braced himself against the breaking armament sword with a single arm, attempted to rise, then collapsed. Withered Wood Grandmother's cane shattered into 3 fragments, scattering across the rubble. With a single palm strike, all 3 nascent soul apex cultivators lost their combat capability. Yet the Demon Emperor didn't even glance at them, his gaze fixed on that white-clothed figure before the mountain gate. Gongsun Lai roared and led the battle hall in a desperate charge. 800 disciples arranged themselves into a sword formation, their combined sword chi converging into a torrent that surged toward the Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor casually waved his hand, and dozens of disciples at the forefront instantly turned to blood mist, not even having time to scream. Gongsun Lai was blasted through the air and crashed into the mountain wall, 3 more ribs shattered, rendering him unconscious on the spot. The Murong Ancestor burned his essence blood to activate the remaining core formation runes of the Mountain Protection Array, attempting to entrap the Demon Emperor with the array's might. The Demon Emperor didn't even turn his head, just flicked a finger toward the sky, and the freshly repaired array exploded with a deafening crack. The Murong Ancestor vomited blood violently and collapsed backward, his white beard dyed dark crimson. The most elite combat forces of Qingyun Pavilion were no more than ants before a half-step shatter cultivator, unable to delay him even for a heartbeat. Yi Xiaoyu and Xian Yuanqing struck simultaneously from both flanks. The moonlight sword technique unfolded at full power, silver-white sword light interweaving into an impenetrable net. Their sword momentum was sharper than 3 years prior, their coordination far more seamless. The Demon Emperor tilted his head. The Moonlight Immortal Emperor's legacy. A flicker of surprise crossed his gaze, nothing more. He raised his left hand and delivered a casual palm strike, sending both the sword light and its wielders flying backward. Yi Xiaoyu slammed into a stone pillar of the martial arena, her moonlight sword torn from her grasp and embedded in the rubble. Xian Yuanqing rolled several times before stabilizing herself, blood dripping from her lips onto the moon condensation sword's blade and trickling down its edge. Both were grievously wounded, yet survived. The Demon Emperor had deliberately held back. He wanted Ye Qingyun to witness their suffering firsthand, to watch the ones he cherished most endure torment. At last Ye Qingyun struck. The full cultivation of an early immortal sovereign erupted without restraint, 1 palm strike, imbued with the will of the Tao of protection. The Demon Emperor exchanged 3 palm strikes with him. On the first, Ye Qingyun's feet carved 2 deep furrows into the ground as he retreated an entire 10 zhang his back, shattering the stone lion at the mountain gate. On the second strike, he braced against the half-step shatter suppressive might. Without retreating, yet blood began trickling from the corner of his mouth as his protective immortal light shattered in large fragments. On the third strike, the Demon Emperor exerted merely 5% of his power. Ye Qingyun was driven into the earth itself, the cyan steel stone at the arena's center cratered by a man-shaped chasm, several zhang wide with cracks spreading all the way to the opposite end. He clawed his way out of the pit. Drenched in blood, his left sleeve reduced to tattered strips, a gash torn across his right palm, where crimson droplets fell to the ground. Yet he straightened himself. His gaze remained unwavering, his resolve unbroken by that devastating palm strike. The Demon Emperor looked down from above. Ye Qingyun, you are pathetically weak. So weak that even I cannot bear to slay you. His tone carried undisguised disappointment. The Qingyun Immortal Emperor, who once cleaved an Immortal Emperor asunder with a single sword, could not even withstand 5% of his power now. He drew his right hand back behind him. I shall grant you one opportunity. Kneel. Submit to me, and I may spare your wretched life. Ye Qingyun wiped the blood from his lips, rising unsteadily from the shattered cyan steel stone. He lifted his gaze to meet that dark silhouette hovering in midair. Submit has never existed in my vocabulary. It didn't 30,000 years ago, and it certainly won't today. The Demon Emperor let out a cold, contemptuous laugh. Then the torment continues. I shall savor breaking you slowly until you kneel and beg for mercy. The Demon Emperor's assault had not shattered the will of those within Qingyun Pavilion. Gongsun Lai had 3 ribs shattered by the shock. He clawed his way up from the rubble, his left arm hanging limp at his side. Using his sword as a crutch to steady his trembling body, he bellowed to the battle hall disciples behind him, "Maintain the sword formation. Do not break. Third squad, reinforce the left flank. Second squad, hold the formation's core. Stand tall. Any man who falls is no soldier of mine." The battle hall disciples pulled each other up from pools of blood, reforming their ranks. Every hand trembled, yet not a single soul retreated. The Murong ancestor burned his final essence blood, forcibly activating the remnants of the formation array. Though the silver-white light barrier of the mountain protection array was now webbed with cracks, it stubbornly remained suspended above Qingyun Pavilion. Zhao Wuji led the Qingyun guards to stand in a line at the outermost edge of the human wall. 500 martial artists who could not fly possessed no spiritual energy, and each held only a single blade. They stood before cultivators capable of wielding flying swords, constructing a defensive line with nothing but flesh and blood. They knew their blades could not even penetrate the Demon Emperor's protective demonic aura. But they also knew that behind them lay Qingyun Pavilion, home. The pavilion master had said protection is not one person's burden, it is something everyone carries together. Ye Xiaoyu retrieved the moonflower sword from the rubble. Though marks of demonic corrosion still scarred its blade, the edge remained bright and gleaming. Her left arm bore a deep gash from the flying debris bone visible beneath the wound. She switched the sword to her right hand and stepped forward to face Ye Qingyun. "Brother, I told you, I would fight beside you." Ye Qingyun's heart felt as if it were being torn apart at the sight of the blood still staining her lips, still unwiped. Yet he did not order her to retreat. This was her choice, and the young pavilion master on the battlefield needed no shelter behind anyone. Xianyuan Qing rose as while standing at Ye Xiaoyu's side. She said nothing, merely leveling her moon condensation sword before her, standing shoulder to shoulder with her companion. Their eyes met, and simultaneously they raised their blades. The two silver-white sword lights of the moonflower sword art merged into one, their brilliance surging as they transformed into an even more fierce and pure beam of light that shot directly toward the Demon Emperor. The combined sword energy of the dual blades actually pierced through the Demon Emperor's protective demonic aura, leaving a tiny tear on his sleeve. The Demon Emperor glanced down at the rip on his sleeve, his brow furrowing slightly. Two insignificant creatures, not even at the nascent soul stage, yet they had actually touched his garments. But that was all. He raised one hand, and both the silver-white sword light and its two wielders were sent flying once more. Ye Xiaoyu tumbled through the air, crashing heavily to the ground. The moonflower sword clanged against the stones and spun away, lodging itself in a pile of rubble. Xianyuan Qing rolled several times before managing to stabilize herself. She braced her sword and tried to rise, but her knee buckled, and she collapsed onto one leg. On the ground below, Xiao Jiu darted anxiously through the rubble and pools of blood. She watched the people in the sky being injured again and again, watched her sister and senior sister Xianyuan rise only to be struck down each time, watched her master standing at the very front, bathed in blood, yet refusing to retreat a single step. Her amber eyes brimmed with anxiety and helplessness. She did not understand what was happening, but she could sense her master's anguish, could feel the subtle cracking of bones throughout his entire body each time he blocked the Demon Emperor's palm strike. She wanted to help, yet did not know what she could do. Her hind legs were so short, she could not jump that high. Her paws were so small, they could not tear through that layer of black demonic energy. Occasionally fragmented images would flash through her mind. Silver-white flames erupting toward the heavens, 9 sky obscuring, tails unfurling in the wind, one paw strike that could shatter even the cage of time itself. But these images were far too hazy, like viewing through a thick layer of mist. She desperately tried to grasp them, yet each time they dissipated the instant she was about to catch them. The Demon Emperor lost his patience. Enough. This one has grown weary of this game. He raised his hand, and black demonic energy split into countless sharp dark blades, suspended motionless in midair, their points aimed at every standing disciple of Qingyun Pavilion below. Ye Qingyun, watch these insects die one by one before your eyes. The blades descended. Ye Qingyun wanted to intervene. His fists were already clenched, his immortal energy already surging, yet his body no longer obeyed him. Within his meridians, shattered for more than half their length, spiritual energy flowed in stuttering bursts. His legs would not move, his arms could not rise. He could only watch helplessly as those black blades fell upon everyone simultaneously. A small white figure leapt up from the rubble below. Xiao Jiu positioned herself before Ye Xiaoyu, and deep within her amber pupils an extremely faint silver-white flame ignited. It was a mark dormant in the deepest depths of her soul, one she herself did not know existed. A remnant ember left in the deepest layer of her consciousness when 3 years ago she had burned through all her demonic power. At this moment, that ember was ignited by her master's fury. The Demon Emperor's blade thrust directly toward Ye Xiaoyu's throat. The ball of dark demonic energy coalesced into a sharp cone-shaped edge, and wherever it passed, the air hissed with corrosion. Xiao Jiu positioned herself before Ye Xiaoyu. Her body was so diminutive, barely the size of an adult's palm. her white fur matted with gravel and bloodstains. Deep within those amber pupils, the cluster of silver-white flames suddenly exploded. Countless fragments of memory surged into her mind at that instant, like a mirror shattered 3 years ago, suddenly reassembled. She saw herself newly hatched, crawling out of broken shells, all wet and slick. The first thing her eyes beheld was that man, covered in blood, fresh from slaughtering his way through the 10,000 demon caves, wounds from the demon emperor's bite still fresh on his hands. Yet when he lowered his head to look at her, his gaze carried a tenderness he had never shown any living creature before. She saw 30,000 years together, from a cub who could barely walk to the mighty nine-tailed celestial fox who commanded respect across the cultivation world. From the 10,000 demon caves to the pinnacle of immortal emperor, through mountains of corpses and seas of blood, across the boundaries of worlds and back again, she had never once left his shoulder. She saw her first transformation clumsily manifesting silver-white hair and fox ears. Ye Qingyun leaned against the doorframe watching her, and said, "A fox should look like a fox," but his lips were curved in a smile. She saw herself burning her demon emperor essence to merge into his body, using every last ounce of strength to shatter the temporal prison around him. She saw what happened after she fell into slumber. Ye Qingyun keeping vigil beside her nest day and night, Xian Yuan Xing, bringing fresh spirit fruits, and placing them before her nose each day, Ye Xiaoyu carrying her into the blanket every evening, tears streaming down her face, as she whispered, "Little Nine, when will you wake up?" All the memories, all the visions, everything deeply inscribed in her soul that had never truly vanished, returned in their entirety. Silver-white flames ignited in Xiao Jiu's amber eyes. Not that feeble flicker like a dying ember in the wind from her memories, but the true essence fire of the nine-tailed celestial fox, the very flames that had once illuminated the entire ancient battlefield. The demon emperor's blade had already reached Ye Xiaoyu. The silver-white figure leapt from the ground, swelling rapidly in midair. The tiny white fox, palm-sized moments before, transformed in an instant into a massive nine-tailed white fox, its 9 sky-obscuring tails unfurling simultaneously behind it. She collided with the blade, deflecting its trajectory. The demonic edge veered off course, grazing past Ye Xiaoyu's ears, severing only a few strands of hair caught by the mountain wind. Ye Xiaoyu tumbled to the ground. Xiao Jiu stood before her, her 9 tails spread like a screen, shielding everyone behind her. She bared her fangs and growled, silver-white flames raging within the depths of her amber pupils. The voice was no longer that childish squeak from before. It was a roar that had been suppressed for 3 years, erupting from the deepest reaches of her chest. "Don't hurt, sister." The demon emperor lowered his gaze to this 9-tailed celestial fox that had suddenly revealed her true form, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. "Interesting. Ye Qingyun, you actually have an adult 9-tailed celestial fox by your side." His tone was like appraising a rare treasure rarely encountered in this world. In the archives of the Heavenly Demon Palace, this one has read the records. A 9-tailed celestial fox's demon core can refine a breakthrough pill. How fortunate. This one's half-step to the shattered vein has been stagnant for far too long. Using you as fuel for the alchemical furnace would serve nicely. He raised his hand and slapped it down toward Xiao Jiu. Xiao Jiu channeled every ounce of her just-awakened demonic power, silver-white fox fire condensing into a wall of flames before her. But her cultivation had only just begun recovering, not even a tenth of her former peak. That wall of fire shattered in an instant before the palm strike of a half-step shattered vein expert. She was sent flying backward, her massive form crashing through the stone pillars of the martial arena. Silver-white blood gushed from the corner of her mouth. Yet she immediately scrambled to her feet. Her left hind leg trembled. Where 3 tails had been severed at the root, blood still seeped out. Enduring the excruciating pain, she charged back to Ye Xiaoyu's side and spread her remaining 6 tails wide, once more shielding her beloved sister behind her. Ye Xiaoyu knelt on the ground, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face, her voice shredding apart. "Little Nine, that's enough. Run. You can't defeat him. Run." Xiao Jiu turned back and nuzzled her cheek, the gesture identical to every night she'd crawl into her blanket in days past. "Little Nine must protect sister." She turned around to face the demon emperor once more. "Little Nine must protect master. Little Nine must protect everyone." The demon emperor's second palm descended. Xiao Jiu was sent flying again, then scrambled to her feet once more. 4 of her 9 tails had been severed. Her white fur was mottled with silver-white blood, but she stood firm, still positioned before everyone, still shielding them all. Ye Qingyun gazed at Xiao Jiu, covered in blood, yet refusing to retreat a single step. His eyes grew moist. 30,000 years of companionship, never once had she let him down. Now she was using her just-awakened life to defend the person he cherished most. As long as a breath of life remained in her, she would not permit anyone to pass through her to harm those behind her. The demon emperor lost patience. He raised his hand. The third palm strike gathered 50% of his full power, a blow sufficient to utterly annihilate Xiao Jiu, shattering even her demon core into dust. In Ye Qingyun's pupils reflected that silver-white figure, a tiny wisp blocking before them all. Deep within his heart something was shattering. Not his Tao heart. His Tao heart had already reached perfection 3 years ago. What was breaking apart was something he had refused to release for 3 years, a longing he had forcibly suppressed after the space-time elder's fall. He had always told himself the immortal emperor realm was sufficient. The shattered vein was too distant. There was no need to risk his life in the present. But now, watching Xiao Jiao covered in blood defending them all, he suddenly understood. It wasn't enough. Far from enough. More powerful enemies would inevitably descend upon this world, and he could not afford to yield. Behind him stood his sister, his beloved, his family. Every soul that had placed their fate in his hands. He would not retreat, nor could he afford to stop. The demon emperor's third palm descended. Xiao Jiao could hold on no longer. The massive nine-tailed celestial fox, form enormous as a small mountain, was sent flying by the palm's force, its few remaining tails thrashing helplessly in the air. Her body shrank rapidly mid-air, reverting to that palm-sized white fox tumbling from the sky, like a kite with severed strings. Ye Xiaoyu caught her on bended knee. Xiao Jiao was drenched in blood, her white fur dyed a dark crimson. The wound on her left hind leg, one that had healed 3 years prior, had torn open anew, and the severed roots of her 5 broken tails continued to seep blood without ceasing. Using her final vestiges of strength, she opened her amber eyes to gaze at Ye Xiaoyu, then gently nuzzled her palm. Sister. Xiao Jiao kept her promise. Her eyes slowly closed. Ye Xiaoyu cradled her and wept inconsolably. Xiao Jiao, wake up, Xiao Jiao. Her cries were heart-rending, as if she were weeping out all the moments across 3 years she had forced herself not to cry. Ye Qingyun watched this scene, and the world seemed to freeze around him. The demon emperor's foot still pressed against his chest, yet at this moment, he could not feel any pain at all. Fragments of memory cascaded through his mind. His parents' faded photographs on the tombstone, his sister's exhausted face returning from work in the slums, Xian Yuanqing standing beneath the moonlight saying, "Where you are I shall be." The wet little Xiao Jiao emerging from shattered shells and fixing her first gaze upon him, Xiao Jiao's clumsy transformation into her humanoid form, with silver white hair and fox ears, her milky voice calling him master, Xiao Jiao burning the demon emperor's blood to shatter the temporal prison, Xiao Jiao still nuzzling his hand even after losing her memories. All those he cherished had been wounded and had fallen before him. He had always spoken of protection, yet had only continued to lose. His fists clenched tight, his nails embedding deep into his palms as blood dripped drop by precious drop onto the shattered cyan steel rock. And then he understood. In the depths of that absolute despair, a light pierced through his spiritual altar. Protection is not preventing those you love from harm. It is having the courage to continue protecting even when they are wounded. He had always feared loss. Feared his sister would be harmed again, that Xiao Jiao would burn her blood essence again, that Xian Yuanqing would wait indefinitely for someone who might never return. So he had desperately sought strength, believing that if he became powerful enough, no one could hurt those he loved. But he had overlooked the most crucial truth. True strength lies not in remaining unwounded, but in rising after being wounded. Like Xiao Jiao drenched in blood, yet still standing before Ye Xiaoyu. Like Ye Xiaoyu with her nascent soul cultivation completely shattered, beginning anew from the qi refining stage, standing upon the martial arena once more after 3 years. Like Xian Yuanqing knowing she was outmatched, yet still drawing her sword, following from North Pulse to Qingyun Pavilion, from fighting side by side to standing together through all trials, never once retreating. They never abandoned him, nor would he abandon them. At this moment, Ye Qingyun's Tao heart finally attained completeness. Not a breakthrough, not a sudden enlightenment, but a psychological barrier that had constricted him for an entire 3 years, spontaneously dissolving in this most desperate of instants. For 30,000 years, he had pursued the ultimate essence of power, the way of slaughter, the way of strength, the way of longevity, the way of protection. Each path he had walked, each path he had traversed to its very end. But only now, watching Xiao Jiao's eyes close, while still nuzzling Ye Xiaoyu's palm, did he truly comprehend the essence of power. Not slaughter, not conquest. It is protection. Protecting those you wish to shield, protecting their smiles, protecting their right to exist. Even should you be battered and wounded, even should the path ahead be choked with thorns. As long as they remain, he would never fall. This requires no choice. This is the answer itself. Ye Qingyun rose slowly to his feet. The demon emperor's foot still pressed upon his chest, yet at this moment, he could feel no weight whatsoever. Within him, an entirely new power surged and roiled. Not an increase in spiritual energy, not a breakthrough in cultivation realm, but a transformation of his Tao heart, from a guardian accustomed to bearing all burdens alone into one willing to carry them together with everyone. The demon emperor sensed something amiss and lowered his gaze to Ye Qingyun, whom he held beneath his foot. He witnessed in Ye Qingyun's eyes a radiance he had never before encountered. Not the crimson of slaughter, not the golden blaze of power, but a serene and steadfast silver white, like moonlight, like Xiao Jiu's demonic flames, like the lunar swordlight dancing upon Ye Xiaoyu's blade. It was the will of protection. Ye Qingyun spoke, his voice calm, as though he were not a man who had just crawled from the depths of despair. Demon Emperor, you are mistaken. True strength does not lie in severing bonds. It lies in advancing forward while carrying all your bonds upon your shoulders. The Demon Emperor gazed down at Ye Qingyun. Dao heart perfection. He had encountered this term in the ancestral archives of the Heavenly Demon Palace. After severing the 7 emotions and 6 desires, and breaking through to the half-step shattered realm, he had believed he stood at the very terminus of the Dao heart's path. And now the man beneath his foot was telling him that was no endpoint at all, that for 30,000 years he had been walking the wrong path. The foot pressing upon Ye Qingyun's chest was being slowly lifted by an invisible force. Not spiritual energy, not immortal power, but something far more primordial, radiating outward from Ye Qingyun's body and pushing upward inch by inch. Ye Qingyun's aura had not changed. He remained at the early stage of immortal lord cultivation. Yet the impression he gave was utterly transformed. Previously like a gleaming sword, sharp but breakable, now like an immovable mountain, silent, solid, unshakable. Your Dao heart is perfect. Impossible. Dao heart perfection requires severing every attachment. You clearly. The Demon Emperor faltered midway, his voice cracking for the first time. You walk a different path. You did not sever your bonds. You turned them into the source of your power. Ye Qingyun offered no reply, merely gazing at him calmly, as he rose to his full height from the crater. His body was covered in wounds. His left sleeve had been reduced to tattered ribbons. Blood still seeped from the split web between his right thumb and index finger. Yet his spine stood straight and true. His cultivation had not broken through, his realm had not advanced, but his eyes had changed, possessing a resolve forged through 10,000 tribulations, neither fierce nor desperate, but a gaze that brought peace to all who met it. Like a man who would rise again, no matter how many times he was struck down. For the first time the Demon Emperor felt unease. He raised his hand and struck Ye Qingyun with his full might. This time he held nothing back. The half-step shattered realm unleashed its full force, a crushing blow wreathed in surging demonic energy descending from the heavens. Ye Qingyun did not dodge. He met it with an equally decisive palm strike. The moment their palms collided, Ye Qingyun retreated 3 steps, his feet carving 3 deep imprints into the blue steel bedrock. The Demon Emperor remained rooted in place, but his expression shifted. This strike had carried his full power, yet Ye Qingyun had retreated only 3 steps. Not long ago, even a strike at half capacity could have sent this man crashing into the earth. Now with every ounce of strength, he merely stepped back 3 paces. Ye Qingyun's power had more than doubled. Ye Qingyun struck again. This time he abandoned passive defense and went on the offensive. Every punch carried the weight of his will to protect. Not the path of slaughter ending killing with killing, nor the way of the supreme ego ruling through dominance. It was the path of guardianship. For those wounded comrades behind him who refused to yield an inch. For Xiao Jiu's paw that had pressed against Ye Xiaoyu's palm moments before her eyes closed. For the faint smile on Ye Xiaoyu's lips as she threw herself before him. For Xian Yuanqing's unwavering grip on her sword at his side. The Demon Emperor realized that Ye Qingyun's attacks were no longer mere spiritual energy. They carried a force he had never encountered, never experienced, never read of in any ancient text. It was not spiritual energy, not immortal power. It was the collective will of all living beings. Every soul that Ye Qingyun had protected, and every soul willing to protect him and turn their convictions, converging into a singular wellspring of strength. Ye Xiaoyu's defiant stance, shielding her brother. Xian Yuanqing's steadfast vigil beneath moonlight. Xiao Jiu's fearless expenditure of essence blood. Gongsun Lai's relentless pursuit for 30 li despite shattered ribs. Elder Murong leaning on his cane at the vanguard, declaring, the Murong clan shall perish together with Qingyun Pavilion. Zhao Wuji and the 500 Qingyun guards forging a bulwark of flesh and blood. These convictions surged as a mighty flood, coursing through Ye Qingyun's meridians and pouring into every fist and palm. The Demon Emperor began to feel panic. He had never experienced such power. Every bond he had ever held he had severed with his own hand. His 12 guardians and 300 core disciples, all slain by his own will. On the day he ascended to Demon Emperor, the heavenly demon palace had become his alone. He could not comprehend how Ye Qingyun, whose cultivation was far inferior, could withstand his palm strikes head on. Nor could he fathom what this inexplicable power was that grew stronger with every exchange. Your Tao belongs only to yourself, Ye Qingyun said, looking upon him with a tone devoid of mockery and free of pity, simply stating a fact. But my Tao encompasses all of humanity. That is the power you will never understand. The Demon Emperor, consumed by shame and rage, finally dropped all restraint. He ignited his demonic energy, unleashing the full might of the half-step shattered realm until the entire sky was dyed ink black. Ye Qingyun met him head-on. The 2 figures clashed in midair, endlessly sword intent, and demonic energy, tearing at one another, the very heavens and earth trembling in their wake. He remained at a disadvantage. The gap in cultivation could not be instantly bridged by a perfected Tao heart. Yet he did not retreat, for his breakthrough had only just begun. Ye Qingyun clashed with the Demon Emperor in fierce combat, growing ever more valiant. The transformation brought by his perfected Tao heart began to manifest within his body. The bottleneck that had trapped him at the early immortal monarch stage started to loosen under the impact of this newfound protective, like frozen earth soaked by spring rain, thawing layer by layer from within outward. The barrier of the early immortal monarch shattered with a thunderous roar. His aura began to surge violently. Mid-immortal monarch, late immortal monarch pinnacle, like a bamboo stalk breaking through its joints. Each breakthrough was accompanied by a golden halo spreading outward from beneath his feet, pushing the surrounding stones and dust into tumbling waves. Impossible. The Demon Emperor's pupils contracted sharply, his voice cracking. How could you possibly break through in the midst of battle? This seat spent 10,000 years traveling from the early immortal monarch to immortal sovereign. How could you achieve this in an instant? Which path are you walking? Ye Qingyun offered no response. His aura broke through the immortal monarch pinnacle and entered the realm of immortal sovereign. Early immortal sovereign, mid-immortal sovereign, late immortal sovereign pinnacle. The immortal light and protective will intertwined around him, forming an entirely new manifestation of power, deeper than mere immortal force and sharper than mere spiritual sense. The Demon Emperor's palm strike collided with this interwoven radiance, emitting a piercing shriek, yet could no longer move him. Ye Qingyun lowered his gaze to his own hands. 30,000 years ago he had stood at the apex of immortal emperor. Now he stood once more at the immortal sovereign pinnacle, merely one step from his former zenith. Yet this was no restoration. His surging immortal force differed entirely from 30,000 years prior. That previous immortal force had been forged through killing, fierce and sharp, repelling all who approached. The present immortal force had been cultivated through protection, steady and profound, synchronized with the breath of everyone behind him. This was his true breakthrough, not restoration, not retracing old paths, but forging an entirely new Tao. The breakthrough continued. The immortal sovereign pinnacle barrier shattered under the dual assault of protective will and the sentient being's aspirations. Early immortal emperor, mid-immortal emperor, late immortal emperor pinnacle. His aura had already matched his peak from 30,000 years past. The Demon Emperor's expression shifted radically. He had assumed Ye Qingyun would merely restore to the immortal emperor realm and then halt. After all, for a cultivator who had fallen to the great ascension stage, recovering to immortal emperor bordered on the miraculous. Yet he was mistaken. Ye Qingyun was not restoring, but breaking through. He had traversed an entirely different path, one swifter, more stable, and more unstoppable than the half-step shattered realm he had obtained by severing the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Ye Qingyun's body bore immense strain. Crossing 2 major realms in succession, all meridians throbbing beneath the surged force's impact, every bone producing faint cracking sounds under the unbearable burden. Yet he clenched his teeth and persevered. Once he stopped, he might never again seize the chance to continue ascending. The path of protection permits no retreat. Those behind him still awaited his shield. His aura settled steadily at the immortal emperor pinnacle, then he raised his gaze toward the Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor's expression turned exceedingly grim. Immortal Emperor pinnacle. You've actually restored to the immortal emperor pinnacle. Not restoration, but breakthrough. And furthermore, it has not ended. Ye Qingyun closed his eyes. The protective will and sentient being's aspirations within him began to merge. Immortal emperor pinnacle was not the terminus. Since his battle with the Elder of Time and Space, he had sensed a realm beyond the immortal emperor, beyond the half-step shattered realm. That realm found no mention in any classical text, nor had any cultivator achieved it, for it demanded not spiritual energy or laws, but the resolve to utterly fuse sentient beings' aspirations with one's own Tao heart. Now he touched that threshold. The Demon Emperor sensed an entirely new power gestating within Ye Qingyun, a force never recorded in any text across the countless worlds. His pupils contracted sharply. Shattered realm. Impossible. How could the faith of these ants possibly condense into power sufficient to breach the shattered realm? Ye Qingyun opened his eyes. He did not answer the Demon Emperor's challenge, for the answer lay not in words. He would assault the shattered realm. The shattered realm. A supreme domain beyond the immortal emperor, existing only in the ancient legends of the immortal realm, never truly stepped upon by any being throughout eternity. Throughout the history of the cultivation world, countless prodigies halted at the pinnacle of immortal emperor, exhausting their entire lives, yet utterly unable to breach that formless, intangible barrier. The Demon Emperor severed all emotions and desires personally, slew his 12 guardians, and 300 core disciples, employed every conceivable means, paying the price of losing every bond, only to barely step into half-step shattered. For 1,000 years thereafter, he could not advance even a single inch further. Yet what Ye Qingyun was attempting to break through at this very moment was the true shattered realm. Not half-step, not a false realm. That door never before opened by anyone. He closed his eyes as the will of protection and the faith of all beings began merging in the depths of his dantian. Not the mingling of spiritual power, not the stacking of laws. It was the force of conviction reshaping his entire Tao foundation. Ye Xiaoyu's unwavering determination as she stood before her brother Xian Yuanqing's steadfast devotion beneath the moonlight, Xiao Jiu's blood-soaked defiance, as she burst through demonic claws, the white-knuckled grip of Qingyun Pavilion disciples clutching their sword hilts as they refused retreat even unto death. Each person's conviction transformed into a slender thread of radiance. Countless threads converged, coalescing into a torrent of conviction never before recorded across all realms of existence, a torrent rooted in protection and violently crashed against that ancient barrier that had blocked countless prodigies between the immortal emperor and the shattered realm. Boom! The barrier shattered instantly. Ye Qingyun's aura surged once more, boldly crossing from the peak of immortal emperor and a half-step shattered, then, without pause, broke through that translucent bottleneck, shattered realm initial stage. Heaven and earth trembled. The entire earth cultivation realm sensed at this moment that unprecedented aura surpassing the immortal emperor. Cultivators of the four sects, regardless of where they stood, simultaneously lifted their heads, gazing toward Qingyun Pavilion. Ye Xiaoyu, embracing Xiao Jiu in the rear mountain with tears still wet upon her face, suddenly smiled. Xian Yuanqing, supporting herself against a stone pillar, finally loosened her grip on the sword hilt by a fraction. Ye Qingyun opened his eyes, his pupils reflecting an ocean of stars, serene and vast. He had finally attained the shattered realm, standing at a height he had never reached even at his former peak for the first time in 30,000 years. He sensed within him this surge of new power flowing ceaselessly, no longer merely the manipulation of spiritual energy, but complete mastery over the laws themselves. Space could be torn asunder with a single thought, time could slow or accelerate at his will. The entire earth lay beneath the sweep of his divine sense, and the breath of every inch of land synchronized with his heartbeat. More importantly, his path of protection had undergone fundamental elevation within the shattered realm. The faith of all beings was no longer a vague, passively perceived, but tangible force that could manifest as solid existence. It could condense into blades to safeguard a realm, or dissolve like spring rain to nurture all creation. The demon emperor gazed upon all this, his entire body frozen mid-air. He had severed every bond, personally slain every follower, spent a full 30,000 years paying the price of losing everything that could be lost, only barely stepping into half-step shattered. He had believed himself the one forging ahead, only now to discover he had been left behind by an entire era. Ye Qingyun carried all his bonds. Younger sister beloved, the half-crippled nine-tailed celestial fox, a group of cultivators not even reaching immortal king. Yet he continuously broke through and battled, directly stepping into the true shattered realm that existed only in ancient legends, even within the immortal realm. The demon emperor descended into utter despair, madly channeling demonic energy to unleash every attack upon Ye Qingyun. A full power strike from half-step shattered carried overwhelming demonic might, tearing the finest of spatial fissures in the air. Ye Qingyun stood motionless, making no attempt to evade, didn't even bother raising an eyelid. The demonic energy capable of severely wounding a peak immortal emperor struck against the space 3 feet around him, vanishing like an ox sinking into the sea, silently dispersing into the air without a single ripple. The gap between the shattered realm and half-step shattered was as a chasm between heaven and earth. Ye Qingyun raised his right hand, fingers curling gently. The demon emperor found himself imprisoned by invisible force, suspended in midair, his surging demonic energy frozen, as if encased in ice. He couldn't even blink. The grievances from 30,000 years ago and today. Ye Qingyun regarded him, his gaze tranquil. The demon emperor was suspended in midair. The power of the shattered realm pressed down upon the demonic energy surrounding him, leaving even his fingertips immobile. For the first time, he felt the terror of death. Having lived for tens of thousands of years, having slain countless adversaries and devoured countless beings, he had never imagined this day would come when he would be utterly crushed. Ye Qingyun, let us negotiate. His voice was hoarse, carrying a barely perceptible tremor. This one can submit to you. The Heavenly Demon Hall can also pledge allegiance to Qingyun Pavilion. You and I united. Know you as master, this one as subordinate. United thus, who among all the heavens and myriad realms could stand against us? Ye Qingyun shook his head. 30,000 years ago, I granted the blood nether ancestor a chance. He knelt before me, begging for mercy, claiming it was all a momentary lapse. I spared him, destroyed his physical body, leaving only a fragment of his soul. He spent 30,000 years proving one truth. Some people are not worthy of forgiveness. He gazed at the demon emperor, his eyes calm, as if narrating an already settled fact. You are no different from him. You severed all bonds and slaughtered every follower with your own hands. 12 guardians, 300 core disciples. They trusted you, placed their lives in your hands, and you killed them all for a breakthrough. You devoured countless beings solely to break through realms. The demon beasts in the demon abyss you consumed were beyond counting, and the cultivation planets under Heavenly Demon Hall's domain. You drained so many spirit veins that even you cannot recall the total. You descended upon Earth, slaughtered Qingyun Pavilion disciples, harmed my sister, harmed Little Nine. Each and every deed is unforgivable. The Demon Emperor struggled desperately, his demonic energy surging wildly in a futile attempt to shatter the bonds. The Shattered Realm's barrier remained utterly unmoved. Ye Qingyun spoke no more. He gathered the power of belief in his right hand, fusing the Shattered Realm's source energy with the sentient faith of the protective Tao, forging them into a silver-white longsword. The blade bore no intricate runes or dazzling radiance, merely an ordinary-looking sword. Yet flowing across its edge were Ye Xiaoyu's unwavering resolve as she shielded her brother Xian Yuanqing's steadfast vigilance under the moonlight, Little Nine's blood-soaked desperation as she broke through demonic claws, and every Qingyun Pavilion disciple's unyielding grip on their swords as they refused to retreat. He struck down with the blade. No earth-shaking display, no reality-splitting brilliance, merely a single unadorned stroke. The sword light traced a gentle arc and pierced the Demon Emperor's form. The Demon Emperor's expression froze. The surrounding demonic energy began dissipating from the wound, diffusing as ink-black mist scattered by the mountain wind. His body commenced its collapse. Countless luminous fissures spread outward from the wound, each thread representing the Shattered Realm's fundamental force irreversibly dismantling his soul. Impossible. This one. How could? His final words dissolved incomplete as his entire form shattered into scattered light scattered across the night sky. The Demon Emperor was utterly annihilated, body and spirit destroyed without remainder. The battlefield fell into a brief hush. All present fixed their gaze upon that sword-wielding figure in the heavens, their pavilion master who had just slain a half-step Shattered Realm existence. Then the frozen silence erupted. Resounding cheers burst from the martial arena, piercing the clouds. Gong Sun Lai dragged himself upright against his blade, crying out with his remaining strength as the battle hall disciples embraced in wild celebration. Elder Mu Rong slumped against a pillar, his beard matted with tears and blood. Ye Xiaoyu knelt among the ruins, cradling Little Nine. Little Nine's breathing was faint yet present. With tremendous effort, she opened her amber eyes, glanced at the sword-wielding figure in the sky, then gently nuzzled her face against Ye Xiaoyu's fingers. Tears streamed silently down Ye Xiaoyu's cheeks, each drop falling onto Little Nine's blood-matted fur. Xian Yuanqing stood nearby, covering her mouth, her own tears falling silently. She had pursued him from the northern vein to Qingyun Pavilion, waited so long, endured countless life-and-death battles. She knew this single strike marked an ending, yet also recognized that beyond it something was only beginning. Ye Qingyun descended from the sky and received Little Nine, his divine sense carefully scanning her within. Her demon essence had burned away, her origin damaged, but there was no mortal danger. He exhaled in relief, cradling her gently in his arms. Ye Xiaoyu threw herself into his embrace, weeping aloud. Every fear, every moment of despair from the battle, all the relief of surviving catastrophe, burst forth in this single moment. Xian Yuanqing approached, and Ye Qingyun pulled her into his embrace as well. The three held each other tightly. Around them, cheering Qingyun Pavilion disciples filled the air, while the scattered light from the Demon Emperor's fall still drifted across the night sky like silent fireworks. Ye Qingyun gazed down at Little Nine in his arms, gently stroking her blood-matted fur. Little Nine, I kept my promise. Ye Qingyun carried Xiao Jiao back to Qingyun Pavilion and laid her upon the soft couch in the meditation chamber. Her breath was so faint it was barely perceptible, and blood still seeped from the roots of her 5 severed tails. The old injury on her left hind leg had completely torn open. The Demon Emperor's palm strike had nearly destroyed all of her vitality. Yet her heart pulse still beat weakly. At the final moment, she had used her remaining demonic power to shield her heart. Ye Qingyun gently placed his palm upon Xiao Jiao's body. The power of the Shattered Realm no longer operated through meridians to transmit spiritual energy, but instead directly controlled the laws themselves. He reversed the law of time within a small area. Blood at the wound's edge began flowing backward, broken bones emitted faint sounds of reconnection, torn flesh regenerated visibly to the naked eye, and the 5 severed tails regrew silvery white, fox fur from their roots. Her breathing gradually steadied, becoming long, and even though she had yet to awaken. He sat by the bedside and began to wait. 3 days later, Xiao Jiao's ears twitched. Ye Qingyun opened his eyes. Xiao Jiao slowly opened her eyes, her amber pupils still somewhat unfocused, taking a long moment to focus on his face. Master. Ye Qingyun grasped her paw. You're awake. Xiao Jiao blinked. The memories had not vanished. She remembered blocking herself before Ye Xiaoyu remembered the excruciating pain when the demon emperor's demonic claw struck her, remembered transforming back into her little fox form and falling from the sky, while her sister caught her crying. She tried to summon her demonic power and discovered that although her cultivation had fallen to the lowest level, the foundation of her demonic core remained intact, not completely destroyed. The memories remained too. She had not forgotten her master, had not forgotten her sister, had not forgotten that Xian Yuanqing brought spirit fruits every day. She nuzzled Ye Qingyun's hand, tears sliding down from her amber-colored eyes. Xiaojiu thought she would never see master again. Ye Qingyun gently stroked her back. No, you won't. Ye Qingyun, with his shattered realm cultivation, treated the other wounded one by one. Gongsun Lai had 3 broken ribs and a recurrence of his old left shoulder injury. A palm pressed against his chest, and the shattered bones automatically realigned. Murong Laozu had burned his essence blood excessively, his dantian nearly depleted. Ye Qingyun used time reversal to restore him to the state before he burned his essence blood, and his flowered white beard regained its color. Xian Yuan Jitian Shimen, Jian Kumu Popo, and all the disciples injured in the battle recovered completely under the same silvery white light. Those whose cultivation had been completely depleted sensed spiritual power in their dantian, once more severed meridians reconnected, leaving not even a scar. The power of the shattered realm granted him the true ability to protect everyone. The reverence of all in Qingyun Pavilion for their pavilion master reached its apex at this moment. Ye Xiaoyu held the recovered Xiaojiu, crying and laughing at the same time. Xiaojiu, you scared your sister to death. Do you know how you were covered in blood lying in my arms, and no matter how I called you, you wouldn't wake up? She buried her face in Xiaojiu's soft fur, her voice muffled. Don't ever do that again. Xiaojiu nuzzled her cheek. Xiaojiu is fine now. Sister, don't cry. Xian Yuanqing stood to the side watching this scene, her eyes growing moist as well. Ye Qingyun walked to her side and gently drew her into his embrace. Xian Yuanqing leaned against his shoulder, closing her eyes as she softly said, "It's all over. Yes, it's over." In the evening, Ye Qingyun stood alone in the courtyard. Xiaojiu, curled up in his lap, had already fallen asleep, her left hind leg's wound completely healed, the newly grown fox fur soft and smooth. From inside came the sounds of Ye Xiaoyu and Xian Yuanqing chatting and laughing, punctuated by the clinking of bowls and dishes. They were preparing dinner. In the distance, Qingyun Pavilion blazed with lights. Disciples could still be seen training on the martial practice field. The glow of furnace fires seeped from the windows of the alchemy hall, and the rhythmic clanging of hammers echoed from the artifact hall. Ye Qingyun raised his head to gaze upon the starry heavens above. 30,000 years of wandering, countless moments of life and death, countless walks on the blade's edge. He had finally found his own place to belong. Not the immortal emperor's throne, not invincible power, but these people, this home. He lowered his gaze to the sleeping Xiaojiu in his arms, reaching out to gently stroke her back. Xiaojiu in her dreams lightly brushed his hand with her tail, the gesture exactly as it had always been. The battle against the demon emperor had devastated most of Qingyun Pavilion's mountain gate. The martial arena was shattered into a pit several zhang wide. All the eyes of the protective mountain formation had burned out from overload. Half of the scripture repository had collapsed, and the earth fire furnaces in the alchemy hall were riddled with holes from demonic corruption. But never before had the hearts of men been so united. On the 3rd day after the battle, without any need for persuasion, the disciples spontaneously began clearing the ruins, carrying broken stones, repairing shattered walls, and meticulously sorting and stacking every usable material piece by piece. No one complained of exhaustion, no one voiced grievances. 3 days prior they had stood shoulder to shoulder on this very ground of rubble to withstand the demon emperor's assault. Now they would rebuild their home with their own hands. Ye Qingyun stood before the mountain gate, his divine sense enveloping the entirety of Qingyun Pavilion. The power of the shattered realm was no longer a simple output of spiritual energy, but rather an assertion of mastery over the fundamental laws. With a gesture, the foundation stones of the protective mountain formation rose slowly from the ruins. The demonic corrupted formation patterns regrew at a visible speed beneath the shroud of silvery white radiance. The newly formed foundation had evolved beyond a simple defensive formation. It now incorporated the ancient formation diagrams of the Xian Yuan family, fragments of temporal crystal cores left behind by the Elder of Time and Space, and protective laws inscribed directly into the formation's core by his own hand. The silvery white light curtain expanded outward from the foundation, clearer and more resilient than ever before. Following this, the spirit-gathering formation activated. Drawing spiritual energy from the void with a shattered realm power, a silvery white pillar of light surged from the mountain gate toward the heavens, drawing qi from 1,000 li in all directions until it condensed into mist that enveloped Qingyun Pavilion entirely. 1 day of cultivation here was equivalent to a month elsewhere. The new scripture repository was completed, a 7-story pagoda rising from the ground with spatial laws inscribed on each level, its interior far more expansive than its exterior suggested. Ye Qingyun placed all the cultivation manuals he had collected over 30,000 years within the tower, from qi refining to immortal emperor level, from sword techniques to formations, from alchemy to artifact refinement, each organized by category and displayed on shelves. Any disciple could enter to study using contribution points regardless of their background or innate talent. The martial arena was rebuilt with blue steel rocks transported specially from the western sect, embedded with protective formations inscribed by Ye Qingyun himself, strong enough to withstand battles below immortal emperor level, so disciples would no longer need to worry about damaging the arena. Comprehensive upgrades extended across all halls. Gongsun Lai was reappointed as Battle Hall Master, commanding 10 combat squads of 80 members, each all equipped with standardized magical artifacts. Morong Shui continued as Alchemy Hall Master, with Ye Qingyun presenting her a compiled collection of the cultivation world's supreme alchemical formulas. The Artifact Hall Master position was taken by an elder from the Shiman family, assisted by Yuchi Tai. Chun Tianxiong remained in command of the Intelligence Hall, with the information network spanning the entire Earth cultivation realm. A new teaching hall was established, overseen by Ancestor Morong, dedicated to nurturing new disciples. Yi Xiaoyu continued as young Pavilion Master, daily exerting herself on the martial arena. Xian Yuanqing, as Pavilion Mistress, would descend from the Northern Sect's flying vessel each evening and walk through the mountain gate, greeted respectfully by the station disciples, always responding with a nod and smile. The Alliance Conference convened within the newly constructed Qingyun Pavilion's Council Hall. Xian Yuan Zhantian was first to present the Xian Yuan family seal with both hands. Shiman Jian followed with his Pujuan sword in one hand, and the withered wood grandma tapped her new cane on behalf of the Freelance Cultivator Alliance. Representatives of various factions then stood one after another, placing their family seals on the long table. Following the battle with the Demon Emperor, the Earth cultivation realm achieved true unification. No longer were there eastern, western, southern, and northern sects, only Qingyun Pavilion remained. Ye Qingyun was unanimously acclaimed by all factions as Qingyun Immortal Emperor. He did not decline, not for power sake, but because of his sense of responsibility. The Elder of Time and Space had perished, the Demon Emperor was dead, yet this did not guarantee that others like them would never emerge. Only through genuine unity, binding together as one, could true strength be achieved. Ye Qingyun established a new order for the cultivation realm. 4 rules were inscribed on a stone tablet at Qingyun Pavilion's mountain gate. The strong must not oppress the weak. Violators would have their cultivation abolished. Cultivation resources would be shared and distributed according to contribution. All factions must abide by Qingyun Pavilion's rules. Innovation in cultivation techniques, alchemical formulas, and formations would be encouraged, with outstanding contributors receiving direct guidance from Ye Qingyun. These 4 rules laid the cornerstone for a new order in the Earth cultivation realm. 1 month later, the new Qingyun Pavilion was completed. At the grand inauguration ceremony, Ye Qingyun stood upon the elevated platform, with thousands of Qingyun Pavilion disciples and cultivators gathered from across the realm. Gazing around at the assembled crowd, he observed disciples with bandaged wounds standing upright, and faces of those who had clawed their way from the ruins to rebuild their homeland with their own hands. All of them tanned and strengthened over this past month. He delivered a brief speech. Qingyun Pavilion does not belong to me alone. It belongs to every person willing to protect this land. From today onward, together, we will make the Earth cultivation realm stronger. Yi Xiaoyu and Xian Yuanqing stood below, watching that white figure on the platform as thunderous applause and deafening cheers erupted. Yi Xiaoyu smiled, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She glanced down at Xiao Jiu, cradled in her arms, who was gazing up at his master on the platform, amber eyes reflecting the vast expanse of silvery white light. 1 month after the completion of Qingyun Pavilion, Ye Qingyun hosted the first Qingyun Dao Wen Conference. Through Chun Tianxiong's intelligence network and the oral transmission of the Wandering Cultivator Alliance, news spread across the entire Earth's cultivation world within mere days. Open to all cultivators regardless of origin, regardless of aptitude, anyone who wished to listen was welcome to attend. On the day of the conference, the martial arena was packed to overflowing. The newly constructed science steel stone ground could not accommodate everyone. Some stood atop the walls, others climbed onto the branches of trees in the rear mountains, and yet others hovered motionless in midair on their swords. Cultivators who had traveled from the 4 pulse, wandering cultivators who had emerged from the deep mountains and primeval forests, young disciples who had ridden spirit beasts for 3 days and 3 nights from the West Pulse. A dark mass of heads more united than at any previous gathering. Ye Qingyun stood at the center of the martial arena. He began teaching from the qi refining stage. How to sense spiritual energy, how to circulate it through the meridians, how to establish one's foundation, and how to guard the spirit platform from being devoured by inner demons when breaking through bottlenecks. Then he progressed upward, golden core, nascent soul, transcending divinity, void, refining unity, great ascension. His insights into each realm were laid bare, without reservation for all to see. When he reached the immortal emperor realm, complete silence fell over the assembly. That was a domain no one present would ever be able to touch in their lifetime, yet Ye Qingyun spoke of it, as if teaching basic sword techniques. He dismantled the law comprehensions of the immortal emperor realm into segments, breaking them down and feeding them to every willing listener. He spoke for 3 days and 3 nights. No one left the venue, not even the wandering cultivators perched on the walls who had forgotten the numbness in their legs. After the lecture concluded, hundreds of people immediately sat cross-legged to meditate on the spot. Waves of spiritual fluctuation rose and fell, and streaks of breakthrough light sprang up from every corner of the martial arena, like stars in the night sky, being lit one after another. Gongsun Lai stood watching from below the platform. He turned to Murong Shui and said, "The pavilion master is going to elevate the entire Earth's cultivation world by a whole level." Murong Shui did not respond to him. She herself was on the verge of breakthrough, running her spiritual energy with closed eyes, too preoccupied to speak. Beyond the public lectures, Ye Qingyun also personally coached gifted disciples one by one. There was a newly joined disciple who had previously been measured as having a waste spiritual root, failing every entrance examination and nearly not making it into the outer pavilion. Ye Qingyun glanced at him and nodded. "It's not a waste spiritual root. It's a mutated thunder spiritual root. The spirit measuring array can only sense the 5 elements spiritual energy. It cannot detect thunder attributes. You didn't know how to use it, so the array couldn't measure it either." He transmitted a cultivation technique designed specifically for mutated thunder spiritual roots and gave him 3 thunder-attracting pills. 3 months later, this disciple defeated a senior brother in the late foundation establishment stage on the martial arena. The entire assembly erupted in astonishment. He knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Ye Qingyun 3 times, his forehead striking the ground so hard it bled. Ye Qingyun helped him to his feet and said simply, "Practice diligently," then turned and walked away. Similar events continued to unfold. An elderly cultivator who had been stuck at the golden core stage for decades received guidance, adjusted his spiritual energy circulation route, and broke through to nascent soul that very night. After emerging from seclusion, he embraced his old friend and wept for a long while. The next morning he arrived at the foot of Qingyun Pavilion's mountain gate and bowed respectfully. These 4 characters, Qingyun Immortal Emperor, no longer represented merely power. They represented possibility. The possibility that even the most ordinary person could walk further. Ye Qingyun compiled his 30,000 years of cultivation insights into volumes and placed them in the newly built 7th level of the scripture repository. The complete Qingyun Sword Manual, the complete Qingyun Art, 10 volumes of alchemy insights, 6 volumes of artifact refining insights, 8 volumes of formation insights. These were treasures that could stir up storms of bloodshed throughout the cultivation world, treasures even immortal kings would scheme for in secret. Here they were open to all Qingyun Pavilion disciples. As long as one had enough contribution points, anyone could enter the tower to peruse them. Cultivation techniques are dead things, people are alive. He placed the final volume of insights onto the bookshelf. "I hope you learn my techniques, and then surpass me. If you can't surpass me, that's fine too. Just have some ambition." More and more cultivators broke through to transcending divinity and void refining. Some even began challenging unity and great ascension. Even Xian Yuan Zantian sighed that ever since the spatial rifts were sealed, the speed of spiritual energy recovery had far exceeded expectations. His transcending divinity barrier, on which he had been stuck for several hundred years, had finally begun to loosen. Zhao Wuji had forcefully broken through multiple realms in 3 years, from an earth-rank martial artist to golden core stage. Every time he passed the stone tablet inscribed with the 4 precepts at the mountain gate, he would stop and look at it for a moment, then continue his patrol. Everyone knew that all these changes were because of the same person. At night, Ye Xiaoyu asked Ye Qingyun, "Brother, you teach everything to others. Aren't you afraid they'll surpass you?" "If one day someone can surpass me, that would be the best thing." Ye Qingyun smiled, reaching out to ruffle her hair. "Because that means even if I'm gone someday, there will still be someone to protect the Earth's cultivation world." Ye Xiaoyu's eyes turned red. She reached out and embraced him. "Brother, you'll always be here." Ye Qingyun gently patted her back. I'll always be here." Although the demon emperor was dead, the rift between Earth and the cultivation realm still existed. Ye Qingyun stood before the ruins of the North Ridge Rift. The dark crimson fissure he had personally sealed no longer expanded, yet beneath the seal, it continued to writhe slowly like a wound that could never fully heal. As long as the rift remained, new threats could descend. Not the elder of time and space, not the demon emperor, but perhaps something else from realms far more distant and unknown than the cultivation realm. He resolved to use his power at the Shattered Realm to completely repair all the rifts. Not sealing, not suppression, but erasing the very existence of this wound from its roots, making it as though it had never been. Xiaojiu crouched on his shoulder, her amber eyes fixed upon that dark crimson fissure. Her cultivation had yet to recover even a fraction of her former peak, but her memories had all returned. Master, this rift carries an extremely ancient scent, older than the elder of time and space. Ye Qingyun nodded. To perceive such antiquity meant Xiaojiu's sensitivity was gradually returning. He formed seals with both hands, and the primordial power of the shattered realm surged forth from the depths of his dantian. This time, he would neither block the rift with formation patterns nor seal it with spatial laws. Instead, he would use time as his needle and space as his thread, suturing the spatial fabric on both sides of the rift as one would stitch a wound, piercing through from this end to that, then back again, stitch by meticulous stitch. The laws of time and space intertwined and coiled around each other, silver-white radiance flowing from his fingertips. Where it touched the rift's surface, faint sizzling sounds emerged as though welding some impossibly delicate artifact. The entire process lasted 7 days and 7 nights. The North Ridge Rift was the largest and the most ancient, extending from primordial times to the present. Having been continuously expanded by the Elder of Time and Space, its walls bore the traces of countless travelers across tens of thousands of years. The blood of ancient Earth powerhouses splashed during their desperate sealing efforts, the law patterns inscribed by the Elder of Time and Space, when carving prohibitions, the claw gashes torn by blood darkness ancestor, when forcing passage through, and also the residual sword intent from Ye Qingyun's own several fierce battles at this place since his return. Each mark was laid bare as he sutured them away one by one. When the final trace of dark crimson was completely erased by the silver-white radiance, Ye Qingyun withdrew his hands and knelt on one knee. The primordial power of the shattered realm was utterly depleted, his silver hair even whiter than usual. Yet his eyes brimmed with relief. From this moment, Earth was truly safe. No uninvited guests would descend through this rift, no pursuers from the cultivation realm would threaten this hard-won peace. This wound he had erased from existence at its very root. He rested on the mountain stone for a moment, then rose slowly. Xiaojiu hopped to the ground and approached the place where the rift had once existed. The space there had completely mended. Even her acute senses could detect no residual spatial fluctuation. Master, the scent is gone. The old, the new, it's all gone. The rift's end meant the connection between Earth and the cultivation realm had been severed completely. Ye Qingyun stood for a long time at this place where the rift had once been. 30,000 years. He had spent the greater part of his life in the cultivation realm. From mortal to immortal emperor, from unknown nobody to one revered by all races. There were his enemies, blood darkness ancestor, the elder of time and space, the demon emperor. Each had sought his life. There were also his old companions, though few. There had indeed been a handful of old friends who had risked their lives for him. He wondered if any still lived. But all of that had become the past. His home was here on Earth beside his family. With the rift's end, Earth's spiritual energy would no longer leak away. Moreover, with the spirit-gathering array laid out across the entire continent by Ye Qingyun at the shattered realm, Earth was transforming into a colossal cave heaven of spiritual abundance. Xianzhan Tian broke through to deification transformation on the 6th day after the repair was complete. Shimen Jin cultivated an even more powerful sword technique with a single arm. Withered Wood Granny's legs moved with such agility that she surpassed her younger self. Ordinary people, even without cultivation, could now live beyond 100 years. Cultivators thrived like fish in water, their cultivation speed exceeding even their own expectations. When Ye Qingyun returned to Qingyun Pavilion, Xianqing stood waiting at the mountain gate. The setting sun cast its light from behind her, laying both her silhouette and the moonlight sword shadow across the blue stone steps. Is it all over? Yes, it's all over. Xianqing grasped his hand. From now on, no more battles. Ye Qingyun lowered his gaze to her hand, then turned and clasped her fingers in his. From now on, only protection. Protecting this land, protecting this home, protecting every soul who chooses to make this place their home. The two walked side by side into Qingyun Pavilion, behind them the endless afterglow of the sunset. Xiaojiu bounded out from the courtyard, leaping deftly onto Ye Qingyun's shoulder. Her tail swayed, gently coiling around the back of his neck. On the first full moon night after the rift was sealed, Ye Qingyun brought Xianyuanqing to the cliff at the back mountain. This was the spot where he had taken her to see the stars when she first came to Qingyun Pavilion, and the stone wall still bore the sword marks left from their sparring sessions back then. He took out a ring from his storage ring. The ring's face was not set with a gemstone, but with a star core he had personally harvested from the depths of the shattered void. A silvery white light slowly flowed across its surface like a star compressed to the size of a fingertip. Xianyuanqing. He called her full name, his voice softer than usual. In 30,000 years I have seen countless stars. The 9 heavens, star river of the cultivation world, the shattered void of ancient battlefields, the stars torn to pieces in the turbulence of time and space. But none of them are as beautiful as your eyes. He paused. She had said he didn't know how to express himself, and he was learning. I once believed that the strong needed no companionship. One man, one sword. Wherever I went was home. Until I met you. You asked me at the northern mountain range if I was from Earth. You stood with your sword to block the puppets for me in the relic, and on the battlefield you stood in front of Ye Xiaoyu and refused to retreat an inch. You never once asked me if it was worth it. You were just waiting. The ring hovered before her fingertips. Will you marry me? Qing raised her hand and covered her mouth. Tears slipped through her fingers, glistening under the moonlight like two streams of shattered stars. She opened her mouth, but her voice was choked by sobs. Finally, she nodded vigorously once, then again and again. I do. Ye Qingyun slid the ring onto her ring finger. The moment the star core touched her skin, it gave a faint glow, as if acknowledging its master. He reached out and pulled her into his embrace. Her shoulders trembled as she buried her face in his chest, her tears soaking a large patch of his robe. The two held each other under the moonlight, while the aged sword marks on the stone wall quietly bore witness. After the news spread, the entire cultivation world on Earth erupted in an uproar. Various factions rushed to send congratulatory gifts. The Xianyuan family, as the bride's family, had Xianyuan Zhantian personally escort 10 carts of dowry. On the way, he boasted to Shimin Jian, "My granddaughter is marrying the Qingyun immortal emperor." Shimin Jian replied expressionlessly, "You've said that 8 times. Old Lady Ku Mu, along with the Alliance of Independent Cultivators, personally embroidered 100 birds paying homage to the Phoenix tapestry. It was said that dozens of female cultivators spent over half a month stitching it needle by needle with spirit silk. Ye Qingyun did not hold a lavish ceremony. He only invited the closest people. Qingyun Pavilion was festively decorated with lanterns and colored silk. A wedding canopy was set up on the training ground, and a long red carpet was laid from the mountain gate to the main hall. Ye Xiaoyu served as the maid of honor. She polished her moonlight sword until it gleamed and hung it at her waist, saying this was called guarding the emperor. Xiao Jiu acted as the flower girl. Murong Shui specially wove a small flower basket for her to carry in her mouth. She ran back and forth on the red carpet 3 times to practice, and after each run, she looked up at Ye Xiaoyu and asked, "Sister, did Xiao Jiu run straight?" Ye Xiaoyu laughed and said, "Straighter than a flying sword." Ancestor Murong served as the officiant. The old man started memorizing the wedding vows 3 days in advance, memorizing them even more fluently than cultivation technique formulas. On the wedding day, the entire Qingyun pavilion was enveloped in the silvery white glow of the protective formation. Ye Qingyun wore the imperial robe of the Qingyun immortal emperor, not the blood-stained white battle robe from his past life in the cultivation world, but a new robe designed together by Ye Xiaoyu and Murong Shui. It had a silver-white base with subtle dark patterns of Qingyun, and the cuffs were trimmed with a very faint gold border. Xianyuan Qing, adorned with a phoenix crown and a ceremonial cape, slowly descended from the flying boat. The red veil covered her face, but Ye Qingyun recognized her sword hand at a glance. That hand, which had gripped a sword for countless years, was now slightly clutching the sleeve of her wedding robe. The two walked hand in hand down the red carpet. Ye Xiaoyu followed behind, scattering flower petals. She scattered petals all the way, but it wasn't enough. She secretly pulled another handful from her sleeve and continued scattering. Xiao Jiu, carrying the flower basket in her mouth, strutted proudly at the very front, stepping right in the center of the red carpet, with every step her tail held high. Ancestor Murong stood at the center of the wedding platform, loudly reciting the wedding vows. His graying beard trembled with excitement, and his voice was louder than any of his speeches at the Council of Elders. Xianyuan Zhantian, as the elder of the bride's family, walked to the center of the wedding platform and gently placed Xianyuan Qing's hand from his own palm into Ye Qingyun's. "Pavilion Master Yi, I entrust Qinger to you." His hand trembled, and his voice quivered a little too. "I will protect her with my life." Ye Qingyun solemnly took that hand. The two bowed to each other. The ceremony was complete. Night fell, and the guests departed. Ye Qingyun and Xianyuan Qing returned to the bridal chamber. Red candles flickered as they sat facing each other across the wedding table. Xianyuan Qing's hand, usually as steady as a rock, when holding a sword, now rested on her knees, twisting the edge of her garment. Ye Qingyun reached out and held her fingers. "From today onward, you are my wife. I will protect you for the rest of my life." Xianyuan Qing's eyes reddened, but the corners of her mouth curved upward. "I will also spend the rest of my life by your side. Wherever you go, I will go. That's not just a promise made before marriage, but one I will keep after marriage." The two smiled at each other. The red candlelight illuminated a perfect pair, a man of few words and a woman who had waited so long and finally found her answer. Outside the window, Ye Xiaoyu, carrying Xiao Jiu, tiptoed out of the courtyard. Xiao Jiu, resting on her shoulder, asked in a low voice, "Sister, what are Master and Sister Xianyuan doing inside?" Ye Xiaoyu quickly covered her eyes. "Little kids don't ask. Xiao Jiu is 30,000 years old." Xiao Jiu's tail slapped Ye Xiaoyu's hand in displeasure. "Then don't ask either." The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window lattice. When Ye Qingyun and Xianyuan Qing walked out of the bridal chamber, Ye Xiaoyu was practicing swordplay in the courtyard. The glow of the moonlight sword was especially gentle in the morning light. Xiao Jiao was lying on a stone bench watching intently, her tail slowly swaying left and right. Seeing the two emerge, she immediately jumped off the stone bench, ran to Xianyuan Qing's feet, and looked up, rubbing against her skirt. Sister Xianyuan. No, now I should call you mistress. Xianyuan Qing crouched down and picked her up. Just call me sister, I'm used to it. Ye Xiaoyu sheathed her sword, walked over, and looked at Xianyuan Qing with a smile. Sister-in-law, good morning. Xianyuan Qing's cheeks flushed slightly. Xiaoyu, good morning. Ye Qingyun leaned against the doorframe watching this scene. The sunlight was perfect in the courtyard. His sister was practicing swordplay. Xiao Jiao was acting spoiled, and his wife, standing in the sunlight, was greeting her sister-in-law with slightly flushed cheeks. A smile slowly curved his lips. Sunlight bathed the four people and one fox, warm and beautiful. This was the life he wanted. Not the throne of an immortal emperor, not invincible power, but spending every ordinary day with his family. 5 years had passed. Qingyun Pavilion had become the sacred sanctuary of the Earth's cultivation world. Every day young cultivators from across the land arrived, drawn by its famed reputation. They perspired profusely on the martial training grounds, buried themselves in the classics within the scripture repository, and eagerly sought the wisdom of the elders at the Tao Inquiry Assembly. The stone tablet at the mountain gate inscribed with the 4 precepts had been polished smooth by countless touching hands. Ye Qingyun's cultivation had firmly settled at the shattered realm, though he rarely intervened anymore. More often than not, he simply sat beneath the ancient locust tree on the cliff at the mountain's rear, sipping tea, while watching Xianyuan Qing practice her sword forms in the courtyard, listening to Ye Xiaoyu report on Qingyun Pavilion's daily affairs, and idly stroking Jiao as she lay upon his knee. He was no longer the ever-vigilant Qingyun immortal emperor who had cleaved through the sovereign immortal with a single blade. He had become merely an ordinary husband, brother, and master. Occasionally, newly initiated disciples would visit the mountain's rear to pay respects to the Alliance master, guided by the elders. Upon encountering this man dressed in simple cloth garments with a small white fox resting at his feet, they would pause in bewilderment for a long moment before daring to offer their salutations. Ye Xiaoyu had broken through to the nascent void stage and officially taken charge of Qingyun Pavilion's daily affairs. As the young pavilion master, she commanded respect from all the junior disciples, handling matters with composed decisiveness, and increasingly bearing the bearing of one who could stand alone. Yet upon returning to the mountain courtyard, she remained that little girl who would cling to her brother and whimper for his attention. Just yesterday evening she perched on the stone bench beside Ye Qingyun, demonstrating a newly learned sword technique before gazing up at him, awaiting his evaluation. Ye Qingyun gazed upon her profile, illuminated by the evening glow, as if glimpsing his younger self. But back then no brother stood by his side, whereas Xiaoyu now had him. She advanced swifter than he once had, and with greater serenity. Xianyuan Qing had already reached the late unity transformation stage, mastering the 7th form of the moonlight sword art. She still brewed tea for Ye Qingyun every day, accompanying him to watch the sunrise and sunset. Their bond deepened with each passing day, yet never grew saccharine, simply finding quiet contentment in each other's presence. Occasionally, she would guide him to witness the world's transformations. New market districts had risen in the eastern ranges, the western ranges' spirit mines had unearthed novel varieties of spirit stones, and the Freelance Cultivator Alliance, under Withered Granny's leadership, had evolved into a formal cultivation academy. When her moonlight sword soared through the skies, the silver-white radiance upon its blade had grown gentler than before. Once standing at the cliff's edge, gazing down upon the myriad lights of the mortal world, she softly murmured, "To have encountered you is the greatest fortune of my life." Ye Qingyun took her hand in his. "As it is for me." Jiao had recovered to the demon emperor realm and could resume her human form. Yet she chose to remain in her little fox form most of the time, for this way I can be held by master. Such was her explanation as she basked in the sun upon Ye Qingyun's lap, to which Ye Xiaoyu interjected, You're just lazy." "Being lazy is something I learned from sister," Jiao retorted with perfect composure before being scooped up by Ye Xiaoyu and rubbed into a ball of fur. Her daily existence remained unchanged, feasting on spirit fruits, basking in sunlight, being carried about the mountain by Ye Xiaoyu, being fed delicious treats in various guises by Xianyuan Qing, and dozing in the afternoon upon Ye Qingyun's lap. Occasionally, she would venture to the martial training grounds to instruct the new disciples, which was really just finding an excuse to fight. The new disciples all knew that offending anyone was acceptable, but never ever offend young Lord Jiao. When in good spirits, she might offer you a tip or two. When in foul spirits, she would pound you into the Qinggang rock, then gaze at you with perfect innocence, claiming, "I held back considerably." Gongsun Lai would skirt far around whenever he spied her wandering about the martial training grounds. Evening descended, the sun sinking in the west. Ye Qingyun and Xianyuan Qing sat side by side upon the stone bench in the courtyard, while Ye Xiaoyu leaned over the stone table processing the last few intelligence reports awaiting her review, and Jiao had curled up upon Ye Qingyun's lap, dozing soundly. The distant shouts from the martial training grounds gradually subsided as the disciples concluded their day's cultivation and dispersed in small clusters. The furnaces of the alchemy hall had been extinguished, the hammering at the artifact hall had ceased, and all of Qingyun Pavilion lay shrouded in the amber afterglow. Kitchen smoke curled lazily upward, carrying the fragrance of evening meals from the rear kitchen. Murong Shue's newly crafted spirit rice porridge. As she had explained, the spirit rice in this pot was the first harvest from the Eastern Range's spirit fields this year, and when cooking it, she had added Jiao's beloved dewdrop juice. Ye Qingyun lowered his gaze to the sleeping Jiao cradled in his arms. Her tail rested lightly upon his wrist, her breathing long and even. He gently stroked her back, then glanced toward Xian Yuanqing beside him, and his sister hunched over the intelligence reports. A tender smile graced his lips. Times were serene, the present was peaceful. This was everything he wished to safeguard. Ye Qingyun decided to write a book. Not a manual of cultivation techniques, nor a treatise on training insights, but an account of his experiences over the past 30,000 years. From Earth to the cultivation world, from a drunken college student loitering outside a convenience store to a solitary figure standing atop the pinnacle of the immortal emperor realm, gazing down upon the vast sea of clouds, and then to that night, when he shattered his own cultivation to break through the realm, and returned embracing his sister in a rented room in the slums. The establishment of Qingyun Pavilion, the acquaintance with Xian Yuanqing, the 3 life and death battles against Blood Ancestor, Time Sage, and Demon Emperor. Every experience, every realization deserved to be recorded. He sat in his study for 3 days. Occasionally Xiao Jiao squeezed through the crack in the door to refill his tea. Holding the teapot in her mouth, she would pour the tea into the cups, spilling most of it on the table, and then look at him with an innocent expression. Ye Qingyun wiped the table and continued writing. When he reached the part about being hunted down for the first time in the cultivation world, hiding in a crevice on a cliff afraid to come out, he paused for a long time. Not because he feared the memory, but because he was thinking about how to write it so that those who would read this book in the future would understand. Fear is not shameful, it is only shameful to lack the courage to rise again. When he wrote about Xiao Jiao breaking out of that dying beast egg in the 10,000 demon cave, she was just lying on his lap, sleeping soundly, completely unaware that her master was writing about her. The title of the book was simply Qingyun Record. It was divided into 3 volumes. The first volume narrated his experiences in the cultivation world, 30,000 years of solitude and growth. The second volume covered his return to Earth, the revenge and protection, and the establishment of Qingyun Pavilion. The third volume delved into his insights on the path of cultivation and his understanding of the way of guardianship. On the last page, he wrote a few lines. The ultimate purpose of cultivation is not immortality nor invincibility. It is to have enough strength to protect the ones you wish to protect. May all who read this book find their own Tao. After finishing, Ye Qingyun placed the manuscript on the 7th floor of the scripture repository, not as a secret technique for exchange, but as an introductory text accessible to all disciples free of charge. He did not need later generations to replicate his path. A Tao cannot be copied. He hoped that someone would surpass him and go further, but he also hoped that no matter how far they went, they would never forget their original heart. Killing is for protection, growing stronger is for protection. Protection is the strongest power. On the evening after finishing Qingyun Record, Ye Qingyun pushed open the study door. In the courtyard, Xian Yuanqing was placing freshly picked spirit tea leaves into the teapot. Ye Xiaoyu was leaning over the stone table reviewing the last few intelligence reports, and Xiao Jiao was chasing a butterfly, her tail nearly tying itself into a knot. When she saw him come out, Xiao Jiao immediately abandoned the butterfly, rushed over, and climbed up his leg all the way to his shoulder. Master, are you done writing? Yes, I'm done. Xian Yuanqing handed him a cup of freshly brewed tea. Ye Xiaoyu put down her documents and rubbed her eyes. The 4 of them and the fox sat around the stone table in the courtyard. The glow of the setting sun sprinkled over them, warm and beautiful. Ye Qingyun looked at the family beside him and slowly spoke. 30,000 years ago, I struggled alone to survive in the cultivation world. Back then I thought becoming stronger was everything. Later I returned to Earth and met all of you. Only then did I understand that true strength is not standing alone at the peak. It is having people you wish to protect and being protected by others as well. He looked at Xian Yuanqing. Thank you for being willing to walk this path with me. Xian Yuanqing curved her lips and held his hand in her palm. He looked at Ye Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, you are far stronger than I ever imagined. I am proud of you. Ye Xiaoyu's eyes reddened, and she struggled to hold back her tears. Brother, you never used to say things like this. He turned to Xiao Jiao, gently stroking her back. Xiao Jiao, it has been 30,000 years. Thank you for always being with me. From the 10,000 demon cave to the time prison, you have never left. Xiao Jiao rubbed her head against him. Xiao Jiao will always be with Master. Ye Qingyun looked up at the sky, filled with sunset clouds. This life, it has been worth it. The sunset blazed like fire, casting the silhouettes of the four and the fox. In the distance, the bell of Qingyun Pavilion rang out, melodious and lingering, as if drawing a perfect close to this story. The camera pulled back, and the buildings of Qingyun Pavilion glistened brilliantly under the setting sun. On the training ground, young disciples were still training diligently, their sword lights and spirit lights interweaving into a dazzling sea of stars. On the 7th floor of the scripture repository, Qingyun record lay quietly on the bookshelf. On its cover were engraved two upright and powerful characters, Qingyun. It awaited an afternoon when a disciple drenched in sweat would take it down, open the first page, and discover that what he was reading was not someone else's life, but the possibility he had once dared not imagine yet never abandoned. In the courtyard, the silhouettes of the four and the fox were frozen in the boundless sunset clouds. A voiceover of Ye Qingyun sounded. "I am Ye Qingyun. This is my story." The corner of his mouth lifted slightly. "Your story has just begun. The book ends here."